Chapter 1. The Shattered Mushroom Jar on a Rainy Night. The torrential rain lashed against the ruins, mud rising to his ankles with each step that squelched beneath him. Fang Qi stooped forward, resembling a tautly drawn bow, fiercely cradling a makeshift container fashioned from a discarded filter canister. Within the jar, flickers of dim blue-green luminescence struggled to shine through the murky, rainwater bioluminescent fungi found only in the radiation zone, the very essence of his sister, Xiao Ying. He lifted his gaze, the rain blurring his vision. In the distance, heavy clouds of radiation loomed above, where the colossal steel city, Ling Xiao, floated. Its indifferent shadow loomed over the earth, and holographic advertisements pierced through the clouds, casting an array of light and shadow. A silver figure danced through the light, executing martial arts with the speed of lightning, as the sound of simulated punches echoed. A cold electronic voice reverberated through the rain. The Dome Group Martial Arts Academy, the pinnacle of human evolution. Awaken your genetic locks and forge supreme glory. The extravagant neon lights failed to penetrate the mire beneath Fang Qi's feet, which reeked of rust and filth. Glory! Fang Qi's throat emitted a low, hoarse laugh, mingling with the taste of muddy rainwater. His notion of glory was encapsulated in the fragile glow he held, and in the makeshift shelter behind him, where his sister, Fang Xiao Ying, awaited this light to survive. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath him. The roar of a distant engine crescendoed, ripping through the sound of the rain, a relentless force that threatened to crush everything in its path. Fang Qi's heart raced as he instinctively looked up, his breath hitching. A blinding white light pierced through the curtain of rain, pinning him into the mud like a beast's single eye. The brilliance rendered his vision white, and he raised his hand instinctively to shield the jar, holding it tightly. As the light receded, a sleek, black hover SUV hovered just above the muddy water, its menacing lines cutting through the air. Scalding vapor billowed from the engine's exhaust. The door swung open, and a young man clad in a silver uniform, adorned with a golden dome insignia on his shoulder, leapt out. His polished alloy combat boots splashed into the mud, sending droplets onto Fang Qi's drenched trousers. Following the young man were two towering bodyguards, their eyes scanning like probes. Fang Qi noticed the nameplate on the young man's chest. Wang Kai. Wang Kai grimaced in disdain, as if the mud had sullied his shoes. His gaze fell upon the dilapidated jar in Fang Qi's arms, the glow within appearing even dimmer under the harsh headlights. A smirk crept across his lips, unmasked contempt evident. A rat from the radiation zone? What are you scavenging for? To feed your sickly sister? Fang Qi's knuckles turned white as he pressed his fingers against the jar's wall. He did not look up, tightening his hold on the container. Rainwater trickled down his chin. Lost your tongue? Wang Kai stepped closer, the tip of his boot nearly brushing Fang Qi's toes. He looked down at the figure amidst the muddy water, as if observing a blot of filth. I'm speaking to you, rat. In this wretched place, only worthless lives like yours are fit to rot in the muck. Laughter erupted from the bodyguard behind him. Young Master Wang, why waste words on a pest in the mud? Just run him over, don't let it delay your plans at the Liuli Pavilion. Wang Kai waved his hand impatiently. His gaze fixated once more on the jar Fang Qi clutched tightly, the resilient blue-green glow appearing both glaring and ridiculous in the face of authority. A glimmer of malicious amusement flickered in his eyes. Why guard it so tightly? What treasure is it? Before the words could settle, he struck with lightning speed, embodying the explosive force of a warrior, grasping the edge of the jar. No! A hoarse roar erupted from Fang Qi's throat, like a cornered beast. With all his might, he clung to the jar. Hand it over! Anger flickered across Wang Kai's face as his muscular arms bulged, and he yanked forcefully. Crack! The jarring sound of shattering pierced the rainy night. The rudimentary filter jar splintered into countless fragments. The faintly glowing mycelium, murky liquid, and sludge splattered onto the muddy ground at Fang Qi's feet. The blue-green light flickered futilely in the muck before being swiftly engulfed by darkness. Fang Qi's hand froze in midair, fingertips clutching the sharp shards. Muddy water, mixed with the mycelial liquid, splattered across his face. He gazed at the glow swallowed by the sludge on the ground, his precious bait for Xiao Ying, painstakingly unearthed from the irradiated muck after enduring searing pain all afternoon. His chest felt as if it were stuffed with a red-hot iron, each breath laced with the metallic taste of blood and rust. Wang Kai shook the mud off his gloves, observing Fang Qi's dazed expression as if it were a comedic performance. He lifted his foot, the weight of his alloy boots carrying an air of contempt, and stamped heavily on the small patch of shattered mycelium. Crackle, the fragments disintegrated into powder, the last flicker of light extinguished. Ha! Wang Kai's voice floated down. Do the lower class even deserve resources? This should rot in the mud, just like you. He withdrew his foot, the soles of his boots smeared with mud and crushed fungal residue. Fang Qi trembled violently. A torrent of despair and humiliation surged within him, overwhelming rage threatening to burst forth from his throat. He fixed his gaze on the filth beneath Wang Kai's boots, his eyes burning red, teeth grinding audibly, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Like a trapped beast on the edge of a cliff, a low growl escaped his throat, muscles tensing to their limits. He would leap forward, tear that face apart. As he teetered on the brink of eruption, a cruel smile deepened on Wang Kai's face as he slightly lifted his foot. Buzz. 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 The shrill alarm shattered the rain-soaked night, erupting from the tattered cloth on Fang Qi's wrist. A beam of red light pierced through the damp fabric, illuminating both Fang Qi and Wang Kai's startled faces in a crimson hue. The red light cast 3 lines of blood-red text on the muddy ground, an electronic voice chillingly repeating, "Emergency. Patient. Fang Xiaoying. Vital signs rapidly deteriorating. Outstanding medical fee. 3 million credit points. Immediate renewal required." The blood-red numbers and piercing alarm pierced Fang Qi's heart like icicles, extinguishing his fury. The strength to lunge forward was sapped, leaving only an abyss of fear. Xiaoying. He shot his gaze upward, his crimson eyes transcending Wang Kai's malicious visage, fixating intently on the red light from his wrist. The world faded away, leaving only the overwhelming weight of the number looming above 3 million. Wang Kai's shock was fleeting, as he beheld Fang Qi's face drain of color, leaving only despair. A cruel smile blossomed fully. "TSK, is the pitiful worm about to die for his sister?" He drawled slowly, malice unmasked. 3 million? It seems you're nearing the end of even being qualified to be a rat. He cracked his neck with a soft pop, the alloy boots poised to rise once more. This time, the shadow of his boot loomed over Fang Qi's exposed neck, drenched in rain and caked in filth. The target was aimed squarely at his vulnerable spine. The rain intensified, washing away Fang Qi's face, the fungal filth on the ground, and the blood-red digits. The world is filled only with the shrill sound of alarms and the whistle of boots cutting through the air. The shadow of death looms ominously behind. Chapter 2. The luminous song beneath the spine. The alloyed combat boots tore through the downpour, crashing down upon Fang Qi's nape. The cruel smile etched on Wang Kai's face was vividly imprinted in Fang Qi's mind. He could not succumb to death. Little Xing awaited the medicine. His thought cleaved through despair like a lightning bolt. Instinct for survival and the tenacity to protect mingled with a seething humiliation and rage, exploding from the depths of his being. There was no time to evade. He could only hurl himself forward with desperate abandon, curling his body, bracing himself with his shoulder. His empty right hand plunged fiercely into the muck beneath him, grasping wildly. Bang! A heavy impact accompanied by the brutal crack of bones. Excruciating pain erupted from beneath his left scapula, engulfing Fang Qi. He was thrust in a mire, filthy water flooding his nostrils, choking him. Cough sputter. Dark red, liquid, mixed with mud spewed forth. His left side was entirely numb, each breath tugging at his fractured bones, a piercing agony coursing through him, the chill of death creeping up his spine. "TSK, quite resilient, aren't you?" Wang Kai's voice floated down from above, tinged with surprise. He ground his boot into Fang Qi's back, as though crushing fabric, maliciously applying pressure. "Broken bones? I'll take my time with you." He bore down even harder. The searing pain rendered Fang Qi momentarily blind, his choking sensation intensifying. His wrist flickered with red light. 3 million overdue, life failing. Little Xing medicine, I cannot die. The will to survive held firm. Buried in the mud, his right hand, amidst the excruciating numbness, brushed against something hard, smooth, curved, and edged. With instinct guiding him, he expended his last ounce of strength to grasp it desperately. His fingers explored. It resembled a small glass vial, its surface caked with mud, the faintest of textures discernible at his fingertips. A medicine bottle. His sister had hidden it. She had mentioned feeling much better, secretly saving half a dose, concealed nearby. Fang Qi's fingers tightened resolutely. Half a dose. The only hope for little Xing. Ugh. The pressure on his back suddenly intensified. Wang Kai, growing impatient, pressed down with crushing force, intent on driving Fang Qi's spine into the mud. Pain surged, clouding Fang Qi's consciousness. The ferocity of his protective instinct erupted. He wrenched his hand, clutching the vial, from the muck, heedless of everything as he shoved it towards his mouth. The movement snapped bones, causing him to convulse in agony. The vial, encrusted in thick mud, had a rusted cap. Ignoring it, he bit down fiercely. Crack! Glass shards mingled with the muddy liquid poured into his mouth. The taste was intensely bitter, a metallic tang permeating, accompanied by the sharpness of glass fragments. Fang Qi instinctively swallowed the concoction of medicine, mud, glass shards, and blood. A searing torrent surged down his throat, detonating in his stomach. It felt as though he had swallowed a red-hot iron. The intense burning nausea surged violently, causing Fang Qi to double over and retch, tears and snot streaming down his face. Damn, what the hell are you eating? Wang Kai was momentarily stunned, easing the pressure beneath his foot. Disgusted, he watched Fang Qi writhe in the muck. Eating filthy things to seek death? Truly revolting. Fang Qi lay in the mire, convulsing from the nausea and internal burning. His stomach roiled tumultuously, but amidst the excruciating agony, a glimmer of change began to emerge. The burning sensation penetrated the walls of his stomach, coursing through his body, and the agony began to wane. The tearing pain from his broken bones felt as though it were frozen in numbness. The heaviness subsided, no longer a torturous ordeal. A faint warmth emanated from the core of the searing sensation, rising along the blood vessels and nerves, converging near the injured left scapula. Warm currents enveloped him, tearing at muscle and damaging nerves, yet offering a gentle solace. The numbing agony receded, leaving his senses sharp. Raindrops struck his face, while in the distance, the neon lights of a floating city flickered, engines roared, and Wang Kai cursed, alongside a fatal red light at his wrist. Shouting! Fang Qi's eyes flew open, pupils constricting. His gaze pierced through damp, mud-streaked hair, past Wang Kai's boots, fixing on the flickering medical ring 3 million. He had to escape. The will to protect overwhelmed the residual searing pain. He attempted to move, his left shoulder ached dully, but the suffocating grip of near death began to ease. A low whimper escaped his throat as he struggled to rise beneath Wang Kai's feet. Wang Kai immediately sensed a shift beneath him. What had been a mere puddle now possessed the faintest semblance of resistance. Weak, yet persistent. This unexpected turn ignited his humiliation and rage. How dare this wretch resist? Seeking death. The murderous glint surged in Wang Kai's eyes as he exerted all his weight, the alloy combat boots howling with the wind, ready to crush bones. At that moment, whoosh, the heavy, radiated clouds parted as if torn by an invisible giant hand. A blinding golden beam, as robust as a colossal sword, cleaved through the curtain of rain, descending with unwavering intensity. The beam enveloped Fang Qi, Wang Kai, and the maglev vehicle. Rain vaporized into white mist within the golden light, transforming the muddy ground into a shimmering gold. The brilliance was blinding, the oppressive warmth enveloping them entirely. Wang Kai and his guards halted in instinctive reflex, raising their hands to shield their eyes. From the source of the beam, the grandest holographic advertisement screen of Lingxiao floating city. The golden light dominated the display. A booming male voice resonated like thunder, piercing through the layers of clouds and rain. The Dome Group Martial Arts Academy is now recruiting. Break the barriers of class. Forge your own glory. Anyone under 18, regardless of background, may apply. Pass the assessment to receive the qualification of a preliminary martial artist. Resources prioritized. strength, glory, the future, all within your grasp. Change your destiny, right at this moment. The resounding voice echoed, the golden light dispelling the cold darkness, illuminating the struggling Fang Qi in the muddy ground and the furious Wang Kai standing over him, casting them both in a brilliant glow. Amidst the blinding golden light and thunderous proclamations, Fang Qi struggled to open his eyes a crack. The golden radiance fell upon his pale, mud-streaked face, as well as on the back of his right hand, which he had slightly raised in a desperate attempt to support himself. Beneath the muddy water, the skin of his hand, marred with scratches, bore faint golden lines as delicate as streams beneath ice, flickering momentarily under the harsh illumination. Chapter 3. The awakening of steel bones. A blinding golden light pierced through the curtain of rain, unveiling the muddy ruins as the maglev vehicle hovered nearby. Fang Qi lay in the mire beneath Wang Kai's oppressive weight. The advertisements for floating city resounded. Power, glory, future. How ironic. Fang Qi, like a pinned insect, bore the increasingly crushing force of Wang Kai's foot, intent on shattering his spine. Each breath tugged at the agony of his fractured left shoulder. The golden light illuminated his slightly raised right hand, where faint golden patterns flickered beneath his skin and vanished. Get down! Wang Kai, incensed by Fang Qi's struggle, roared. How dare the lowly serf resist? An insult. The mockery vanished from his face, replaced solely by murderous intent. His alloyed combat boots unleashed their full might, descending with the force of destruction aimed at Fang Qi's neck. Under the shadow of death, a shattered spine meant the end. Fang Qi could even hear the boots slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Shouting, wait for me. Despair, fear, and an overwhelming fury collided within him, igniting a surge of warmth and numbness from the medicinal liquid coursing through his veins, exploding at the brink of life and death. A primal roar erupted from his throat, a beast driven to the edge. With that cry, a torrent of searing energy erupted from the depths of his being. A deep resonance echoed within Fang Qi's core. The pain enveloped him instantly, 100-fold worse than the agony of his broken bones. His entire body felt as if it were being torn apart. Beneath his skin, veins bulged, glowing with a strange, pale gold, akin to molten lava. What? Wang Kai's sinister grin froze in shock. The fragile body beneath his foot had transformed into a rapidly hardening alloy. A tremendous rebound surged through his leg bones, propelling upward with ferocity. What is this? His heart sank, instinctively wanting to withdraw his foot. Too late, as Wang Kai's boot shattered Fang Qi's spine. A deafening crack resonated. Fang Qi's tattered back tore open violently, bursting forth with frenzied power. Beneath his skin, there was not blood and flesh, but a blinding, metallic sheen of dark gold, deeply engraved upon his bones. Through the ripped skin and muddy water, the outlines of his spine and shoulder blades became starkly visible. Sturdy, like an ancient circuit board, the dark golden patterns surged wildly, illuminating the fractured bones. Boom! A sound far more thunderous than before erupted. Wang Kai's expression shifted from shock to disbelief as he experienced unbearable pain. What he had crushed was not a spine, but indomitable forged steel. An unimaginable force surged back through the alloyed boot, the bones of his lower leg and thigh, violently flooding back. Crack! The clear sound of bone fracturing emanated from Wang Kai's own right leg. A chilling scream tore through the rain. Wang Kai was struck by an invisible hammer, sent flying backward. His right leg bent at a grotesque angle, shattered. The two guards behind him stood frozen, their indifference replaced by horror. They witnessed the young master stomp down with all his might, only to find that he had struck a titanium alloy stake, sending him screaming back. Young master! The two exclaimed, rushing to assist. Fang Qi's body underwent a dramatic transformation. The dark golden patterns on his bones flowed with vibrant energy, bringing with them both excruciating pain and unprecedented brute strength. The ferocious beast within him awakened, eyes opening beneath the threat of death and the resolve to protect. Amidst the blinding pain, his will to protect remained clear. Instinctively, as the golden patterns illuminated his bones, he surged upward from the mud with a powerful leap. His movements were rigid and unsteady, yet imbued with astonishing explosive force. His target was not escape, but the enemy who sought to crush him and Xiaoying's lifeline. Wang Kai was caught by his guard, his face contorted in agony, staring at Fang Qi with the terror of a hunted creature. "Stop him! Quickly block this monster!" The guard, reacting swiftly, roared as he unleashed a formidable punch aimed at Fang Qi's temple, powerful enough to shatter stone. Fang Qi's pupils dilated in a moment of panic as he felt the searing pain coursing through his body, leaving him no time to evade. Driven by instinct and the overwhelming force of his fury, he raised his right arm, adorned with dark golden patterns, to shield his head. The impact resonated with a dull thud as the guard's fist struck squarely against Fang Qi's forearm. Contrary to expectations, bone did not shatter. The guard felt as if he had struck a solid mass of reinforced metal, the immense recoil causing his hand to throb painfully, fingers aching, his entire arm numb. Fang Qi staggered back a step, his right arm flashing with golden patterns, skin splitting and blood seeping forth, glimmering with flecks of dark gold. "What?" The guard stared in horror at his trembling hand, then at Fang Qi's arm, which, although bleeding, remained unbroken. In that moment of shock, Fang Qi, having regained his footing, glared at Wang Kai, who was being supported by another guard, his right leg twisted and his face a mask of pain and dread. A torrent of hatred surged within him. "Return. The culture vessel." Fang Qi roared, a guttural sound that echoed with raw fury, propelling himself towards Wang Kai with the ferocity of a released arrow. His movements were primal yet astonishingly swift. "Protect the young master," the guard shouted in alarm, shoving Wang Kai back while bracing himself against Fang Qi's charge, crossing his arms defensively. "Get out of my way." Fang Qi's mind was consumed by pain and rage, fixated solely on overcoming any obstacle in his path. He lowered his right shoulder, the fractured golden patterned scapula akin to a battering ram, crashing into the guard's crossed arms. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed anew. The guard's arms twisted grotesquely, as if they were brittle twigs, and he was propelled off the ground by the sheer force. Screaming as he was thrown back, crashing into the magnetic levitation vehicle, creating a dent before collapsing to the ground, motionless. No more barriers. Fang Qi's momentum remained unyielding, his blood-red gaze fixated on Wang Kai, who was left vulnerable, standing on one leg, fear written all over his face. "Don't come any closer. My father," Wang Kai stammered, his voice trembling with terror. Fang Qi could not hear him, his focus solely on the visage of fear that had once trampled upon his dignity. He raised his blood-stained fist, knuckles pale, with dark golden veins pulsating beneath his skin. All the humiliation, anger, and despair, the fervent desire to protect, coalesced into that singular blow. With a whoosh, his fist tore through the air, embodying all of Fang Qi's strength and will, crashing into Wang Kai's terrified face. "No!" Wang Kai screamed, desperately lifting his only uninjured left arm in defense. Thud! The fist met the arm with a dull sound, followed by a sharper crack as Wang Kai's left arm bent at an unnatural angle. Fang Qi's force was still tremendous, driving his fist downwards into Wang Kai's chin. Thud! Wang Kai's head snapped back violently, blood and saliva spraying forth as he was propelled into darkness, his body soaring through the air like a broken sack, crashing into the muddy ground several meters away with a splash. He lay there, limbs twitching, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his chin disfigured, left arm limp, right leg twisted, unconscious. The world fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain cascading around them and the distant echoes of fate-altering proclamations. Fang Qi stood rooted in place, maintaining his striking posture, body trembling from the exertion and agony. His right fist, skin torn, bled as the mixture of blood and mud dripped through his fingers. Amidst the crimson droplets, diminutive dark golden crystals shimmered subtly beneath the relentless downpour. The excruciating pain from the fractured bone in his left shoulder took root, while his muscles lamented in agony. The golden veins upon his bones receded like the tide, vanishing beneath his skin, leaving behind a profound, marrow-deep torment. Had he triumphed? He had vanquished the assailant through some enigmatic force. At what cost? From whence did this power originate? What was the significance of the golden veins, the crystalline formations in his blood? Fang Qi's mind was a tumultuous haze, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. With great effort, He shifted his gaze to the ground, where the crushed, luminescent fungi lay, and then to his wrist, flashing with a frantic, life-threatening crimson glow. 3,000,000. Shouting. A profound sense of peril surged within him, compounded by his extreme physical weakness, as darkness encroached upon his vision. He had to escape. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he dragged his leaden body, staggering away from the hovering vehicle. Each step he took through the mire left a trail of bloody footprints. He needed to exit the area illuminated by the golden light, when his foot struck something solid. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a palm-sized metallic plate. Caked in mud, an item belonging to Fang Qi. The rain had washed away a corner of the filth, revealing an inscription. As the rain pelted the metal, it unveiled the etched words, Seed Body Elimination Order, Number 7. Fang Qi lacked the energy to scrutinize it further. His only desire was to flee. Blood seeped from the wound on his right fist, mingling with the dark golden crystalline droplets that fell upon the muddy ground. As the blood droplets made contact with the mire, particularly with the remnants of the crushed luminescent fungi's juice, a faint hissing sound, nearly drowned by the rain, emerged. Behind Fang Qi, where the blood droplets intertwined with the fungal liquid, clusters the size of fingernails, emanating a faint blue-green luminescence, began to visibly emerge from the sludge. And they started to spread with fervor. They greedily enveloped the muck, crawling over the scattered fragments of the hovering vehicle, resembling an eerie, vibrant layer of moss. Chapter 4. The Black Market Blade. Rainwater mingled with mud dripped from the tattered hem of Fang Qi's clothing, leaving a sporadic trail of dark crimson in its wake. With each step, a piercing pain shot through the fracture in his left shoulder, while the wound on his right fist was rendered pale and numb by the filthy water. The once explosive vigor within him had long since dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and a dull ache in his bones. The peculiar golden patterns beneath his skin had vanished entirely, save for the occasional droplet of blood that shimmered with faint, dark golden crystals, serving as a reminder that he was not merely dreaming. He clutched tightly to the cold metal plate inscribed with the ominous words, Seed Purge Order, Number 7. The rain washed away some of the grime, but the foreboding characters remained. Yet, he lacked the strength to ponder their meaning. His mind was consumed by a singular, burning thought, 3,000,000. Shouting. On his wrist, a blinding red light continued to flash erratically, each pulse striking like a hammer against his heart. The shrill wail of the alarm echoed in his ears. He had to find medicine. He must save Xiaoying. Where could he go? The medical station in Floating City? As a mere rat from the radiation zone, he wouldn't even reach the door. There remained but one option, the Black Market Old Ghost Clinic. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his leaden legs, navigating through the ruins and narrow alleys guided solely by memory. His mind oscillated between clarity and confusion. The grotesque visage of Fang Qi, the horrified expressions of the guards, the sensation of his fist shattering bone, and the golden patterns erupting from within those bones all swirled chaotically in his thoughts. He had brought his unconscious sister along, and after what felt like an eternity, he turned into an alley reeking of substandard disinfectant and rust. At the end of the alley stood a rusted iron door, its original color indiscernible. A faint, yellowish light seeped through the crack beneath it. He had arrived. With the last of his strength, Fang Qi slammed his shoulder against the iron door. It screeched open, releasing a pungent emlang of blood, disinfectant, machine oil, and inferior nutritional paste. Inside was modest, resembling a makeshift shelter fashioned from an abandoned machinery repair shop. Several dim, shadowless lamps illuminated a surgical table draped with an oil-stained canvas, akin to an operating station. The walls were adorned with an array of oddly shaped metallic tools, some stained with dark red, others gleaming coldly. In one corner lay discarded parts and bloodied bandages. An old man, hunched over and clad in a similarly grimy apron, busied himself at the workbench, tinkering with something that clinked and clattered. Without turning around at the sound of the door, he rasped, "Shut the door." The cold air's escaping. Fang Qi stumbled inside, bracing the door with his back to shield against the tempest outside. Leaning against the frigid door panel, he placed his sister on a nearby chair, gasping for breath, each inhalation sending a jolt of pain through his left shoulder. "Old Ghost." His voice was barely a whisper. The old man, Old Ghost, finally turned at a leisurely pace. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, resembling the cracked bark of an ancient tree, yet his eyes were strikingly sharp, gleaming with a clarity that belied their murky depths. He surveyed Fang Qi, who leaned against the door, drenched and smeared with mud and blood, his complexion ashen. His left arm hung limply, and his right fist was a gruesome sight, yet the old man's brow did not furrow in concern. TSK. Old Ghost clicked his tongue, setting down the part he had been holding, and ambled over. Though his movements appeared slow, he covered the distance to Fang Qi in mere moments. With fingers as bony as iron pincers, he suddenly seized Fang Qi's left shoulder. Fang Qi was engulfed in pain, his vision darkening as his body instinctively arched. Cold sweat drenched his clothes in an instant. The old ghost's fingers pressed with precision against the fractured scapula, squeezing tightly. A suppressed howl of agony escaped Fang Qi's throat, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The bone was broken, the jagged edge skewed, piercing the flesh. The old ghost's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if discussing a malfunctioning component. Your right fist is bruised, but the bones are intact. Consider yourself fortunate. He released his grip, his gaze falling on Fang Qi's tightly clenched right hand, dark red blood seeping through his fingers. What was he holding? A treasure? Fang Qi was in too much pain to articulate, merely shaking his head, gripping tighter. The old ghost did not inquire further, turning to rummage through a greasy toolbox. Lie down, he commanded without looking back, leaving no room for negotiation. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, using his uninjured right hand to push against the cold door panel. Inching his way to the surgical table covered with an oil-stained canvas, nearly collapsing onto it. The cold metal sent a shiver down his spine. The old ghost returned, wielding an oddly shaped knife. It resembled an oversized, sharpened precision screwdriver, entirely silver gray with bold lines, the blade glinting with a faint blue sheen under the dim light. The handle was adorned with several tiny adjustment knobs. A silver knife, my old friend. The old ghost wiped the blade with his greasy apron, as if tending to a lover. No anesthetic. Endure it. If you faint, consider it a stroke of luck. His tone was as flat as discussing the weather. Fang Qi's pupils dilated, and before he could react, the old ghost moved. Swift as lightning. That skeletal hand was terrifyingly steady, the silver knife slicing through the air, accurately tearing into the torn, muddy wound on his left shoulder. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was sharp and piercing. An indescribable agony consumed Fang Qi in an instant. It was more brutal than the broken bone. It was a direct strike on the nerves, pain without reprieve. His body stiffened like a drawn bow. A primal scream erupted from his throat, teeth clenched upon his lip, blood flooding his mouth. The old ghost's expression remained impassive, his gaze focused as if he were sculpting. The silver knife danced in his hand, deftly peeling away the flesh caked with blood and mud, revealing the fractured, misaligned white scapula beneath. The blade skillfully avoided major blood vessels, swiftly and steadily slicing through the crushed, necrotic dark red tissue along the bone's edge. Each cut brought waves of excruciating pain, causing Fang Qi's vision to blur. Sweat, blood, and mud mingled, soaking the canvas beneath him. His muscles were severely injured, nerves damaged, bones shattered. As the old ghost worked, his raspy voice narrated as if he were not operating on a living being. You have a strong constitution. Had this been positioned any more off-center, your nerves would have been severed, rendering your hand useless. Fang Qi, barely conscious from the pain, could only grit his teeth, gasping for breath. All his willpower was devoted to enduring this torment, resisting the encroaching darkness of unconsciousness. Shouting, her face flickered in his mind, the sole beacon of light. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the hellish cutting finally ceased. Fang Qi was soaked through, as if pulled from water, his complexion ashen, only his chest rising and falling weakly. The old ghost set down the bloodied silver knife and picked up a small glass vial containing a viscous dark purple liquid, along with a syringe. He drew the liquid from the vial, which shimmered with an eerie violet glow under the light. Nerve connector fluid, a remarkable substance capable of temporarily bridging damaged nerves, preventing them from being misaligned during bone growth. The old ghost flicked the syringe, expelling a few air bubbles as the needle tip gleamed ominously. As for the side effects, it depended on one's fate. If one were fortunate, a few days of rest would suffice. If not, He paused. Casting a glance at Fang Qi's pained, dazed eyes, one could become a mere husk, or perhaps a shapeless crystal. Before his words could fully dissipate, the needle plunged forcefully into the muscle near Fang Qi's left shoulder wound. A sensation akin to countless tiny ice needles being injected erupted within him. This was swiftly followed by a searing pain, as if flames were raging along his nerves. Fang Qi's body convulsed violently, a suppressed groan escaping his throat. This agony penetrated deeper than the previous cut. The old ghost withdrew the needle, carelessly discarding the empty syringe into a nearby trash bin with a clang. He grabbed a piece of cloth stained with indeterminate filth and pressed it haphazardly against Fang Qi's wound. Hold it down. Press it tight. The bleeding would not cease. Not even a deity could save him. With the last vestiges of his strength, Fang Qi raised his trembling right hand, firmly pressing down on the cloth atop his shoulder. The burning sensation continued to ravage his nerves, his body caught in a torment of ice and fire. Only then did the old ghost saunter over to the sink, turning on the faucet to wash the blood from his hands and the silver knife. While rinsing, he seemed to remember something, casually glancing at Fang Qi's still clenched right hand. "Show me the tag in your hand." The old ghost's tone remained flat, yet it carried an unmistakable demand. In a haze, Fang Qi instinctively and laboriously loosened his grip on his right hand. The metal tag, stained with mud and blood, clattered onto the metallic surgical table. The old ghost turned off the faucet, flicked the droplets from his hands, and approached, extending two bony fingers, still tainted with grime. As if picking up a piece of refuse to grasp the metal tag, he drew it close to the dim light of the surgical lamp, squinting his murky eyes to discern the water-washed inscriptions on its surface. Upon deciphering the etched words, "Seed Removal Order, Number 7, his withered face, resembling dry bark, registered a distinct emotion for the first time. It was neither surprise nor fear, but rather a cold smirk laden with deep sarcasm. That smirk tugged at the corners of his parched lips, forming a grotesque arc. He lifted his gaze, those murky yet piercing eyes resembling two bone-slicing knives, penetrating the dim light, fixating intensely on Fang Qi's ashen face, pale from pain and weakness. The yellow light cast deep shadows on his face, the mocking smirk at the corner of his mouth akin to the flicker of a serpent's tongue. A faint, raspy sound emerged from the throat of the old ghost, a low murmur that nonetheless pierced through the blood-stained and antiseptic-laden atmosphere of the clinic. Each word struck like icy nails, embedding themselves into Fang Qi's tumultuous consciousness. "My boy." So it turns out that the special specimen the Dome Group has been searching for across the globe is this girl, isn't it? He paused, a glimmer of penetrating insight flickering in his murky eyes. Chapter 5. The star map on the ruins as he closed the heavy iron door of the old ghost clinic. It felt as though he had severed ties with a world steeped in blood and derision. Fang Qi dragged his weary body towards his sister, each step akin to treading upon searing nails. The wound on his left shoulder burned fiercely, with the side effects of a nerve junction fluid striking him like countless icy needles piercing through the crevices of his bones, mingling with the excruciating pain, causing his vision to blur intermittently. He bore his sister on his back. Fang Xiaoying, light as a feather, lay against him. Her breath was shallow and warm, her cheek pressed against his neck, radiating an unnerving heat, although the damned red glow on his wrist was concealed beneath a tattered cloth. The words 3,000,000 seared into his mind like a branding iron. Brother, a faint whimper emanated from his back, her breath nearly faltering. "I'm cold." Fang Qi's heart tightened in anguish. Clenching his teeth, he adjusted her slightly, his uninjured right arm firmly encircling her icy little legs. There could be no pause. He could not remain at the old ghost clinic, haunted by the piercing gaze of that old man, and his last words. "Sharp as ice, the special sample that the Dome Corporation is searching for worldwide must be your sister, right?" Those words coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, colder than the wounds upon his body. Home? That drafty, dilapidated shack? Wang Kai's men could descend upon them at any moment. He needed to find a more concealed and safer refuge, at least a place to endure the night. The rain had lessened somewhat, transforming into a damp, chilly mist. Relying on memory, Fang Qi navigated through the ruins and narrow alleys, avoiding main roads where patrols might lurk. Eventually, he halted before a vast shadow, a derelict old power plant. The towering cooling towers loomed like silent steel beasts, their forms barely discernible in the gray, misty rain. Rusted barbed wire fences bore multiple gaping holes, through which Fang Qi slipped. Inside the compound, weeds grew taller than a person, obscuring the shattered concrete ground. The enormous factory stood wide open, resembling the gaping maw of a monster. The air was thick with the scent of rust, the greasy odor of aged machinery, and a faint, indescribable tang of electrical burns. This desolation, devoid of life, lay far from the throngs of humanity, an area the dome patrols deemed unworthy of their attention. For the moment, they were safe. Fang Qi, with his sister on his back, stumbled towards a seemingly intact low building, resembling an old warehouse or repair workshop, its walls peeling and the windows shattered. He pushed open a crooked iron door that screeched in protest. Inside, the space was sizable, cluttered with rusty pipes, massive gears, and unrecognizable metal frameworks, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The air was both cold and stifling. In the corner lay some tattered tarpaulin and discarded insulation materials. Fang Qi carefully laid his sister upon a relatively dry stack of insulation, shedding his own soaked, mud and blood-stained coat to drape over her. Xiaoying curled into a ball, her face as pale as parchment, her brows tightly knitted, suffering even in unconsciousness. Fang Qi reached to touch her forehead, burning hot. Anxiety surged within him like wildfire as he scanned his surroundings. He needed to find something to eat, something to drink. His sister required sustenance, and he had to lower her fever. He rummaged through the heap of discarded debris, hoping to stumble upon a forgotten can or some clean rainwater. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the warehouse. Fang Qi instantly tensed, enduring the searing pain as he grasped a half-buried rusty pipe from the ground, positioning it protectively in front of his sister. A shadow suddenly darted out from behind a pile of abandoned cables. It was a disheveled, emaciated old beggar, his rags so filthy their original color was indiscernible, exuding a pungent, sour stench. His murky eyes fixated greedily on the spot Fang Qi had recently searched. There lay a small bag of energy bars, as hard as stone, which Fang Qi had fortuitously uncovered. "Mine! It's mine!" The old beggar growled, a primal sound escaping his throat, saliva dripping down his filthy beard. Like a ravenous, wild dog, he lunged at the bag of energy bars. "Get away!" Fang Qi shouted fiercely, biting back the agony in his left shoulder, swinging the pipe towards the beggar's outstretched, grimy hand. Though he was immensely weakened, his instinct to protect his sister's food overpowered all else. With a resounding crack, the pipe struck the beggar's wrist, causing him to recoil with a pained yelp. Yet the ferocity in his gaze intensified. Starving beyond measure, he disregarded the pain and lunged once more, this time targeting the unconscious Xiao Ying behind Fang Qi. He deemed the motionless little girl an easier prey. "You're seeking death." Fang Qi's eyes blazed red. Xiao Ying was his life. A surge of rage, mingled with the residual fury from their earlier struggle, surged through his mind. He forgot his shoulder injury, forgot his exhaustion, and with a primal roar, he thrust the pipe with all his might into the beggar's chest. The sound of the pipe piercing flesh was alarmingly clear. The beggar's forward motion abruptly halted as he glanced down at the rusty pipe embedded in his chest, his murky eyes wide with shock and excruciating pain. A wheezing sound escaped his throat, and his body swayed before crumpling forward. Fang Qi stood frozen, his hand trembling around the pipe. He had only intended to fend off the intruder. He never meant to kill. But the earlier rage and his fierce desire to protect his sister left no room for mercy. The beggar collapsed to the ground, convulsing, dark red blood quickly spreading from his chest and staining the surrounding dust. With great effort, he lifted his head, his murky gaze not on Fang Qi, but fixated on a hole in the ceiling, staring out at the dim sky, mumbling incoherently. Fang Qi, panting heavily, remained vigilant, slowly retreating to shield his sister. The beggar's breaths grew weaker, his gaze becoming vacant. Struggling, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to retrieve an object from his tattered clothing, trembling as he raised it, seemingly attempting to offer it to Fang Qi. It was a palm-sized piece of metal, ragged-edged and pockmarked with dents and rust, resembling a shard forcibly pried from some great machine. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the hole in the ceiling, Fang Qi caught a glimpse of a faintly etched inscription along the edge of the plate. Dawn Brigade. Year 074. For you. The beggar's voice was barely audible, each word laced with blood. Do not allow them to find the seed. His gaze was fixed intently on Fang Qi, a complex expression in his eyes, filled with despair, warning, and a hint of indescribable hope. The seed must sprout. As the last word escaped his lips, the old beggar's arm fell limply to his side, the metallic plate clattering to the dust-laden ground. His head tilted, and the murky light in his eyes faded completely. In the warehouse, only the sound of Fang Qi's heavy breathing and his sister's faint breaths remained. He stared at the lifeless body and the rusted metal plate, a chill creeping up his spine. The seed? Were they referring to the dome group? After a brief hesitation, he bent down, suppressing his nausea, and picked up the cold metal plate with his unbloodied fingers. It felt heavy in his hand, the material unknown, devoid of anything but scratches and rust. At that moment, outside the large hole in the warehouse ceiling, the dim sky seemed to brighten momentarily. It was not the sun, rather, peculiar raindrops, shimmering with a faint blue-violet halo, began to cascade down. Stardust rain, a phenomenon imbued with slight radiation and special energy particles, not uncommon near radiation zones. However, today, as stardust rain appeared particularly dense, with countless blue-violet specks resembling tiny fireflies fluttering down through the breach, settling on the warehouse floor, the abandoned machinery, and even on the metal plate in Fang Qi's hand. Sizzle. Sizzle. A faint sound akin to cool water dropping into hot oil resonated. To Fang Qi's astonishment, the blue-violet specks of stardust that landed on the rusted metal plate seemed magnetically drawn together, rapidly converging and burrowing into the plate. The rust and grime on the surface of the metal plate melted away visibly, as if snow meeting boiling water. The plate revealed its true form, a deep, almost black alloy, smooth enough to reflect a silhouette. More astonishingly, as the stardust continued to fall and seep in, the plate's polished surface began to illuminate with intricate lines and dots radiating a gentle white light. These luminous points and lines swiftly intertwined, sketching out a vast and enigmatic pattern. It resembled a star map. Countless small light points represented stars, glowing lines connecting them, forming clear, winding paths. At the center of the pattern, a particularly dense cluster of light points was distinctly circled, with a few nearly imperceptible yet remarkably clear symbols appearing nearby, coordinates pointing to a location in the vast Pacific Ocean. Fang Qi held his breath, utterly captivated by this bizarre and wondrous scene. What is this? The star map, given by the old beggar before his death? Where does it lead? Just then, ugh! A faint groan emerged from behind him. Fang Qi turned abruptly, noticing that his unconscious sister, Xiaoying, had slightly opened her eyes. Her gaze dazed and pained. Her eyes seemed to be ensnared by the glowing star map metal plate in Fang Qi's hand. Perhaps drawn by the energy emanating from the star map, or perhaps driven by an instinctual desire to grasp something, she painstakingly extended her pale little hand, trembling at the fingertips, reaching toward the glowing metal panel. Xiaoying, don't touch it. Fang Qi instinctively attempted to intervene, fearing that this ominous object might pose a danger. But it was too late. Xiaoying's icy fingertips gently touched the cluster of highlighted luminous points at the very center of the star map's metal plate. Buzz! A wave of intangible, overwhelming pulse energy erupted violently from the center of the metal panel, akin to a boulder crashing into a still pond, sending ripples throughout the vicinity. Buzz! 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 In an instant, the entire derelict power plant resembled a colossal steel beast roused from slumber. Within the warehouse, every exposed iron pipe, every abandoned generator, enormous gears, and even the old wires buried within the walls began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting a piercing hum. Countless long-extinguished indicator lights flickered erratically, their red and green glows dancing frantically. On the surface of the massive transformer, blue and white electrical sparks erupted with a crackling sound. Boom! From deeper within the main plant, a thunderous roar resonated like distant thunder. It was the remnants of those gigantic turbines vibrating in resonance. From the direction of the cooling towers, a sharp, ear-piercing metallic grinding tore through the curtain of rain. The air throughout the plant seemed to quiver at a high frequency, producing a sound that was grating to the teeth. Following this, a thick, chaotic column of blue and white light, entwined with erratic currents, surged violently from the top of the half-collapsed chimney of the main plant, tearing through the gloomy rain and thrusting fiercely into the sky. Almost simultaneously, woo woo woo, a shrill alarm, piercing enough to rupture eardrums, erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, surging from all directions, violently descending from the floating city above. The alarm blared urgently, imbued with the gravest of warnings, echoing throughout the desolate ruins. Flashing red and blue lights, like countless luminous swords, pierced through the mist of rain, rapidly locking onto the chaotic beam of light ascending from the old power plant. Fang Qi stood frozen, cradling his sister, who had succumbed to unconsciousness once more from the shockwave, clutching the star map's metal panel that still emitted a soft white glow, yet was as scorching to the touch as a piece of hot coal. The warehouse shook, the abandoned machinery howled, and the frenzied alarm sounded like the wailing of death, pressing down from above and afar. Despair gripped him like a vice, tightening instantaneously around his throat. Chapter 6. The warrant and the silver badge. The shrill sound of the alarm pierced through Fang Qi's ears like an icicle, burrowing deep into his skull. The intertwining red and blue beams of the police lights resembled the eyes of a monstrous beast, penetrating through the holes in the warehouse ceiling, frantically sweeping across the rusted machinery and dust-laden pipes. Each pass felt like a knife slicing through his taut nerves. In his arms, his sister, Fang Xiaoying, burned with an alarming heat. The impact from the star map metal plate had caused her to lose consciousness entirely, her breathing faint as if it could cease at any moment. On his wrist, that cursed red light alarm continued to flash desperately beneath the ragged fabric, like a countdown to doom. The Cheongdong group. They have arrived. For my sister. For that so-called special specimen. Fear entwined around Fang Qi's heart. Yet a more potent instinct to survive surged within him. He suddenly bent down, seizing the disaster-triggering star map metal plate from the ground, now restored to a deep black, its surface smooth, and tucked it into the most intimate pocket of his clothing. The metallic texture jolted his mind awake for a brief moment. With his other hand, he tightly encircled his sister's slender waist, securing her feverish body firmly against his back. Xiaoying, hold on. I will get you out. He roared at his unresponsive sister, more as a rallying cry for himself. His gaze darted across the trembling, thunderous warehouse, taking in the chaos of flickering indicator lights. The sounds of tearing metal and blinding beams from the main factory area resembled a colossal target, drawing all firepower towards it. He could not go that way. His eyes fixated on the farthest depths of the warehouse, near the base of the massive cooling tower. There, partially obscured by an abandoned condenser, a dimly visible, dark square opening beckoned, a ventilation duct. There was no time to lose. Gritting his teeth, Fang Qi dragged his leaden body, his left shoulder throbbing with excruciating pain, sprinting towards that opening with all his might. Each step upon the greasy, debris-laden ground splashed murky water around him. Behind him, the police lights drew closer, the piercing sound of engines resonating in the air. He reached the opening. It was small, barely large enough for a single person to squeeze through. Darkness enveloped the interior, a heavy scent of rust and mildew assailing his senses. Fang Qi exerted all his strength, cautiously shoving his sister inside first, then immediately lowering his head and bending down, disregarding the agonizing tear in his shoulder, forcing himself into the darkness like a wounded beast. Just as his body fully entered the obscured ventilation duct, swish, swish, swish. Several blinding red laser beams struck precisely where he had just stood, scorching blackened craters into the ground. Instantly, the heavy thud of metal hitting the floor echoed at the warehouse entrance, followed by an electronic voice. Target has entered the abandoned duct, initiating lockdown procedure. Fang Qi's heart raced wildly. He dared not look back, scrambling forward in the narrow, slick, rust-covered pipe with all his strength. Darkness consumed everything, leaving only the sound of his labored breathing and his sister's faint, heated breaths echoing in the confined space. The cold, steel walls felt like ice against his skin, sharp, rusted edges scraping against his arms and knees, igniting a searing pain. The wound on his left shoulder throbbed with a searing pain as it was subjected to intense friction and pressure. The burning sensation from a nerve junction fluid wreaked havoc, causing his vision to blur in and out of darkness. He could not afford to stop. To halt meant death. He was oblivious to how long he had been crawling. His sense of direction had long been lost in the suffocating darkness and excruciating agony. The pipeline twisted and turned, sometimes slanting upwards, at other times steeply descending. His strength ebbed away swiftly, and sweat mingled with blood, and the grime of rust soaked through his tattered clothing, leaving him cold and clammy. Just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, his consciousness beginning to fade, a low, resonant hum reverberated from outside the pipe, accompanied by an enveloping sound wave. Suddenly, an enormous and distorted projection burst into the crack and rupture of the pipe. The light emanated from a lofty, floating city above. A vast holographic advertisement appeared, no longer soliciting students for the Martial Arts Academy, but instead revealing a deep blue background, upon which glaring white letters floated. Top-level wanted notice from the Dome Group. Fang Qi's movements abruptly froze, his pupils constricting in the darkness. The light continued to shift, and against the deep blue backdrop, too eerily clear, obviously synthesized photographs emerged swiftly. On the left, a close-up of Fang Qi, caked in mud, with a fierce expression. On the right, a pale Fang Xiaoying, eyes tightly shut in profile. Beneath the photographs, a line of even more glaring text rolled into view, as if written in blood. Wanted targets: Fang Qi, Fang Xiaoying, siblings. Charges: illegal intrusion into Dome Group Research Institute No. 7, theft of core assets, severe threat to public safety. Bounty: 500,000 credit points. Those providing valid information will receive a bounty of 100,000 credit points. Warning: targets are extremely dangerous. Do not approach upon discovery. Immediately contact Dome Group Security Forces. The synthetic electronic voice pierced through the holographic image like a death sentence, clearly penetrating the pipe's walls and drilling into Fang Qi's ears. Repeatedly. Wanted targets: Fang Qi, Fang Xiaoying. Bounty: 500,000 credit points. Those providing leads: 100,000 credit points. Targets are extremely dangerous. 500,000 credit points. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, instantly freezing him in place. It was more chilling than the earlier lock of police lights. Theft of core assets? Threat to public safety? Nonsense. It was all a farce. They were after Xiaoying, to obscure the truth of the Stardust Syndrome. For that special sample, 500,000 credit points. Enough to turn any starving scavenger from the ruins into the most ruthless of hunters. The 300,000 in medical expenses loomed over him like a mountain, and now, this bloody bounty of 500,000 had irrevocably thrust the siblings to the opposite end of the world. There was nowhere to flee. In the ruins, friends were non-existent. Only wolves willing to do anything to survive lurked. Anger and despair coiled around his heart like a vine, choking him until he could scarcely breathe. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain, only numbness. Behind him, Xiaoying seemed to sense her brother's tumultuous emotions, stirring restlessly in her unconscious state, letting out a faint, pained whimper. "Brother, it's cold." This faint call pierced through Fang Qi's heart, which had been frozen by anger and despair like a needle. He abruptly regained his senses, his teeth chattering in a rhythmic clatter. He could not stop. Even if the entire world were his enemy, he must crawl out. He no longer glanced at the wanted notice, casting a deathly shadow on the crack in the pipe, but bowed his head, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to continue crawling through the darkness of the tunnel. Each movement grew increasingly arduous, accompanied by the groans of his bones. Crawl, crawl out. The tunnel finally began to incline upward, the slopes steepening. Fang Qi braced himself against the icy, slick wall with his knees and uninjured right hand, inching upward bit by bit. Just as he felt his lungs might burst and the searing pain in his left shoulder threatened to engulf his consciousness, his right hand groped for a support point in the darkness. His fingertips suddenly brushed against something hard and sharp, not the rust of the pipe. With a hiss, The sharp metal edge unexpectedly sliced through his fingertip, warm blood spilling forth. In pain, Fang Qi instinctively withdrew his hand, searching in the dark for the object that had wounded him. His fingertips encountered the coldness of metal, the edges sharp and irregular, as if it were a fragment of metal wedged in the rusty seam of the pipe. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he carefully pried out the not-too-tight fragment. It was small, about the size of half a palm, yet heavy. He approached a slightly larger opening in the pipe's wall, utilizing the blue-white light from the floating city's holographic advertisements to discern the object in his hand. It was a shattered badge, crafted from a peculiar silver-gray metal, its edges jagged as though torn apart by immense force. Most of the badge was missing, leaving only about one-third intact. The remaining portion barely revealed its original outline, resembling a broken sword with a diagonal point. Intricate patterns were engraved on the sword's hilt, and even in its diminished state, one could sense the ancient sharpness embedded within those designs. Most striking was the end of the hilt, which housed an exceedingly tiny, deep purple crystal fragment. In that dim light, a subtle, almost imperceptible glow seemed to pulse within the purple crystal, almost as if it were breathing in its slumber. A flicker of recognition stirred in Fang Qi's heart. This badge seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he seen it? The old beggar? No. He had given a star map. The patterns on this hilt, the material, just as he focused intently on the shattered silver badge. Attempting to extract clues from his chaotic memories, his sister Fang Xiaoying, who was pressed tightly against his back, suddenly shuddered violently. A painful groan escaped her throat, muddled with delirious mutterings of fever. Fang Qi's heart tightened instantly. Xiaoying? What is wrong? Xiaoying's burning cheeks unconsciously rubbed against the skin at the nape of Fang Qi's neck. Her brow furrowed tightly, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Her lips moved slightly, uttering a few weak, fragmented syllables like a dream talk. The badge is singing. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, muddled and unclear. So painful. Qingying, sister. Qingying. Sister? Fang Qi's body froze suddenly, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. He lowered his head in disbelief, gazing at the fragmented piece of silver-gray insignia in his hand. The patterns on the hilt remained silent under the distorted light, while within the deep purple shard of crystal, a faint glow seemed to flicker momentarily, as if offering a mute reply. Deep within the ventilation shaft, an eerie stillness prevailed. Only the distant holographic advertisement, depicting a wanted notice, silently flowed through the fissures in the pipe walls. His sister's fervent breath brushed against the nape of his neck. Qingying, sister. That indistinct murmur echoed softly through the metallic conduit. Chapter 7. The keys of the power outage night. The soft murmur of the sister's fevered dreams fluttered through Fang Qi's taut nerves like a feather. Yet it struck thunderous chords within his heart. Clutching the shattered silver emblem tightly, he felt the faint glow of the purple crystal at the hilt's broken edge, as if it were silently responding to his turmoil. Outside the ventilation duct, the wanted posters of the floating city twisted and crawled through the cracks in the walls, the bounty looming over him like a blade poised to strike. The footsteps of pursuers and the roar of engines echoed increasingly loudly through the walls. He could not linger. Fang Qi abruptly stuffed the fragment of the silver emblem into his bosom, pressing it tightly against the metallic star map. The cold touch of the metal forced his chaotic mind into clarity. He shook off the eerie whispers and insignia, fixated solely on one thought: to escape this perilous duct with his sister Xiao Ying. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength, continuing to climb the narrow, steep passageway with his sister on his back. The penetrating wound in his left shoulder throbbed painfully with each movement, as if a searing iron rod were twisting within him, while the burning sensation from the nerve connection fluid exacerbated the agony. Sweat and blood mingled with rust and grime, dripping down his arms onto the duct walls. At last, ahead, the darkness yielded to a faint glimmer. A breeze tinged with dust wafted towards him. Fang Qi's spirits lifted as he pushed upward with hands and feet. With a violent thrust, he broke through a rusted wire mesh. The murky air, imbued with the musty scent of the city's abandoned corners, rushed in. Fang Qi, like a fish out of water, struggled to pull himself and his sister through the narrow opening, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground. He gasped for breath, fire raging within his lungs. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself at the edge of a rooftop of a gargantuan, derelict building. The rain had ceased, yet thick clouds of radiation still loomed overhead, casting a pallid gray over the scene. In the distance, the immense shadow of the Lingxiao floating city flickered through the clouds, with the cursed wanted posters still scrolling on the advertisement screens. Xiao Ying let out a pained groan, her body burning like a coal. Her brow furrowed, lips cracked. She lay in a tormenting stupor. Fang Qi's heart tightened. They must find refuge to cool her down. If her fever persisted, he struggled to rise, enduring the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, and staggered to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. Below lay a narrow, dilapidated alley, flanked by mostly abandoned buildings, their doors and windows in disrepair, walls peeling. At the end of the alley, a relatively tall and oddly shaped structure caught his eye. It bore a circular, shattered dome and featured enormous arched windows. Though equally derelict with shattered glass, it still retained a semblance of its former grandeur, like a forsaken opera house. An opera house. Its spacious interior, with winding corridors, might provide shelter. Without hesitation, Fang Qi hoisted his sister onto his back and, navigating the rusted, precarious fire escape, began his laborious descent. Each step was taken with utmost caution, the fractured rungs creaking ominously. Finally, he set foot on solid ground. The alley was filled with the scent of aged dust and a faint hint of radiation. He scanned the surroundings warily. Upon seeing no sign of pursuers, he hunched low and swiftly slipped into the opera house's massive, arched entrance, now devoid of its door. The interior was more desolate and dilapidated than one could imagine. The vast seating area was largely decayed, crumbling, and shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The lofty dome had several large gaping holes, through which leaden gray daylight streamed, illuminating the swirling particles of dust in the air. The stage had collapsed significantly, leaving behind a dark pit and a tangle of twisted metal framework. An eerie silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by their labored breaths reverberating in the vast hall. Fang Qi found a relatively dry corner, shielded by a massive, broken stone pillar, and carefully laid his sister down. He tore off the clean inner lining of his garment and dampened it with some relatively clean water he had scraped from an abandoned water tank, gently wiping the feverish forehead and neck of Xiao Ying. Still unconscious, her breathing was shallow and rapid, her face flushed to an alarming hue, her body occasionally convulsing in agony from the high fever. "Xiao Ying, please wake up." Fang Qi's voice was hoarse and cracked, laden with helplessness and fear. He clasped her icy hand tightly, as if by doing so he could transfer his own life force to her. At that moment, Xiao Ying's body jolted violently, a suppressed and excruciating whimper escaping her throat. Her brow furrowed tightly, as if battling some invisible torment within her. The torment inflicted by the stardust syndrome seemed to have been ignited by the fever, intensifying its cruelty. Fang Qi felt as though his heart were being wrenched by a knife, yet he was powerless to aid her. He could only hold her hand firmly, repeatedly calling her name. Perhaps it was the pain, or perhaps it was her body's involuntary reaction. Xiao Ying's free hand, unripped by Fang Qi, began to wander aimlessly across the dust-laden ground. Her fingertips suddenly brushed against a hard, cold, curved object. It was a dilapidated grand piano, discarded in a corner, long since rotted through. The piano lid was long gone, revealing a rusted, skeletal frame with broken strings. Many keys were missing, covered in a thick layer of dust. Xiao Ying's fingers unknowingly settled upon a row of dulled, dust-coated keys. A wave of pain surged through her, causing another spasm. In a sudden burst of determination, her fingertip pressed down hard. Clang! A jarring, dry sound erupted from the decayed piano, akin to two pieces of rusted iron scraping against one another. In the stillness of the opera house, the noise reverberated ominously. Fang Qi jumped at the sudden cacophony, instinctively reaching to withdraw his sister's hand. But in the very next moment, a strange phenomenon unfolded. The vast gaping hole in the opera house's dome seemed to shimmer slightly in the leaden daylight. Countless minuscule, nearly imperceptible bluish-purple specks, particles of stardust suspended in the air, began to gather, as if summoned by an invisible force. Drifting in from the broken aperture in the various corners of the hall, they resembled tiny, luminous fireflies, flitting through the air toward the source of the jarring noise emanating from the broken piano. Xiao Ying's fingers remained pressed against the keys, trembling slightly from the pain. Her brow was furrowed tightly, her lips silently moving as if humming a soundless melody. A faint, indescribable wave of energy radiated from her being. The ethereal specks of stardust, as if orchestrated by a silent melody, ceased their chaotic flight. They circled around the battered piano, flowing gently in accordance with each unconscious, agonized keystroke of Xiao Ying. The dissonant notes rang out, clang, thud, bang. The music remained fragmented, jarring, and off-key. Yet, amidst the cacophony, the flowing stardust gradually coalesced into slender streams, radiating a soft, bluish-purple luminescence. Like living, glowing waters, they meandered through the skeletal frame of the dilapidated piano. One particularly delicate stream, seemingly imbued with sentience, quietly traversed the dust-laden keys, winding downward until it silently brushed against Fang Qi, who knelt beside the piano, tensely guarding his sister. The luminous stream gently entwined around his injured right fist, where the skin was torn, mingled with blood and grime. A refreshing chill enveloped his knuckles, reminiscent of soaking in a spring, alleviating the searing pain significantly. Then, as if it had found its target, the light stream ascended along his arm, gracefully slipping into his tattered sleeve, ultimately reaching the site of his penetrating wound on his left shoulder, previously tended to by the old ghost, still throbbing faintly. A soft groan escaped Fang Qi's lips as his body instinctively tensed, yet the anticipated excruciating pain did not materialize. Instead, a gentle, strangely invigorating coolness seeped deep into the wound. The fiery sensation originating from the nerve junctions began to wane, akin to snow melting in the sun, slowly dissipating. The hidden ache from the fractured bone seemed to be smoothed over momentarily, and an indescribable comfort unfurled from the wound, easing the tension that had gripped him in response to the pain and the instinct for survival. He gazed in astonishment at the swirling bluish-purple stream enveloping his arm, then turned to observe his sister, still ensnared in her painful reverie, unconsciously striking the keys. Could this be Xiao Ying's ability? The stardust, responding to her? Just then, Xiao Ying's hand, resting upon the keys, convulsed violently in response to a more intense wave of agony, inadvertently sweeping across a row of relatively intact keys. Ding, thud, ding ding thud thud. A series of crisp yet still grating notes burst forth. As the notes danced, the stardust gathered upon the piano shimmered brightly for an instant. One slightly thicker stream, as if guided by an invisible hand, swept across the surface of the pressed keys. The thick layer of dust was silently erased, revealing the ivory white, or some synthetic material, beneath. Upon the now clean keys, between those touched by Xiao Ying's fingers, some exceedingly fine, circuit-like silver lines emerged vividly under the illumination of the stardust. These lines interconnected and intertwined, swiftly sketching a complex diagram of a pipeline structure, complete with clear markings and directional indicators. At the center of the diagram, in bold letters, the inscription read, Donghai Wuda, Energy Circulation Corridor, Number 7 Backup Passage. Wuda? A pipeline diagram? Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. Was this not the very place the old ghost had mentioned, a stronghold of the Qiongding group, replete with premier medical resources? This image, is it the route that led inside? How did it appear here? On the keys of this dilapidated piano? Could it be that the stardust energy has activated some hidden information within the keys? Or perhaps it is the power of Xiaoying? A profound question and a glimmer of hope amidst despair surged to the forefront of Fang Qi's mind. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, yearning to touch the enchanting diagram that had materialized on the keys, desperately etching it into his memory. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the keys, boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence from the grand dome of the opera house. A blindingly sharp crimson energy beam, akin to the scythe of death, penetrated through a gaping hole in the dome with pinpoint precision. Its target, the battered piano that emitted sound and gathered the flow of stardust light. The beam moved with such swiftness that the eyes could scarcely follow. Boom! The crimson beam struck unimpeded against a massive, rusted steel beam supporting the dome's decorations above the piano. The terrifying heat instantaneously melted the sturdy alloy beam. Creak boom! The severed beam, propelled by immense force, crashed down like a fallen titan onto the shattered piano below. Time seemed to freeze. In Fang Qi's pupils, the rapidly enlarging, smoldering remnants of the steel beam reflected. Below the beam, the piano keys flickered with a faint pipeline diagram, while his sister leaned against the worn-out piano, gasping for breath. Xiaoying! A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Fang Qi's throat. The instinct to protect overwhelmed fear and rational thought. He launched himself like an arrow, bursting forth with unparalleled speed, dashing toward his sister beside the piano. Embrace. Roll. With every ounce of strength, he clutched Xiaoying tightly in his arms, curling his body into a shield as he rolled away from the piano and the beam with all his might. Rumble. The earth-shattering sound erupted behind them. The broken steel beam, like a colossal hammer, struck the ruined piano with ferocity. With splinters, shattered strings, and rusted metal parts exploded in all directions under the horrific impact. The entire opera house trembled violently, while large clouds of dust and debris cascaded from the dome. Fang Qi, holding his sister, was violently hurled by the blast wave, crashing heavily against the remnants of a decayed chair in the audience area, the pain causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. He fiercely shielded Xiaoying in his arms, absorbing most of the impact on his back. Dust swirled and fragments rained down. The catastrophic scene he had anticipated, with the steel beam and piano fragments continuing to fall, did not materialize. Fang Qi coughed and struggled to lift his head, peering through the choking dust. He beheld a massive, severed steel beam, one end deeply embedded in the ground, while the other slanted precariously against the edge of an enormous square pit, its borders cut with unusual precision. Most of the wreckage of the battered piano had tumbled into that pit. Fang Qi's heart raced like a drum. Struggling to rise, he cradled the now quieter, yet still unconscious Xiaoying and staggered toward the edge of the pit created by the fallen beam. Beneath the pit, there was neither mud nor rubble. Instead, a matte silver-gray alloy sheet formed an inclined ramp leading downward. At the entrance, a tattered camouflage layer hangs, violently torn away, revealing the decayed flooring and concrete fragments that once covered it. The ramp slopes gently downward, leading into an abyss of thick darkness. Embedded in the alloy walls flanking the ramp are several long-extinguished emergency lights. Above the entrance to the ramp, a metal sign, coated in dust yet still discernible, dangles askew from a broken rebar, illuminated by the shafts of daylight seeping through a breach in the dome. The inscription on the sign stands out with striking clarity. Sample Transfer Channel Number 7, Dome Biotechnology, Unauthorized Access Prohibited. Chapter 8. The bloodstained database. The alloy ramp sloped downward, engulfing the last vestiges of daylight that filtered through the gaping hole in the dome. Fang Qi cradled his unconscious sister and plunged into the abyss. The smoke and cacophony from the opera hall behind him were muffled by the heavy alloy door, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths echoing in the narrow passageway. The air was thick with the sharp scent of disinfectant, mingled with the peculiar odor of metallic coolant. A few emergency lights flickered intermittently, their pallid glow barely illuminating the smooth, silver-gray floor beneath him and the frigid metal walls, while darkness loomed deeper within the corridor. With no alternative, as the pursuers from the Dome Corporation and the hounds with a bounty of 500,000 closed and above, this unexpectedly exposed transport passage for sample number 7 became his sole avenue of escape. He cautiously laid his sister, Xiaoying, on the relatively flat ground at the bottom of the ramp and removed his tattered, mud-stained coat, wrapping it around her feverish form. Her brow was furrowed, breath shallow. The dual torment of stardust syndrome and high fever left her in excruciating pain. Fang Qi's heart twisted in anguish. "Wait for me," he whispered hoarsely. He had to find something to save her. Medicine, clues, anything. Suppressing the searing pain in his left shoulder and the burning sensation from the neural interface fluid, he clenched his right fist tightly. Beneath his skin, The hidden golden veins throbbed faintly with discomfort. He bent low, like a stealthy cheetah, silently making his way down the corridor. At the end stood a heavy alloy, airtight door, devoid of markings. An identity verification panel was embedded beside the door, its indicator light flashing locked. Fang Qi scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of guards or surveillance. Forcing the door open would create too much noise. His gaze fell upon a dusty, physical interface beneath the panel, its shape peculiar. A spark of realization ignited within him as he retrieved the broken silver badge he had pried from the ventilation duct. The shape of the break in the badge seemed to match. There was no time for hesitation. The pursuers could arrive at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously inserted the edge of the fractured badge into the interface. A click resonated as it fit perfectly. The indicator light on the panel illuminated with a blue glow. Sounds of hydraulic machinery and gas venting emanated from within the airtight door. With a hiss, the door glided open silently, revealing a vast laboratory space beyond. The ceiling soared high, illuminated by several shadowless lights casting a pallid beam. The air was cold and dry, the scent of disinfectant even more pronounced. Most striking were the numerous enormous, cylindrical glass incubation chambers at the center, submerged in a liquid that emitted an eerie blue luminescence. Frost formed on the chamber exteriors, interwoven with dense tubing. Inside, faint human silhouettes lay in slumber. Behind the array of incubation chambers loomed an entire wall composed of a massive control console. An array of indicator lights flickered erratically, and several floating holographic screens remained dark, save for a smaller screen scrolling with dense biological data and symbols. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Was this the destination? Was Xiao Ying a special specimen? A chill crept up his spine. The control console. Surely, it held the information he needed, the means to save Xiao Ying. With clarity of purpose, Fang Qi suppressed his rising panic and silently slipped into the laboratory. He maneuvered along the wall, avoiding the blue glow of the incubation chambers. The sound of his footsteps was absorbed by the ground, leaving only the sound of his anxious breaths. Approaching the control console, he beheld the vast operational panel brimming with buttons and knobs, with the central screen displaying a stream of data that captured his attention immediately. Beside him, a physical interface slot labeled Data Export beckoned. Fang Qi swiftly retrieved the substandard storage chip he had pilfered from the old ghost clinic, no larger than a fingernail. It was his sole glimmer of hope. Holding his breath, his fingers trembled as he cautiously inserted the chip into the interface. A soft hum emanated from the console, and the screen illuminated with a reading prompt at its edges. Hurry! Fang Qi's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the slowly advancing progress bar. While he nervously scanned the entrance and the morbid stillness of the cultivation pod, each passing second felt like an eternity. The progress bar crept to 87. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm erupted. The red warning lights on the ceiling whirled chaotically. Scarlet beams of light shattered the silence. Warning. Unauthorized data export activity detected. Warning. Purge protocol initiated. The electronic voice declared. Fang Qi's pupils constricted. He was exposed. In that instant, a hidden compartment beneath the console sprang open. A mechanical tentacle, the thickness of a human arm, composed of interlocking silver-gray metal rings, shot out with a shrill whine. At its tip, rather than a weapon, flickered a bluish electric arc and a rotating precision probe, aimed directly at the data-reading chip. Destroy the evidence. The instinct to protect his sister overwhelmed his fear. Fang Qi roared, his right arm bulging with muscle. He swung with brute force at the tentacle. Get away. Boom. His fist made contact. The tentacle was resilient, and Fang Qi felt as if he had struck thick rubber, his arm tingling. The tentacle veered slightly, the probe grazed the chip, sending sparks flying. The chip remained in the interface, progress bar at 92. Enraged, the tentacle recoiled violently, hydraulics whirring. In the next moment, it lunged at the chip from a quicker, more cunning angle. Simultaneously, 3 sharp alloy barbs shot out from the joint of the tentacle, slicing through the air towards Fang Qi's arm. His pupils dilated. A change of tactics. There was no time to think. His body instinctively took over. He sidestepped to evade the barbs, his left shoulder sinking to absorb the thrust. He could not afford to lose the chip. At the moment the barbs were about to tear his skin, buzz. The dark golden patterns beneath Fang Qi's left shoulder glimmered suddenly. A surge of power coursed through his left arm from deep within his bones. Open! Fang Qi bellowed, meeting the 3 barbs with his left arm, raising it in defense. Clang! 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 The jarring sounds echoed. The barbs sliced into his skin, yet flesh did not rend. Only 3 white lines remained. The tremendous recoil surged back to the tentacle. The tentacle faltered, its joints emitting discordant friction sounds. Now was the moment. Fang Qi's left arm throbbed with pain, the wound tearing open. A droplet of blood, imbued with fine dark golden crystals, splattered from the edge of his lacerated skin, landing on the console's identity recognition panel. Beep! Recognition tone sounded. The frenzied mechanical tentacle suddenly froze. The probe at its tip ceased to spin, the bluish electric arc extinguished. It was as if the pause button had been pressed, suspended in midair. The largest floating screen in the center of the console illuminated abruptly. Blinding white light flooded his vision. On the screen, it was not a data stream. It was a clear, numbered anatomical diagram. At the center of the image, the figure of a girl submerged in a pale blue nutrient solution magnified. Those brows and eyes, that outline. Fang Qi's breath hitched. His blood ran cold. It was Xiaoying. Beneath the image, the blood-red text is strikingly vivid. Cloning chamber. Fang Xiaoying replica. Batch. 7 to 13. Status. Deep sleep. Consciousness synchronization rate. 0. Maternal connection. 0. Adaptation. Fang Xiaoying. Original. Activation key. Requires profound emotional shock from loss of the original. Chapter 9. The unclosing eyes. Fang Qi's mind went blank, paralyzed by shock, forgetting to breathe. Clone? Replication? Brief activation? These terms brought a chilling dread and a surging fury. They had abducted Xiaoying and created replicas? They intended to use the death of loved ones to awaken monsters? Before he could process this, buzz, buzz, buzz. A low, dense hum resonated, akin to the vibration of a swarm of bees. Emanating from the array of incubation pods, Fang Qi turned rigidly. Within the dozens of glass chambers, immersed in eerie azure liquid, the outlines of humanoid figures became startlingly clear. Each one was Xiaoying. Their pale faces and slender forms floated within the liquid, long eyelashes resembling the wings of startled butterflies. In that very instant, whoosh, dozens of eyes, submerged in the azure liquid, suddenly snapped open without warning. Hollow, lifeless pupils pierced through the thick glass, all fixated on Fang Qi, who stood frozen at the control console. Drenched in blood, under the harsh white light, the control panel screen erupted with a crimson log window. Warning: anomalous awakening of clone group associated with subject 0 detected. Warning: consciousness wave fluctuations indicate peak of protective obsession. Warning: conflict and triggering preset activation conditions. Recalculating. Final directive: eliminate interference sources. Force the occurrence of a bereavement event. Priority: highest. Fang Qi felt an icy chill envelop him. Eliminate interference sources? Force bereavement? Was the target him? Or the Xiaoying outside the corridor? No. A tempest of rage shattered his shock. He fixed his gaze on the crimson directive, his teeth grinding. He would never allow harm to come to Xiaoying, whether original or replica. Simultaneously, the hovering mechanical tentacles jolted violently. The probe at their tip erupted with azure arcs of electricity, crackling ominously. The paralysis vanished, ferocity locking in. The target shifted to Fang Qi's heart. Whoosh! A piercing shriek shattered the air. The tentacle shot forth like an unleashed arrow, aimed directly at his chest. Its speed was several times greater. Fang Qi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Shadows of death loomed. His body instinctively surged into action, utilizing the power of the golden patterns and his experience with life and death. He rolled sideways. Sizzle. The probe grazed his side, tearing through his tattered clothing, leaving a searing trail of blood. He tumbled behind a large instrument, his back slamming against its casing, causing a sharp pain to radiate from his wound, blurring his vision. The chip remained connected, the progress bar reading 99. So close. No time to dwell on the chip. The tentacle, having missed its target, clicked and twisted its joints, instantly reorienting toward Fang Qi. It no longer charged directly, but instead whipped like a lash, striking the instrument with ferocity. Boom! The heavy casing of the instrument caved in and exploded, sparks flying. The force of the impact shifted the instrument half a meter, producing a screeching friction sound. Fang Qi was nearly knocked off his feet. The power was terrifying. He had to destroy it or seize control of the source. Fang Qi scanned the control console and the dozens of watching eyes. A chill crept over him. Were the clones the source of control? Or weapons? There was no time for contemplation. The tentacle, like a creeping pest, maneuvered around the instrument, locking onto him once again. It had learned from its previous failure, employing its long, flexible joints to block his escape routes, the probe's electric arcs flickering, poised for a lethal strike at any moment. Fang Qi navigated the narrow space, desperately dodging behind the incubation apparatus for cover. Each contact with the tentacle's immense strength left his arms numb, and blood seeped from a wound on his left shoulder. The golden patterns brought strength, but also burden. The chip was ready. He caught a glimpse of the console screen. The progress bar finally reached 100, read complete. An opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes as he lunged toward the console, targeting the chip, the key to saving Xiao Ying. The tendrils sensed his intent and abandoned their pursuit, the top probe pivoting to unleash a ghostly blue arc of electricity aimed directly at the freshly red chip. Destroy the evidence. Not on my watch. Fang Qi roared, planting his right hand on the ground and launching his body like a cannonball into the middle of the tendril. He forsook defense in a desperate attempt to disrupt. Bang! His shoulder collided with the metallic ring. A jolt of pain surging through him as the tendril's main body twisted violently. The lethal arc grazed the edge of the console, striking the distant wall and leaving a charred crater. Enduring the agony, Fang Qi's right hand darted out like lightning, seizing the tiny chip and yanking it forcefully. The chip was in hand. The moment the chip was detached, the console screen blazed red. A piercing alarm blared once more. Warning: critical data carrier has been removed. Warning: execute highest priority directive. Eliminate the source of interference. Target locked. Intruder. The mechanical tendrils went into a frenzy, abandoning all finesse. They lashed out like a rampaging serpent, brutally sweeping the console area. Their strength shattered the control panel, sparks and debris flying everywhere. No longer concerned with the chip, their sole target was to annihilate Fang Qi. He struggled to evade within the metallic storm, peril lurking at every turn. As he attempted to dash toward the exit, the tendrils blocked his path. Could he fight back? Their brute strength exceeded all expectations. The golden defensive barrier had its limits, and pain throbbed where he blocked. Was he to perish here? Xiao Ying was still waiting, just as despair began to take hold. He caught a glimpse of the enormous incubation chamber out of the corner of his eye. Dozens of eyes remained fixated on him. A crimson command flashed in his mind. Forcefully induce a bereavement event. A mad thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Bereavement. Forceful induction. He glanced at Fang Xiao Ying submerged in the liquid and then at the pursuing tendrils. The danger might just be the only glimmer of hope. A plan began to take shape. He gambled that the clone's body had a connection with the tendrils. He wagered that the directive to eliminate the source of interference had a higher priority than protecting the cloning chamber. Come on, smash it! Fang Qi shouted defiantly at the rampaging tendrils, no longer evading, but charging with all his might toward the nearest incubation chamber, designated 7 to 13. The chamber for the clone of Fang Xiaoying. The target, the fragile glass wall. Create an incident. Trigger directive chaos. The tendrils sensed his intent and emitted a sharper shriek. Abandoning their sweeping attack, the top probe pivoted again, a devastating ghostly blue arc like a javelin, hurtling toward Fang Qi's back with utmost speed. It aimed to pierce him before he reached the chamber. Fang Qi felt the deadly intent and the breath of death looming behind him. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into his legs, propelled by the golden energy, and dashed forward with all his might. Mere steps away from the chamber. Would the probe pierce him first, or would he shatter the glass? Time froze. In the moment just before the ghostly blue probe would penetrate his back, buzz, the entire laboratory plunged into darkness. The ethereal blue glow from all the incubation chambers surged dramatically. Dozens of hollow eyes glimmered with fleeting streams of data deep within their pupils. The mechanical tendrils aimed at his back seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, abruptly halting in mid-air. The flickering ghostly blue arc at the tip dimmed like a dying candle, flickering violently before extinguishing with a soft pop. The tendrils' joints emitted a piercing, grating sound of resistance. They trembled violently, hovering less than an inch from his back, unable to advance. Fang Qi violently collided with the outer wall of the glass chamber numbered 7 to 13. Contrary to his expectations, the glass did not shatter. It remained remarkably resilient, producing only a dull thud. Startled, he turned to see the frenzied tentacles. As if seized by a cramp, trembling in defiance before crashing onto the floor, their joints slackened and their power extinguished. Only the piercing alarm echoed hollowly, accompanied by Fang Qi's ragged breaths, a testament to his survival. Had he succeeded? Had the interference taken effect? Trembling, he glanced at the control panel screen. The crimson log window remained, the characters frozen in place. Final command: eliminate the interference source. Force the occurrence of the bereavement event. Priority: highest. Execution status: halted. Reason: clone cluster consciousness interference. Priority conflict. Standby command: monitor 0 adaptation body status. Awaiting the next activation opportunity. It was halted. A wave of relief washed over Fang Qi, nearly sapping his strength. He dared not linger. Pursuers could arrive at any moment. And Xiaoying was outside. He had to leave immediately. Clenching the searing chip tightly, he turned and dashed towards the entrance. In the instant he pivoted, he sensed a gaze, not from a screen, nor the alarm lights. It emanated from behind him. He froze, slowly turning once more to face the dozens of immense cultivation pods. Within the ethereal blue liquid floated numerous clones of Xiaoying, suspended in place, their postures unchanged. Yet, those many vacant eyes remained fixed upon him, unwavering and penetrating through the glass, locking onto him with precision. There was no emotion, no fluctuation, only a cold, unyielding scrutiny, as if confirming something, yet also waiting. A chill gripped Fang Qi's blood. The command had been halted, yet these entities were not dormant. They were awake. They were watching. A sense of dread coiled around his heart like a vine. He dared not look any longer. With a sudden pivot, he summoned the last of his strength and sprinted towards the laboratory entrance, towards the unconscious Xiaoying in the corridor. Chapter 10. The special invitation and the toxic mist. The acrid sense of disinfectant and machine oil lingered in the air. Fang Qi, clutching his unconscious sister, pressed his back firmly against the alloy wall, his heavy breaths echoing through the narrow maintenance duct. Outside, the sounds of metal grinding and a low hum emanated from the laboratory, signaling the activated clones and mechanical sentinels in pursuit. Clones, the replicated Xiaoying. The anguish of loss triggered. The words on the screen seared into Fang Qi's mind like a branding iron. Anger and nausea suffocated him. He gazed down at Xiaoying's pale face, her feverish warmth penetrating through her clothing. They had to leave immediately. The maintenance duct branched in multiple directions, teeming with cables and pipes. Fang Qi navigated through the darkness with great difficulty, burdened by his sister. He was unaware of how long he had crawled until a faint light and the sounds of voices and vehicles reached his ears. Cautiously, he pried open a rusted grate, allowing blinding daylight to flood in. Outside lay an alley cluttered with abandoned containers, and in the distance loomed the immense shadow of the floating city. For the moment, they were safe. He had just managed to relocate Xiaoying to a concealed corner, covering her with a tattered cloth when a barely audible footstep halted at the alley's entrance. Fang Qi instantly tensed, his right hand clenched into a fist, golden veins flickering beneath his skin as he lowered his body. "Do not be alarmed," a gentle voice emerged. A man stepped from the shadows, dressed in an impeccably tailored dark gray suit. In his 40s, his hair was meticulously arranged, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses, his expression calm and tinged with concern. He bore no weapon, only a thin, metallic card that gleamed in the light. "Allow me to introduce myself, Chen Mo, head of the biotechnology department at the Dome Group," he said, smiling with a serene tone. "I am aware of your predicament, Fang Qi. I also know what you seek, a way to save your sister. Fang Qi remained vigilant, his gaze sharp. You are in league with those people, he accused, gesturing towards the laboratory. In league? Chen Imo gently shook his head, his smile laced with a hint of resignation. Not entirely. Within the group, certain projects have deviated from their intended course. Take, for instance, the 7th Research Institute. He emphasized 7th as his eyes scanned the direction where Fang Qi concealed his sister, seemingly catching sight of the unconscious Xiaoying. That is a row project, and I am tasked with rectifying it. He took a step forward, placing the metallic card gently on the ground before stepping back. This is a special invitation from the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. With it, you gain direct access to the entrance exam, bypassing the identity verification process. He paused, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. The Academy possesses top-tier medical resources, including gene stabilizers capable of temporarily stabilizing the stardust syndrome. More importantly, it is a gathering place for the privileged offspring of the Dome Group. The most perilous places are often the safest. No one suspects that a wanted thief would dare venture there. Fang Qi stared at the card on the ground, motionless. The allure was immense, yet the scent of a trap was even more pronounced. Chen Mo perceived his hesitation. I know you harbor doubts, but do you have any alternatives? He gestured toward Xiaoying. How much longer can she endure? A day? 2. The old ghosts of the black market? They cannot save her. Only the Academy's resources can buy her time. As for my reasons for assisting you, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile inscrutable. Consider it a personal compensation for the overreach of the 7th Research Institute, or perhaps an early investment in a promising young individual. He ceased to elaborate further, gracefully vanishing into the shadows at the alley's entrance. Leaving behind his final words, the choice lies with you, Fang Qi. Await death in the ruins with your sister, or venture to the Academy and strive for a glimmer of hope. The alley was left with only Fang Qi's labored breaths and distant noises. He gazed at the special recruitment letter, his eyes drifting to the faint rise and fall of his sister's fevered body beneath the tattered cloth. There was no choice. 2 days later, at the East Sea Martial Arts Academy, in the new student potential testing area, the vast, white-domed hall was brightly illuminated, its smooth alloy floor reflecting a cold light, while the air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone and the hum of an energy field. Dressed in their finery, the new students surveyed their surroundings with an air of arrogance, flanked by family guards. Fang Qi, clad in an ill-fitting gray training uniform, stood alone in the corner like a stubborn stone. His well-worn backpack bulged with the unconscious little Ing. Surrounding gazes were filled with disdain, curiosity, and rejection. Whispers buzzing in the air. Look at that bumpkin. Did he not wash off the scent of the radiation zone, carrying around a piece of rubbish? How could Director Chen approve such trash? With a stoic expression, Fang Qi remained oblivious to the murmurs, his focus entirely on the massive, enclosed cylindrical testing chamber at the center of the hall. The first challenge he must conquer, the basic pressure resistance test. Next, Fang Qi, the electronic voice announced. Taking a deep breath, he carefully placed his backpack in the storage area and strode toward the testing chamber. The heavy door slid open silently, revealing a silver-gray interior with a circular platform at its center. He stepped inside, and the door sealed shut behind him. The humming intensified, and an invisible pressure began to close in from all sides. The basic pressure resistance test commenced as the electronic voice declared. The pressure gradually increased. Initially, it felt like a gentle breeze to Fang Qi, whose body, reinforced with steel and golden patterns, exceeded the strength of an ordinary person. However, the pressure soon escalated geometrically. The air thickened, making it hard to breathe. An intangible force crushed his bones, muscles, and organs. Beneath the weight of the golden patterns, they flickered, transmitting a sensation of resistance and discomfort. Ugh! Fang Qi groaned, feeling his body grow heavy, his legs firmly planted on the platform, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the monitoring room, a tall, gaunt man dressed in an examiner's uniform scrutinized the data on the screen. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his fingers danced rapidly over the control panel. Suddenly, the pressure within the testing chamber doubled. More terrifyingly, An invisible force, imbued with intense malevolence, violently coiled around Fang Qi's body. This mental force, disruptive and destructive, surged against his nerves, attempting to dismantle his will and tear apart his mental defenses. Fang Qi was caught off guard, his mind struck as if by a heavy blow, darkness clouding his vision, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. The golden patterns beneath his skin flared brightly, his bones groaning under the strain. A sharp pain ripped through his old shoulder injury. Trash is just trash. The sinister examiner's voice crackled through the loudspeaker, dripping with mockery. A piece of waste from the radiation zone dares to tarnish the Hall of Warriors? Kneel, crawl over, and beg for mercy to spare yourself some suffering. The onslaught of mental force crashed over him like relentless waves, combined with the physical pressure, intent on crushing Fang Qi. The golden patterns beneath his skin flickered violently, tiny fissures appearing. Excruciating pain and dizziness assaulted his consciousness. In the monitoring room, Chun Mo had inexplicably appeared behind the sinister examiner. A gentle smile gracing his face as he quietly observed Fang Qi struggling on the screen. No, it cannot fall. Fang Qi's teeth clattered, and his gums bled. Shouting was still waiting outside. It cannot fall. The resolve to protect was like the last bastion, fiercely resisting the erosion of his mind. On the brink of collapse, as mental forces violently assaulted his consciousness, an extremely faint, almost illusory wave suddenly emanated from his backpack behind him. It was the unconscious Xiao Ying, instinctively battling against the invasion of her brother's mind. The fluctuation was weak, yet it served as a stabilizing stone amidst a chaotic whirlpool. Fang Qi's disordered mind abruptly caught a glimmer of anomaly. It was not mental power. It came from beneath his feet. As the mental force threw him off balance, the instant his foot made contact with the edge of the platform, he sensed an exceedingly subtle, fleeting disturbance of energy below the metallic surface. It resembled a momentary delay caused by the overload of an energy transmission node. The core node of the gravity regulation device lay beneath the platform. In pursuit of extreme pressure, the protective shield experienced a brief overload gap. This thought flashed like lightning through Fang Qi's chaotic mind. There was no time for contemplation. This was the only opportunity. Amidst the sinister examiner's triumphant sneer and Shen Mo's watchful gaze, Fang Qi unleashed a primal roar. He relinquished his struggle against the overwhelming pressure and mental assault, channeling all his remaining strength, along with the final burst of brute force from his collapsing steel-boned golden veins. He directed it all into his right leg. The golden veins beneath his skin shone brilliantly, piercing through flesh, emitting a faint hum. He disregarded the terrifying gravity pressing down on him and the mental force tearing at his spirit, his body coiling like an overextended spring. Seizing the moment to capture the platform's energy disturbance, and forcefully stomped downward. The target, the weak point of the energy transmission node's protective shield at the platform's edge. Boom! A thunderous sound accompanied by the distortion of metal erupted within the testing chamber. The entire chamber trembled. The stability curve of the gravitational field on the monitoring screen surged past the danger red line. A piercing alarm blared in the control room. The sinister examiner's sneer froze. Replaced by shock, what? Within the testing chamber, where Fang Qi stomped, the heavy alloy platform's edge was forcibly dented, shattering composite materials that splintered everywhere. Even more terrifying was a violent, uncontrollable gravitational turbulence that erupted violently from the point of impact. This chaotic gravitational flow, like a furious torrent guided by Fang Qi, instantly collapsed the mental force field controlled by the sinister examiner. The backlash struck like an invisible hammer, mercilessly crashing down upon the examiner's mental core. Poof! In the control room, the sinister examiner recoiled as if struck, his body jerking backward, his face paling, a mouthful of blood spewing onto the control panel. He clutched his head, howling in agony, as the mental backlash rendered him utterly incapacitated. Inside the testing chamber, the uncontrolled gravitational turbulence wreaked havoc, turning the chamber upside down, sparks flying from sensors. Fang Qi knelt on the shattered platform's edge, gasping for breath, his left shoulder wound ripped open, blood staining his training uniform. The golden veins beneath his skin dimming, covered in cracks, pain engulfing him. Yet he still stood. In the control room, Chun Mo's gentle smile vanished. He gazed at the disheveled Fang Qi on the screen, then at the howling examiner, his eyes behind the lenses cold as ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, his long fingers rapidly tapping on the blood splatter control panel. A protective cover over a red button requiring dual verification sprang open. Chun Mo, with an expressionless visage, inputted the intricate permission password. At last, his index finger pressed steadily upon the glaring red button. A low hum resonated through the air. Within the testing chamber, several inconspicuous pressure valves in the corners of the ceiling abruptly sprang open. A thick, viscous mist, exuding a pungent, sweet yet acrid odor, surged forth like a toxic spring, instantly engulfing the entire chamber. The noxious fog, upon contact with the shattered equipment of the chamber, emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Fang Qi abruptly raised his head, his pupils reflecting the encroaching green mist of death. Chapter 11. The looming threat of the gravity chamber, a dense, emerald-hued mist, imbued with a sharp, sickly sweetness, surged and roiled like a living entity, instantly engulfing Fang Qi's field of vision. The hissing sound of corrosion exploded in his ears, and the scent of death assailed him. Poison. An alarm blared in Fang Qi's mind. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the excruciating pain and weakness coursing through his body. He abruptly held his breath, his form shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, recklessly charging toward the only conceivable exit of the testing chamber, the heavy, sealed door. Bang, bang, bang. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he struck the emergency manual unlocking mechanism on the inner side of the door, his fist shimmering with remnants of golden light. The alloy shell emitted a dull thud, leaving dents, yet the door remained obstinately shut. The electronic lock had been irrevocably sealed from the outside. The toxic mist had now ascended to his waist, the fabric of his training suit rapidly turning black upon contact, carbonizing. A searing pain lanced through his skin. A profound dizziness began to assault his mind. In the monitoring room, Chun Mo gazed expressionlessly at the screen, watching the figure engulfed by the poisonous mist. The sinister examiner slumped beside the control console, writhing in agony, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, evidently suffering from severe mental backlash. Director Chun, a young assistant resembling a junior staff member, stammered as he observed the screen. Could this lead to? There exists a neutralization system within the testing chamber, but it requires authorization to activate. Chun Mo raised his hand, halting the assistant's words. His gaze, concealed behind his glasses, bore no fluctuations. He merely observed quietly, as if the figure struggling amidst the toxic fog were nothing more than an inconsequential set of data. The uncontrolled gravitational field triggered a chain overload of safety devices, inadvertently activating the backup disinfection and sterilization program. Unfortunately, it appeared that the program had malfunctioned, generating an unknown, lethal gas. Chun Mo's voice remained steady, as if he were recounting an objective fact. This is a regrettable testing accident. Do you comprehend? The assistant, feeling a shiver run through him under Chun Mo's serious gaze, paled and quickly lowered his head. Why, yes. Understood. It is an accident. Clear the scene. Transport Examiner Lin to the medical department. He requires rest and should not engage in any work for the time being, Chun Mo instructed nonchalantly, as if handling a trivial matter. He cast a final glance at the screen, where the area was nearly submerged in emerald, before turning and departing the monitoring room with a measured stride. Within the testing chamber, Fang Qi's vision began to blur, his lungs ablaze, each forced breath bringing with it a tearing agony. While the toxic mist rose to his chest, the sensation of death coiling around him. The breath of Xiao Ying in his backpack was faint, nearly imperceptible. He could not perish here. Xiao Ying was still in the backpack. Despair gnawed at his will like the encroaching mist. Just as consciousness threatened to plunge into darkness, a faint vibration, almost drowned out by the corrosive sound of the mist, resonated beneath his feet. It was the spot where he had earlier stomped, fracturing the platform's edge, igniting a gravitational disturbance. Though the uncontrolled energy had been forcibly suppressed, the damaged node's protective shield seemed to have become the most unstable point in the gravitational system, intermittently releasing chaotic fluctuations of force. This fluctuation, Fang Qi's nearly dissipated spirit suddenly solidified. A wildly insane thought struggled to emerge at the precipice of death. He suddenly crouched down, disregarding the searing pain of the toxic mist burning his skin. With his left hand, finger splayed, he forcefully plunged into the metallic indentation created by his own footfall at the edge of the platform. The shattered alloy edge sliced through his palm like a razor, blood gushing forth, yet he remained unfazed. The dim golden veins beneath his skin flared to life once more, transmitting the last vestiges of strength extracted from the depths of his bones. He directed all the remnants of his will and spirit, like a focused laser beam, piercing towards the damaged energy node, not to destroy but to guide, to steer the chaotic, unanchored gravitational energy. A faint yet undeniable gravitational fluctuation surged forth, radiating from his left hand embedded in the platform. This wave, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, instantaneously disrupted the surrounding swirling emerald green toxic mist descent and flow. The previously uniform settling of the toxic fog was torn and agitated by the chaotic force field, creating a brief and distorted area devoid of mist around Fang Qi's body. Although the lethal density of the surrounding green haze remained, the concentration around his head diminished momentarily. Now is the time. Fang Qi greedily inhaled a breath of air from this fleeting sanctuary. Though the air still bore a sweet, acrid, and burning sensation, it flowed into his suffocating lungs like a rejuvenating spring, forcibly restoring a sliver of lucidity. He maintained his left hand's position within the platform, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain and weakness, the burns on his skin expanding and the cracks in the golden veins deepening. This method could only delay death. Escape required greater chaos, or perhaps external intervention. Hold on. A slightly anxious young voice suddenly resonated from beyond the hatch, accompanied by the sound of metal clanging. Someone was outside. Fang Qi's spirit surged. Were they from the academy? Or was it a trap set by Chunimo? The system was locked. It could not be opened from the outside. Damn it, both the toxic mist and the system's permissions were sealed. The voice was rife with anger and helplessness. An opportunity. Fang Qi strained every ounce of his strength and hoarsely shouted towards the hatch, his voice muffled by the toxic mist and walls, becoming faint. Node. Platform. Southwest corner. Destruction. Force field. He had no idea if those outside could hear him, nor if they could comprehend his disjointed message. This was the only information he could convey. There was a moment of silence outside the hatch. Then, a more frantic metallic clanging and the hum of some tool being activated echoed. Those outside seemed to understand his intent and were attempting to respond. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, maintaining the tenuous guidance over the gravitational node, buying time for those beyond the hatch. Each second felt like an eternity, the searing sensation of the toxic mist intensifying, and his consciousness began to blur. Boom! A sound far louder than before erupted from the exterior of the testing chamber. The entire structure shook violently. The explosion appeared to originate from the position corresponding to the southwest corner of the platform. Immediately after, the previously tenuous chaotic force field that Fang Qi had been struggling to guide erupted into a frenzied turmoil, as if dynamite had been tossed into a boiling pot of oil. Countless uncontrollable streams of gravitational force, each veering in different directions, collided violently within the confined space, tearing it asunder. The sound of ripping fabric echoed, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The sturdy composite walls of the testing chamber resembled fragile eggshells, rent apart by the ferocious force field, which opened gaping fissures. A murky green toxic mist found its escape, surging forth like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. Simultaneously, the external air rushed in with a violent gust. Cough, 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 cough. The influx of air caused Fang Qi to choke violently, yet the fresh oxygen invigorated his spirit. The deathly fog that enveloped him rapidly diluted and dispersed under the onslaught of the tumultuous force field and the incoming air. A crisp sound of a click resonated from the direction of the hatch, indicating that the internal locking mechanism had succumbed to the explosion's impact. Bang! The heavy hatch was forcefully flung open from the outside. Blinding light and fresh air flooded in, revealing a young man clad in the uniform of a maintenance worker, his face smeared with grease, wielding a smoking portable cutter. Upon witnessing the chaos within the chamber and the injured Fang Qi kneeling at the edge of the platform, shock and trepidation filled his eyes. Good heavens! You are still alive? The maintenance worker rushed in, intent on aiding Fang Qi. Fang Qi abruptly raised his hand to stop him, his gaze sharply scanning the torn walls and the uncertain figures gathering outside. His eyes ultimately fixed on the direction of the monitoring room, where Chen Mo's figure had long since vanished. Little Ing. Fang Qi's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible as he struggled to turn his head towards the storage area. His old backpack lay quietly there, seemingly unscathed by the toxic mist. The maintenance worker followed his gaze and instantly comprehended. The bag. Quickly. Medical team. Stretcher. He shouted towards the outside. Fang Qi's taut nerves finally relaxed, as excruciating pain and overwhelming dizziness engulfed him like a tide. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Chen Mo. Martial Arts Academy. This debt is just beginning. Chapter 12. The refusal of treatment and the black market blade. A murky green mist surged forth, laden with a pungent metallic scent that scorched the skin. Fang Qi's lungs felt as if they were being ground by sandpaper. Each breath was a torturous ordeal, his vision blurred, and dizziness assaulted his mind. Xiaoying, the little one in the backpack. This thought pierced through the haze of poisoning. Fang Qi let out a low growl and tore off the tattered sleeve to firmly cover his mouth and nose. Ignoring the chaotic gravitational turbulence and debris ravaging the testing chamber, he summoned his last vestiges of clarity and instinct to protect, unleashing an astonishing force. He propelled himself like a cannonball, crashing violently against the thick observation window of the testing chamber. Bang! The window cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward as the dark golden patterns beneath Fang Qi's skin neared collapse, illuminating forcefully. He disregarded the excruciating pain in his bones and collided once more with ferocity. Crash! The observation window shattered. Fang Qi cradled his head, enveloped in fragments and poisonous mist, and fell heavily to the ground of the hall. Shards lacerated his arms and face, blood mingling with the inky green venom as it streamed down. The hall fell into an immediate silence, all the new students, examiners, and staff staring in shock at the blood-soaked figure emerging from the broken window. Fang Qi struggled to rise, his vision fading to black, the toxic gas eroding his nerves. He staggered towards the storage area, seizing the old backpack containing his sister, clutching it tightly to his chest. The surface of the backpack bore scorch marks from the poison, and faint, pained groans from Xiao Ying emanated from within. The medical station. He must go there. Like a wounded beast, he barreled through the crowd, rushing toward the side passage marked with a red cross, leaving behind screams and chaos in his wake. Stop him. He has destroyed the testing chamber. In the monitoring room, Chen Mo's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, filled with ire. Several security personnel attempted to approach. Get away. Fang Qi's eyes burned crimson, his voice a hoarse roar, his right fist clenched, dim golden patterns emerging beneath his skin. An aura of menace radiating fiercely. The security guards were momentarily daunted, stepping back. Clutching the backpack, Fang Qi charged into the medical passage. A white corridor where the scent of disinfectant failed to mask the stench of blood and toxins. At the end of the passage stood a massive automatic door, glowing with blue light that read Medical Emergency Center. Save me. My sister is poisoned. Hurry, save her. Fang Qi rushed to the door, shouting desperately. The sensor door slid open, revealing a vast, pristine reception area, at the center of which hovered a blue virtual image devoid of facial features. The synthesized electronic voice of identity recognition resonated. A scanning beam enveloped Fang Qi and the backpack. Scanning. Target 1. Fang Qi. Identity. Specially recruited new student. Temporary permissions. Genetic status. Abnormal fluctuations. Unknown energy residue detected. Target 2. Fang Xiao Ying. Identity. Unregistered. Genetic status. Highly abnormal. Illegal gene editing traits, stardust syndrome, judgment result. The electronic voice remained impassive. According to Article 7 of the Dome Group Medical Safety Regulations, it is prohibited to provide medical services to individuals with illegal gene editing traits or abnormal genetic statuses of unknown identity. Target 2. Fang Qi. Entry to the medical center is forbidden. Please leave immediately, or a forced removal procedure will be initiated. Illegal genes? Nonsense. She's my sister. She is dying. Save her. Fang Qi's eyes widened in fury, his fists pounding against the alloy door frame, despair crashing over him like icy water. Repeated. Target 2 carries illegal genetic traits. Entry prohibited. Please leave immediately. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The AI's indifferent countdown echoed as the wall panel slid open to reveal the ominous barrel of a gun. The countdown resounded like a funeral knell, and Fang Qi gazed at the faint rise and fall of the backpack in his arms, his heart sinking into despair. The academy? Hope? Utter nonsense. Chinemo wanted them dead. He could not perish here. Fang Qi abruptly turned, clutching the backpack, and dashed out of the medical corridor, colliding into the chaotic hall. He had to escape the academy, seek out the old ghost, the black market. He burst out of the testing hall, relying on fragmented memories and his survival instincts to flee through the labyrinthine structures of the academy. His left shoulder throbbed with an old injury, a new bruise throbbed. Toxins coursed through his body. Exhaustion and pain erupted together. His vision blurred. His legs felt like lead, yet he clung desperately to the backpack. Uncertain how long he had been running, he burst through a side door of the academy and plunged into the ruins of the outer downtown area. The streets were filthy, chaotic, and reeked. The old ghost, the black market. Fang Qi's mind wandered as he stumbled into a narrow alley piled high with trash, sliding against the wall to sit on the ground, gasping for breath, each inhalation tainted with the metallic scent of blood. The faint breath of the little sprite within the backpack flickered weakly. Well, if it isn't Brother Fang Qi. After a few days, you look quite disheveled. A raspy voice broke the silence. Fang Qi looked up sharply, his bloodshot eyes focusing on the shadow in the alley. Leaning against a rusty pipe was Zhao Xiaodao, clad in an oil-stained work vest, his left arm a mechanical prosthetic gleaming in the dim light, a silver blade extending from his elbow, scraping against the rust on the wall as he puffed on a cheap electronic cigarette. Your sister? Zhao Xiaodao exhaled a smoke ring, his mechanical eye scanning the backpack. Poison? Green rot? TSK, those bastards in the dome. His tone was casual, yet his gaze pierced through the dark green stains and wounds on Fang Qi's body. Fang Qi remained silent, glaring at him, his right hand clenched tightly. Don't be tense. Zhao Xiaodao grinned, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. I'm not interested in the 500,000. That sum isn't enough for me to get a new elbow. He waved the mechanical silver blade. What intrigues me is you and your sisters. Abnormalities. He extinguished his cigarette, straightening up. The antidote for green rot. Only Viper has it in the lower downtown black market. That old fool is ruthless. He flexed his mechanical joints, producing a soft clicking sound, waiting. Before Fang Qi could react, Zhao Xiaodao melted back into the shadows, vanishing. Time dragged on. Fang Qi clutched the increasingly cold backpack, the toxins and fatigue gnawing at his consciousness. Just as he felt he could barely hold on, bang. Crash. Sounds of a struggle and shattering glass erupted from a nearby alley, accompanied by short, anguished screams and curses before quickly subsiding. Moments later, Zhao Xiaodao reappeared at the alley's entrance. His silver blade was stained with dark red, and in his other hand, he held a small metal vial emanating a chill, which he tossed to Fang Qi. Here, an emergency neutralizer. Inject it, the sooner the better. Zhao Xiaodao wiped the blood from his blade. Viper was too verbose. I silenced him. Fang Qi fumbled to catch it, too flustered to express gratitude, trembling as he twisted open the vial's cap, revealing a sealed syringe filled with a pale blue liquid. He tore open a corner of the backpack, exposing the pale arm of the little sprite, found a vein, plunged the needle in, and pushed the liquid into her. As the liquid was injected, Xiao Ying's scalding body convulsed violently. Her rapid and feeble breaths visibly steadied. The pallor of her face seemed to regain a hint of color. Effective. Fang Qi felt a slight relaxation in his taut nerves. Yet an overwhelming fatigue threatened to engulf him as he leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Moments later, a faint yet distinct groan emerged from the backpack. Fang Qi quickly lowered his head. Xiao Ying's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze weak and bewildered, clouded by the remnants of a high fever, yet no longer lifeless. She beheld Fang Qi's face, marred by blood and burns, and saw the mix of joy and exhaustion in his eyes. "Brother." Her voice was barely a whisper, hoarse. "Xiaoying, you're awake. How do you feel?" Fang Qi's voice trembled as he cautiously lifted her slightly, cradling her in his embrace. Xiaoying leaned weakly against her brother, feeling the rapid beating of his heart. She tried to speak, her lips moving, but suddenly furrowed her brow, her body slightly arching. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing overcame her. Her body trembled from the exertion, and an unnatural flush crept onto her pale cheeks. Xiaoying. Fang Qi's heart raced. As her coughing subsided, Xiaoying breathed laboriously. She slowly lifted her gaze to Fang Qi, her eyes reflecting a strange daze. "Brother," she gasped, her voice faint yet clear. I think I just had a dream." Fang Qi's anxiety heightened as he listened. It was a vast expanse of pink and white cherry blossoms. Xiao Ying's expression grew dreamy, as if lost at sea. When the wind blew, the petals danced, so fragrant, so warm. Her voice trailed off, her brow furrowing again in pain. Just when Fang Qi thought she was merely rambling, Xiao Ying's throat produced a suppressed, muffled cough. Cough, cough, poo. Accompanied by a violent bout of coughing, a small mouthful of dark red liquid was expelled, splattering onto Fang Qi's clothing. The bloodstain, dimly illuminated, glimmered with a faint yet discernible bluish-green fluorescence. Fang Qi's pupils abruptly constricted. Clatter. The empty metallic vial rolled from Fang Qi's loosened grip, landing on the oil-stained ground with a crisp sound, rolling deeper into the shadows of the alley. A pair of heavily armored mechanical boots, clad in thick black alloy and featuring anti-slip treads, silently emerged from the darkness, precisely stepping on the rolling vial. Crack! The metal container was instantly crushed beneath the weight. Fang Qi and Zhao Xiaodao quickly looked up. Both ends of the alley were now blocked by silent figures. Their bodies were enveloped in matte black, heavy exoskeleton armor. Grotesque in design, with robust hydraulic rods protruding from their joints, and their heads encased in full-coverage helmets, crimson electronic eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Each individual bore mechanical tendrils on their left arms, composed of countless interlocking dark silver rings. With flickering azure energy blades at their tips, an enlarged and upgraded version of the apparatus from the laboratory. An air of annihilation enveloped the narrow alley like a chilling tide. From beneath the helmet of the lead scavenger warrior came a distorted electronic voice, devoid of emotion. Target confirmed. Executing elimination order. Chapter 13. The bet before the blood cage. The alley at both ends was completely blocked. The scavenger warriors, encased in heavy exoskeleton armor, towered like iron sentinels, their crimson electronic eyes fixated on their targets. The upgraded mechanical tentacles attached to their left arms lifted slightly, casting ethereal blue energy blades that traced arcs through the dimly lit alley. The air was thick with the scent of oil and metal. In his embrace, Xiao clutched Fang Qi's clothing weakly, her chin stained with the luminescent droplets of blood, a stark contrast against her pale skin. "Stay still," Fang Qi murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as he tucked his sister into a corner behind a pile of tattered oilcloth. He leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. The wound on his left shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain under the pressure, the dull golden veins beneath his skin pulsating with a sensation of weakness. The aftermath of the poisoning and the relentless battles had brought his body to its limits. But he could not falter. He must hold the line. "Hey, big guy." Zhao Xiaodao's languid voice rang out. "Picking on the injured and children? Aren't you ashamed?" Unbeknownst to Fang Qi, Zhao Xiaodao had stepped in front of him, the silver blade on his left arm fully extended, reflecting the faint light filtering through the alleyway. Tilting his head, his mechanical eye flickered red as he assessed the obstructing scavengers, a characteristic smirk playing upon his lips. The lead scavenger warrior remained silent. A synthesized voice emanated from beneath the helmet, reiterating clearance directive. Execute. The mechanical tentacle on the warrior's left arm whipped forward with a piercing shriek, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aimed directly at Zhao Xiaodao's face. The velocity was several times that of the laboratory beast. Zhao Xiaodao's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he crouched low, nearly skimming the ground. The silver blade created a dazzling arc, perfectly deflecting the tentacle to the side. The clang of metal reverberated loudly, showering sparks. The tremendous force numbed Zhao Xiaodao's arm, causing him to slide back half a step. The tentacle was only deflected slightly, showcasing its astonishing resilience, the energy blade at its tip flickering erratically. Damn, that's some serious power. Zhao Xiaodao shook his numb mechanical arm, his eyes brightening with excitement. What a treasure! I'll dismantle it for study. Meanwhile, another scavenger's tentacle silently coiled toward the corner where Xiaoying lay. Fang Qi's eyes widened in horror. Get away! He roared, throwing himself forward recklessly to shield her. With the last of his strength, he drove his right fist into the incoming tentacle. Bang! His fist struck the resilient metal ring, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through his arm. The tentacle merely hesitated for a moment before snapping back violently. Fang Qi was hurled away, crashing into a nearby heap of refuse, the clatter of debris echoing in the air, and a metallic taste flooded his throat, nearly inducing him to cough up blood. Fang Qi, take the girl and go. Leave this iron lump to me. Zhao Xiaodao barked, his silver blade swirling like a tempest, entangling the scavenger that threatened Xiaoying. His swordsmanship was astute and merciless, targeting the joints of the armor and the connections of the tentacles. Sparks erupting in a dazzling display, momentarily stalling the enemy. Struggling to rise, Fang Qi felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Go! Where can we go? Both ends of the alley are filled with enemies. Xiaoying is still coughing blood. She needs medicine. A stabilizing synaptic coupler is urgently needed to suppress the deterioration of her stardust syndrome. Only the black market holds such an item. But what are the cost? That 500,000 bounty hangs like a death sentence. He watched as Zhao Xiaodao struggled against the relentless assault of two mechanical tentacles. Although the silver blade was sharp, it found it arduous to penetrate the opponent's formidable armor. Despair surged once more. Just then, boom, boom, boom. A deafening cacophony of pulsating electronic music erupted, accompanied by the frenzied roars of the crowd, penetrating the walls from the neighboring street. Want to rescue your sister? Zhao Xiaodao executed a desperate roll to evade the lethal sweep of an energy blade, crashing heavily against the wall as he gasped, shouting. His gaze swept across Fang Qi and the curled-up littling behind him. Did you hear? Blood Cage, the largest death arena in the lower city. The winner's prize tonight is sufficient to purchase 10 bottles of the coupler. The Blood Cage Death Arena? A prize? Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. That was a place where desperate souls wagered their lives for money. But did he have any alternatives? Gazing at his sister's suffering form, watching the faintly glowing blood, she coughed up. There are no choices left. Help me. Hold them off. 5 minutes. Fang Qi rasped this command, his eyes reflecting a frantic determination. Huh. How audacious! Zhao Xiaodao grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his mechanical eye flashing a crimson glow. It's a deal. He inhaled sharply, no longer evading, but instead charging headlong into the two advancing mechanical tentacles with reckless abandon. The silver blade was wielded in a frenzied manner, a true desperate gambit. The metallic clangs intensified, becoming a furious symphony of chaos. Fang Qi was devoid of any hesitation. He scooped up Little Ing, summoning the last vestiges of strength within him. Sprinting toward the low wall piled high with discarded debris at the other end of the alley, he stepped onto a rusted engine hood, using it as leverage to leap upward. The searing pain in his left shoulder blurred his vision, yet he gritted his teeth, his right arm unleashing its final burst of strength, hoisting Little Ing onto the wall. He then clumsily followed, crashing heavily into the refuse on the other side. From beyond the wall came Zhao Xiaodao's enraged roar and the even more intense, jarring clang of metal, interspersed with the electronic voice of the scavenger. Fang Qi dared not look back. He cradled little Ing, staggering like a battered beast, driven by that deafening uproar, plunging into the neighboring street. Before him loomed the blood-caged death arena, transformed from a colossal abandoned warehouse. Chapter 14. The quaking silver light pushing aside the heavy soundproof curtain. An overwhelming cacophony and a stifling wave of mingled sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol instantly engulfed Fang Qi. At the center of the vast circular arena stood an octagonal cage, meticulously enclosed by high-strength alloy mesh. Within the cage, two figures of strikingly disparate sizes were engaged in a frenzied battle. One, as robust as a bear, was clad in an inexpensive metallic exoskeleton, wielding gauntlets adorned with menacing steel spikes. Each strike sent tremors through the ground. The other, smaller and more agile, bore numerous wounds, blood splattering his form as he desperately evaded his opponent through speed and skill. The stands were teeming with a diverse throng of onlookers, brandishing their tickets and howling with faces twisted in primal excitement, their roars nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Fang Qi nestled Xiao Ying in a corner, where a relatively concealed, dilapidated sofa remnant offered a vantage point to observe the cage. "Wait for me," he murmured, his voice swallowed by the tumultuous din. Xiao Ying curled up weakly, barely able to respond. He maneuvered through the frenzied crowd toward the registration desk. A bald, burly man with a grotesque scar across his face and a thick cigar clenched in his teeth cast a sidelong glance at him, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Name? Odds? Which match?" His voice was gruff. "Fang Qi, next match. Bet on myself to win," Fang Qi replied, his voice hoarse. Despite the blood-stained visage, his eyes gleamed like blades tempered in fire, sharp and compelling. "Huh, with that puny frame of yours?" The bald man scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Fang Qi's tattered clothing, revealing blood-soaked wounds and a disheveled appearance. "Fine, I want to stop you from courting death. Next match, anvil against you. Odds 120. Win, the prize is yours. Lose, your corpse is my responsibility." He tossed a coarse electronic contract tablet toward Fang Qi, without glancing at the terms. Fang Qi pressed his blood-stained thumb heavily onto the sensor area. A flash of red light signified the establishment of the contract. A few minutes later, within the octagonal cage, the dark crimson stains from the previous bout had yet to dry, and a new bloodbath commenced. Fang Qi's opponent, Anvil, was a towering behemoth exceeding 2 meters in height, his muscles bulging like the very rocks of a fortress. He was encased in crude, yet exceptionally heavy modified exoskeletal armor, with massive hydraulic pistons protruding at the joints, emitting a dull hum with his every movement. His arms were outfitted with colossal impact drill bits, their serrated edges spinning at high speeds, producing a chilling hiss. With a sinister grin, he cracked his neck, the sound of snapping joints echoing ominously as he regarded Fang Qi, as though eyeing a mere insect easily crushed beneath his boot. "Kid," Anvil's voice boomed through the arena's loudspeakers, igniting a bloodthirsty wave of cheers. "I will shatter your bones." One by one, Fang Qi stood opposite him, appearing remarkably slender. He slightly arched his body, akin to a bow drawn to its limit. The relentless agony in his left shoulder and the fatigue enveloping his body gnawed at his resolve. Yet, his gaze remained unnervingly calm, fixated on the massive figure of his opponent, the seams of the armor, the exposed routs of the hydraulic tubing. "Begin." The referee's voice barely faded when a roar erupted from the crowd. The anvil emitted a monstrous roar, its colossal form charging forward with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of toppling mountains. The heavy footsteps caused the entire alloy cage to tremble violently. The terrifying drill bit on its right arm, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed directly at Fang Qi's chest. If this blow connected, it would surely pierce through him completely. Fang Qi's pupils constricted in an instant. His body swiftly slid to the side in a desperate evasion. The movement appeared somewhat stiff and delayed due to the pain. Buzz. The drill bit, propelled by a force akin to a tempest, grazed past his chest. Its sharp teeth ripped through his already tattered clothing, leaving several fiery red gashes on his skin. Quick to evade, yet the anvil sneered, its left arm's massive metallic gauntlet sweeping through with immense power, akin to a battering ram. The attack's range was vast. instantly cutting off all possible avenues of retreat for Fang Qi. There was no escape. Fang Qi's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree. His right fist clenched tightly. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin ignited, illuminating with a faint glow. A raw power surged forth from the depths of his bones. He chose not to dodge, but rather to confront the oncoming metallic fist head-on. Bang! A profoundly dull thud reverberated. Fang Qi felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His body flew backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the high-strength alloy net behind him. The tremendous recoil caused stars to burst before his eyes, a ringing echoed in his ears, and a thick, metallic sweetness surged in his throat. His right arm throbbed with excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to shatter. The anvil's strength surpassed any opponent he had encountered before. Trash. The anvil cackled maniacally, advancing with heavy steps. Its dual deadly drill bit and gauntlet rose once more, imbued with a sense of annihilation, poised to conclude this spectacle. The audience erupted with thunderous boos, mocking jeers, and cries for an end to the performance. Behind the remnants of a corner sofa, Xiaoying seemed to sense her brother's peril, weakly struggling to raise her head, yet only managing to emit an inaudible groan of pain. At this moment of suffocating despair, "Hey, kid, look at this." A familiar voice pierced through the cacophony like an arrow, distinctly reaching Fang Qi's ears. He abruptly lifted his head. Outside the octagonal cage, Zhao Xiaodao had somehow squeezed to the front row of the alloy enclosure. His original silver blade had been retracted. At this moment, he held a short knife. Sleek and streamlined, gleaming with a silvery gray metallic luster, its edge shimmering with a strange blue light. Through the dense mesh, he abruptly flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The silver-gray short knife transformed into a lethal bolt of silver lightning, precisely navigating the openings of the mesh, spinning rapidly as it flew toward Fang Qi inside the cage. Then, Zhao Xiaodao shouted with all his might, "Cut the hydraulic pipe at the joints. Don't clash directly. Find the gaps." Fang Qi, relying on instincts honed through countless brushes with death, extended his hand with lightning speed. Clap! With a swift motion, he grasped the hilt of the flying blade. The handle felt slightly heavy, resonating with an unusual, high-frequency vibration akin to the buzzing of bees, as if a sophisticated micro-engine within the blade was operating frenetically. Simultaneously, the colossal fist of the iron anvil, shrouded in shadows of death, descended upon Fang Qi's head with immense force. The fierce wind made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. On the precipice of life and death, a chilling glint flickered in Fang Qi's eyes. There was no hesitation in his grip on the silver blade. He chose neither to block the fist capable of shattering steel nor to retreat in vain. Utilizing the rebound from his earlier collision with the alloy mesh, he abruptly lowered his body, gliding forward like a snake skimming the ground, narrowly evading the iron anvil's massive metallic gauntlet. In that fleeting moment, his silver blade, infused with Zhao Xiaodao's guidance and the strange vibrating energy of the blade, struck with surgical precision toward the vulnerable joint behind the iron anvil's right leg, where a robust hydraulic pipe, encased in resilient metal mesh, was clearly exposed. A dull, tearing sound, starkly different from the clang of metal, erupted. The edge of the silver blade, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, unleashed its cutting power upon contacting the metal mesh. The sturdy protective net was effortlessly pierced as if it were mere paper. The thick hydraulic pipe shattered with an audible snap. Scalding hydraulic oil, reeking intensely, erupted like a long-suppressed geyser from the ruptured pipe, drenching the iron anvil in an instant. My leg! The iron anvil emitted a harrowing wail that distorted in pitch. The hydraulic power of his right leg's exoskeleton was instantly lost. His immense frame toppled forward like a crumbling mountain, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The heavy drill bit fell uncontrollably onto the alloy floor of the cage, producing a deafening clamor, sending sparks flying. An opportunity! Fang Qi's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. He stifled the agony coursing through his body. Springing forth like a coiled cheetah, with a swift sidestep, he maneuvered to the side of the colossal figure of the iron anvil as it fell. The silver blade glowed once more with a high-frequency vibration, infused with resolute power, and plunged decisively into the fragile seam connecting the iron anvil's left shoulder armor through his heavy chest plate. Another dull thud echoed as yet another hydraulic pipe burst. Scalding hydraulic oil gushed forth once more. The iron anvil's massive form lay utterly incapacitated on the ground, resembling a heap of lifeless, heavy scrap metal, punctuated only by pain. Intermittent howls. The lethal drill bit and gauntlet fell limply to the floor. The battle was concluded. The arena of death descended into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been paused. Then, a roar of fervor erupted, an unbelievable cacophony of screams and curses. A staggering 120 payout. An upset. The gamblers went wild. Fang Qi, leaning on his silver blade, gasped for breath. Sweat mingled with blood trickled incessantly from his forehead, obscuring his vision. Victory. The funds for the coupling agent. Secured. He staggered towards the edge of the cage and through the alloy mesh. He returned the silver blade in his grasp to Zhao Xiaodao outside. Zhao Xiaodao effortlessly caught it, whistling with a hint of unabashed admiration as his mechanical eye flickered with red light. The referee announced Fang Qi's triumph in a booming voice. Fang Qi, dragging his nearly shattered body, walked step by step towards the prize collection area under the gaze of countless eyes, some fervent, some envious, and others malevolent. The bald, burly man overseeing the rewards had a countenance so grim it seemed capable of squeezing out water. He looked at the prize amount displayed on the electronic contract board, then at the pile of exorbitantly valuable anvil armor within the cage, now rendered useless, his lips twitching in discomfort. Reluctantly, he fumbled with the holographic interface for what felt like an eternity. "Kid, consider yourself damn lucky," he spat, slamming a thin, anonymous electronic credit chip onto the greasy table. Prize money, after deducting venue usage fees, equipment damage compensation, hydraulic oil contamination cleanup fees, and the emotional distress pollution tax for dirtying my floor. That's all. Take it and get lost. His tone dripped with bitterness and anger. Fang Qi picked up the chip, his gaze sweeping over the displayed balance. A heavy weight sank in his chest. The balance was barely a third of what he had estimated. Not even enough to purchase 10 vials of the synaptic coupling agent, let alone one. Contamination tax? Fang Qi's voice was low, suppressing the tumult of fury within him. What? Unhappy? Behind the bald man, several equally brutish henchmen closed in, their expressions menacing. Fang Qi clenched the chip tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He took a deep breath, forcibly quelling the anger that threatened to erupt. He couldn't afford to act out here. Xiao Ying was waiting in the corner. No matter how little it was still money. He abruptly turned around, wordlessly making his way towards Xiao Ying in the corner, just as he bent down to lift his sister and exit this den of blood and greed. He caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. In a subtle, dimly lit corner behind the prize collection area, a figure sat there, clad in an exquisitely tailored black trench coat and wearing a wide-brimmed hood. The individual melded almost seamlessly into the thick shadows, utterly inconspicuous. Before them floated a small, portable holographic screen. On the screen, a large, high-definition photograph was prominently displayed, capturing the moment Fang Qi was in the gravity testing chamber, bloodied and with golden veins grotesquely surfacing beneath his skin. Below the photograph, a line of clear, flashing red text served as a blood-red warning. Target reconfirmation, seed or no. 7. Fang Qi, clearance priority, elevated to level associated individual. Fang Xiao Ying, 0 adaptation. Status update, abnormal activity fluctuations. The hood lifted slightly. Beneath the shadows, there appeared a gaze devoid of warmth, scrutinizing and penetrating the chaotic throngs of people, precisely alighting upon Fang Qi and the sister he cradled in his arms. Chapter 15. The icy flow and hidden blood, the meager winnings from the arena of death left Fang Qi with little more than a paltry sum. Clutching the meager balance on the chip, he held his sister, Xiao Ying, tightly as they squeezed through the cacophony of the blood-soaked cage. Zhao Xiaodao had been waiting in the shadows by the exit, his silver blade tucked away behind his elbow, the red glow of his mechanical eye scanning the chip in Fang Qi's hand before flicking to the unconscious form of Xiao Ying in his arms. TSK. That old dog Heibao still has an insatiable appetite. Zhao Xiaodao shrugged, refraining from inquiring further about the money. He nodded toward a darker alleyway. Follow me. I have a lead on the coupling agent. It's in limited supply, but should suffice for a while. Fang Qi remained silent, silently trailing behind with his sister in his embrace. The deeper they ventured into the alley, the heavier the scent of machine oil and metal welding became. An unassuming roll-up door stood half open, revealing a cramped space cluttered with mechanical parts and discarded engines, resembling a junkyard repair shop. Zhao Xiaodao navigated with ease, retrieving a slender metal tube from a locked iron cabinet filled with a viscous amber liquid. Here, the synaptic coupling agent. This is all the black market has left. He tossed the tube to Fang Qi. Use it sparingly, you know the side effects. Fang Qi caught the metal tube, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at Xiaoying's pale, pained visage, inhaled deeply, and twisted off the cap. Inside lay a single-use syringe. Rolling up his left sleeve, he found a vein, gritted his teeth, and plunged the needle in. A chilling wave surged through his bloodstream. This was no ordinary cold. It was a frost that could freeze marrow. Fang Qi stifled a groan as his body tensed involuntarily, trembling. The faint golden veins beneath his skin, once dim, now shimmered with clarity. Rigid and glistening with a subtle metallic sheen. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder was forcefully suppressed by this extreme cold, yielding a sensation of deep, marrow-deep numbness. Effective. The crystallizing sting had been temporarily frozen. Yet, with it came a violent wave of dizziness and nausea, darkness threatening to envelop his vision. Hold on. Zhao Xiaodao's voice echoed as if filtered through water. Fang Qi shook his head, forcing the discomfort aside. He stuffed the empty syringe into his pocket and lifted Xiaoying once more. Thank you, he rasped. We must hurry. The scavengers have keen noses. Zhao Xiaodao waved him off, diving back into the pile of parts, his silver blade dancing between his fingers. Fang Qi cradled his sister as they returned to the labyrinthine streets of the lower district. The coupling agent had temporarily staved off his own collapse, but Xiaoying's condition was deteriorating. Her breaths came in rapid gasps, her small face flushed with fever, her body curled in agony amid her unconsciousness. He needed to find a place to cool her down. He had to acquire genuine medicine. He discovered a relatively secluded nook, cluttered with discarded packing boxes. Gently, he laid Xiaoying down against a relatively clean cardboard piece. He removed his tattered jacket, folding it to cushion her head. Then, rummaging through his backpack, he found the last remnants of clean water, dampening a small cloth to gently wipe Xiaoying's feverish forehead and cheeks, striving to alleviate her warmth. The cool cloth seemed to offer her a modicum of comfort. Her tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and her breathing became somewhat steadier. Fang Qi exhaled, leaning wearily against the nearby crate. The coupling agent still coursed through his body, the golden veins in his left arm rigid and gleaming, imparting a strange sense of numbness. He closed his eyes, hoping for a moment to catch his breath. At that moment, a series of deeply oppressive, intermittent coughs emerged, seemingly forced from the depths of the throat. Fang Qi abruptly opened his eyes. He saw that Xiaoying had woken up at some point. Curled up with her back to him, her shoulders trembling violently. She pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, attempting to stifle the heart-wrenching cough that threatened to escape. Her entire small frame convulsed with each spasm. Xiaoying. Fang Qi hurriedly stepped forward, eager to support her. Yet, Xiaoying shook her head vigorously, akin to a frightened creature, struggling to evade his grasp, her body curling even tighter as she clutched her mouth. Don't look, brother. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, laced with a tremor of sorrow and undeniable pain, along with a hint of fear. Fang Qi's heart tightened instantly. He forcibly pried open her hand that was clamped over her mouth. In the palm of her hand lay a small pool of thick, dark red blood. Within the blood, specks of bluish-green luminescence flickered weakly in the dim light, as if alive. In her other, tightly clenched fist, Fang Qi spotted a half-crushed white tablet. It was the cheapest, least effective antipyretic from Old Ghost Clinic. The edges of the tablet were stained with the same dark red, luminescent blood. Clearly, she had attempted to conceal the medication from him, not wanting him to see. Fang Qi felt as if his blood had frozen in that instant. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Xiaoying had awakened, suffering greatly, yearning for the antipyretic. However, The violent cough had forced blood from her, uncontrollably. She feared his discovery of the blood, feared his worry, and was even more afraid of the bizarre luminescence within it. Thus, she had sought to secretly take the medication, to hide the evidence of her bleeding. Silly girl. Fang Qi's voice caught in his throat, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He pulled his sister tightly into his embrace, feeling her burning body and uncontrollable shivers. Brother is here. Brother is here. He could only repeat these few words, his heart pierced by countless needles. That meager antipyretic was utterly inadequate to save her. She required genuine medical attention. The medication is useless. Xiaoying gasped weakly in his arms. Her voice tinged with a desperate sob. I feel so cold, yet so hot. The chilling sensation of the coupling agent spread through Fang Qi's body. Yet could not warm his sister in the slightest. He gazed at her anguished face, at the luminescent blood, and a decision crystallized in the depths of his despair. No more delays. They must go to a medical station, a legitimate one, even if he had to force his way in. He recalled a nearby community medical station marked with a red cross, which appeared to be relatively reputable. Although its equipment surely could not compare to that of the floating city, it was certainly better than nothing. Chapter 16. The refusal of treatment and the bloodstained map. Fang Qi cradled his sister Xiaoying in his arms, his steps heavy as he approached the community health center. The coupling agent made his body feel as though it were encased in lead, yet the determination to protect his sister propelled him forward. The door to the clinic stood ajar, revealing dim lighting within. A few antiquated machines emitted a low, persistent hum. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, mingled with the musty odor of age. Behind a reception desk, a round, battered medical robot stood, its electronic eye flickering with a dull yellow light. Name? Symptoms? The robot intoned in a flat, emotionless electronic voice. Fang Xiaoying. High fever, coughing up blood, possibly an infection caused by stardust syndrome. Fang Qi replied hastily, gently placing his sister on a dusty bench nearby. Xiaoying curled up unconsciously, emitting pain moans. The robot's electronic eye shifted toward Xiaoying, a pale blue scanning beam enveloping her frail form. Scanning. Target, minor female. Vital signs, abnormal, temperature, 39, HC, respiratory rate, elevated. Blood analysis, unknown energy particle residue detected. Matching characteristics, stardust syndrome. Gene sequence screening. Warning, highly abnormal gene fragment detected. Feature code, 7X-. Determination result. The robot's electronic voice suddenly rose in pitch. According to the supplementary provisions of the Dome Public Health Safety Act, provision of medical services to individuals carrying illegal genetic mutations is prohibited. Target is classified as a 7X. Sequence carrier. Entry into medical facilities is forbidden. Please vacate immediately or an alarm will be triggered. Illegal genes again? Rage surged within Fang Qi like a wildfire. He lunged forward, his fist crashing down onto the worn metal surface of the reception desk with a resounding clang. Illegal, my foot. She is my sister. She is on the verge of death. Are you a machine or an executioner? His eyes blazed crimson as he glared at the robot's flickering yellow electronic eye. Repeat warning. Please remove the illegal genetic mutation from the premises, or a forced clearance procedure will commence. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The robot's voice remained unyielding, the countdown echoing like a death knell. Beneath its rotund body, hidden wheels began to turn, seemingly preparing to push him away. Faced with the robot's soulless countdown, and glancing at his sister's anguished form on the bench, the final thread of reason in Fang Qi's mind snapped. Get away, he bellowed, a primal roar escaping his lips. With all the anger and despair pent up within him, he kicked the medical robot's rounded metallic body with ferocious force. Clang! The robot was propelled into the air by the tremendous force, crashing violently against the medicine cabinet behind it. The sound of shattering glass, warping metal, and tumbling vials echoed resoundingly. The robot flickered with chaotic yellow light, collapsing to the ground as its mechanical arms twitched futilely. A shrill, piercing alarm instantly filled the entire health center. Red warning lights spun wildly. Exposed. Fang Qi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He swiftly lifted Xiaoying into his arms and dashed outside, as they burst through the dilapidated doors of the medical station. The shrill blare of alarms heralded impending trouble. Around the corner, Two burly men clad in gray uniforms, adorned with the insignia of the dome's security patrol, raced towards them on roaring hover motorcycles. Halt! Vandalizing public medical facilities, seize him. The shouts of the patrolmen mingled with the growl of their engines. Fang Qi, clutching his sister, sprinted desperately down the narrow alley. The sound of engines grew alarmingly closer. The effects of the coupling agent lingered, yet his exhausted body felt as though it were encased in lead. Despair surged once more like a tidal wave. Just then, from a shadow of an even narrower side alley, a bony hand suddenly shot out and grasped Fang Qi's arm. This way. Hurry. It was the raspy, urgent voice of Old Ghost. Startled, Fang Qi had no time to ponder as he was yanked into the dark passage. Old Ghost moved with unexpected agility, pulling him through a maze of twists and turns, evading the roar of the patrol motorcycles. Finally, he pushed open a concealed door hidden behind a discarded advertisement, pulling Fang Qi inside. Bang! The door shut, isolating them from the cacophony outside. Within was Old Ghost's humble clinic, saturated with the scent of blood and antiseptic. Have you lost your mind? Kicking the machines of the dome, Old Ghost gasped, his murky eyes glaring at Fang Qi before glancing at the faintly breathing Xiaoying. Do you wish for her to perish even faster? Fang Qi slid down the wall to the ground, panting heavily, sweat mingling with dust trickling down his forehead. He gazed at Xiaoying, his eyes filled with profound fatigue and helplessness. She needs medicine. Medicine? Can you even access a legitimate place? Old Ghost scoffed, moving to his oil-stained workbench, rummaging through various items. Illegal genes. Nonsense. Merely a cover for the filthy deeds of those scoundrels in the dome. His tone dripped with derision. He produced a palm-sized, rough square made of some waterproof material and thrust it into Fang Qi's hands. Take this. Fang Qi looked down. On the oilcloth, an intricate diagram of underground pipelines was sketched in dark red, resembling dried bloodstains. The lines twisted and intertwined like a labyrinth. Several key nodes were circled, with hasty annotations nearby. At the bottom of the map, in an inconspicuous corner, was a rudimentary symbol resembling intertwined gears and a double helix. With a small inscription below, Dawn Brigade, 7th Outpost. What is this? Fang Qi furrowed his brow. A path to survival. Old Ghost lowered his voice, his murky eyes glinting with intensity. Deep within the Dome Group's 7th Research Institute, in the abandoned old pipeline sector, they have blind spots in their surveillance network. With a stroke of luck, you might stumble upon something they accidentally left behind, or, at the very least, it may afford your sister a few more breaths. He pointed to a marked spot on the map. Here, there's an abandoned ventilation shaft that leads directly to a waste treatment station on the surface. It's a lifeline, the only way out. He paused, his gaze sharpening with unusual clarity, desiring to save his sister and preserve his own life. He clutched tightly to the blood-stained oilcloth map. This was a solitary lifeline in their dire predicament. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes pierced the air outside the clinic, followed by heavy footsteps and a violent pounding of fists against the door. Open up. Dome Patrol. Searching for insurgents. The Old Ghost's expression darkened dramatically as he forcefully shoved Fang Qi towards the rear exit of the clinic. Hurry. Climb over the wall at the back. He urged, his murky eyes fixated on the violently trembling iron door. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Qi scooped up his sister and dashed towards the narrow door leading to the rear yard, cluttered with discarded debris. He unlatched the door and was about to burst through when, amidst the wreckage of the medical robot that Fang Qi had previously damaged, a pristine electronic eye flickered to life, emitting a faint red glow. Within that crimson light, a minuscule insignia resembling the number 7 flashed momentarily in the depths of the pupil. Unbeknownst to Fang Qi, he plunged into the shadows of the backyard, littered with rusted metal and broken crates, cradling his sister tightly. Behind him, the iron door of the Old Ghost clinic groaned under the weight of relentless assaults. Chapter 17. The fluorescent vines of the sewers. The iron gate of the Old Ghost clinic slammed shut behind Fang Qi with a loud clang, effectively muffling the raucous sounds of the patrolling guards at the front. Clutching little Ing in his arms, he tumbled into a cramped space cluttered with rusty oil drums and broken wooden crates, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of rust and decaying refuse. There was no time to catch his breath. He glanced up briefly. The backyard walls loomed high, topped with barbed wire. The only escape lay in a semi-human-sized, Gaping black sewage pipe in the corner, from which greasy waste trickled slowly, releasing a noxious odor. According to the old ghost map, the abandoned pipe leading to the depths of the 7th Research Institute was nearby. He had to enter. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, tearing a relatively clean strip from his inner garment to tightly cover little Ing's mouth and nose, attempting to minimize the stench-s assault on her senses. He himself held his breath, embracing his sister, and without hesitation plunged into the filthy pipe. Thick, viscous waste enveloped his calves in an instant, the pungent smell nearly suffocating. Inside the pipe, it was pitch black, save for a faint glimmer of light far ahead. Fang Qi trudged forward, each step stirring the murky water. The wound on his shoulder pulsing with sharp pain and numbness from the filth. Littling squirmed restlessly in his arms, letting out faint coughs, even through the fabric. The foul odor and oppressive air made her exceedingly uncomfortable. "Hold on, little Ing. We are almost there," Fang Qi whispered, soothing her, as much for her sake as for his own encouragement. He concentrated on discerning the direction, recalling the hasty lines on the oilcloth map. The pipe branched out in numerous directions, resembling a labyrinth. He could only rely on instinct, opting for the paths that appeared older and seemingly less saturated with waste. Time lost meaning as he traversed through the darkness and stench. The tunnel began to widen, and the water grew shallower. The walls transformed from smooth concrete to a thick covering of slippery moss and an unfamiliar, viscous biofilm. The air remained foul, yet the acrid odor had somewhat dissipated. Just as Fang Qi allowed himself a moment of relief, a faint yet high-frequency, buzzing noise suddenly emanated from the depths of the pipe they had just traversed. His heart sank. Pursuers? He immediately halted, holding his breath, cradling little Ing protectively against him, pressing his body against the damp, moss-covered wall of the tunnel. In the darkness, only their heavy breathing and the rapid beating of their hearts filled the silence. The buzzing grew nearer, clearer. It was not human voices, but machinery. Suddenly, several pale beams of light swept around the corner from the rear of the pipe. The shafts of light cut through the murky air, illuminating the walls slick with slime and moss. They were drones. 3 reconnaissance drones, each the size of a fist, flat and resembling metallic beetles. Their undersides flickered with eerie blue scanning beams, silently hovering, equipped with multispectral sensors that were now locking onto the area where Fang Qi and little Ing were concealed. Heat source locked, target confirmed. The electronic synthetic sound reverberated through the narrow pipe, imbued with a metallic essence. "Exposed. Run," Fang Qi bellowed, clutching his sister as he desperately surged forward, the slippery moss beneath his feet nearly causing him to stumble several times. The buzzing intensified, transforming into a piercing shriek as 3 drones, akin to sharks sensing blood, rev their engines to full throttle, accelerating in pursuit. They deftly navigated the rusted pipes and obstacles within the conduit, their speed eclipsing that of Fang Qi. More alarmingly, one of the drones suddenly revealed a small aperture from its underside, unleashing a nearly invisible red laser beam that precisely targeted the vulnerable spot at the back of Fang Qi's neck. It was a weapon they intended to kill. The specter of death loomed ominously, and Fang Qi could feel the searing heat approaching from behind him. He abruptly dove sideways, attempting to evade. With a hiss, the laser grazed his right arm, scorching a charred mark on the moss-covered pipe wall, releasing acrid smoke. A sharp pain coursed through him as the fabric on his right arm was incinerated, leaving his skin charred. He let out a muffled groan, crashing heavily into the murky water while still holding his sister tightly. The other 2 drones seized the opportunity to close in, their eerie blue scanning beams locking on him, their weaponry charging ominously. "Brother," Xiao Ying's terrified whimper echoed from his embrace. Despair and fury erupted within Fang Qi, like magma igniting in his chest. He could not die. Not here. The instinct to protect his sister overpowered his fear and pain. Instinctively, he pressed his left arm against the slick, moss-covered pipe wall, striving to rise. The clammy texture of the surface met his palm, while the gaping wound on his left shoulder, aggravated by the intense motion and emotional turmoil, bled anew, mingling with fine, dark golden crystals. The warm, strangely energized blood quickly soaked through the ragged cloth binding his injury, seeping out and staining the thick moss and viscous biofilm that coated the pipe wall. just as Fang Qi's blood and the crystals made contact with the moss and biofilm. A hum. An indescribable, minuscule resonance emanated from the depths of the pipe wall. Then, a startling transformation unfolded. The previously lifeless, dark green moss and grayish-white biofilm seemed infused with a furious vitality, writhing and expanding with alarming speed. Countless robust, faintly glowing blue-green vines erupted from the moss and biofilm, surging forth like giant serpents imbued with unstoppable force, instantly ensnaring the encroaching drones. Swish, swish, swish. The vines moved with astonishing swiftness. They disregarded the drones' agile evasions, the resilient tendrils wrapping around the drones' bodies and rotors with the strength of steel. The air resonated with the sickening crunch of twisted metal. One drone was utterly dismantled by several vines, its metallic fragments and circuit remnants scattering, while another was violently slammed against the pipe wall, crumpling into a twisted heap of scrap metal. The last attempt to sever the vines with a laser resulted in the scorching marks being instantaneously concealed by the burgeoning tendrils. More vines entwined, ensnaring the object tightly. The energy core within emitted a burdensome hum under immense pressure, culminating in a muffled explosion, a resounding boom, followed by a flash of fire seeping through the gaps in the vines, which promptly extinguished. The vines loosened, and the charred remains fell into the murky waters, smoking. The pipes returned to a profound silence, save for the phosphorescent vines that writhed slowly, akin to a satiated python retreating into the mossy layers of the pipe walls, leaving behind the mangled drone wreckage and the lingering scent of burnt debris. Fang Qi, cradling Xiaoying, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He glanced down at his left hand, smeared with moss and slime, then at the wound on his left shoulder, seeping blood. Was it his blood? Those crystals? Brother, those vines. Xiaoying's voice, tinged with wonder, broke the silence. Fang Qi snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for inquiries, as the pursuers could arrive at any moment. Struggling to rise, he held his sister close and prepared to advance through the pipe. As he took a step forward, his foot struck something solid submerged in the sludge. Looking down, he discovered the drone's remnants, crushed by the vines, now lying in the filthy water. The wreckage was twisted and deformed, emitting wisps of smoke. On a relatively intact section of armor, illuminated by the faint glow of the vines, Fang Qi discerned several inscriptions etched deep into the metal. Though obscured by grime and burn marks, the outlines remained recognizable. Dawn Brigade, manufactured in 07. Dawn Brigade? That name again. The emblem from the old maps. Fang Qi's heart raced. This enigmatic organization seemed omnipresent. Just then, Xiaoying, who had been quietly nestled in his embrace, appeared drawn to the residual energy waves emanating from the drone's remains. She extended her pale little hand, unconsciously brushing against the engraved armor plate. A faint vibration, as though emanating from the depths of the earth, coursed through her fingertips. It seemed she sensed something, her brow gently unfurling, lips silently moving as she emitted a barely audible, dissonant hum, yet imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Strangely, the melody bore a faint resemblance to the tune she had unconsciously hummed before the broken piano in the opera house. As this delicate hum resonated, a miracle unfolded once again. The surrounding pipe walls, those heavy, moss-covered concrete barriers, appeared to resonate subtly with her feeble tune, causing the droplets of murky water to tremble and slide off, while loose rust particles cascaded down. Deeper within, at the dim end of the pipe, something seemed to awaken in response to the resonance, emanating an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear wave of energy. Chapter 18. The Abyssal Well and the Rusted Gate. Fang Qi cradled the frail Xiaoying as he navigated through the labyrinthine, abandoned conduits, guided by the faint yet discernible energy fluctuations. Beneath his feet lay slick moss and murky wastewater, while the air was thick and oppressive. Xiaoying lay against his shoulder, her breathing shallow, the remnants of a melody escaping her lips, as if she had exhausted her final reserve of strength. The resonant hum of the conduit walls faded away, and the energy pulse shimmered like fireflies in the dark, illuminating the path ahead. The passage gradually inclined upwards, the moss thickening on either side, while the perilous bioluminescent vines seemed to be ensnared in slumber. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a heavy, rust-stained iron door, embedded within the concrete wall, largely obscured by deep green moss, nearly merging with the structure itself. Had it not been for the energy emanating through the door's crevice, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Gently, Fang Qi set Xiaoying down, allowing her to lean against a relatively clean corner of the wall. He inhaled deeply and pressed both hands against the iron door, the rusted hinges emitting a jarring groan. He bellowed, as the faint golden patterns beneath his left arm began to glow with a soft luminescence. With a creaking sound followed by a resounding bang, the door was forced open just enough for a person to slip through sideways, releasing a gust of stale, disinfectant-laden cold air from beyond. Contrary to his expectations of a laboratory, what lay beyond was a vast, nearly vertical ventilation shaft. The walls were rough concrete, adorned with large metal pipes and rusted ladders. The bottom of the well was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, the sole source of light filtering from a high circular opening above, casting a feeble glow on a circular metal platform encircling the shaft's interior. The platform hung at least several meters above the entrance of the conduit, precisely where the abandoned ventilation shaft was marked on the old map. Fang Qi gazed up at the suspended platform and then down at the weakened Xiaoying nestled in his arms. He knew he had to ascend. At the edge of the platform, he discerned a tightly shut metal door, presumably the entryway to the subterranean abandoned sectors of the 7th Research Institute. Clutching his sister close, he approached the edge of the ventilation shaft, the metal pipes cold and rust-ridden against his skin. He took a deep breath, his left arm securely holding Xiaoying, while his right hand seized a thick condensation pipe. Using the protruding rivets along the shaft wall for leverage, he began to climb. The dull ache from his left shoulder wound persisted, and each exertion sent sharp stabs of pain from the laser burns on his right arm, mingling with the sweat that dripped down his back, tainted by the stench of sewage. Though Xiaoying felt light in his arms, her presence weighed heavily on his heart. He gritted his teeth, fingers digging into the crevices and rusted holes of the conduit, his feet searching for every minuscule foothold. The rough concrete and metal scraped against his skin, making each upward movement excruciatingly laborious. Sweat trickled silently into the abyss below. Time seemed to stand still, with only the sounds of his labored breaths and pounding heartbeat reverberating through the vastness. At last, his right hand grasped the edge of the circular platform. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Fang Qi's right arm flexed, the golden patterns beneath his skin flaring to brilliance. With a primal roar, he propelled himself and Xiaoying upward, crashing heavily onto the metal platform. He collapsed, gasping for breath, the world around him fading into darkness. His left shoulder bandage completely soaked through with blood and sweat. Dark gold droplets oozed from the ruptured wound, congealing as the coupling agent suppression faltered, the crystalline sting piercing through his nerves once more. Xiaoying seemed to stir, letting out a pained groan. Fang Qi struggled to sit up, momentarily disregarding his own pain as he turned his attention to his sister. Fortunately, it was merely a jarring discomfort. He gently placed her in the corner of the platform and turned his gaze toward the tightly shut metal door at the center. The door was made of heavy alloy, its hinges severely corroded, devoid of any electronic locks, and equipped solely with an antiquated, manually operated valve, reminiscent of a submarine hatch. Its surface coated in a thick layer of dust. This was the 7th outpost marked on the old ghost map. Fang Qi approached the door, grasping the valve wheel with both hands. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his remaining strength, and the golden patterns on his left arm flickered to life once more. Creak! Creak! The shrill sound of metal grinding echoed in the emptiness, the rusted valve proving exceptionally weighty. Fang Qi's muscles trembled, the golden markings beneath his skin flickering erratically, beads of sweat cascading down. At last, with a muffled click, the valve rotated into position. Fang Qi braced his shoulder against the heavy door and exerted a sudden force. With a thunderous rumble, the accumulated dust cascaded down. The door cracked open, revealing a narrow gap through which a rich, sweetly metallic scent, mingled with dust, rushed forth. Beyond the door lay an expanse of darkness. Fang Qi fished out a simple illumination stick from his backpack, twisting it to life, the eerie green glow illuminating the scene beyond the door. A narrow corridor unfolded before him, its walls mottled and adorned with tattered cables, the floor covered in worn, anti-slip grating, thick with dust. On either side of the passage were tightly shut metal doors, their labels blurred, the air suffocatingly silent, save for the hissing of the illumination stick. This was the abandoned sector of the Dome Group's 7th Research Institute. Fang Qi lifted Xiao Ying into his arms and sidled into the doorway, carefully closing it behind him. Inside the corridor, only the breaths of him and his sister remained, accompanied by the ghostly green light. The old ghost map was rudimentary, and he proceeded cautiously down the corridor. Scattered about were discarded instrument parts, overturned metal carts, and dust-covered white lab coats, all shrouded in a thick layer of grime. As he approached a corner, he halted. On the floor ahead lay several palm-sized, sharply edged dark gray scales. The scales glimmered with a metallic sheen under the eerie green light. On the adjacent wall were deep, claw-like gashes, as if a colossal creature had ripped through the concrete, exposing the steel rebar within. Something had moved here, possessing both size and strength that were fearsome. Fang Qi's heart raced as he tightened his grip on the silver-gray, short knife bestowed by Zhao Xiaodao, the cool touch of the hilt offering him a semblance of calm. He gently placed Xiao Ying behind an overturned metal cart. "Stay hidden and remain silent," he whispered. Clutching the short knife, he crouched low, silently advancing forward. Chapter 19. The steel-bone fangs and the azure blood crystal. The passage ahead twisted once more. As he rounded the corner, Fang Qi's pupils constricted in shock. A colossal figure blocked the corridor's center. The creature resembled a massive lizard, its immense form nearly filling the passageway, over 3 meters in length. It was cloaked in deep gray, with thick, sharp-edged scales. Its robust limbs ended in enormous claws that glimmered with a metallic sheen, deeply embedded in the ground's grid. A long tail covered in bony spikes trailed behind, its tip resembling a heavy mace. Most terrifying of all was its head, devoid of eyes, featuring a gaping maw that seemed to stretch to the roots of its ears, filled with interlocking, dagger-like pallid teeth. It appeared to rely on sound waves or vibrations to perceive its surroundings, its massive head swaying slightly in Fang Qi's direction. A pungent, nauseating stench assaulted his senses. A genetic beast, undoubtedly a monster abandoned or escaped from the Dome laboratory. A roar erupted. The eyeless creature accurately locked on a Fang Qi, emitting a deep, terrifying growl. Its enormous body charging forward with overwhelming force, moving with astonishing speed. The passage was narrow, offering no chance of evasion. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his left foot driving powerfully against the ground, propelling him like an arrow towards the beast. His right hand gripped a silver-gray short knife tightly, the blade emitting a high-frequency hum, just as the gaping maw filled with teeth was about to engulf him. Fang Qi swiftly crouched sideways, narrowly slipping beneath the creature's jaw. Simultaneously, the short knife, vibrating with a haunting blue light, was thrust forcefully into the relatively soft area beneath the beast's neck. With a sickening squelch, the high-frequency blade pierced through the resilient scales, embedding itself deeply. A deafening howl of agony erupted from the beast. It violently twisted its massive body, the sheer force of its head thrashing, sending Fang Qi, along with the knife, hurtling through the air. Thud! Fang Qi collided heavily with the corridor wall, his insides feeling as though they had shifted, a sweet taste filling his throat, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The short knife remained lodged in the beast's neck, its handle the only part visible. The wounded beast descended into a frenzy. It thrashed its neck wildly, trying to dislodge the knife. Its gargantuan body slammed against the narrow passage, gouging deep furrows into the walls, debris flying in all directions. With a mouth full of teeth and a bloody wind, it lunged once more at Fang Qi, who was pressed against the wall, momentarily immobilized. It was as swift as lightning. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. Fang Qi could even see the morsels of flesh caught between the creature's pallid teeth. An overwhelming sense of danger coursing through his body like electric currents. The wound on his left shoulder split open from the pain and emotional turmoil, dark golden droplets seeping forth. The dim golden veins beneath his skin ignited, bursting forth in a blinding radiance. A primal force surged from deep within his bones. In a split second, Fang Qi raised his right arm, fingers splayed wide open, resolute as he plunged it into the gaping maw of the beast, aiming directly for the thickest, glimmering tusk. Break! Fang Qi's throat erupted with a beastly roar, his right arm's muscles taut to their limits. The golden veins beneath his skin shimmering like molten gold. Crack! The spine-chilling sound echoed, akin to steel being forcibly snapped. Under the influence of Fang Qi's ferocious strength and the terrifying hardness conferred by the golden veins, that tusk, comparable to alloy, was firmly gripped and brutally severed from its root. A deafening roar followed. The anguished wails, distorted and piercing, nearly shattered eardrums. The stench of hot, fresh blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed roots of the colossal beast's teeth, drenching Fang Qi's head and face. The excruciating pain drove the creature to the brink of madness, its massive body thrashing and rolling, causing the passageway to tremble dangerously. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Qi rolled away from the gaping maw, his right hand firmly grasping the bloodied, enormous broken tooth. Its weight was substantial, and the sharp tip glinted ominously. Without hesitation, he charged forth like a ravenous wolf, aiming for the vulnerable underbelly exposed in the beast's agony. He grasped the edges of the creature's scales for leverage as he leapt, his right hand gripping the jagged tooth, plunging its sharp edge into the wound inflicted by a dagger beneath the beast's neck, exerting all his strength in a fierce thrust. Simultaneously, he drew downward with ferocity. The agonizing sound of tearing flesh echoed, and a torrent of scalding beast blood mixed with visceral fragments erupted forth. The colossal creature's body stiffened momentarily, as though its bones had been extracted, before crashing to the ground in a thunderous collapse, its limbs twitching a few times before falling utterly still. The passageway was filled only with Fang Qi's heavy, labored breaths. His body drenched in blood, both that of the beast and his own, a dark golden hue from the ruptured wounds. He slid down against the wall, his right arm's golden veins flickering dimly, while a searing pain and intense dizziness assailed his left shoulder. The previous burst of energy had nearly drained him completely. He lowered his gaze to his right hand, where the skin at the point of impact with the beast's tooth was torn and oozing blood, yet miraculously, the bone remained intact. The residual golden glow beneath his skin slowly waned. Steel bones, such was the power of the genetic lock as Traitor. The cost was a severe depletion of energy and exacerbated injury to his left shoulder. After catching his breath, he struggled to his feet and approached the carcass of the beast, laboriously extracting the silver-gray dagger from its neck. He rummaged through the flesh and found the oilcloth map given by Lao Gui. The map indicated the end of the passage, forward operating terminal. He lifted the pale-faced little Xing, who had been cowering behind a cart, and staggered toward the terminus. There stood a half-closed, heavy blast door, the words on the placard indistinct, barely decipherable as data. Pushing the door open revealed a small, dust-laden room. A few metal control tables were haphazardly arranged, connected to a power outage, with screens shattered on an aged terminal, and a server chassis in the corner covered in cobwebs. In the center of the room, on a metallic platform, rested a uniquely designed terminal, smaller than the others, with a matte black alloy shell and simple lines. Its screen was veiled in dust but seemed intact. Most remarkably, its power indicator flickered with a faint, nearly imperceptible green glow. Was this machine still operational? Drawing on backup power? Fang Qi's spirits lifted as he placed little Xing in a relatively clean corner and approached the black terminal. According to the old map, this location bore a small key symbol marked in dark red blood. How to activate it? Fang Qi wiped the screen of dust, touched the surface, but it remained unresponsive. Pressing what appeared to be a button on the side yielded no results either. He furrowed his brow, recalling the key symbol as his gaze swept over the terminal's exterior. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous, coin-sized indentation near the base of the terminal, its shape eerily familiar. Fang Qi abruptly retrieved the oilcloth map from his pocket, and at the lower right corner, the dark red mark outlined the emblem of Dawn Brigade, 7th Outpost, depicting a double helix entwined with gears. He immediately flipped the map over, aligning the emblem with the indentation of the terminal's base. It fit perfectly, as the emblem seamlessly embedded into the recesses. A low hum resonated from within the terminal. The dust-laden screen abruptly illuminated, casting an ethereal blue glow across the room, shrouded in neglect. The display revealed no operational interface, merely a deep blue backdrop with a golden double helix model, composed of countless minuscule data strands, rotating at its center. An electronic synthetic voice announced, Identity verification. Dawn Coalition's 7th Outpost Terminal. Access level. Level 1 encryption. Residual. Please enter access key. A key? Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback. The old ghost had only provided a map, not a key. He attempted to tap the screen, but it remained unresponsive. The prompt echoing. Please enter access key. Countdown, 60 seconds. Without key input, the system will initiate self-destruct protocols and erase all local data. 60 seconds. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Fang Qi's forehead. He fixated on the spinning golden double helix, his mind racing. The old ghost, the map, the bloodstain. The key symbol, the 7th outpost, the Dawn Coalition. A bold thought flashed through his mind. He abruptly raised his left hand. Where the wound on his shoulder, torn from battle, oozed dark golden droplets of blood. Without hesitation, he pressed his bleeding fingertip firmly against the touchscreen. The dark golden blood mingled with minute crystalline particles, spreading across the screen. Beep. Biometric information detected. Analyzing. Warning. Highly abnormal gene fragments detected. Code 7X-. Permission conflict. Permission conflict. Attempting forced override. Override successful. Temporary access granted. Top secret file unlocked. Origin of Stardust Syndrome. Residual. The golden double helix model on the screen instantaneously disintegrated, transforming into a cascading waterfall of ethereal blue data streams. Where lines of text and fragmented images scrolled. Project name. Research on the origin of Stardust Syndrome. Top secret. Research institution. Dome Group's 7th Biological Research Institute. Decommissioned. Research conclusions. Residual fragments 1. All diagnosed patients of Stardust Syndrome exhibit high concentrations of unidentified energy particles, codename Stardust, within their bodies. 2. Stardust particles are deeply embedded within the patient's genes, rendering conventional medical interventions ineffective. Forced interference will lead to genetic collapse. 3. Key discovery, a segment of highly similar, untraceable abnormal gene fragments marked type fragment exist within the gene sequences of all Stardust Syndrome patients, exhibiting strong energy affinity. 4. Type gene fragment stability analysis, extremely unstable. The energy affinity may lead to uncontrolled accumulation of Stardust particles, triggering systemic genetic collapse, i.e., terminal symptoms of Stardust Syndrome. 5. Inference, pending verification, type gene fragment. Non-natural evolutionary product. Suspected, extraterrestrial gene contamination. Correlation, deep blue. Fang Qi's heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped. Extraterrestrial gene contamination? His sister's illness. The origin of all Stardust Syndrome patients. The root could indeed be alien genes? Suddenly, a red warning box erupted on the screen, flashing frantically. Warning, remote data deletion command detected. Origin, Dome Group, main data center. The core file is being forcibly deleted. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Damn it. The Dome has discovered it. Fang Qi's eyes widened with desperation. He needed this file. It was the key to saving his sister. Brother. The frail Xiao Ying in the corner weakly called out. The countdown raced forward. 7, 6, 5. Fang Qi's gaze instantly locked onto the inconspicuous slot on the side of the black terminal. There, a diamond-shaped crystal, no larger than a fingernail, emitted a faint blue glow. A storage chip. There was no time for contemplation. With a furious roar, Fang Qi's right hand shot out like lightning, his fingers curling like claws. And he grasped the exposed blue chip with fierce determination. Ziz! A powerful current surged from the chip interface, striking Fang Qi's hand with intensity. Golden veins along his arm flickered with a faint light, resisting shock. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from him. Ignoring the torment, he summoned all his strength and yanked it outward with a violent pull. Pop! The chip was forcibly extracted, trailing a few wisps of tiny electric sparks. The crimson countdown on the screen instantly reset to 0, and all data streams and images were obliterated, plunging into darkness. Save for a single line of white text that appeared. Local data has been erased, he succeeded. Fang Qi tightly gripped the warm, gently pulsing blue chip, his heart racing wildly. He looked down at the chip. Its surface was smooth to the touch, and within, a blue liquid seemed to flow slowly. The edge of the chip was smeared with a viscous substance that had been pulled from the terminal slot. It was not machine oil. It was an exceedingly thick, slightly fishy gel-like liquid, presenting a deep-sea blue under the dim light. More unsettling was the fact that within this blue goo, there seemed to be incredibly fine, flickering phosphorescent particles. Fang Qi's fingers were now smeared with this eerie blue liquid, a chill coursing through him as it rapidly spread throughout his body. Chapter 20. The lingering dread of blue blood and the sudden arrival of stardust, the chip nestled in his palm, radiated a slight warmth. Its blue viscous substance clinging to his fingertips, imbued with a chilling aura. In a sudden motion, Fang Qi flicked his hand, smearing the sticky residue against his trousers. He could scarcely contemplate the peculiar liquid or the slowly writhing azure gel left behind in the terminal slot. Brother, a weak call emanated from the corner, where Xiaoying curled up, her small face appearing even paler in the dim light. Without hesitation, Fang Qi swiftly stowed the chip into his pocket and rushed over to embrace his sister. "It's all right, we're leaving," he whispered hoarsely, his voice laced with fatigue in an effort to suppress his own trepidation. Holding Xiaoying close, he made a hasty exit from the eerie data chamber, suffused with the remnants of blue blood. In the corridor, the massive corpse of the genetic beast exuded a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Fang Qi cautiously maneuvered around it, his senses alert, aware that the overseers above could remotely erase data and dispatch someone at any moment. Guided by the old ghost map, he located a concealed, narrow shaft on the opposite side of the ventilation platform, nearly obscured by rusted piping. The exit, marked by an X on the map, lay just below. There was no ladder, only a U-shaped steel rebar ladder, corroded to the brink of collapse, affixed to the walls of the shaft. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qi tore a strip of cloth and securely bound Xiaoying to his back. She lay limp against him, her fevered forehead pressed against his neck. "Hold on tight," he murmured, grasping the steel rebar with both hands and placing his feet on the precarious footholds, beginning his descent. Darkness enveloped them, the faint glimmer of daylight filtering down through the platform above, casting a hazy glow in the deep well. With each cautious step downward, the rebar groaned under the strain, rust particles cascading down like dust. Fang Qi's arm muscles strained to their limits, the wound on his left shoulder searing with every movement. The effects of the coupling agent had worn off entirely. Crystalline pangs of pain surged through him, sweat mingling with blood, saturating his back. Xiaoying's scorching breath brushed against his neck, her faint cough resonating with tremors. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until at last he felt a solid surface beneath his feet. Fang Qi reached the bottom of the shaft and groped for a rusted iron gate, pushing it open. A wave of fetid air, mingled with the stench of refuse and damp earth, assaulted his senses. Before him lay a vast, semi-subterranean waste disposal station. Colossal compactors standing silent like iron behemoths amid towering mounds of garbage. Light streamed through high ventilation openings, casting murky beams that illuminated the swirling dust motes in the air. "The exit. We're finally out," Fang Qi exclaimed, carrying his sister as he navigated through the accumulated refuse, each step a struggle. Outside, the sky loomed dark and oppressive, leaden clouds hanging low, permeating the air with a peculiar, faintly sulfurous humidity. Their location appeared to be on the fringe of the lower city, near a substantial sewage outlet in a slum area, where dilapidated shanties huddled together and sewage flowed freely. "We must find a place for Xiaoying to rest quickly. She needs cooling down." Fang Qi's gaze swept across the periphery of the dump, settling on a relatively tall, ramshackle shelter constructed from discarded containers and metal sheets. Resembling an abandoned granary, its door ajar. He carried his sister on his back and swiftly darted into the granary, where moldy sacks were piled high. The air was stifling, yet it offered some refuge from the wind and rain. Fang Qi cautiously placed Littling on a relatively dry stack of sacks and untied the cloth binding her. Littling curled up, her breath rapid and feverish, her consciousness fading. Fang Qi tore a strip from his relatively clean undergarment, dampened it with a small amount of drinking water he carried, and pressed it against her burning forehead. Watching his sister in agony, he clenched the heated chip in his pocket. Stardust syndrome, extraterrestrial genes, the dome, these thoughts weighed heavily upon his heart. He had acquired a clue, but where lay the path forward? At that moment, rumble, a low thunder rolled from the thick clouds above, unlike ordinary thunder, more akin to a deep, resonant energy rumble. Almost immediately, the sky changed color. It was not rain. Countless tiny droplets, emitting a faint bluish glow, cascaded down from the leaden clouds. The droplets struck the ground and rooftops, producing a faint sizzling sound and rising wisps of pale blue smoke. Stardust rain, panic-stricken screams, and agonizing coughs erupted in the slums of the lower district. Stardust rain, quickly into the houses. Cough, my eyes. Children, my child. The chaotic cries rang out from the dilapidated shantytown, as some who failed to take cover were exposed to the rain. The droplets, upon contact with their skin, ignited a burning sting, leaving tiny red spots. Inhaling the air laced with stardust particles provoked violent coughing, and some coughed up luminescent blood. Almost simultaneously, Buzz, a colossal, pale golden energy barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl, suddenly rose from the distance, enveloping the brightly lit, towering wealthy district. The stardust rain fell upon the barrier, producing only slight ripples before being utterly contained. The golden barrier served as a glaring demarcation, cleaving the world in two. On one side, radiant lights and warmth, perfectly shielded from the stardust rain. On the other, desolate and filthy, cries of anguish echoing, as the impoverished struggled painfully in the toxic rain. Fang Qi stood at the entrance of the granary, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Flames of fury ignited within his chest. This was the dome. This was the privilege of the martial artists. Chapter 21. Steel bones withstanding rain and the subtle light of the star map Mother. Mother. A piercing child's voice echoed through the rain. Fang Qi abruptly turned his head, spotting a little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, who had fallen into a puddle not far from the granary. Her mother, seemingly blinded by the rain, was struggling to find her just a few steps away. The relentless starry rain fell upon the frail body of the girl, leaving her exposed arms dotted with crimson marks, causing her to wail in pain. Without hesitation, Fang Qi dashed out of the granary. The starry raindrops struck his head, face, and arms, instantly eliciting a stinging sensation akin to needles. His skin felt as though it were being continuously scorched by a faint electric current. Gritting his teeth, the dim golden patterns beneath his skin flickered to life, offering a meager glow that seemed to mitigate the pain significantly. He rushed to the girl's side, scooping her up and shielding her in his embrace, using his relatively sturdy back to fend off the majority of the rain. "Do not fear," Fang Qi bellowed, clutching the girl tightly and pivoting back toward the granary. Zzzz. More starry rain battered his back and arms, rapidly corroding his clothes, creating small holes. The exposed skin was soon covered in red spots, with a searing pain akin to countless heated needles piercing him. Yet, intriguingly, in the areas where the golden patterns glimmered beneath his skin, wisps of faint white mist began to rise where the rainwater made contact, as if the scorching droplets were being forcibly evaporated by the power contained within the golden patterns. Although the pain remained excruciating, it seemed to have averted deeper corrosion. Fang Qi groaned, his steps faltering as he battled through the burning agony, clutching the girl as he made his way back to the granary. Wan, mine Wan. The mother, her eyes injured, groped her way over, enveloping her lost child in a tight embrace, overcome with tears. Fang Qi returned the child to her mother and leaned against the iron wall, breathing heavily. He glanced at his own arms, which were marred with intricate red spots, burning fiercely. However, in the areas where the golden patterns had appeared, the red spots were notably less pronounced, seemingly healing at a quicker pace. Steel bones not only enhance strength, but perhaps also provide some resistance to this corrosive energy. The price paid was intense exhaustion and a sharper crystalline pain emanating from his left shoulder wound. He approached Xiaoying, who remained unconscious, her forehead's damp cloth now dry. Fang Qi re-wet the cloth, carefully wiping her cheeks and arms in hopes of lowering her temperature. Just then, his movements halted abruptly. On the back of Xiaoying's left hand, where she had been scorched by the rain, tiny glowing blue filaments were growing around the burnt red marks. These luminous strands, delicate like glowing mycelium, spread slowly and visibly intertwined in the dim light, forming an indistinct and fragmented pattern, perhaps resembling a few stars and a broken line. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. This sight felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of the starry glimmer evoked when Xiaoying unconsciously hummed before the broken piano in the opera house, just as his thoughts were shaken to the core. Buzz, a colossal, vibrant holographic projection, impervious to the raging storm of stardust outside, forcefully pierces through the veil of rain, casting its brilliance over the slums. The imagery is remarkably vivid, showcasing a magnificent academy suspended among the clouds. Countless agile figures soar, spar, and train within its confines. A magnetic and alluring male voice resonates, accompanied by stirring background music. Talent is your starting point. Strength is your ladder. The Dome Martial Arts Academy. Special admission for the 48th session is now open. Break down the barriers of class. Rewrite the trajectory of your destiny, regardless of your origin. Only talent and willpower reign supreme. The registration channel is now open. Embark on your path as a martial artist. Beneath the immense holographic projection, a dazzling light flickers enticingly. The projection's glow penetrates the curtain of rain, illuminating the faces of the impoverished below, faces marked by suffering and numbness, yet suddenly ignited by a spark of longing. Fang Qi fixates intently on the colossal projection suspended in the rain. The Dome Martial Arts Academy. Special admission. Regardless of origin, he abruptly turns to gaze at the back of Xiaoying's hand. There, the ethereal blue luminescent mycelium continues to grow and spread gradually. The fragmentary pattern of stars on his sister's pale hand emits a faint yet enigmatic glow. Chapter 22. The disguise beneath the gate. The stardust rain had ceased, leaving a lingering scent of sulfur and charred remnants in the air. Within the granary, Xiaoying lay in a drowsy state, the ethereal blue star map on her hand emitting a faint glow. In a corner, the rescued girl and her mother huddled together. The woman fumbled awkwardly, using a damp cloth to tenderly wipe her daughter's burned arm, her soft sobs echoing in the stillness. Fang Qi leaned against the iron wall, the searing pain in his arm gradually subsiding. The agony dissipated where the golden patterns flowed beneath his skin. He gazed down at his rugged palms. Strength. It seemed that when he had withstood the stardust rain, the fortitude of his steel-like bones had instinctively resisted the corrosive energy. This strength might indeed serve as the key to shattering the dome's barriers. He raised his gaze once more, peering outside the granary. The sky over the slums had been washed clean by the rain, although the holographic projection had vanished. The image of the magnificent academy, suspended among the clouds, lingered in his mind, its declaration of origin etched like a brand. The Dome Warriors Academy. The database. It must contain more detailed records regarding the Stardust Syndrome, concerning the type gene fragments, about the truths concealed by the Dome Corporation. For the sake of his sister, he had to gain entry. But how could he do so? To force his way in would be tantamount to seeking death. Applying for admission, the identity verification process was an insurmountable chasm. His gaze fell upon a pile of discarded, oil-stained gray coveralls in the granary's corner. Beside it lay a somewhat worn tool bag, revealing the heads of several wrenches and screwdrivers. Maintenance workers. Each day, a multitude of laborers from the lower city entered the affluent district to maintain its facilities. This was an opportunity. He approached the pile, quickly stripping off his tattered outer garments and donning the heavily oil-scented gray coveralls. The loose clothing concealed his form perfectly. He smeared his face with the dirt from the ground and tousled his hair, striving to appear weary and humble. The tool bag hung at his side. "I'll return," he whispered to Xiaoying, casting one last glance at the mother and daughter in the corner. "Stay inside." The woman clutched her child, fear evident in her nod. Fang Qi lowered the brim of his cap and merged into the throng of people in the lower city, who were struggling through the mud in the aftermath of the rain. He kept his head down, moving briskly toward the massive, heavily guarded entrance at the edge of the affluent district. The entrance loomed like the throat of a great beast. The heavy alloy gate opened only a narrow slit, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. On either side stood guards clad in black exoskeleton armor, weapons at the ready. Electronic eyes scanned every laborer attempting entry. Above the gate, a colossal gene scanner pulsed with an eerie blue light. Fang Qi's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. He trailed behind an elderly man pushing a cleaning cart, gradually inching toward the gate with the crowd. It was the old man's turn. The guards brusquely gestured for him to extend his hand. Trembling, the old man placed his hand on a fingerprint scanner beside the gate. Beep. Identity confirmed. Cleaner, Wang Fu. Clearance, level C. Duration of entry, 2 hours. The electronic voice announced. The guards waved him through, and the old man, stooped and burdened, pushed his cart inside. Now it was Fang Qi's turn. The guard's gaze swept over his oil-stained work attire and tool bag, failing to detect anything amiss. He gestured towards the scanner with his chin. Fang Qi extended his right hand, his palm slick with perspiration. The faint golden lines beneath his skin tightened slightly. As his fingertips made contact with the scanner surface, a faint hum resonated through him. A weak current surged. The blue light of the scanner glided over his fingers. Fang Qi's muscles tensed in response. Beep. Fingerprint verification. Maintenance worker, Li San. Access level, C. Status, on duty. Warning. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Locating source of fluctuations. The electronic voice rang out, accompanied by a barely perceptible static. The guard's brow furrowed immediately, his electronic eye locking onto Fang Qi. Fang Qi's heartbeat nearly ceased. Had he been exposed? Just then, a worker behind him impatiently shoved him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The push caused Fang Qi's finger on the scanner to shift slightly, perfectly covering the scanning point. Beep. Fingerprint reconfirmation. Maintenance worker, Li San. Access granted. Energy fluctuation interference dissipated. Determined to be a momentary device malfunction. Entry time, 3 hours. The green light on the gate illuminated. The guard cast another suspicious glance at Fang Qi. However, the electronic voice had already confirmed his status, and others were urging him on. He waved his hand dismissively. Get in. Move quickly. Fang Qi entered, almost holding his breath, hastening through the narrow gate. The moment he stepped onto the affluent district's ground, a wave of air mingled with fresheners and expensive perfumes enveloped him. Underfoot lay a clean, polished alloy surface, contrasting sharply with the muddy, grimy lower city as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds. He dared not linger, following the direction of the signage he had discreetly observed before entering. He swiftly made his way toward the Martial Arts Academy area. Along the way, silent hover vehicles glided past. Well-dressed pedestrians cast indifferent or disdainful glances his way. Fang Qi lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence. The Martial Arts Academy area appeared even more grandiose. A massive alloy gate stood firmly shut, its energy barrier shimmering with a faint glow. Fang Qi circled to the side, locating the entrance marked for the logistics passage. Here, the guards were considerably more relaxed, with only 2 security personnel in standard uniforms engaged in casual conversation. Fang Qi flashed the old work badge he had hastily acquired from Li San on his wrist. The photo on the badge was blurred, gesturing towards his tool bag. Gravity Training Area C, routine maintenance. He lowered his voice, mimicking the weary tone of a worker. The guard gave a cursory glance and waved him through. Once inside the academy, the air seemed to be infused with a palpable energy. Enormous holographic displays showcased the trainees' impressive performances, while various advanced training equipment was visible throughout. Fang Qi had no time to appreciate the surroundings. His objective was clear, the data center. Yet, the data center lay within the core area, heavily guarded. And a maintenance worker, like him, had no authorization to approach. What to do? His gaze scanned the signage, Gravity Training Area C-. First, he would head there. His identity as a maintenance worker would provide a more plausible reason for entering the training area. Perhaps something useful can be found at the device control terminal. He quickened his pace towards the Gravity Training Zone C. The heavy alloy doors were ajar, emitting a dull roar accompanied by the shouts of trainees. Fang Qi pushed the door open. Within the vast space lay a dozen independent gravity chambers, each isolated by high-intensity, transparent force fields. Inside each chamber, trainees endured grueling training under multiple times the force of gravity. Sweat drenched their garments, muscles bulged, and they emitted anguished cries. Fang Qi's gaze swiftly scanned the control console area. Several technicians clad in academy uniforms were intently focused on their screens, recording data. He dared not approach, pretending to inspect the wiring in the corner, gradually making his way towards a control terminal. Just then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from one of the adjacent gravity chambers. This was followed by the excruciating sound of metal twisting and breaking. Fang Qi abruptly turned his head. In chamber C7, The previously stable force field generator erupted with blinding electric sparks. The enormous alloy hydraulic rod supporting the top of the chamber groaned under the unbearable strain, and then, crack! One of the hydraulic rods, as thick as an adult's waist, suddenly snapped in half. Chapter 23. Betrayal among gears. The heavy metallic top cover lost its support. Descending with a terrifying howl, akin to a massive gate weighing tons, hurtling down toward the trainee who was struggling under the immense weight of a colossal barbell. The trainee was trapped beneath several times the force of gravity, unable to evade the impending doom, helplessly watching as the shadow of death loomed closer. A technician at the control panel let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. In that critical moment, Fang Qi's instincts outpaced his thoughts. The urge to protect overwhelmed all pretenses. He was closest to the C7 chamber. Move! Fang Qi emitted a primal roar, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The golden patterns beneath his skin erupted in a blinding radiance. He had no time for contemplation. As the cover was less than half a meter from the trainee's head, he pushed off the ground with all his might, leaping into the air, with arms raised as if to support the heavens. He channeled the raw power stemming from his steel-like bones and forcefully thrust upward against the descending weight of the top cover. A thunderous crash resounded, one so profound it felt as though it could halt a heartbeat. Fang Qi's arms became two glowing steel pillars, steadfastly holding back the immense force of the falling cover. The tremendous impact caused the alloy floor beneath him to instantly dent and crack. His muscles bulged to their limits, the golden patterns under his skin flowing like molten gold. Shimmering brilliantly, his body was suddenly compressed by the weight, his knees crashing heavily onto the floor, emitting a sound reminiscent of splintering bone. Yet he held firm. The heavy cover hovered in mid-air, mere centimeters from the trainee below, who was rendered pale and limp with fear. Time seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Quick, save him! A technician, regaining their composure, shouted hoarsely. Several courageous trainees and technicians rushed forward, working together to pull the terrified trainee from the narrow gap that Fang Qi had created. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, nearly biting through his gums. The bones in his arms groaned under the unbearable strain. The golden patterns beneath his skin flickered intensely, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The overwhelming pressure caused his vision to darken. The wound on his left shoulder tore open again, dark golden droplets seeping through his work attire. Hold on, we're shutting off the gravity. The technician frantically manipulated the controls. In the periphery of his vision, Fang Qi caught sight of an inconspicuous surveillance camera positioned high above the training ground, aimed directly at him. Beyond the lens, in a room filled with monitors, a man dressed in an impeccably tailored silver-gray suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses observed the scene with an impassive gaze. It was Chun Mo. A subtle, almost playful smile crept across his lips as he raised his hand, not to press the emergency stop button, but rather to lightly tap the control panel. On the screen, a virtual button representing the emergency hydraulic support for the C7 gravity chamber was deactivated at his command. Simultaneously, his fingers silently glided across another button. Within the training ground, the piercing alarm abruptly ceased. The once flickering red light extinguished in an instant. Why did the alarm cease? The gravity remained. The hydraulic support had not activated. The technician, gripped by fear, realized that the backup safety device, which should have automatically engaged, was utterly unresponsive. The gravitational field in the C7 chamber continued unabated. The overhead panel pressed down relentlessly. The maintenance worker could no longer withstand it. Fang Qi felt the mounting pressure as well. Instead of alleviating, the pressure intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying due to the persistent gravitational force. The golden patterns on his arms flickered wildly, yet their radiance dimmed with each passing moment. His strength ebbed away at an alarming rate. A low, guttural roar escaped from his throat. Cracks in the ground beneath his knees widened. Sweat streamed down like a brook, mingling with dark golden blood. It was unbearable. He was on the brink of collapse. Just as he was about to be crushed, clatter, the vent duct cover above him suddenly loosened and fell due to the previous violent tremors. A silver, palm-sized metal badge tumbled out of the duct. The badge spiraled down, perfectly wedged between the fractured hydraulic rod and the framework of the chamber, caught in the gap of a massive interlocking gear. With a faint metallic click, that silver badge acted as a wedge, firmly immobilizing the heavy gear. The descending overhead panel was abruptly halted in its descent by this unforeseen obstruction. Fang Qi felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Seizing this fleeting moment, he summoned every last ounce of strength and rolled to the side with great force. Boom! The unsupported overhead panel finally crashed down, creating a deep pit in the C7-chamber floor. Dust filled the air. Fang Qi lay several meters away, gasping vigorously, his body feeling as though it had been disassembled, his arms numb and devoid of sensation. Struggling, he lifted his head. The alloy gate of the training facility was flung open with great force. A dozen guards clad in black exoskeleton armor, armed with pulse weapons, surged in like a tidal wave. The barrels of their weapons instantly locked onto the prostrate Fang Qi. Do not move. You have vandalized academy property and attempted to murder a student. Seize him. The guards' furious shouts echoed throughout the training ground. Fang Qi's gaze traversed the ominous muzzles of the weapons, fixating on the surveillance camera high above. He imagined piercing through the screen, catching sight of the smirk of the impeccably dressed man, a smile of triumph. His attention then shifted to the silver badge lodged in the enormous gear's crevice. The very item that had saved his life. That badge. It appeared familiar. It was the same badge he had collected after awakening his genetic lock in the radiation zone, having vanquished that martial artist. It bore an unfamiliar emblem. Later, it had accidentally fallen into the ventilation duct, and now it had re-emerged in this unexpected manner. The footsteps of the guards approached. The cold muzzle pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 24. Prosthetics and Firefly Song. The metallic sensation of the gun barrel penetrated through the damp strands of hair. Fang Qi lay on the ground, racked with pain, his arms feeling as if they were filled with lead, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. Above him, the heavy breaths of the guards mingled with the low hum of charged weaponry. Get up, saboteur! One of the guards jabbed him forcefully with the muzzle of his gun. Fang Qi grunted softly, gritting his teeth in an effort to lift his body. At that moment, oh, what a commotion! Capturing a maintenance worker? A languid voice echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Everyone turned to follow the sound. Zhao Xiaodao leaned casually against the doorframe, his silver blade hanging loosely by his side, the red glow of his mechanical eye flickering, a nonchalant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He surveyed the chaotic C7 gravity chamber and then glanced at Fang Qi, who was surrounded by guards. Zhao Gong. A technician recognized him, his tone laced with surprise and a hint of reverence. What brings you here? I heard there was a minor issue with the gravity field. So I came to take a look, Zhao Xiaodao replied, sauntering in unhurriedly, disregarding the wary guards. He approached Fang Qi, bending down to examine his grease-stained face and the faint golden blood visible through the torn work uniform. Quite the mess, huh, brother? He lifted his gaze, scanning the captain of the guards. This is a misunderstanding. I sent it. This Master Li San is a temporary worker I called in to assist with the ventilation duct repairs. That commotion earlier was clearly due to aging equipment and a fatigued hydraulic rod breaking. What does that have to do with him? He gestured towards a silver badge wedged in a massive gear's crevice. Look, the thing that fell from ventilation duct even saved the day. You ought to be checking the equipment maintenance records instead. Capturing a temporary worker is hardly an accomplishment. The guard captain's expression darkened. Zhao Xiaodao held a prestigious title as a senior technical consultant in the Academy's logistics department, with a unique status and complex connections, making him notoriously difficult to contend with. His reasoning had merit. The surveillance only captured Li San rescuing people, with no direct evidence of him damaging the equipment. Zhao Gong, this matter. Enough, enough. Zhao Xiaodao interrupted impatiently, waving his hand. I'll take him with me. The equipment loss is on me. Hurry and find someone to clean up the scene. Don't delay the trainee's practice. As he spoke, he bent down and effortlessly hoisted the nearly incapacitated Fang Qi, his movements appearing casual yet remarkably steady. The guard captain, confronted with Zhao Xiaodao's unwavering demeanor and the disarray of the scene, ultimately waved his hand in resignation. The guards reluctantly sheathed their weapons, parting to create a path. Zhao Xiaodao half supported, half-dragged Fang Qi, striding confidently out of the gravity training ground, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the guards' displeased expressions. Upon exiting the academy's vicinity, Zhao Xiaodao took a convoluted route, skillfully navigating into a concealed logistics passage, pushing open a metal door marked waste disposal room. Inside lay a jumble of discarded metal parts and maintenance tools, the air thick with the scent of oil and metallic dust. A corner was partitioned off to form a small space, barely adequate for resting. "Have a seat, great hero." Zhao Xiaodao tossed Fang Qi onto a dilapidated metal folding chair while pulling over a toolbox, beginning to rummage through its contents. Fang Qi slumped in the chair, gasping for breath, his arms aching with a tearing pain, his knees throbbing as if fractured, and the wound on his left shoulder searing with a crystalline sting that surged in waves. The suppressive effects of the coupling agent had long since faded. "Hiss! That iron lump is truly beyond human endurance." Zhao Xiaodao rummaged through the scattered debris, clicking his tongue in disbelief, fortunate that his bones had not shattered. He unearthed several oddly shaped metallic components, a few elastic cushioning pads, and a portable welding gun. "Raise your feet," Zhao Xiaodao commanded. Fang Qi, bewildered yet compliant, lifted his aching feet. Zhao Xiaodao squatted down and deftly removed the tattered work boots from Fang Qi's feet. He held up a metallic component, gesturing towards the sole of Fang Qi's foot before commencing the welding and assembly process. The metallic component was expertly affixed to the outer side of Fang Qi's ankle and calf, with elastic pads filling the gaps, secured by specially crafted metallic straps. "What is this?" Fang Qi observed the swiftly forming, distinctly mechanical boots on his feet. "Temporary prosthetic boots," Zhao Xiaodao replied without looking up, as the welding gun emitted a fine blue flame. "The joints have been equipped with shock absorbers to help mitigate impact. Your bones are resilient, but your muscles and ligaments cannot endure another ordeal like that." He tapped the metallic constructs, remarking that they were a makeshift solution, yet preferable to limping. The boots took shape, surprisingly lightweight and exuding an unusual sense of fitting. Fang Qi tentatively moved his ankle, feeling a subtle damping sensation at the joint, as if the pain had indeed lessened somewhat. "Thank you," Fang Qi rasped. "Don't be in haste to express gratitude." Zhao Xiaodao stood, wiping the grease from his hands, his mechanical eye casting a red glow over Fang Qi's left shoulder, where blood seeped through the bandage. "You managed to endure the side effects of the coupling agent, didn't you? Is the crystallization beginning again?" Fang Qi nodded wearily, closing his eyes. The sharp pain in his shoulder grew increasingly pronounced, akin to countless icy needles piercing him, with every heartbeat delivering a jolt of agony. He stifled a groan, his body instinctively tensing as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Brother," a faint voice emerged from the corner. It was Xiao Ying, whom Zhao Xiaodao had placed there. Having remained quietly curled up, she now gazed at her brother's pained visage, her small face etched with concern. Fang Qi, suppressing his discomfort, opened his eyes, attempting to muster a reassuring smile for his sister, but the pain contorted his lips. Xiao Ying struggled to descend from the mat and shuffled to Fang Qi's side. She extended her pale little hand, gently clasping Fang Qi's uninjured right hand, her icy touch trembling slightly. She regarded her brother's contorted face, biting her lip as if she wished to speak, but was at a loss for words. Ultimately, she unconsciously began to hum softly, a fragment of a disjointed, tuneless nursery rhyme. "Fireflies, flying high, with lanterns, searching for home, bright and warm, sweet dreams." The simple melody gently reverberated amidst the oil-scented refuse. A miracle unfolded, as the faint melody of Xiao Ying's voice began to resonate. The dim sky above the slums outside the window appeared to be infused with a mysterious force, causing the scattered stardust particles to gradually converge. No longer mere harmless glimmers nor the searing rain of toxins, they seemed to possess life, gracefully dancing and coalescing in the air, transforming into delicate butterflies of soft, ethereal blue light. These luminous butterflies, no larger than a thumb, boasted wings as gossamer as those of a cicada, composed entirely of pure light dust. Tracing dreamlike arcs within the shadowy confines of the room, they seemed summoned by the enchanting song, gently slipping through the gaps of the window and fluttering inside. A few of these light butterflies, captivated by Xiao Ying's serenade, circled around her and Fang Qi in a joyous ballet. One butterfly alighted softly upon Fang Qi's right arm, marred by laser burns and dotted with crimson marks. Yet, there was no pain, only a faint warmth reminiscent of a winter sun, radiating from the point of contact. Fang Qi gazed in astonishment at his arm. Those starry burn marks were visibly fading, diminishing at an incredible pace. The lingering, stinging sensation beneath his skin dissipated rapidly. Another butterfly settled at the edge of his left shoulder's jagged wound. The agonizing crystalline pain, akin to being pricked by ice needles, astonishingly diminished by more than half. The dark golden blood seeping from the wound appeared to flow more slowly. A profound sense of cool comfort replaced the unbearable sting. Was this Xiaoying's power? Zhao Xiaodao stood stunned, his mechanical eye flashing red in rapid succession as it recorded this extraordinary spectacle. More light butterflies surged in through the window, dancing gracefully within the small space, their azure glow illuminating the discarded metal parts and Xiaoying's pale yet earnest little face. Outside the scrapyard, in the corners of the slums, several individuals suffering from stardust burns and groaning in agony were equally astonished to find a few scattered butterflies alighting upon their wounds, providing fleeting relief and coolness. However, this scene filled with hope was short-lived. Suddenly, a piercing hum sliced through the air. Several thick, pale purple electromagnetic beams erupted from hovering black aerial vehicles above the slums, resembling massive searchlights. The beams intricately intertwined to form a vast electromagnetic net, swiftly enveloping the dancing swarm of light butterflies around the scrapyard. Crackle, crackle. The butterflies collided with the electromagnetic net, emitting subtle bursts of energy before instantly disintegrating into fine motes of light dust. The net, akin to a voracious maw, rapidly contracted, forcefully capturing and compressing the remaining butterflies. Inside the scrapyard, the butterflies encircling the Fang siblings vanished in an instant, as if frightened. Xiaoying's song abruptly ceased, her little face paling in terror. Fang Qi abruptly raised his head, peering through the window's gap towards the sky. The most luxurious black aerial vehicle hovered at the center of the electromagnetic net. The window descended slowly. A gloved hand, pristine and white, extended outward, elegantly pinching a struggling bundle of ethereal blue light, forcibly compressed to the size of a palm by the net. Inside the vehicle, Chun Mo's indifferent golden-rimmed glasses reflected the faintly writhing blue glow in his palm. With a slight pressure of his fingertips, a soft sound echoed. The cluster of luminous butterflies, akin to a fragile soap bubble, silently dissipated in the palm of his hand, leaving behind but a faint ripple of energy. The vessel has been located. Chun Mo's voice was deep, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible fervor. The car window ascended, and the black hovering vehicle glided silently into the distance, the pale purple electromagnetic net vanishing in its wake. Within the debris-strewn chamber, an eerie silence prevailed. Fang Qi lowered his gaze to the rapidly fading red spot on his arm, savoring the lingering cool comfort in his left shoulder. The warmth he had just experienced felt like a mere illusion. He suddenly turned to Zhao Xiaodao. What is the origin of that electromagnetic net? Zhao Xiaodao's countenance was grave. His mechanical eyes crimson light fixated on the location where the electromagnetic net had disappeared, seemingly analyzing the residual energy frequencies. Instinctively, he raised his left arm, and a silvery gray blade silently emerged. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a sound so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Zhao Xiaodao's pupils constricted sharply. This trembling frequency resonates with the undulations of the pale, purple electromagnetic net that captured the luminous butterflies, suggesting an uncanny, shared origin. Chapter 25. The dying star map of the beggar in the waste room. The pungent scent of machine oil mingled with the sulfurous odor from outside, following the rain of stardust, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was difficult to breathe. Fang Qi sat upon a dilapidated metal chair. The makeshift anti-seismic prosthetic boots, crafted by Zhao Xiaodao, alleviated some burden from his ankles, yet the excruciating pain in his arms and left shoulder persisted. Xiaoying huddled beside him, her large eyes still reflecting the terror from witnessing the capture and annihilation of a light butterfly. Zhao Xiaodao leaned against a rack cluttered with discarded components. his mechanical eye flickering with a faint red light, while his fingers unconsciously caressed the hilt of his silver blade attached to his left arm. The energy frequency of the electromagnetic net they had just encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to the vibrational frequency of the core engine within his silver blade. The energy net. Fang Qi broke the silence, his voice hoarse, is similar to your blade. Indeed, Zhao Xiaodao responded solemnly, an unusual gravity in his tone. It is a derivative technology of the Dome Group's Hive defense system. Hive? Queried Fang Qi. It refers to a localized energy suppression field, specifically designed to target energy entities and non-metallic life forms. It is exceptionally effective against pure energy aggregates like the light butterfly. Zhao Xiaodao smirked, a hint of derision in his expression. It seems Chun Mo's interest in your sister is more profound than we had anticipated. That light butterfly was conjured by Xiaoying? Fang Qi inquired, glancing down at his sister. Xiaoying timidly clutched his clothing, nodding hesitantly before shaking her head. I don't know. I just felt unwell and wanted to sing. Her song summoned stardust, coalescing into the light butterfly, healing wounds. This astonishing ability had, however, attracted perilous covetousness. Container, that's what Chun Mo mentioned. We cannot linger here, Zhao Xiaodao declared, rising to his feet. Chun Mo's men are surely scouring the city for you. I will escort you out. Out of the city? To where? Fang Qi frowned. His sister's illness required medication and leads. The information hidden within the abandoned terminal of the 7th Research Institute burned like a branding iron in his mind. Alien genes. Fragments. Where's the source? EC. Zhao Xiaodao uttered, the waters there are murky. The dome's reach does not extend that far. He cast a glance at Xiaoying, adding, there are routes mentioned by old ghosts that might provide more stable coupling agents or alternative methods. EC. Fang Qi recalled the marking at the bottom of Old Ghost's oilcloth map. The Dawn Group, the 7th Outpost. A direction. Let's go. Without hesitation, Fang Qi struggled to rise. Xiaoying immediately grasped his hand tightly. Zhao Xiaodao led them through the labyrinthine heaps of discarded metal and narrow alleys, skillfully avoiding main thoroughfares and patrolling hover vehicles. He was evidently well acquainted with the ins and outs of this area. The trio moved swiftly and silently, like shadows flitting through the dark. The sky grew increasingly ominous, the leaden clouds hanging low, threatening to unleash another deadly rain of stardust. The air felt heavy, laden with the oppressive foreboding of an impending storm. Navigating through a narrow alley piled high with decaying refuse, they emerged into a relatively open, abandoned square. At the edge of the square, several ragged scavengers were huddled around a rusted metal garbage bin, rummaging for scraps. Suddenly, a feeble wail accompanied by a harsh reprimand pierced the air. Old fool, tired of living, dare to snatch food? Before him stood a burly man clad in a tattered jacket, mercilessly pummeling a frail figure curled on the ground. The pitiful sight belonged to an elderly beggar, his hair a tangled mass of gray, his face marred by dirt and deep wrinkles, his body reduced to mere bones. Clutching a half-decayed piece of bread tightly to his chest, he emitted only agonized whimpers as the relentless fists rained down upon him. Get lost. You bring bad luck. Another scavenger sneered, delivering a contemptuous kick to the beggar's side. The old man was sent sprawling, colliding with the base of a derelict fountain in the square, producing a dull thud. He lay there, convulsing violently, dark red froth spilling from the corners of his mouth, gasping for breath in a desperate struggle. Fang Qi halted in his tracks, his gaze drawn to the despair reflected in the beggar's murky eyes, akin to a candle flame flickering on the verge of extinguishment. Reminiscing about the days of survival in the radiation zone, his fists clenched involuntarily. Zhao Xiaodao grasped his arm, whispering urgently, "Don't get involved. Let us go." Yet, Fang Qi's eyes drifted over the foul-mouthed scavengers as they departed, then returned to the dying beggar. Ultimately, he broke free from Zhao Xiaodao's grip and strode purposefully toward the old man, with Xiaoying closely trailing behind. Crouching beside the beggar, Fang Qi observed the severity of his injuries. His ribs were likely fractured, internal bleeding evident, and his gaze had begun to dull. From his pocket, he retrieved the last remaining half of a compressed biscuit, gifted to him by Zhao Xiaodao, and held it to the beggaress lips. The old man's cloudy eyes shifted momentarily, seemingly locking on a Fang Qi's face. He struggled to part his lips, but instead of seizing the biscuit, he abruptly raised a skeletal, blood-stained hand and clutched Fang Qi's wrist with astonishing strength. Ugh, ugh. The beggar's throat emitted a rasping sound, while his other hand trembled as it delved deep into the tattered folds of his garments. Fang Qi did not resist. He allowed the old man to grasp him. After a prolonged search, the beggar finally produced an object, a palm-sized, irregularly shaped dark gray metal plate, smeared with grease and dry blood. Take it to Dong Hai. The beggar's voice was hoarse and fragmented, akin to an exhausted bellows, each word laced with blood. With the last of his strength, he thrust the metal plate forcefully into Fang Qi's hand. Find the lighthouse. Do not let the spark extinguish. With those final words, the light in his eyes faded rapidly. The grip on Fang Qi's wrist slackened, and his hand fell limply. Only his chest continued to rise and fall weakly. Fang Qi held the cold, heavy metal plate, now imbued with the old man's warmth and blood. It bore no inscriptions or designs, only a series of indistinct scratches. Brother, Xiaoing gazed at the ailing man, her small face etched with sorrow. Instinctively, she reached out her tiny hand, yearning to touch the old man. At that moment, plop, a raindrop fell unexpectedly onto the metal plate in Fang Qi's hand. Soon after, a second, then a third. Stardust rain. It was upon them once more. The ethereal blue luminescence intensified, showering down upon the earth and themselves, accompanied by the familiar searing sensation. Damn it! Zhao Xiaodao cursed and rushed over, intending to pull them away. However, an unexpected transformation occurred. The metal plate, drenched by the stardust rain, suddenly underwent a remarkable change. The indistinct scratches on its surface, under the gentle caress of the ethereal blue rain, seemed to be infused with life, beginning to emanate a soft, pale, golden glow. The luminescence intensified and sharpened. Those seemingly chaotic scratches swiftly reorganized and interconnected in the golden light, forming an intricately marked navigation chart? No, it resembled a celestial map. Countless tiny points of light represented distant stars, while golden lines intricately traced convoluted paths, pointing toward the distant east. At the center of the star map, a golden mark shone brightly like a lighthouse. On the edges of the map, several fragmented, enigmatic ancient symbols flickered mysteriously. The radiance illuminated Fang Qi's astonished face and also cast light upon the old beggar's fading visage. The old beggar's murky eyes seemed to gleam momentarily under the golden illumination of the star map. His gaze was not directed at Fang Qi, but rather intensely fixed upon the young girl beside him, Xiao Ying. His lips trembled as they struggled to form a few broken yet strikingly clear words. Gardener, hurry, bloom. Before his words could fully dissipate, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. His head tilted to one side, and his breath ceased. Fang Qi's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. Gardener? Bloom? Was he referring to Xiao Ying? Before he could shake off his shock, wail, wail, wail. The piercing alarm, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted without warning, sweeping across the entire city like a tsunami. It instantly drowned out the soft rustling of the stardust rain. This was no ordinary alarm. It was the highest-level citywide AI alert from the Dome Group. Blinding red lights flashed wildly from the alarm towers scattered throughout the city. An electronic synthesized voice resonated through omnipresent speakers, echoing through the skies. Warning, high-risk energy signature detected. Coordinates located, Abandoned Square, West District, Lower City. Threat level, maximum. Initiating full area defense protocol 7. Clearance order issued. Repeating, clearance order issued. Almost simultaneously with the alarm's blare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several massive, stark white beams of high-intensity searchlight shot forth from towering floating watchtowers above the city like swords of divine retribution. The beams disregarded the cascading stardust rain, precisely focusing and locking onto the abandoned square where Fang Qi and the others stood. They enveloped the lifeless body of the old beggar, the glowing metal plate clutched by Fang Qi, and Xiao Ying beside him, completely ensconced in the center of the blinding, white light. Chapter 26. The light shield of the opera house, the pallid beams of the searchlight, pierced the air like the sword of divine retribution, pinning down the center of the desolate square. Fang Qi, Xiao Ying, and the lifeless body of the old beggar were laid bare, with nowhere to hide. Go! Zhao Xiaodao's thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder. He seized Fang Qi's arm with a firm grip, while his other hand scooped up Xiao Ying from the ground. Pivoting swiftly to flee, his movements a blur, they dashed into the narrow alley overflowing with decaying refuse at the edge of the square. Fang Qi barely had time to react, feeling an overwhelming force propelling him forward. Instinctively, he pressed the metallic plate, still radiating a faint golden glow, tightly against his chest. The cool touch of the metal seeped through his clothing. Buzz! Almost at the moment they burst into the alleyway, a massive energy beam, glowing a terrifying crimson, tore through the veil of stardust and struck with a resounding impact. It struck the very spot where they had just stood. Boom! The ground erupted into a charred, deep crater. A searing shockwave mingled with debris and murky water surged forth, colliding violently against Fang Qi's back. He let out a muffled groan, blood filling his throat with a metallic tang. In his arms, Xiao Ying emitted a terrified scream. Damn it! It's the heavy sniper from the cleaners. Zhao Xiaodao called back, his voice heavy with urgency. The mechanical eye flickered with crimson light, scanning the intricate terrain ahead. Hold on. He cradled Xiao Ying and dragged Fang Qi through the narrow, foul-smelling alley, weaving desperately through the obstacles that littered their path. Behind them, the thunderous footsteps, the whir of hovering engines, and the sharp beeping of charging energy weapons pursued relentlessly. Target locked. Prioritize elimination of individuals carrying energy signature sources. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several crimson beams, akin to the flicking tongues of venomous serpents, grazed their bodies, embedding themselves into the alley walls. Cement and refuse vaporized instantly under the intense heat. Exploding, the scalding air seared their skin. Fang Qi felt as if his lungs were about to burst. The agony in his arms and left shoulder intensified with each stride. Zhao Xiaodao's modified prosthetic boots absorbed some of the shock, yet their speed remained hampered by his injuries. Right turn, Zhao Xiaodao bellowed. He yanked Fang Qi sharply into a side alley. The path opened up momentarily, only to reveal yet another dead end. At the terminus stood a nearly 3-meter-high wall, festooned with rusted pipes and moss. A concrete barrier. The footsteps of their pursuers and the roar of engines drew ever closer to the alley's mouth. Climb up. Zhao Xiaodao shoved Xiao Ying back into Fang Qi's embrace, then abruptly turned. His silver blade sprang forth with a metallic clang. The ethereal blue glow of the blade illuminated the dim, rain-soaked atmosphere. I'll hold him off. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Qi summoned every ounce of strength to lift Xiao Ying, urging her to grasp the rusted pipe on the wall, while he positioned himself on Zhao Xiaodao's modified prosthetic boots. With a powerful push against the wall, the golden patterns beneath his skin flickered to life, providing a final surge of energy. He seized a thick condensation pipe, leveraging it to scale upward. Xiao Ying clung desperately to the protruding metallic structure below, her small hands gripping tightly as her face turned ashen. At the mouth of the alleyway below, 3 scavenger soldiers appeared, clad in heavy armor and wielding pulse rifles. Their crimson electronic eyes swiftly locked onto Zhao Xiaodao, who was concealed against the wall. Eliminate, echoed a mechanical voice. Buzz. 3 scarlet beams of light simultaneously shot towards Zhao Xiaodao. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he moved like a specter. His silver blade traced dazzling arcs, skillfully deflecting 2 of the beams. However, the third grazed his side, searing a charred mark into his flesh. Hiss! Zhao Xiaodao let out a pained grunt, his movements momentarily faltering. At that instant, Fang Qi had already scaled the wall, turning back to grasp Xiao Ying's hand and pull her up. Xiaodao, come up! Fang Qi shouted. Go! Zhao Xiaodao roared without looking back. His silver blade danced, entangling the advancing scavengers. Don't worry about me. Take the girl and head to the opera house. The terrain there is complex. Fang Qi glanced below, observing Zhao Xiaodao struggling against the energy beams. then cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Xiao Ying in his arms. A flicker of anguish crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by resolution. "Take care," he rasped, and, clutching his sister, leaped off the other side of the wall. Thud! His feet hit the ground, pain shooting through him, but he gritted his teeth to endure. On the other side of the wall, the sound of violent metal clashes and energy explosions erupted. Fang Qi dared not look back. Clutching Xiao Ying, he sprinted down a narrow, dilapidated street behind the wall. Filth flowed freely around them as a torrential rain of stardust pelted their bodies, a relentless sting persisting. He navigated toward the opera house. It was one of the few remnants of the bygone era in the lower city, still relatively intact, with a complex structure akin to a labyrinth. Behind them, the roar of hovering engines drew closer. More scavengers were pursuing them along a detour. Fang Qi spotted the familiar silhouette of a building at the street corner. The Baroque-style dome, half collapsed, the abandoned opera house. With all his remaining strength, he charged towards the side of the opera house, towards a small door nailed shut with wooden planks. Bang! He crashed his shoulder against the decaying boards, stumbling inside. Inside was shrouded in darkness, thick with dust and the musty scent of mold. The massive audience seats resembled the ribs of a monstrous beast, with collapsed chairs piled haphazardly together. Above the stage, a tattered curtain hung down like a giant shroud. Fang Qi quickly sheltered Xiao Ying beneath the stage in a relatively concealed corner, wedging her behind a heap of tattered scenery. "Stay hidden. Don't make a sound," he commanded urgently in a hushed tone. His heart raced as Xiao Ying curled up in the darkness, her small hands pressed tightly over her mouth. Her large eyes filled with terror. Almost simultaneously with Fang Qi's concealment, a thunderous crash resounded. The opera house's massive front door, rusted and weathered, was violently flung open. 3 scavenger soldiers stormed in, moving in tactical formation. The heavy footsteps of their armored boots echoed hauntingly in the empty, silent opera house. The crimson electronic eyes scanned the darkened audience, sweeping across the stage. Thermal scanning activated. A faint thermal signal has been detected. Below the stage, target locked. An electronic voice resonated in the profound silence. Fang Qi's heart plummeted to the depths. He was exposed. A scavenge warrior raised his arm, the muzzle of his pulse rifle aglow with a charging red light, aimed directly at the corner where Fang Qi was concealed. In this moment of dire urgency, cough. Cough, cough. Xiao Ying, overwhelmed by sheer terror, inhaled dust and was unable to suppress a violent fit of coughing. A droplet of blood tinged with a faint luminescence splattering from her fingers as she covered her mouth. It fell upon a dusty piano nearby. The piano lid was half open, revealing an antiquated grand piano. Buzz. Within the depths of the piano, something seemed to awaken instantaneously, activated by the droplet of blood imbued with stardust energy. In the intervals of her coughing, Xiao Ying unintentionally emitted a faint hum, weak and tuneless, yet imbued with an otherworldly tremor. This sound was nearly imperceptible, but at the moment it resonated, the omnipresent stardust particles lingering in the air of the opera house seemed to heed a royal summons. In an instant they erupted. Countless azure, luminescent points emerged from the dust, from the corners, from the tattered fibers of the curtains. They surged towards the center of the stage, as if swept by an invisible tempest, converging upon the dilapidated grand piano. Buzz! The piano string, stained with Xiao Ying's blood, began to vibrate violently, emitting a piercing, single tone. With this sound, the gathered stardust particles coalesced before the piano, compressing. A luminous shield materialized out of thin air, formed from myriad azure dust particles, translucent and rippling like water. It perfectly shielded the corner where Fang Qi was hiding. Hiss! The crimson energy beam fired by the scavenge warrior collided fiercely against the azure shield. There was no explosion. The energy beam vanished as if a cow had plunged into the sea, absorbed and annihilated by the shield. Only a violent ripple stirred upon the surface of the shield. Before dissipating, the electronic eyes of the 3 scavenge warriors flashed simultaneously. Clearly, this exceeded their comprehension. An unknown energy shield. Concentrate fire. Destroy it. The leader of the scavengers issued the command. The three warriors simultaneously raised their arms, the glow of their pulse rifles intensifying dramatically. Chapter 27. The hidden diagram beneath the keys. Fang Qi gazed in astonishment at the luminous shield before him, conjured by his sister's blood and the resonant notes of the piano. The shock was overwhelming, yet he understood that this radiant barrier could not withstand the next barrage. A counterattack was imperative. Instinct for survival surged within him, igniting a fierce and pent-up fury that erupted explosively. With a guttural roar, he lunged from his hiding place. His target was not the scavenger, but the dilapidated piano at the center of the stage. He reached the piano, his right fist clenched tightly, the dim golden patterns beneath his skin flaring into a blinding brilliance in an instant. The strength of steel coursed through him, pouring unabated into his fist. Instead of striking the scavenger, he unleashed a powerful blow onto the hardwood floor of the stage beside the piano. Boom! A sound so profoundly thunderous it resonated like a colossal hammer striking a drum. The brute force of his steel-like muscles, mingled with high-frequency vibrations, radiated wildly through the floor. The entire stage quaked violently. Enormous sound waves reverberated within the vast opera house, creating a terrifying resonance. Crack, crack, crack. Above the stage, the chandelier, already teetering precariously, made of countless crystal shards, trembled under the violent vibrations. At last, succumbing to the overwhelming strain, the multitude of rusted metal cables snapped instantaneously. Rumble! The chandelier, weighing several tons and shrouded in dust and cobwebs, plummeted downward like a collapsing mountain, aimed directly at the three scavenger warriors below. Evade! The electronic voice of the scavenger crackled with urgency. But it was too late. The massive chandelier crashed to the ground. Countless shards of shattered crystal erupted like a lethal storm, hurtling at terrifying speed in all directions. Bang! 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 The three scavenger warriors were instantly engulfed by the onslaught of glass fragments. Their sturdy armor, capable of withstanding energy impacts, faltered against the high-velocity, physical shrapnel. The surface of their armor was riddled with sparks and fissures, while the joints became jammed with debris. The tremendous force knocked them to the ground, temporarily ensnared by the broken crystal and metal framework. A deluge of glass enveloped the entire front of the stage. Seizing this moment of chaos, Fang Qi scooped up Xiao Ying, who, weakened from unleashing her powers, bore traces of luminescent blood at the corners of her mouth. He swiftly turned and dashed toward the rear of the stage, heading for the backstage passage. Just as he entered the corridor, he heard the enraged roars of the scavenger warriors behind him, accompanied by the jarring sound of armor shredding through the crystalline debris. Run! The passage grew darker, cluttered with discarded props and backdrops. Fang Qi, cradling Xiao Ying, sprinted forward, his feet stumbling in haste. Brother, over there! Xiao Ying weakly raised her hand, pointing towards a half-open door adjacent to the corridor. Fang Qi charged inside. The room resembled a forsaken repository of musical instruments, cluttered with dust-laden music stands and damaged instruments. At the heart of it all stood a dilapidated grand piano, which had just emitted an uncanny melody. Fang Qi gently placed Xiao Ying upon a heap of old curtains in the corner, while he hurried to the piano's side. The bizarre scene lingered in his mind, the gardener blooming before the old beggar's death, and Chun Mo's vessel. Every clue seemed to converge upon his sister and this very piano. He abruptly lifted the piano lid, stained with Xiao Ying's blood, unveiling the keys, thickly coated in dust. On the highest notes, a few ivory-white keys bore the remnants of her blood, glimmering faintly, as if alive, slowly seeping into the wooden crevices of the keys. Then, an unnerving spectacle unfolded. The bloodied keys began to descend, unbidden and soundlessly, as though an invisible hand were pressing them. As the keys sank, the piano's interior, with its battered mechanics, emitted faint clicking sounds. The dust-coated inner lid, near the music stand, seemed to be swept away by an unseen force, revealing several lines of elegantly inscribed text. To my dear friend Su Qing, may the melody never cease and the starlight endure. Dawn, year 7, autumn. Su Qing? Dawn. Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. That name again. Before he could ponder further, a more astonishing transformation transpired. The descending keys revealed a smooth, wooden surface beneath, as the thick dust melted away like snow. Subsequently, lines radiating a soft white light emerged, as if chiseled by an invisible sculptor, rapidly manifesting on the soundboard. They intertwined, outlining an extraordinarily intricate diagram of underground pipe networks, far more detailed and clearer than the old ghost's oilcloth map. Several nodes, pulsating with red light, were marked on it. One node was prominently labeled 7th Research Institute, Main Cultivation Area. This was precisely the core zone that Fang Qi had seen deleted from the dome in the abandoned terminal. Just then, a series of heavy thuds reverberated from the passageway, accompanied by the furious electronic voice of the scavenger warriors. They had broken free from the glass pile and were in pursuit. Chapter 28. The resonance of cancer pain, the heavy footsteps, akin to the ominous beats of a death knell, echoed through the backstage corridors of the opera house. Drawing ever closer, Fang Qi could even discern the sharp whine of the scavenger soldiers' weapon system charging. There was no time to hesitate. He lunged towards the dilapidated piano with fervor. The luminous schematic of pipes materialized on the soundboard, clearly delineating the route to the primary cultivation area of the 7th Research Institute. One particularly thick beam of light originated directly beneath this storage room. "Xiaoying, come here," Fang Qi growled, swiftly lifting his frail sister into his arms, racing towards the starting point indicated on the schematic, a dusty old carpet in the corner of the storage room. He forcefully lifted the heavy carpet. Beneath it lay not a floor, but a rusted, square metallic cover adorned with a heavy pull ring. A faint current of air emanated from the crevice at the edge of the cover. This was it, the entrance to the underground passage. With all his might, Fang Qi grasped the pull ring, and the golden veins beneath his skin ignited with a soft glow. Creak! The heavy cover was wrenched open, revealing a dark, vertical shaft below. A gust of air, laden with the pungent scent of metallic rust, surged upward. Bang! The door of the storage room was violently thrust open. 3 scavenger soldiers, their bodies smeared with shards of crystal and their armor marred with scratches, burst in. Their crimson electronic eyes instantly locked onto Fang Qi and the vulnerable Xiaoying in his embrace. Target locked. Eliminate. The muzzle of a pulse rifle glowed with a blinding red light. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Qi leaped into the dark vertical shaft, cradling Xiaoying. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 crimson beams grazed the top of their heads, embedding themselves into the wall above the passage, leaving charred holes in their wake. Fang Qi, holding his sister tightly, plummeted rapidly within the sleek metallic tunnel. The sensation of weightlessness sent his heart racing. He shielded Xiaoying's head with all his strength, while the prosthetic boots on his feet scraped against the tunnel walls, sparking bright flashes as he attempted to slow their descent. Bang! Moments later, the two landed heavily upon a mound of dust and debris, accumulated over countless years, at the bottom of the tunnel. The immense impact left Fang Qi momentarily disoriented, and the searing pain in his left shoulder nearly caused him to faint. Yet he immediately struggled to rise, checking on Xiaoying in his arms. "Brother, I'm Fine." Xiaoying's voice trembled with a hint of tears, clearly shaken, but fortunately, Fang Qi was there to cushion her fall. Fang Qi sighed in relief and looked up. The exit of the vertical shaft loomed a dozen meters above, resembling a distant speck of light. The heavy footfalls and electronic chatter of the scavenger soldiers echoed above, seemingly pausing in their pursuit, perhaps searching for tools. He surveyed his surroundings. This was a spacious but exceedingly old main pipeline, with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. The walls were made of thick concrete, encrusted with a dense layer of moss and slippery, viscous biofilm. The air was foul, saturated with a noxious blend of disinfectant and decay. The pipeline stretched forward and backward, disappearing into the thick darkness. Only a few emergency lights flickered in the distance, casting a ghastly green glow akin to will-o'-the-wisps. Fang Qi promptly retrieved the metallic star chart, still emanating a faint golden light, and recalled the underground pipeline schematic that had appeared on the piano's soundboard. In stark contrast, he swiftly determined his course, advancing along the main conduit towards the core area of the 7th Research Institute. Hold on tight. Fang Qi secured Xiao Ying onto his back with a strip of cloth and began to traverse the slick pipeline. Zhao Xiaodao's prosthetic boots squelched against the thick moss, producing a muffled sound. Surrounding them was an oppressive silence, broken only by their heavy breaths echoing within the vast pipe, amplifying the tension. The numerous forks in the pipeline resembled a labyrinth. Guided by 2 maps, Fang Qi cautiously navigated through the darkness. As they neared the Institute's core, the moss and microbial membranes on the pipe walls thickened, exhibiting increasingly bizarre hues of deep green, dark purple, and even eerie blue. The air grew denser and more acrid, mingling with an indescribable scent reminiscent of metallic sweetness tinged with blood. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a formidable alloy airtight door. It stood ajar, its hinges severely rusted. The door bore no markings, only mottled stains. Beyond it, a ghostly white light seeped through. Fang Qi's heart raced. This was it. The main cultivation area. He gently set Xiao Ying down, gesturing for her to hide in the shadows behind the door. Gripping the silver-gray dagger given by Zhao Xiaodao, he crouched low, stealthily slipping through the doorway like a silent cheetah. Inside lay a narrow metallic corridor. The alloy walls reflected the harsh white light, while heavy observation windows flanked either side, their insides obscured by a thick layer of frost, rendering the interior invisible. The air was frigid and biting, akin to a cold storage. Only the ventilation system emitted a low, ominous hum. Pressing against the wall, Fang Qi moved forward with utmost caution. At the corridor's end stood a tightly shut alloy door adorned with a complex electronic lock. Suddenly, a muffled, agonized groan emerged from Xiao Ying, who had been hiding in the shadows. She curled up abruptly, her small hands clutching her chest, her face paling to a ghostly white. Her body trembled violently. Xiao Ying! Fang Qi exclaimed in alarm, rushing back to the door. Xiao Ying gasped for breath, unable to speak, cold sweat instantly beating on her forehead. Her eyes widened in terror, her pupils filled with indescribable pain and fear. This agony far surpassed the coughing fit she experienced during previous episodes of Stardust Syndrome. Almost simultaneously, an indescribable pain, akin to millions of scorching needles piercing the marrow, seized Fang Qi's heart without warning. He let out a suppressed scream of anguish. His body stiffened abruptly. He felt as if his very organs were being violently torn apart by an unseen force, swirling chaotically. Darkness encroached upon his vision. At the sight of his left shoulder wound, a crystalline sting erupted like a volcano. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin flickered uncontrollably. The light pulsed erratically, reminiscent of a faulty circuit. Resonance. The unbearable cancer pain that plagued his sister was transmitted to him through some mysterious connection. Fang Qi gasped, nearly choking on his suffering. Dropping the dagger with a clang onto the alloy floor, he bit his lip fiercely, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, stifling his cries of despair. He laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the observation windows on either side of the corridor, encrusted with thick white frost. Just as the golden patterns beneath his skin flickered wildly in a moment of madness. Buzz! The pale lights in the corridor abruptly dimmed. Then they returned to their former brightness. Immediately following, a series of sharp clicks echoed through the air. Clack, 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 from within the dozens of observation windows, heavily coated in frost. There erupted a cacophony of sounds akin to shattering ice. The frost covering the interior of the windows seemed to be shattered by an invisible force, cascading down to reveal the sights within. There stood massive, cylindrical incubation chambers, reminiscent of upright coffins, filled with a viscous, pale blue nutrient solution. Within each chamber floated a naked human body, men and women of various physiques, yet their faces were all identical. It was the visage of Fang Qi, the face of Fang Xiaoying. Their clones, dense and numerous, at least 100 of them. At this moment, as the golden patterns on Fang Qi's body flickered with increasing intensity, the countless clones submerged in the nutrient solution appeared to be simultaneously electrified by an unseen current. Their previously closed eyes abruptly opened under the harsh white light. 100 pairs of hollow, bewildered eyes, imbued with a primal yearning, pierced through the glass and viscous nutrient liquid, focusing with uncanny precision on the anguished figure of Fang Qi, kneeling in the corridor. A tremendous fear instantaneously engulfed the excruciating pain of the flesh. Fang Qi's blood seemed to congeal. In the next heartbeat, the arms of the 100 clones shot up. They slammed against the reinforced glass walls of the incubation chambers with ferocity. Bang! 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 The thunderous impacts reverberated wildly in the narrow corridor. It was as if countless trapped beasts were desperately battering against their confines. Even more unsettling, they opened their mouths, and bubbles of the viscous nutrient solution surged forth, producing a soundless yet piercing howl that seemed to stab deep into the soul. 100 mouths, contorting in the pale blue liquid, synchronously and distortedly echoed the same word. Brother, 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 the silent howls, transmitted through the vibrations of the incubation chambers and the alloy floor, surged against Fang Qi's nerves like a tidal wave. Just then, above the tightly shut alloy door at the end of the corridor, an old communication screen embedded in the wall flickered to life. The screen bore no image, only a line of white text, akin to a decree. Want to save her? Pass the martial arts school entrance exam. A special invitation letter will be provided to you. Chenemo, Fang Qi knelt on the ground, cradling his sister, who was writhing in pain and slipping into unconsciousness. Before him were the frenzied, pounding clones. On the screen was Chunmo's message, filled with control and mockery. Despair and rage surged within him, intertwining like a tempest of ice and fire, utterly consuming him. Chapter 29. The Enigma of the Golden Mark Within the Passage. The air seemed to solidify. The silent howls of over 100 clones struck against Fang Qi's nerves like palpable shockwaves. His sister, Xiaoying, curled up in his embrace, her body convulsing from the excruciating pain of cancer, each spasm intensifying the resonant agony in Fang Qi's chest. The message from Chun Mo on the screen pierced Fang Qi's eyes like a venomous needle. A suppressed roar escaped Fang Qi's throat, as the golden patterns beneath his skin flickered wildly in response to the unbearable pain and overwhelming fury, their brilliance wavering in the stark white light. He clenched his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, only the ferocious crimson of a cornered beast remained. He could not falter here. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain granting him a fleeting clarity. With a sudden surge of determination, he lifted Xiaoying and turned, channeling every ounce of strength into a frantic dash through the metallic corridor. The thud of his prosthetic boot against the alloy floor echoed urgently. Behind him, the dull thuds of clones battering against the chamber walls grew more frantic, like the desperate beats of a funeral drum. Bursting out of the main passage, he rushed through the half-open rusted airlock, plunging once more into the abandoned conduit draped in moss and slick biofilm. Fang Qi no longer focused on the path. Relying solely on memory and an instinct for survival, he stumbled through the labyrinthine darkness, his singular thought: escape, to take his sister away from this hell. Time lost meaning as he ran, his breath scorching his throat, the old wounds in his arms, and the crystalline sting in his left shoulder gnawing at him like maggots. At last, a rusted ladder appeared before him, leading up to a familiar exit, a dank underground clinic filled with the acrid scents of blood and disinfectant. Fang Qi crashed through the ajar conduit cover, tumbling into the cramped space of the clinic while cradling Xiaoying. The familiar stench of antiseptic mingled with the coppery tang of blood enveloped him, oddly imparting a sense of twisted safety. Who? A hoarse, weary voice emerged from within, accompanied by the clatter of metal instruments. It's me, Fang Qi. He rasped back, carefully laying Xiaoying on the grimy surgical table. Xiaoying remained unconscious, her brow furrowed, her body occasionally twitching from residual pain. The old doctor emerged from behind the filthy curtain, his murky eyes scanning the bloodied and disheveled Fang Qi, then landing on the faintly breathing Xiaoying, his brow nodding with concern. What trouble have you gotten into this time to end up like this? The old doctor's tone was gruff, yet he hastened forward, picking up a stethoscope to press against Xiaoying's chest, then lifting her eyelid to inspect further. Her stardust sickness has worsened, and there are remnants of an unknown energy surge. Where did you take her? The 7th Research Institute, underground. Fang Qi leaned against the wall, gasping, his voice weary. The old doctor's hand trembled violently. A terrifying light ignited in his murky eyes. You went inside and made it out alive? He fixated on Fang Qi as if trying to see through him, searching for something. Fang Qi offered no reply, merely pointing exhaustedly to the gaping wound in his left shoulder, oozing dark golden droplets of blood. Medicine and coupling agents, hurry. The old doctor regarded him with a penetrating gaze, refraining from further questions, and turned back to rummage through the inner room. Soon, he emerged holding disinfectant alcohol, bandages, and a metal tube filled with an amber liquid. Strip. The wound is infected, the old man commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Enduring excruciating pain, Fang Qi struggled to remove his tattered shirt, revealing a robust torso marred by numerous old and new scars. The wound on his left shoulder was grotesque, flesh protruding, with blood oozing that mingled with tiny, golden crystalline particles. The muscles on his back were taut, similarly adorned with bruises and abrasions from battle. The old man, using tweezers to grasp a cotton ball soaked in alcohol, crudely yet precisely cleaned Fang Qi's shoulder wound. The stinging pain from the alcohol made Fang Qi's muscles tense, and he let out a muffled groan. Endure it. The pus is coming out, the old man scolded. Just as he finished with the left shoulder and prepared to address several deeper abrasions on Fang Qi's back, his movements suddenly froze. His murky eyes fixated intently on a spot beneath Fang Qi's shoulder blade. There, obscured by sweat and blood, a peculiar mark was faintly discernible. The old man's breathing quickened. Abruptly, he roughly wiped away the grime from that area with a piece of alcohol-soaked gauze. As the filth receded, a clear mark was revealed under the harsh white light. It was not a tattoo, but rather a natural formation beneath the skin, resembling a dark golden brand. The pattern was extraordinarily intricate, composed of countless small, interlocking geometric shapes, with a spiral at its center, as if a star was slowly rotating, exuding an indescribable aura of ancient mystery. This is... The old man's voice turned dry and sharp, filled with incredulous terror. His hand trembled violently with the gauze, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. He stumbled back a step, his clouded eyes wide with shock, fixated on the dark golden mark on Fang Qi's back, and he gasped in disbelief. The cedar's mark? How could you have such a thing? Impossible. This cannot be. The cedar's mark? Fang Qi spun around, only to see the old man's face twisted in sheer horror. Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the clinic, along with the adjacent wall, was violently blown open by an overwhelming force. Debris and twisted metal fragments shot in like cannon fire. Amidst the swirling dust, 3 towering figures clad in thick black armor burst in, resembling demons emerging from hell, treading through the chaos. The crimson electronic eyes instantly locked onto the operating table, where Xiao Yinglei and Fang Qi stood bare-chested. The leader raised his arm, and a mechanical voice announced, "Elimination order. Priority target. Subject 0. Kill without mercy." A beam of crimson laser, as thick as an arm and radiating destructive heat, sliced through the smoke like the scythe of death, instantly aimed at the defenseless Xiao Ying on the operating table. No! Fang Qi's eyes widened in horror. His body moved faster than his thoughts. There was no time to think. The instinct to protect his sister overwhelmed everything. He abruptly turned, positioning his broad back resolutely between Xiao Ying and the devastating beam of light. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin erupted in an unprecedented, blinding radiance, akin to flames igniting. With a resounding crash, the laser beam struck squarely against Fang Qi's back. Contrary to expectations, it did not penetrate. Fang Qi emitted a beastly howl of agony as his skin charred and carbonized in an instant. His muscles were seared and torn apart by the terrifying heat. An unimaginable pain surged through his entire being. Yet, astonishingly, the golden light bursting forth from beneath his skin acted like a tangible armor, momentarily deflecting and dispersing some of the destructive laser energy. The golden patterns flickered wildly, their luminescence fluctuating as if on the verge of collapse. The cost was immense. The wound on his left shoulder completely ruptured under the energy's impact. Dark golden blood mixed with minute crystalline particles gushed forth like a fountain. The searing pain from the laser-burned wound on his back crashed upon his consciousness like a tsunami. Brother! Xiao Ying, awakened by the commotion, beheld her brother shielding her, his back a charred wreck, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Run! Fang Qi, summoning the last vestiges of his clarity, roared. He seized a heavy metallic instrument tray from beside the operating table and, with all his might, smashed it against the foremost scavenger warrior. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent was distracted, Fang Qi scooped up Xiao Ying. The excruciating burn on his back rendered his vision dim. Each step felt like treading upon glowing coals. He dashed towards the clinic's sole back door, the only possible escape leading to a yard cluttered with debris. Stop him! The scavenger warrior emitted an electronic voice as another laser beam charged up. With his back turned to the pursuers, Fang Qi held his sister tightly. Acutely aware of the scorching beam locking onto him, there was no evading it. In a moment of despair, he lowered his head, noticing the dark golden blood, laced with crystalline particles, oozing from his left shoulder wound, continually dripping onto the alloy doorframe. Sizzle! The dark golden droplets, upon contact with the alloy frame, reacted violently, producing a pungent white smoke. The solid alloy surface began to corrode at a visibly alarming rate, dissolving and denting. A frenzied thought flashed through Fang Qi's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly turned, driving his shattered shoulder against the back door. With a splatter, a torrent of blood mixed with dark golden crystals splashed violently against the door. Sizzle! The piercing sound echoed like hot oil splattering on snow, as the area of the door that met the blood instantly erupted in thick white smoke. The sturdy metal, encountering its nemesis, corroded, dissolved, and softened at an astonishing pace. In an instant, a gaping hole, large enough for a person to slip through, appeared, its edges still emitting white smoke and dark golden bubbles. Go! Fang Qi exerted the last of his strength, forcefully pushing Xiao Ying towards the corrosive opening. He staggered backward, due to the tremendous recoil. Brother! Xiao Ying's cries resonated from beyond the opening. In the clinic shrouded in smoke and dust, the old ghost huddled in the shadowy corner, his gaze fixated on Fang Qi's back, marred by scorch marks and dark golden blood. He observed the flickering golden patterns beneath the skin, signs of excessive strain, as if they were destined to extinguish at any moment. Just as Fang Qi turned to confront the pursuing enemies, determined to buy his sister a fleeting moment of respite, a final glimmer of resolve erupted in the murky depths of the old ghost's eyes. With every ounce of strength, he bellowed at Fang Qi, his voice piercing through the hum of laser charging and the sound of metal corroding. Remember, young man, do not allow the dome to claim her. It must not happen. Before his words could fully escape, whoosh, a crimson beam of light pierced through the old ghost's chest, nailing his remaining words and his very life to the wall. Fang Qi's pupils constricted in horror. Old ghost! The anguished roar had yet to escape his lips when another, even deadlier laser beam locked onto the unguarded spot at his back. Meanwhile, deep within the confines of the 7th Research Institute of the Dome Corporation, in a surveillance room adorned with intricate instruments, Chun Imo elegantly lifted a glass of red wine, his gaze resting upon a floating screen before him. At the center of the screen was a high-definition scan of the dark golden, spiral star pattern mark on Fang Qi's back, an image transmitted in real time from the scanner embedded in the armor of the cleansing warriors that had stormed the clinic. Chun Mo's fingertips brushed gently over the mysterious mark on the screen, his eyes behind the lenses glimmering with frenzied delight, akin to a hunter who has captured a rare treasure. The Zero adaptation is finally complete, he murmured softly, his voice imbued with an indescribable satisfaction. Chapter 30. Drift on the Dark River. A crimson laser beam tore through the smoke at the clinic's back door, aiming directly at Fang Qi's heart with a sense of impending destruction. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Fang Qi could even feel the searing pain as the high temperature scorched his skin. Just as he pushed Xiao Ying away from the corrosive opening, his strength was depleted, and new energy had yet to awaken. There was simply no way to evade. In this critical moment, a heart-wrenching cry from Xiaoying pierced through the air. "Brother!" A faint yet distinct wave of energy surged from her, suddenly expanding outward. This wave penetrated the opening and swept past Fang Qi's body in an instant. The flickering golden patterns beneath his skin, a result of excessive exhaustion, seemed to be infused with a final surge of vitality, erupting into an extremely brief but intense brilliance. Buzz! The light flashed and vanished in an instant. However, this feeble eruption of golden patterns, reminiscent of a fleeting return of light, caused Fang Qi's body to shift ever so slightly, yet crucially at the moment the laser was about to strike. With a hiss, the laser grazed Fang Qi's right rib. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air as excruciating pain surged through him, a large patch of skin instantly charred. This minor deviation spared him from being directly pierced through the heart. The immense force of the impact sent him hurtling away, his body crashing through the corroded hole in the clinic's back door, landing heavily amidst a heap of rusted metal and broken wooden crates in the yard. "Capture them!" The electronic voice of the cleanser warrior echoed ominously. Darkness enveloped Fang Qi as the searing pain in his right rib and the agony coursing through his body nearly caused him to faint. Struggling, he managed to lift his head and saw Xiaoying running towards him, crying out, "Don't come here!" Fang Qi roared, summoning his last ounce of strength to rise and embrace his sister, dashing towards the farthest wall of the yard. Behind him, the heavy footsteps of armored soldiers echoed ominously as they emerged from the hole. There was no retreat. The top of the wall was entwined with barbed wire. Fang Qi's gaze swept the base of the wall, spotting a dark, murky sewage ditch partially concealed by garbage. Stagnant wastewater reeked foully as it flowed towards a large drainage outlet beneath the wall. The outlet was sealed by a rusted iron grate, but the grate had long since twisted and deformed, revealing a barely sufficient gap for a person to crawl through. Taking a gamble, Fang Qi, clutching Xiaoying, plunged headlong into the filthy, stinking sewage ditch without hesitation. The viscous wastewater engulfed him up to his chest in an instant. The noxious odor was nearly suffocating. He shielded Xiaoying's mouth and nose, straining to swim towards the drainage outlet beneath the wall. Behind them, the cleanser warrior reached the edge of the ditch, its crimson electronic eye scanning the murky surface of the water. The pulse rifle was raised, prepared to fire at the blurred figures beneath the water. At that moment, boom! A deep, thunderous roar reverberated from deep within the earth. The ground trembled slightly, as if a violent explosion had occurred at the direction of the old ghost clinic, or perhaps a chain reaction in deeper pipelines. The cleanser warrior by the ditch staggered slightly, its shooting action interrupted. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Qi held Xiaoying tightly. Suddenly, they plunged into the twisted crevice of a drain. Behind the drain, rather than the anticipated pipeline, lay a raging underground river. The surging water instantly engulfed the two, sweeping them into an abyss of darkness. "Hold on to me!" Fang Qi roared amidst the torrent, tightly clutching Xiaoying's waist. The river, like a ferocious beast, thrashed them about in the pitch-black underground cavern. Fang Qi could only desperately shield his sister's head, bracing his back against the relentless onslaught of jagged rocks. Each impact sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through his bones. It was impossible to tell how long they drifted in the darkness, but eventually the current began to wane. A faint, hazy light shimmered ahead. With a sudden rush, they were violently propelled out of a low opening, crashing onto a soft, luminescent ground. Fang Qi coughed violently, expelling the tainted water that had invaded his lungs. Struggling to sit up, his immediate concern was for Xiaoying. Her face was pale from choking, yet she remained conscious, trembling from the cold. "Brother, where are we?" Xiaoying's voice trembled with fear and weakness. Fang Qi looked up, and the sight before him rendered him breathless. They had entered an immense underground cavern. The ceiling loomed high above, adorned with countless colossal stalactites. The true source of illumination in this space was not the stalactites, but the ground itself. The entire cavern floor was blanketed in an expansive forest, not of trees, but of gigantic mushrooms. These mushrooms varied in shape, the smallest reaching half the height of a person, while the largest towered over 10 meters, resembling titanic umbrellas. Their caps displayed a mesmerizing array of colors: deep violet, ethereal blue, luminescent green, and brilliant yellow. Countless hues intermingled, casting a soft, dreamlike glow throughout the vast cavern. The air was thick with a peculiar aroma, a blend of earthy musk and a faintly sweet, pungent spore scent. How beautiful! Xiao Ying was entranced by the fantastical scenery, momentarily forgetting her fear. Yet, a sense of alarm surged within Fang Qi. The more exquisite the place, the more perilous it often proved. He struggled to rise, positioning Xiao Ying protectively behind him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The modified prosthetic boots, crafted by Zhao Xiaodao, thudded softly against the yielding mushroom carpet. Chapter 31. The enigmatic realm of spores. At that moment, a towering mushroom, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, with a deep purple cap, seemed startled by their intrusion. The immense cap quivered violently. The gills beneath it suddenly unfurled. A great cloud of spores, resembling smoke and emitting a ghostly violet glow, erupted forth from the gills. As if it were alive, it cascaded down upon Fang Qi and Xiao Ying. The spore cloud advanced with alarming speed, carrying a rich, sweet, and fishy aroma. Fang Qi's pupils constricted. He grasped Xiao Ying in his arms, attempting to evade to the side. However, his injuries were too grave. His movements were a fraction too slow. The purple spore cloud enveloped them in an instant. Fang Qi felt a thick, sweet scent invade his nostrils. The next moment, the scene before him twisted and spun. The enormous mushroom appeared to transform into a fearsome demon. The fungal carpet beneath them writhed like pulsating flesh. In his ears, a cacophony of sharp, unintelligible shrieks and whispers echoed. Hallucinations, an intense hallucinatory effect. Fang Qi felt a splitting headache. His consciousness began to blur, and his body swayed uncontrollably. In his arms, Xiao Ying also emitted a distressed groan, her small face reflecting pain and confusion. More giant mushrooms seemed agitated by the actions of their companions, trembling in unison. A kaleidoscope of spore clouds surged from all directions toward this area, intent on devouring the two intruders entirely. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, striving to summon the strength of his steel-like bones to resist the hallucinations. Yet, the excruciating pain and fatigue rendered the golden light within him faint and nearly imperceptible. His vision became increasingly hazy. Countless distorted illusions danced before his eyes, just as his consciousness was on the brink of being completely submerged. Xiao Ying in his arms seemed further distressed by the dense spores surrounding them. Unconsciously, she emitted a faint hum filled with pain and resistance. This unmelodious sound, however, bore a peculiar and soothing rhythm. Buzz, an invisible energy ripple, akin to waves upon water, radiated outward from her. A miracle occurred. The vivid, hallucinatory spore clouds enveloping them dulled and stilled the instant they encountered this energy ripple. Much like snow melting under the blazing sun, the once wild spores began to fall, resembling a delicate rain of colorful dust. Fang Qi's awareness surged back in an instant. It was Xiao Ying's voice, or rather, the energy evoked by her unconscious humming that dispersed the spores. The surrounding giant mushrooms seemed to sense the uniqueness of this energy as well, their massive bodies shifting restlessly, their spore-emitting actions growing hesitant. Xiao Ying, hum again, louder. Fang Qi immediately recognized the turning point. He called to his sister in his arms. Though Xiao Ying felt weak upon seeing her brother's anxious gaze, she summoned her courage and began to hum once more. The melody remained discordant, yet its volume increased slightly, infused with the unique purity of childhood and a hint of unwavering courage that dispelled fear. Buzz, an invisible ripple of energy expanded once more, this time reaching farther. The surrounding colossal mushrooms, as if pushed by an unseen barrier, recoiled in retreat. Their massive fungal bodies shrank back, and the clouds of spores they expelled quickly lost vitality, drifting helplessly to the ground. A narrow, temporarily safe passage emerged before Fang Qi. At the end of the passage lay a relatively steep rock wall at the edge of a cave. "Let's go," Fang Qi urged, cradling Xiao Ying in his arms. Enduring the pain as he raced towards the wall, following the path carved by his sister's song. The giant mushrooms writhed behind them, reluctant yet fearful to release more spores, their sweet and musty scent dispelled by the melody. Soon, the two reached the base of the rock wall, which was steep and slick with moss. Devoid of any apparent exit, Fang Qi gently set Xiao Ying down, allowed her to lean against a relatively dry rock. He gazed up at the towering wall and then glanced back at the ominous glow of the mushroom forest. They needed to leave swiftly. The song could not last indefinitely. His eyes fell upon a small fissure at the bottom of the rock wall, from which a faint breeze seemed to emanate. An escape route. Fang Qi approached the fissure, inhaled deeply, and clenched his right fist. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin flickered to life once more. The strength of steel coalesced within him. This time, he did not use this power to strike. Instead, he attempted to transform it into high-frequency shockwaves. He forcefully pressed his fist against the edge of the rock fissure. Buzz! An invisible shockwave, imbued with high-frequency vibrations, surged through his fist and into the rock. Crack! 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 The interior of the hard stone echoed with the sound of shattering. Radiating from his fist, spiderweb-like fractures spread rapidly across the wall. "Open for me." Fang Qi's throat erupted with a low growl as the strength of steel reached its zenith. Boom! A muffled roar resounded as the surrounding rock collapsed inward under the impact of the internal shockwaves. Debris tumbled down, and dust filled the air. A passage, just wide enough for a person to crouch through, suddenly appeared. From deep within the passage, the sounds of flowing water and fresher air beckoned. Success! Fang Qi felt a surge of joy in his heart and turned to call for Xiao Ying. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept across the area near the passage entrance. There lay an object half enshrouded by the roots of a colossal glowing mushroom, thickly covered in moss and luminescent mycelium, revealing only a partial outline. That outline resembled a twisted, humanoid metallic skeleton. The battered metallic shell was riddled with rust and enormous gashes. Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. He began to clear away the moss and mycelium that concealed it. A relatively intact area revealed itself at the chest of the metallic skeleton. There, embedded, lay a palm-sized metal insignia, encrusted with dirt and scratches. Yet the design remained distinctly visible. A fractured silver longsword, its blade entwined with tendrils of star-like luminescence. Beneath the hilt, two archaic characters were inscribed: Dawnbreak. This was indeed the emblem marked on the old Ghost map, the very name etched on the Opera House piano. It was also the beacon indicated on the old beggar's star chart. The Dawnbreaker. Fang Qi's heart raced wildly. He immediately crouched down, searching around the wreckage of the mech. The cockpit had long since distorted and deformed, ensnared by thick, mushroom-like roots. He pried apart several glowing mycelial strands, probing his fingers into the warped crevices of the cockpit. His fingertips brushed against a square, rigid object. With a determined effort, he pried it loose, a black metal chip, no larger than a fingernail, caked in grease and green mycelium. He extracted it from the ruins of the cockpit. The surface of the chip bore no markings, save for an exceedingly small data interface at its edge. Chapter 32. The blade of martial privilege, the chip from the Dawn core, rested in his palm, its surface smeared with the peculiar texture of mycelium oil. Fang Qi cautiously tucked it into his inner pocket, alongside the metallic star chart and the blue chip from the 7th Research Institute. These fragments pointed toward the singular enigma. In a corner of the abandoned factory, the air was thick with the oppressive scent of rust and machine oil. Xiao Ying curled up on a relatively clean piece of canvas, her complexion still pallid. Yet her breathing had steadied considerably. The resonance of her previous cancer pain seemed to have drained her strength, and she now lay in a deep slumber. Fang Qi leaned against a metal support, tending to his injuries. The burning pain from a laser that grazed his right rib was excruciating, while the spot on his back where the laser struck was raw and charred. He tore a strip from a relatively clean piece of inner clothing, dampened it with rainwater collected in the corner, and struggled to clean and bandage his wounds. Each movement tugged at the injuries, sending waves of sharp agony through him. The crystalline sting in his left shoulder was relentless. The coupling agent had long been exhausted, leaving him to endure the pain. The dim golden veins beneath his skin seemed to have quieted, their radiance diminished. The recent forced activation of shock waves in the mycelium tunnel had exacerbated his exhaustion. He glanced at his sleeping sister. The dying wails of the old ghost echoed in his ears. "Don't let the dome get her." Chunmo's message coiled around him like a venomous snake. "Want to save her? Get into the martial school." And those hundreds of clones, all shrieking for their brother. There was no retreat. The East China Sea was the sole direction. Yet traversing the wilderness on foot with his injured sister, while evading the dome's pursuit, was tantamount to courting death. He needed a faster, more clandestine means of escape. Fang Qi's gaze drifted to the vast, shattered window of the factory, where, in the distance, a bustling elevated track of hovering vehicles marked the edge of the affluent district. Those streamlined floating cars glided silently amidst the neon glow. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He gently roused Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, stay here and wait for your brother to return. Do not come out, all right?" Fang Qi's voice was as soft as possible. Xiaoying drowsily opened her eyes, met with her brother's grave expression, and obediently nodded, her small hand gripping his clothing tightly before releasing it. "Brother, be careful." Fang Qi ruffled her hair and stood up. He shed his tattered coat and draped it over Xiaoying, leaving himself clad only in a thin work vest that revealed his bandage-wrapped torso. He stretched his stiff body, the prosthetic boot clanging softly against the metal plate beneath him. Like a ghost, he slipped out of the derelict factory, using the shadows of the crumbling walls to swiftly approach the support column of the elevated track. Below him, the incessant flow of ground traffic surged, while above loomed the hovering track. He scaled the metal support, the biting wind at this height chilling his wounds, sending a sharp chill through him. Gritting his teeth, he focused on a medium-sized floating transport vehicle, emblazoned with the logo of Swift Logistics, that was decelerating on the track, preparing to enter a nearby, small transit station. This was it. Fang Qi seized the moment, leaping from the support column just as the floating vehicle was about to come to a halt. Thud! He landed heavily on the wide, flat roof of the transport vehicle. The tremendous impact nearly sent him sliding off, but he clung desperately to the fixed protrusion at the edge of the car's roof, stabilizing his body. Inside the vehicle, the driver gasped in alarm amid a flurry of movement. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Qi slid along the roof to the side, delivering a powerful punch to the reinforced glass window of the cockpit. The dim golden veins beneath his skin suddenly glimmered with a faint light. Crack! The reinforced glass shattered in response, and Fang Qi used his elbow, wrapped in bandages, to forcefully break through the jagged remnants, rolling into the cockpit. "What are you doing?" exclaimed the middle-aged driver, clad in a logistics uniform, his face a mask of horror as he attempted to reach for the alarm button on the control panel. Fang Qi acted swiftly, delivering a precise chop to the side of the driver's neck. The driver let out a muffled groan and slumped back into his seat. Fang Qi immediately took control of the system, disabling the automatic alarm and positioning signal. He set the course, speeding along the elevated track towards the desolate eastern suburbs. Far from the city's core, the hovercar's engine emitted a deep, powerful hum, instantly accelerating as it departed from the transfer station's track. Akin to an arrow released from a bow, shooting towards the gray horizon, leaving the bustling city below behind. Fang Qi let out a slight sigh of relief. Leaning back in the driver's seat, exhaustion and pain surged over him like a tidal wave. He glanced at the rearview screen, confirming that there were no pursuers for the moment. Just then, vroom, the deafening roar of an engine rapidly approached from the side. A sleek, elegantly painted silver hover sports car, clearly a custom model, closed in effortlessly like a hunting silver shark. The sports car executed a graceful drift, positioning itself squarely in front of the transport vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing a young, arrogant face radiating an unmistakable sense of superiority. Clad in a well-fitted martial arts uniform, adorned with the emblem of the Dome Martial Arts Academy, he scrutinized the broken driver's window and the disheveled Fang Qi, who was wrapped in bandages and wearing a tattered vest, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. A rat from the lower city dares to steal a car? The young martial artist's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, laced with unabashed disdain. Stop the vehicle and surrender. Perhaps you'll be left with a whole corpse. Fang Qi's gaze turned icy, ignoring the taunt. He slammed the steering wheel, attempting to maneuver around the opponent. Seeking death, the young martial artist's eyes narrowed menacingly. Buzz! His right hand pressed a button on the control panel. The car's roof slid open in an instant. He soared into the air like a great bird, his right hand sweeping to his waist. Clang! A long blade, approximately 1 meter in length, pulsating with blue and white ion arcs, materialized in his grasp. The high temperature of the ion blade distorted the air, emitting a sizzling sound of impending doom. Assaulting martial artist's death, the young martial artist bellowed, proclaiming the privileges of his kind. His body plummeted like a meteor, the ion blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aimed directly at Fang Qi in the cockpit. The speed was blinding, the angle so acute that it completely sealed off any escape routes for Fang Qi. This was the might of a martial artist, a power beyond the ordinary, the life and death authority bestowed by privilege. The shadow of death loomed instantly. Fang Qi's pupils constricted. In a confined cockpit, he had nowhere to hide. The strength of the steel skeleton had just been ignited, yet it was challenging to concentrate that power to its zenith in an instant. With no option left, a fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. He did not retreat. Instead, he stomped down hard on the accelerator. The transport vehicle roared forward with ferocity. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms protectively above his head. As the dim golden veins beneath his skin erupted with their final glow, he braced himself for the impact. Sizzle! The blue and white ion blade struck forcefully against Fang Qi's crossed arms. The air was filled with the shrill sound of energy scraping and the clashing of metal, while countless sparks of blue, white, and dark gold erupted like a frenzied display of fireworks. Fang Qi let out a muffled groan of pain as a searing agony ripped through his arms. The terrifying heat of the ion blade instantly scorched through his bandages, leaving 2 deep charred marks on his skin. The immense force slammed him back into the driver's seat, which groaned under the strain. Yet, the hardness of his steel skeleton endured this deadly blow. The ion blade was held firmly in place, unable to advance further. The young warrior clearly did not anticipate that his full-force strike would be absorbed so resolutely. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an even more intense, killing intent. There was some skill involved, but it was futile. With a twist of his wrist, the ion blade pressed down, while simultaneously, his left fist, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, aimed directly for Fang Qi's unprotected face. The warrior's combat techniques were ruthlessly lethal. Inside the cramped cockpit, Fang Qi's arms were pinned down by the ion blade, and it seemed he was about to be struck in the head. In that life-or-death moment, Fang Qi's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small advertisement screen displaying the road conditions behind him. The screen clearly reflected the scene behind, specifically the young warrior's exposed and unguarded right shoulder joint due to his exertion. An opportunity. Fang Qi did not attempt to block or evade the oncoming fist. A primal roar erupted from his throat. The golden veins beneath the skin of his pinned right arm flickered wildly, unleashing a final surge of brute strength. He abruptly twisted his body to the side, absorbing the greater force of the ion blade with his left arm, thereby creating a sliver of space for movement in his right arm. Seizing this momentum, Fang Qi's right elbow shot upward like a cannonball, aimed at an astonishing angle towards the unprotected right shoulder joint of the young warrior, as reflected in the screen. Bang! The sickening crack of shattering bone echoed. The young warrior's sinister grin froze instantaneously. His fist halted mid-air. Pain surged through his right shoulder joint, rendering his entire arm powerless. He let out a chilling scream. Fang Qi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With renewed force, he swung his suppressed left arm, forcibly sweeping aside the diminished ion blade. His body sprang from the driver's seat like a cheetah, his right fist clenched tightly, the golden veins beneath his skin glowing as if ablaze. Channeling all his pent-up rage and strength, He struck fiercely at the young warrior's distorted face. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The young warrior's body flew like a broken kite, propelled away by that devastating blow. As he hurtled over the roof of the sports car, he crashed heavily onto the alloy surface of the elevated track below, tumbling several times before coming to a halt, motionless, save for the involuntary convulsions of his body. Fang Qi gasped for breath, leaning against the shattered driver's window. He gazed down at the lifeless form of the warrior on the track, devoid of any sense of satisfaction, only a chilling weight in his heart. This is the price of privilege. He was about to return to the driver's seat to maneuver the transport vehicle away when, unexpectedly, the young warrior, barely clinging to life, struggled to raise his head. His bloodied face contorted into a grotesque and vengeful smile. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he rasped out a few broken words: "Dome, locked, sewing body, you can't escape." Before he could finish, his head drooped and he fell silent. Sewing body? Dome locked? Fang Qi's heart plummeted, a wave of icy dread coursing through him. Just then, the control screen of the transport vehicle's cockpit suddenly illuminated, flashing a blinding red light. A cold, emotionless electronic voice abruptly resonated within the cramped cockpit. Identity confirmed. Fang Qi. Gene lock status. Level 1 steel bone. Awakened. Stardust syndrome associated monitoring status. High risk. Comprehensive evaluation. Dome Warrior Academy 48th Special Recruitment Examination Qualification. Approved. Examination permit and venue information have been sent to the reserved communication port. Wishing you success in your examination. The flashing red light illuminated Fang Qi's face, twisted in shock and fury. Chinamo. Chapter 33. Citywide AI extermination order. Within the cockpit of the transport vehicle, the electronic synthesized voice reverberated ominously. The crimson light flickered, casting an unsettling glow upon Fang Qi's pallid visage. The phrase approved pierced through him like a venomous taunt, embedding itself deeply in his heart. Chun Mo's net tightened further around him. Brother, a faint voice emerged from the corner, weak and fragile. Xiao Ying had awakened unbeknownst to him. Her small face was pale, her large eyes filled with concern. Fang Qi inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous rage and chill within. He swiftly silenced the blaring alarms and the tracking signal, bringing forth the energy reserves and navigation map of the hovercraft. The vehicle still boasted half of its energy, sufficient to sustain them for a while. On the navigation map, the vast contours of the city were shrinking, revealing the sprawling industrial zones ahead and the distant, hazy wasteland beyond. "It's all right, Xiao Ying. We're almost out of the city." Fang Qi endeavored to maintain a steady tone, accelerating the transport vehicle once more. The engine roared dully, ripping through the air as they hurtled towards the eastern outskirts with utmost speed. However, the tranquility lasted less than 5 minutes. Wail, wail, wail! The harrowing alarm, piercing enough to rend the soul, swept through the city's skyline like a tsunami. This sound was sharper and more grandiose than any prior, imbued with a chilling, merciless finality. Instantaneously, all the colossal holographic advertisement screens, neon signs, and traffic display panels above the city were forcibly switched. The images morphed into a blinding crimson hue. At the center, a gigantic white numeral 7 slowly rotated. The electronic synthesized voice echoed through every loudspeaker in the city, resounding into the heavens, devoid of any human emotion. Warning: Global Defense Protocol 7 activated. High threat target detected. Seed Unit Number 7, Fang Qi, and Associated Adaptive Unit, Fang Xiao Ying. Clearance priority: highest. Authorized usage: all non-restricted weapon systems. Executing entity: Global AI Hive. Clearance order: immediate effect. Protocol 7. Fang Qi's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. This was the apex of extermination orders from the Dome Group. To capture them, they had even mobilized the city's core defensive AI, almost instantaneously with the alarm's eruption. Buzz! Like a swarm of locusts, countless black dots ascended from the perimeter watchtowers of the city, the rooftops of opulent districts, and even the sentry posts at the wasteland's edge. These were innumerable drones of varying sizes and shapes, They gleamed with crimson or azure electronic eyes, resembling a disturbed hive of killer bees, blotting out the sky as they surged towards the fleeing transport vehicle with a deafening rush. The pulsing engines coalesced into a tide of death. "Hold on tight," Fang Qi shouted to Xiao Ying, abruptly pressing the control stick to its limit. The engine emitted a shrill overload scream as the speed soared, the transport vehicle whirling like a whipped top, wildly evading left and right on the hover track. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless beams of scarlet and azure energy cascaded down like a torrential storm from the rear and sides. They struck the heavy armored exterior of the transport vehicle, igniting dazzling sparks and ripples of energy. The vehicle trembled violently, the alarm lights flashing frantically. The energy shield plummeted to 45. The portside thruster was damaged. A persistent locking signal was detected, intensifying. The onboard AI's alarm blared. Fang Qi gripped the control stick tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Sweat mingled with blood trickled down from his forehead. He stole a glance at the navigation map. Not far ahead loomed a colossal steel jungle formed by countless towering cooling towers and massive pipelines. The largest energy conversion center on the eastern outskirts of the city. A frenzied thought flashed through his mind. "Xiaoying, hold tight," Fang Qi bellowed, wrenching the steering wheel sharply. The transport vehicle emitted a shrill screech of metal grinding against metal, violently veering off the levitating track, plunging toward the vast energy conversion center below. The target altered its course, entering the industrial zone. The swarm of drones locking signals instantly became more concentrated. Fang Qi piloted the transport vehicle like an uncontrollable steel beast, frantically weaving between the densely packed steel pipelines and towering cooling towers of the energy center. He used the massive structures as cover, narrowly evading the energy beams fired from behind. Boom! 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 Energy beams struck the thick pipelines and cooling towers, erupting in showers of sparks and thick smoke. The alarms of the entire energy center blared. The target entered the core area. Beware of energy nodes. The electronic voice of the drone swarm resonated with a hint of mockery and fury. Fang Qi's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, scanning the intricate steel structure below. He spotted several massive transformers, resembling small mountains, standing in the core of the energy center. Thick high-voltage cables coiled around them like gigantic serpents, emitting a low hum. That is the heart of the conversion center and the area with the most potent electromagnetic radiation. There, Fang Qi steered the battered transport vehicle into an extreme dive and then pulled up sharply, narrowly avoiding two intersecting high-energy beams, soaring directly above one of the largest transformers. "Steady now," Fang Qi roared to the back seat, pressing a button with fervor. The transport vehicle's belly hatch sprang open instantly. Fang Qi scooped up Xiao Ying and without hesitation leaped down. The two plummeted like meteors, landing on the Transformer's top platform, cluttered with thick cables and steel supports. Thud! Thud! They landed heavily on the metallic surface, with Fang Qi shielding Xiao Ying with his body, the impact sending a sweet taste to his throat. Ignoring the pain, he quickly shoved Xiao Ying into a relatively concealed steel recess formed by coiling cables. "Stay hidden. Don't come out," Fang Qi commanded urgently. Above them, the transport vehicle, now without a target, was struck simultaneously by multiple energy beams, erupting into a fireball. Debris rained down like hail. More drones, akin to sharks sensing blood, dove toward the transformer platform. The crimson electronic eyes locked onto the only living being on the platform. Fang Qi. Target identified. Eliminate. Several high-energy beams shot towards Fang Qi in an instant. A fierce light flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he charged toward the core area of the transformer. The main cable interfaces, the thickest ones, entwined with terrifying arcs of electricity. His prosthetic boots thudded heavily against the metallic platform. The energy beam grazed his body as it struck the platform, leaving a charred, deep crater, just as he was about to reach the main cable interface. A fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye caught sight of a nondescript, oil-stained maintenance ladder at the platform's edge. There, curled on the ground, lay a skeletal figure clad in tattered garments, face down, one hand outstretched, desperately gripping the platform's edge. The ragged clothing, the grizzled white hair, it was the old beggar. A shockwave coursed through Fang Qi's heart as if struck by a heavy hammer. How could the old beggar have perished here? Was he not in the abandoned square? There was no time to ponder. The diving drone once again locked onto Fang Qi, the lethal red light coalescing at its muzzle. Blast it! Fang Qi roared like a wild beast, charging toward the main cable interface. His right fist clenched tightly, golden patterns beneath his skin erupting with an unprecedented brilliance akin to molten lava, the strength of steel coalescing fiercely at his knuckles. Ignoring the excruciating pain and the deadly beam aimed at him, he brought his blazing golden fist down with tremendous force upon the heavily insulated, ominously humming main cable connection hub. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. Fang Qi's fist struck what felt like an energy volcano. A ferocious surge of electricity erupted in an instant. Thick arcs of lightning lashed out uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon everything around. The blinding blue-white light instantly engulfed Fang Qi's figure. At the heart of the massive transformer, a visible, circular wave of terrifying electromagnetic pulses, laden with destructive high-frequency vibrations, surged forth like a shockwave. Buzz! The invisible pulse swept across the descending drone swarm. In an instant, those electronic eyes, flickering with deadly red light, dimmed like extinguished candles, their engines silenced abruptly. The dense formation of drones, as if frozen in time, lost all power and control, plummeting silently from the sky like dumplings. Crackle. Bang. The sound of steel colliding resonated through the entire energy center. The once dominant swarm of death transformed in an instant into heaps of smoking scrap metal. The aftershocks of the electromagnetic pulse continued to reverberate through the air, producing a low, ominous hum. Fang Qi knelt beside the smoking, crackling remains of the transformer, his right fist charred and emitting wisps of white smoke. He gasped for breath, each inhalation searing with pain. Blood flowed profusely from his left shoulder, dark golden crystals shimmering within the blood. The golden patterns beneath his skin dimmed to their lowest point. The cost of forcibly channeling power to detonate the transformer was immense. Struggling to rise, he staggered toward the old beggar's corpse. The old beggar's body remained in a crawling position, one hand gripping the platform's edge with unwavering tenacity. Fang Qi crouched down, carefully turning the body over. The beggar's face was frozen in agony, mingled with an indescribable urgency. His other hand was tightly clenched against his chest. Fang Qi pried open the beggar's stiff fingers. A palm-sized, irregularly edged, dark gray metal plate, stained with the dried blood of an aged beggar, lies quietly in his palm. It is the very artifact activated by the stardust rain in the Forsaken Square, revealing the star chart leading to the Eastern Sea route. Fang Qi's heart leapt violently. It seemed that before the old beggar's demise, he intended to place this object somewhere significant. Following the direction the beggar had crawled, he gazed towards the center of the platform, where a core control console of an energy center, protected by thick, blast-resistant glass, flickered with complex streams of data. Below the console, there was an inconspicuous, coin-sized recessed interface. Fang Qi's gaze fell upon the star chart in his hand, at the lower right corner of the plate. The emblem of the Dawn Group, a double spiral entwined gear. Taking a deep breath, he approached the console, the blast-resistant glass already shattered by the earlier explosion. He reached inside, aligning the emblem on the star chart with the recessed interface of the console. It fit seamlessly. The moment the emblem was fully embedded into the interface, the entire broken console shook violently. The data streams on the screen instantly became chaotic. Subsequently, the screen erupted into blinding white light. Within that luminous radiance, a far more colossal and intricate holographic star chart, marked with countless coordinates and energy nodes, was forcibly projected. At the center of the star chart remained that lighthouse-like marker. However, this time, an unassuming node in one corner of the chart was highlighted and magnified. It depicted the silhouette of a massive structure floating upon the sea, accompanied by a clear line of coordinates and a name. Eastern Sea Martial Arts University, Deep Blue Energy Center, coordinates. N31XXXX, E122XXXX, Deep Blue Energy Center, Eastern Sea Martial Arts University? Fang Qi's pupils constricted suddenly. Was this the crucial message the old beggar fought to convey before his passing? Chapter 34. The poison of the dome, the white light of the core control console at the EC Energy Center extinguished. The coordinates of the center burned into Fang Qi's eyes like red-hot iron. He withdrew the star map, stained with the blood of the old beggar, the metal heavy in his hands. "Brother," a faint voice emerged from the heap of cables. Xiaoying peeked out, her face even paler than before. Fang Qi rushed over, enveloping her in his arms. Xiaoying's body was frighteningly hot, her breaths short and rapid. Her stardust syndrome had evidently worsened. "Hold on. We must go." His voice was hoarse as he quickly scanned the surroundings, clutching his sister tightly. The wreckage of drones belched smoke, and in the distance, the sound of new engines grew increasingly closer. The Purge command of Protocol 7 was still in pursuit. He tightened his grip on Xiaoying, descending from the transformer platform and weaving through the shadows of collapsed pipes and cooling towers. The shrill alarm blared incessantly, red warning lights spinning wildly. The guards of the dome could seal all exits at any moment. Their objective was singular: the control center. The star map, acquired at the cost of the old beggar's life, was not merely meant to project a coordinate. It surely concealed secrets hidden by the dome. Secrets regarding Stardust Syndrome, concerning the fragment. He dodged frantic workers and the spray of automatic fire extinguishers, following the signs towards the main control building. At the entrance, two guards clad in security uniforms and lightweight exoskeletons were struggling to push a heavy alloy gate. "Stop! Who goes there?" The guards noticed Fang Qi, bloodied and cradling a child, and immediately raised their pulse pistols. Fang Qi had no time for dialogue. He exerted all his strength, the prosthetic boot providing a final thrust as his body hurtled towards the narrowing gap of the closing gate. The faint golden veins beneath his skin flickered to life once more. "Stop him!" The guards roared, the pulse pistol charging instantly. In mid-sprint, Fang Qi suddenly crouched. The energy beam grazed his scalp as it shot past. His left hand tightly shielded Xiaoying, while his right fist clenched, unleashing all his power to strike fiercely at the joint of the left guard's exoskeleton knee. Bang! Crack! The piercing sound of metal fracturing. The guard shrieked, his left leg's exoskeleton twisting uselessly, causing him to lose balance and topple. The other guard's weapon was already aimed at Fang Qi's back. With a sense of awareness, as if eyes were sprouting from his back, Fang Qi leveraged the momentum from toppling the first guard to pivot sharply. His right elbow, carrying the force of a gale, struck fiercely at the wrist of the second guard holding the gun. Smack! The pulse pistol flew from his grasp. Fang Qi did not pause. Instead, he delivered a knee strike to the guard's abdomen. The guard groaned in pain, doubling over, and Fang Qi slipped past him like an eel, rolling into the control center just as the heavy gate thundered shut behind him. Bang! The alloy gate sealed completely, isolating the chaos and pursuers outside. The control center lay in disarray, most of the enormous monitoring screens filled with static, only a few flickering with the explosions from various locations within the energy center. The console stood deserted, the staff having evidently fled long ago. Fang Qi cautiously placed Xiaoying on an overturned metal chair, where she curled up, releasing pained groans, her forehead radiating heat. "Wait for me," Fang Qi whispered, his gaze slicing through the control panel like a knife. He had to locate the core database. His eyes fixated on a standalone cylindrical server cabinet at the rear of the main console, meticulously shielded by heavy alloy plates. A physical lock hole was situated on the side, adjacent to a biometric panel pulsating with a red light. The physical lock hole. Without hesitation, Fang Qi drew the silver-gray dagger given to him by Zhao Xiaodao. The high-frequency, vibrating azure blade was thrust forcefully into the lock hole. Zing! The core was instantly severed and rendered useless. Yet, the red light of the recognition panel continued to flicker. Insufficient permissions. Forced access will trigger data destruction. What now? Fang Qi's heart sank. No permissions. His gaze fell upon the gently rising and falling chest of Xiaoying, who was in agony. Stardust Syndrome Fragments. Was all of this manufactured by the Dome? Would their database reject the very source itself? An extremely perilous thought surged into his mind. Fang Qi swiftly scooped up the Dai Xiao Ying and rushed to the recognition panel. Grasping her pale hand, he pressed her thumb, stained with phosphorescent blood, firmly against the recognition panel. Buzz! The panel's red light abruptly leaped, transforming into a blinding yellow glow. It flickered violently. Warning: unknown biological characteristics. Energy profile anomalous. Characteristic code 7X-. Highest threat level. Attempting forced override. Override fail. Permission conflict. Top secret database. Partial access granted. Forced authorization. The yellow light flickered uncontrollably for several seconds before finally dimming to a faint green light. Click. The heavy alloy protective cover of the server cabinet slowly slid open on either side, revealing the intricate circuits and several slots for storage chips glowing with azure light inside. Success. Fang Qi set showing down and lunged toward the main console. The main screen illuminated, displaying an exceedingly rudimentary interface featuring only basic command lines. He took a deep breath and began to type rapidly on the virtual keyboard. The explorations at the abandoned terminal of the 7th Research Institute. Experiences beneath the Opera House piano. Those scattered fragments of memory coalesced into a sense of familiarity with the Dome's antiquated system. He entered the highest authority search command, Stardust Syndrome. Gene fragments, inducers. On the screen, data flowed like a deluge unleashed, cascading down with fervor. Moments later, the scrolling ceased. In a list of files marked with top secret, seed plan supplementary document, inducer deployment records emerged clearly. Fang Qi clicked on the first document. The black text on a white background and the accompanying charts pierced his eyes like needles. Project name: Stardust Adaptation Inducer Plan, Supplement to Seed Plan, Executing Agency. Dome Group Biotechnology Department, led by the 7th Research Institute. Objective: to screen and activate individuals with high gene fragment expression potential adapters, providing candidates for the seed container. Execution method: 1. Through the urban water supply system, specific batches of nutrients, and air purification systems. Trace amounts of the gene inducer Morningstar. 7 will be deployed. 2. Morningstar 7 activates latent gene fragment expression, inducing the accumulation of stardust particles, i.e., Stardust Syndrome. 3. Continuously monitor the energy affinity and genetic stability of induced individuals to select the optimal aptamer, Candidate 0. Excerpts from deployment records. Year 47 of the new era. March. Deployment at the C7 and C9 water supply hubs in the lower district. Year 48 of the new era. January. Nutritional agent batch mixed into the morning light home for the Welfare Institute. Year 48 of the new era. June. Replacement deployment of filters at the Easter District Air Purification Tower. The subsequent entries are densely packed, detailing alarming deployment times, locations, and dosages, encompassing the entire city, particularly the slum areas. Fang Qi's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. This is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity. The Cheong Dome Group, in pursuit of that damned Spark program and the creation of so-called aptamers, has poisoned the entire city, resulting in thousands of Stardust Syndrome patients, including Xiao Ying. He suppressed his fury, nearly shattering the control panel, and opened another document labeled Candidate 0 Aptamer Cultivation Protocol. The document commenced with complex genetic maps and energy models. Fang Qi's gaze pierced through the pages, fixating on the glaring red warning text at the end. Final activation protocol for Candidate 0. Type gene segments deeply embedded with the essence of Stardust, requiring extreme emotional trauma to breach the genetic lock stability. Core inducing factor: the ultimate despair and mental fluctuation brought about by the death of a close relative. Warning: forcible activation under conditions other than this extreme will result in genetic collapse and Stardust rampancy, endangering container stability. The death of a close relative. Activation? Fang Qi felt as though his blood had turned to ice in an instant. Chen Mo had forced him to attend the martial arts academy, solely to kill Xiao Ying before him at a critical moment, using this ultimate despair to activate him. It was akin to introducing a lethal catalyst into a petri dish. Ah, brother. Xiao Ying, who had been curled up in the chair, suddenly emitted a more agonizing and distorted groan. Her body arched violently, convulsing intensely, her small face turning a deep shade of purple. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm blared from the control panel. The portable life sign monitor connected to the backup power source was flashing erratically. It was the one that had been brought from the old ghost clinic. On the screen, the curve representing Xiao Ying's vital signs plummeted like an avalanche. A line of blood-red text flashed ominously. Warning: accelerated genetic collapse. Carcinogenic index, 87. Stardust particle accumulation out of control. Estimated time to complete collapse, 71 hours, 59 minutes. 58 minutes. 71 hours? Fang Qi abruptly turned around. The blood-red text about the death of a close relative triggering activation on the main control screen clashed with the frantic countdown to death displayed on the medical device. Both piercing his vision, the air thickened, and a profound terror gripped him like an invisible hand, tightly constricting his throat. Chapter 35. The deadline of Firefly on the medical instrument screen. The crimson countdown digits fluctuated with each passing second, striking heavily upon Fang Qi's heart. 71 hours. The dome's poison had induced stardust syndrome, and now his sister's life was to be sacrificed to activate that accursed vessel. Xiao Ying curled up in the chair, each convulsion causing minute specks of luminescence to spill from the corners of her mouth. The veins beneath her skin glowing a haunting blue. Anger and despair exploded within Fang Qi's chest, and he slammed his fist down upon the control console. The metallic surface emitted a piercing groan, caving inwards. The faint golden veins beneath his skin flickered erratically with his intense emotions. At that moment, boom! The alloy wall of the control center, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, bulged inward dramatically. The shrill sound of tearing metal followed in its wake. A mechanical tentacle, covered in dark silver scales and as thick as a barrel, tore through the wall with brutal force. Smoke and dust filled the air, exuding a sense of annihilation. The front three energy claws, glowing with a deadly blue radiance, locked onto Xiao Ying in the chair. Zero-type adapter. Capture command. The electronic voice resonated. It was an upgraded version from the underground of the 7th Research Institute. The mechanical tentacle disregarded Fang Qi, akin to a predatory serpent, shrieking as it sliced through the air, lunging towards the defenseless Xiao Ying. The three sharp claws opened wide, aiming directly at her eyes. The target was clear, crippling capture. It was too fast. Fang Qi was still several steps away from Xiao Ying. There was no time to save her. Xiao Ying. Fang Qi's eyes widened with rage, a primal roar escaping his lips. In a split second, the deadly blue energy claws were merely a centimeter away from Xiao Ying's terrified, widening eyes. A surge of fury and protective instinct, originating from the depths of his soul, erupted within Fang Qi like a volcanic explosion. It overwhelmed all pain and fatigue. Pause. The dim golden veins beneath his skin ignited, bursting forth with blinding golden brilliance. The light surged like molten lava, rapidly spreading from his arms and chest. The sides of his neck and even the edges of his jaw glimmered with fervent golden patterns. A raw, primal sense of strength filled his entire being, as if he could rend anything asunder. Get away! A non-human roar erupted from Fang Qi's throat. His body left a blur in its wake. His speed multiplied several times over, just as the poisonous claw was about to graze Xiao Ying's eyelashes. A pair of hands, ablaze with golden light, seized the mechanical tentacle's foremost end, grasping the metallic joint connecting the three energy claws with the force of a red-hot iron vise. Sizzle. The terrifying heat instantaneously burned Fang Qi's palm, producing the sound of searing flesh. Yet he felt no pain. His hands clutched tightly. Break for me. Fang Qi's muscles strained to their utmost limits. The burning golden veins along his neck and arms were dazzling. The power of steel surged to its zenith. Crack. Snap. The excruciating sound of metal twisting and breaking echoed violently. Under the might of those flaming golden hands, the high-strength alloy mechanical tentacles joint, akin to a withered branch, was wrenched apart. The three sinister blue claws, still attached to a segment of the tentacle, were forcibly ripped away by Fang Qi through sheer, primal violence. Zzz. The severed tentacle port erupted with a torrent of viscous, sweet-smelling azure liquid. The exposed circuitry at the fracture crackled with blinding sparks of electricity. The mechanical appendage, now devoid of its front end, writhed violently in a chaotic dance. Fang Qi forcefully smashed the writhing piece of mechanical debris, still dripping with cerulean blood, onto the ground. He positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaoying, gasping heavily for breath. The radiant golden veins illuminating his neck and arms gradually faded, leaving behind a searing pain and an exhaustion that penetrated to his very bones. The wound on his left shoulder burst open completely, allowing dark golden blood mixed with fine crystals to cascade down like a gentle stream. Strangely, the dark golden droplets seeping from his injury, upon touching the cold alloy floor, did not corrode or spread. Instead, they quickly solidified into a crystalline form. With a sizzling sound, amidst the delicate crackling of crystals, a thin layer of shimmering dark golden crystal began to spread rapidly beneath Fang Qi's feet, as if animated by some unseen force, stacking and growing upwards. In the blink of an eye, it formed a translucent, arc-shaped shield of dark golden crystal in front of him and Xiaoying. The shield stood half a person's height, not overly thick, yet it emanated an extraordinary wave of energy, with faint golden light flowing across its surface. "Brother, your blood." Xiaoying gazed at the crystalline shield formed from her brother's blood, her small face a canvas of shock and concern. Chapter 36. Abyss of the 100 Fireflies. The dark golden crystal shield had just been erected. Boom, boom. The walls of the control center on two other sides were simultaneously torn apart. Two more mechanical tentacles burst through the walls. The scarlet electronic eyes locked onto their target with unwavering intensity. The threat level of the target escalated. "Initiate the annihilation protocol." The electronic voice resonated with an irate timbre. The two mechanical tentacles, accompanied by a terrifying howl, struck. One viciously lashed out at the newly formed dark golden shield, while the other circumnavigated the shield, lunging towards the little firefly behind it. Bang! The first tentacle crashed heavily against the dark golden shield. The shield trembled violently. Its surface shimmered with golden radiance, emitting a piercing creak. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the crystal surface, evidently unable to withstand a second blow. The other tentacle had bypassed the shield, and the chilling beam of its claw approached the little firefly once more. Fang Qi, exhausted after his outburst, could only watch helplessly as death loomed closer. In a moment of desperate peril, the little firefly, overwhelmed by fear and pain, emitted a brief whimper. Buzz, a minuscule wave of energy, imbued with a soothing yet defiant intent, radiated from her center, expanding instantaneously. The mechanical tentacle lunging towards her suddenly froze mid-motion. The scarlet electronic eye flickered frantically, as if the program were being disrupted by an invisible force. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, it was sufficient. Fang Qi seized this infinitesimal opportunity, drawing a sharp breath and launching himself like a cheetah. He no longer targeted the rigid body of the tentacle, but rather aimed with pinpoint precision at a pulsating energy transmission node, exposed and glowing red at the joint of the tentacle. His fingers, ablaze with residual golden radiance, plunged into it like a searing hot iron. Viscous, pale blue blood gushed forth once more. Zzz. A violent surge of electricity erupted from the node, coursing through Fang Qi's arm and enveloping his entire body. He groaned in agony as his arm muscles convulsed violently, his skin charred black. Yet, he clung on tenaciously. The mechanical tentacle thrashed about as if grasped by the throat, writhing in a frenzy. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of short-circuiting and billowing smoke, it slumped down helplessly. Another tentacle reared up again, intent on utterly obliterating the crystal shield now riddled with cracks. Fang Qi, enduring the torment of electrical paralysis, rolled to the side. Seizing the mechanical debris he had torn off earlier, still connected to 3 energy claw blades, he wielded it as a makeshift meteor hammer, pouring all his strength into a ferocious strike at the root of the raised tentacle. Boom! The immense impact caused the mechanical tentacle to veer sharply, interrupting its attack. Fang Qi showed no inclination to linger. He understood that this upgraded version of the scavenger was not limited to just 2 tentacles. He scooped up the little firefly and crashed through the damaged emergency door on the opposite side of the control center, plunging into the dark maintenance passage. The maintenance passage was narrow and deep, suffused with the acrid scent of burnt oil. Fang Qi held the little firefly tightly as he sprinted for his life. The deafening sounds of alloy walls being torn apart and the pursuit of mechanical tentacles echoing behind him. Brother, that the little firefly weakly raised her small hand, pointing at the mechanical debris Fang Qi had just used to strike the tentacle. Fang Qi lowered his gaze. On the distorted piece of mechanical debris, a half-melted palm-sized metal sealed box trembled open at the seams due to the impact. A folded, viscous blue-smeared hard document slipped from the crevice, hanging precariously from the sharp edge of the debris. Fang Qi sprinted fervently, tearing down the list as he swept his gaze across the dim light of the emergency exit. The heading of the list read, 7th Research Institute, 17th Batch Container Transport List. Below it, a hastily scribbled note detailed, cargo type, biological container, clone, number, FL-017 specifications, standard culture unit quantity, 100 contents identification, Fang Xiaoying, 0 prototype adaptation, clone type destination, Donghaino. 3 refrigeration hub remarks. Maintain in deep hibernation. Activation command to be issued directly by Supervisor Chun Mo Fang Xiaoying Clone 100. Fang Qi's blood turned to ice in an instant. Those hundreds of howling clones were not solely his. They were also Xiaoying's. A full 100 replicas of his sister. The damp list slipped from his trembling hands, drifting towards the dark abyss behind him. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, the terrifying sound of mechanical tendrils tearing through metal drew ever closer. Chapter 37. The silver emblem in the black rain, the transport list fluttered down, crushed by the mechanical tentacles pursuing from behind. Fang Qi sprinted through the narrow maintenance corridor, clutching Xiaoying, each step igniting excruciating pain throughout his body. The dark golden blood seeping from his left shoulder, leaving intermittent traces behind. The corridor walls echoed with thunderous impacts, the emergency lights above flickering erratically due to the vibrations. The roar of metal being torn apart drew closer. Not just one, but at least 2 mechanical tentacles rampaged through the narrow passage, relentless in their pursuit. An exit, light. Xiaoying weakly pointed towards the iron ladder ascending at the end of the corridor. Fang Qi's spirit surged. He dashed to the base of the ladder, cradling Xiaoying with one arm while gripping the icy rungs with the other, desperately climbing upward. With each ascent, the wound on his left shoulder throbbed with a tearing agony. Bang! The wall of the corridor below was smashed open, revealing a gaping hole. 2 grotesque tentacles, covered in metallic scales, surged in, their crimson electronic eyes instantly locking onto Fang Qi as he climbed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 scorching beams of energy grazed the soles of his feet, striking the iron ladder and erupting into blinding sparks. Fang Qi propelled himself upward with a fierce kick, vaulting onto the platform and forcefully kicking aside the heavy metal cover. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled, and the torrential rain instantly drenched him from head to toe. They emerged onto a vast rooftop, littered with rusted pipes and abandoned water tanks. The rain cascaded like a celestial river, the dense droplets pounding against the metallic surface, producing a deafening roar. Surrounding them was the steel jungle of the industrial outskirts, with the boundless wasteland stretching into the distance, all shrouded in a gloomy curtain of rain. Target locked. Eliminate. The mechanical voice pierced through the downpour as 2 enormous tentacles, akin to venomous pythons, slithered from the corridor, lunging toward the rooftop duo. The rain slightly impeded their movements, yet they remained deadly. Fang Qi, cradling Xiaoying, tumbled desperately across the slick rooftop to evade the onslaught. Energy beams struck the puddles, sending up plumes of murky water. Rain mingled with sweat and blood, blurring his vision. Despair surged within him once more. On the desolate rooftop, facing the 2 mechanical tentacles, there was nowhere to flee. At that moment, roar boom! A violent engine growled, ripping through the rain curtain, drawing nearer. A blinding silver beam pierced the heavy downpour. Following the beam, a dramatically designed heavy hovering motorcycle, resembling a steel hedgehog, soared down from the top of a higher, abandoned cooling tower. The motorcycle, clad in heavy armor and festooned with thick pipes and mechanical devices, featured a massive horn adorned with flickering energy lights at the front. The rider, clad in an oil-stained leather jacket, gripped the handlebars with a metallic prosthetic left arm. Zhao Xiaodao, blood stained his face, and his mechanical eye flashed with a wild red glow amidst the rain. Fang Qi, catch! Zhao Xiaodao bellowed as the motorcycle leaped into the air above the rooftop. With a swift motion, he yanked something from his waist with all his might, hurling it down towards the pursuing mechanical tentacle with ferocity. The palm-sized object glimmered with faint silver light as it cut through the torrential rain. It was the silver emblem that had once saved Fang Qi in the gravity training arena. The emblem spun through the air, precisely aimed at the rapidly rotating energy core engine at the joint of the mechanical tentacle. A subtle yet distinct penetrating sound echoed. The unassuming silver badge, upon making contact with the engine's exterior, emitted a flash of high frequency, cerulean blades of light. It pierced through the dense protective armor as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. Zing! A blinding spark and dense smoke erupted from within the engine. The high-speed rotating engine produced a deafening screech, coming to a complete halt. The mechanical tentacles, stripped of their vitality as if their spines had been severed, drooped limply, futilely writhing in the accumulated water. Splendid! Zhao Xiaodao roared, controlling the floating motorcycle that resembled a steel behemoth. With a furious tail whip, he slammed into another attacking mechanical tentacle. Bang! The heavy impact was drowned out by the thunderous roar. The motorcycle's massive horn crashed forcefully against the side of the tentacle. The tremendous force caused the tentacle to lurch violently, deflecting an energy beam that blasted a gaping hole in a nearby abandoned water tank. Get on! Zhao Xiaodao bellowed at Fang Qi the moment the motorcycle came to a halt. The rear seat of the motorcycle was unusually spacious, evidently modified. Without hesitation, Fang Qi embraced the petite Xiaoying, stepping onto the slick metallic platform, using every last ounce of strength to dart towards the motorcycle. Just as he was about to leap onto the back seat, a piercing screech emanated from the depths of the rain curtain. Several reconnaissance drones, resembling metallic beetles the size of fists, penetrated the downpour, their crimson electronic eyes locking onto the motorcycle in an instant. Scavengers' minions, Zhao Xiaodao cursed, twisting the throttle with ferocity. The motorcycle's engine roared, surging forth like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly evading several pulsing energy beams as it sped toward the city's outskirts. The torrential rain poured down, shrouding visibility. The motorcycle leapt and glided across the rooftops of abandoned factories and massive pipelines, darting like a fugitive flea through a steel jungle. Zhao Xiaodao exhibited astonishing driving prowess, executing each perilous maneuver with impeccable timing, pushing the speed to its limits. Yet, the swarm of drones relentlessly pursued them. More energy beams wove a deadly web amidst the downpour. We can't shake them, Zhao Xiaodao shouted. As the mechanical eye scanned a vast expanse ahead concealed by the rain, a matrix of billboards on the city's edge. Countless enormous neon tubes flickered defiantly in the downpour, creating a surreal, kaleidoscopic steel forest. Let us dive in. Fang Qi immediately grasped his intent. Hold on tight, Zhao Xiaodao roared, slamming down the front of the motorcycle. The floating motorcycle plunged like a diving falcon into the densest area of the billboard matrix. Buzz! The motorcycle crashed through the half-abandoned billboard's edge supports, plunging into a complex maze composed of colossal lightboxes, neon tubes, and steel frameworks. The neon brilliance distorted and refracted in the rain, tinting the droplets in a riot of colors. The massive lightboxes acted as walls, with narrow gaps barely allowing the motorcycle to squeeze through. Zhao Xiaodao navigated the steel beast through the labyrinth of light and shadow, darting, turning, and leaping. He utilized the vast light boxes and intricate steel frameworks as cover. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pursuing drones also plunged in. Yet, They clearly lacked Zhao Xiaodao's familiarity with the area and his near-manic driving skills. Drones collided with the massive lightbox supports, exploding into fireballs. Others were struck by energy beams misfired by their companions, plummeting downwards. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Explosive flames, flickering neon lights, torrential rain, and distorted shadows entwined. Fang Qi clutched Xiao Ying tightly, huddled on the back of the motorcycle, the violent jolting causing his wounds to reopen as he gritted his teeth. Xiao Ying curled up in his embrace, her pale face tightly shut. The motorcycle surged into a relatively open intersection of steel beams. Zhao Xiaodao executed a sharp turn, wedging the motorcycle between two massive billboards, temporarily evading the drone surveillance. They had escaped. A moment to breathe. Zhao Xiaodao gasped, his mechanical arms swiftly inspecting the motorcycle's damage. Fang Qi lifted his gaze, raindrops streaming down his face, and turned to a colossal billboard radiating a pink glow, showcasing a virtual diva in a provocative pose. At that moment, the image of the virtual diva on the billboard suddenly warped violently, flickering. Instantly, all the neon lights extinguished. The entire billboard plunged into darkness. In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from the billboard. An image of a man clad in an elegant silver-gray suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was forcibly projected against the pitch-black backdrop. Rainwater cascaded over the screen, distorting the image. Yet those piercing eyes penetrated the downpour, locking onto Fang Qi with clarity. Chenemo. A cold smirk played on his lips, exuding an air of control, as he spoke through the billboard's loudspeaker, his voice resonating clearly amidst the thunderstorm. Fang Qi, have you escaped enough? Do you wish to save her? Through the special examination. I shall await you in the examination hall. Do not disappoint me. As his words faded, Chenmo's image vanished instantaneously. The billboard flickered back to life, the virtual diva resuming her alluring display, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet Fang Qi's gaze remained fixated on the exact spot where Chenmo's image had appeared. There, due to the forced signal integration and energy overload, the thick waterproof coating covering the billboard's steel frame had been scorched away, revealing a rusted metal surface beneath. Upon the exposed metal, a dark red anti-corrosion paint vividly outlined a blueprint, an architectural diagram. Fang Qi instantly recognized the iconic circular gravity training ground depicted within. Additionally, there were corridors filled with surveillance cameras. It was the internal map of the Dome Warriors Academy. Several points were circled in red on the map. Among them, one was unmistakably marked as the Gravity Training Ground Zone C, where Fang Qi had faced the peril of the hydraulic lid's descent. At the edge of the map, a line of hasty dark red letters was faintly discernible. Rules or weapons. Zhao Xiaodao also perceived this, abruptly turning to Fang Qi, his mechanical eye pulsating with crimson light. Fang Qi slowly raised his head, raindrops trailing down his cheeks. He directed his gaze towards the direction where Chenmo's image had vanished, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. The special examination? The examination hall? That would become Chenmo's tomb. Chapter 38. The coupling agent crisis. The torrential rain paused just before dawn, leaving behind a landscape of mud and a chill in the air. Zhao Xiaodao navigated the battered steel vehicle, akin to a spiked hedgehog, carrying the Fang siblings through the labyrinthine, abandoned factory district, weaving between pipes and collapsed structures, until he came to a half-subterranean entrance shrouded in the shadow of a massive condenser tower. Follow me, Zhao Xiaodao said, his voice laden with fatigue. He retracted his silver blade and gestured towards the entrance. Inside lay another clandestine entry to the old ghost clinic, more concealed and dilapidated than the previous one. The clinic was still permeated by the familiar stench of blood, a noxious blend of disinfectant and metallic rust, now intensified. In the corners, more bloodied bandages and discarded vials lay piled, the air thick and oppressive. The body of the old ghost had been hastily dealt with by Zhao Xiaodao, leaving only dark red stains as a grim reminder of the recent tragedy. Fang Qi gently placed Xiao Ying on the stained operating table. Xiao Ying curled up, the countdown on the medical screen hovering ominously. 68 hours, 32 minutes. Each breath she took was accompanied by minute flecks of fluorescent blood, her life being voraciously consumed by invisible cancer cells. Fang Qi, meanwhile, slid down against the metal medicine cabinet. His left shoulder wound having worsened dramatically following the explosion and rain, the bandages completely soaked with dark golden blood and crystallized remnants. The veins snaking up to his neck were like red-hot irons, continuously eliciting a piercing pain that penetrated to his very bones. With every heartbeat, he was met with a wave of excruciating agony, akin to countless icy needles piercing his nerves. The crystallization was swiftly eroding his body. Is there any coupling agent left? Fang Qi's voice rasped like sandpaper. Zhao Xiaodao rummaged through the clinic, eventually uncovering 2 remaining amber-colored metal tubes of coupling agent from the depths of a locked refrigeration unit. He tossed one to Fang Qi and grasped the other with an injection gun. This is the last reserve, Zhao Xiaodao said gravely, his gaze fixed on the grotesque crystallization on Fang Qi's shoulder. The old ghost had warned that the side effects of this substance were severe, and excessive use even more perilous. But you need to give it to me, Fang Qi interrupted, seizing the injection gun without hesitation, twisting open the coupling agent tube, and forcefully inserting the needle into the vein of his right arm. SSS. A ferocious torrent of icy fluid surged through his bloodstream. Fang Qi's body stiffened violently, his teeth grinding audibly. The molten pain of the golden veins beneath his skin became rigid under the potent suppression of the coupling agent. The piercing agony of crystallization was forcibly frozen. Yet, what followed was an even more terrifying neural torment. It felt as though billions of red-hot steel needles were racing up his spine into his brain. Countless high-voltage currents leaped madly across every nerve ending, searing him. His vision was instantly consumed by a blinding white light, and his ears were filled with a sharp buzzing. He felt as if his consciousness had been thrown into a meat grinder. Ugh! Fang Qi could no longer bear it, releasing a scream of agony that was stifled to the utmost. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat soaking him completely. He curled on the floor, his hands desperately digging into the crevices of the metallic surface, his nails cracking and bleeding. Brother! Xiaoying cried out in alarm at her brother's agonizing state, struggling to climb down from the operating table. Don't move! Zhao Xiaodao barked, his brow furrowed. He had witnessed the side effects of the coupling agent before, but the severity displayed by Fang Qi was unprecedented. Was the crystallization too deep, or had the previous overexertion been too harsh? Fang Qi's screams morphed into unconscious whimpers, his body writhing painfully on the ground, convulsing. The nerve pain crashed over him like a tsunami, each wave more intense than the last, threatening to tear him apart and obliterate him entirely. At that moment, Xiaoying, watching her brother in torment, was overwhelmed by immense fear and helplessness. Instinctively, she curled up on the operating table, like a young beast seeking refuge, her lips moving unconsciously, producing an extremely faint, dissonant hum imbued with an oddly soothing power. A subtle yet extraordinarily pure wave of energy emanated from her, akin to a stone thrown into a lake, expanding outward from her center. As the gentle hum persisted, the pervasive stardust particles lingering in the clinic seemed to respond to the softest of calls, slowly and quietly materializing. No longer were they frenzied light butterflies or deadly spore clouds. This time, they manifested as countless minute, dust-like points of ethereal blue light. They resembled living fireflies, radiating a gentle, tranquil glow, gracefully dancing and converging in the dim, sanguine clinic. These minuscule lights, drawn by the hum, flowed silently like streams returning to the sea, gathering around the curled, convulsing Fang Qi. They delicately settled upon his forehead, slick with cold sweat and blood, his neck, and the arms taut with excruciating pain. There was no burning, no stinging, only a subtle, indescribable sensation, like cool spring water flowing over a parched riverbed, permeating his skin and soothing the nerves ravaged by agony. Fang Qi's violent convulsions abruptly halted. The terrifying pain in his head felt as if it had been gently brushed aside by an invisible, tender hand, immediately alleviating by more than half. The distorted white light and sharp buzzing receded like a tide, his chaotic consciousness, akin to a drowning person pulled back to shore, regained a moment of respite. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred, yet he beheld countless tiny ethereal blue lights swirling around him like stars, bestowing strands of coolness and comfort. It was Xiaoying's song. Her unconscious humming had summoned the stardust glimmers that soothed the nerve pain inflicted by the coupling agent. Fang Qi gasped for breath, greedily absorbing this hard-won relief. Though remnants of needle-like pain still lingered deep within his nerves. It paled in comparison to the hell he had just endured. Now it felt like paradise. The rigid golden patterns beneath his skin seemed to soften slightly under the gentle caress of the dim light, no longer resembling a searing iron brand. Zhao Xiaodao stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene. He glanced at the ethereal blue lights enveloping Fang Qi, then at the unconscious Xiaoying on the operating table, softly humming to herself. The girl's pale visage, illuminated by the dim light, radiated an almost sacred tranquility. This girl, Zhao Xiaodao murmured, his mechanical eye flickering with crimson light, seemingly recording and analyzing the astonishing energy fluctuations. Fang Qi struggled to sit upright, leaning against the medicine cabinet. He gazed at his sister, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Hope? Or perhaps a more burdensome sense of responsibility. At that moment, tick-tock, a viscous, dark red liquid, reeking of potent medicinal scents and residual energy, oozed from a crack in a discarded medical fluid collection barrel at the edge of the operating table, dripping onto the dust-laden concrete floor below. This was the byproduct of treating Fang Qi's wound, a mixture of coupling agent, crystallized blood, and disinfectant waste. Sizzle. The instant the liquid contacted the ground, it emitted an almost imperceptible sound. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the point of impact, the dust upon the floor seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force. A thin layer of crystal-like, transparent substance rapidly congealed and spread. Countless minuscule clusters of crystals, radiating a faint azure glow, erupted from the newly formed transparent ice layer like mushrooms after a rain. They grew wildly, branching and overlapping. In an instant, on the clinic's filthy floor, a small yet exceptionally resplendent cluster of azure crystals formed, no larger than a palm. At the center of the crystal cluster, several of the stoutest crystalline pillars pulsated with a blue luminescence, flickering like breath. Even more astonishingly, amidst the flickering light, extremely subtle lines began to emerge on the smooth surfaces of the crystal pillars. These lines twisted and intertwined, delineating an incredibly diminutive yet remarkably clear navigational chart. The structure of this chart bore a striking resemblance to the path leading to the East Sea Lighthouse depicted on the Old Beggar Star map, as well as the coordinates of the East Sea Military University projected by the Energy Center, albeit with more convoluted twists, pointing deeper underground, as if leading to a molten sea at the Earth's core. Fang Qi and Zhao Xiaodao's gazes were instantly captivated by the minuscule crystal cluster and the miniature navigational chart that emerged within it. Within the clinic, only the faint and soothing hum of the small firefly continued to resonate gently, intertwining with the azure glow of the crystal cluster. Chapter 39. The Awakening of the 100 Coffins. The dim, azure, micro-crystal forest upon the clinic's floor resembled fireflies in the darkness, emanating a faint and enigmatic guiding light. Fang Qi's gaze lingered upon it for an extended moment before he finally wrenched it away with great difficulty. Struggling to his feet, the crystalline pain in his left shoulder was somewhat alleviated by the dual effects of the coupling agent and the soft melodies of the little firefly. How much time remains? Zhao Xiaodao observed the pulsating crimson digits on the surgical table. 65 hours, 48 minutes. Not enough. Fang Qi's voice was hoarse, yet his eyes gleamed like tempered steel. The journey to the East Sea was too far, and the net above was too dense. Chun Mo awaits me at the examination hall, where answers may lie, but it could also be a trap. He turned to Zhao Xiaodao, little firefly. Would you do me a favor? Take her to the East Sea Wuda, to the coordinates of that deep blue energy center. The path indicated by the old ghost and the beggar is infallible. Zhao Xiaodao paused, the red light of his mechanical eye scanning the pale visage of the little firefly and Fang Qi's bloodshot eyes, before finally nodding. All right, I will protect her. You. He hesitated. Don't die. The students of the Martial Arts Academy are quite treacherous. I won't die, Fang Qi replied with a slight curve of his lips. He moved to a corner, retrieving a spare coupling agent that Zhao Xiaodao had previously unearthed, and from a heap of shattered Dawnmech debris chips. He picked up a uniquely shaped metal key with a special interface, an item Zhao Xiaodao had procured from a decommissioned outpost near the 7th Research Institute, reputedly a universal physical key for old security doors. Take this. Zhao Xiaodao tossed him a palm-sized black metal cube, reminiscent of an antiquated external hard drive. The old ghost once hacked into the 7th Institute's internal network and salvaged some fragments. Inside is a blueprint of an abandoned cargo route leading directly to the periphery of the main cultivation area. If luck is on our side, the surveillance may be down. Fang Qi accepted it, tucking it into his coat where the metal pressed against his skin, heavy with significance. He cast one last glance at the slumbering little firefly on the surgical table, her brow furrowed as though struggling in a nightmare. He gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Wait for my return. With that, he ceased his delay and turned, disappearing into the dark passage leading to the outskirts of the 7th Research Institute, his silhouette resolute, merging into the thick shadows. The abandoned cargo route was permeated with a stench of stale machine oil and remnants of disinfectant. The walls of the tunnel were encrusted with thick moss, slick and clammy beneath his feet. Most emergency lights were broken, leaving only a few scattered, ghastly green glimmers reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps. Following the route map provided by Zhao Xiaodao, Fang Qi navigated swiftly through the labyrinthine passage. The modified prosthetic boots made a subtle clicking sound in the silence. At the passage's end loomed a heavy, rust-covered alloy airtight door, blocking his path. There was no electronic lock, only an antiquated, massive keyhole requiring a physical key. Fang Qi retrieved the uniquely shaped metal key and inserted it into the lock. Click, creak. The sound of the heavy mechanism turning echoed harshly in the stillness of the tunnel. The airtight door slowly opening a narrow gap. A more potent, chilling aroma of nutrient solution mingled with a metallic sweetness surged forth to greet him. Behind the door lies a suspended metallic grid passage. Beneath this passage is an immense, suffocating cylindrical chamber. A harsh, pallid light cascade from the dome above, illuminating the spine-chilling spectacle within. Hundreds of colossal, transparent cylindrical incubation chambers stand densely packed, resembling a forest. Each chamber is filled with a viscous, pale blue nutrient solution. Within that cerulean liquid, naked human forms are suspended. The visage of Fang Qi, the visage of Fang Xiaoying, a total of 100 clones of Fang Qi, 100 clones of Xiaoying. They float like slumbering specimens in the nutrient solution, their skin pallid, their eyes tightly shut. The vast space is eerily silent, interrupted only by the low, resonant hum of the nutrient circulation system, akin to the breathing of a slumbering beast. Fang Qi's heart feels as though it is gripped by a vice, despite having mentally prepared himself. The visceral horror and fury unleashed by witnessing this tomb-like scene relentlessly assault his nerves. This is the seat of the dome, a vessel replicated from the flesh and blood of him and his sister. He suppresses the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, his gaze sweeping toward the control console embedded in the wall at the end of the suspended passage. The console S-screen is dark, yet beside it lies a data interface. The black metal cube provided by Zhao Xiaodao should be compatible. He glides silently along the grid passage, arriving at the console, and inserts the black cube into the interface. A low hum reverberates. The screen flickers a few times before illuminating with a faint white glow. An exceedingly rudimentary operational interface emerges, featuring only basic file browsing capabilities, and indeed, several encrypted files are present, utilizing methods he had previously learned from the Energy Center database. Fang Qi attempts to decipher them. Permission verification. Past temporary. Accessing log file. 0 prototype cultivation records, batch 17. The text scrolls across the screen. Batch. FL. 017 source of container. Fang Qi, seed entity number 7. Fang Xiaoying. 0 prototype. Cultivation status. Deep sleep. Maintained by neural suppressive liquid. Activation protocol. 1. Final activation of 0 prototype requires extreme emotional upheaval. Death of a close relative. 2. Seed entity number 7, Fang Qi, serves as the optimal emotional source and genetic anchor point. 3. Key steps. The bioelectrical signals and genetic collapse energy released upon the death of seed entity number 7 will act as the core key, synchronously activating all containers and the zero prototype. 4. Warning. In the absence of this synchronized activation, the containers will collapse due to the loss of the genetic anchor point. Cultivation supervisors note, Chun Mo, the examination venue, serves as the ideal harvesting ground. The moment of the target's death marks the maturity of the containers. The death of seed entity number 7. As the activation key, Fang Qi's blood runs cold in an instant. Chun Mo's coercion for him to attend the martial academy was not to kill Xiaoying before him, but to eliminate him, utilizing his death signal to ignite all the clones and awaken the true Xiaoying. A profound sense of absurdity and murderous intent floods through him. As the dormant golden patterns beneath his skin, suppressed by the coupling agent, erupt in a conflagration akin to sparks ignited by gasoline. Buzz! Blinding golden radiance bursts uncontrollably from beneath the skin of his neck and arms. As if molten lava were flowing, a brilliant light instantaneously illuminated the surrounding incubation chambers. At the very moment the golden patterns erupted from Fang Qi's body, within the vast cylindrical space below, hundreds of dormant incubation pods appeared to be penetrated by an invisible electric current. Buzz! 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 The indicator lights within all the incubation chambers abruptly shifted from a standby emerald green to a blinding crimson. The pale blue nutrient solution inside churned violently. Plop! 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 The eyelids of the hundreds of clones of Fang Qi and Xiaoying, submerged in the boiling nutrient solution, suddenly opened wide under the blood-red glow. Over 200 pairs of hollow, bewildered eyes, yet imbued with an innate synchrony, pierced through the viscous liquid and glass, meticulously focusing on the figure suspended in the passageway. A being enveloped in radiant golden light. A profound fear, coupled with an eerie resonance stemming from the depths of their genes, rendered Fang Qi momentarily rigid. In the next instant, zing! A metallic yet strangely familiar male voice resonated through the omnipresent speakers within the space, abruptly cutting through the cacophony of the boiling nutrient solution. Echoing like a grim proclamation throughout the cloning crypt, experiment record, FL, 017 batch, container activity synchronization, rate 99. 9. Gene anchor points confirmed. Execute final directive. Eliminate seed body number 7. Now, as Chun Mo's voice faded, the sound of explosive detonations erupted with a deafening intensity, akin to a barrage of firecrackers. The reinforced glass covers of the hundreds of incubation pods sprang open with a forceful thrust from the immense hydraulic apparatus within. The viscous pale blue nutrient solution surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, engulfing the naked clones in a violent torrent that instantly inundated the ground below. Splash! Splash! Amidst the roaring waves of nutrient solution, slick, bare figures struggled to rise from the thick liquid. Their movements were initially stiff, reminiscent of marionettes. Yet the crimson electronic eyes, Fang Qi clones, or the ethereal blue pupils, Xiaoying clones, remained locked onto Fang Qi in the suspended passageway. They emitted incoherent hissing sounds from their throats. More terrifying still, as if receiving a unified command, they suddenly raised their arms. Hundreds of arms, slick with the viscous blue liquid, pointed unwaveringly towards the sole living being in the passageway. Fang Qi. Chapter 40. The trap of the special invitation, the suspended passage trembled violently beneath his feet. Viscous blue liquid enveloped the exposed clone bodies, surging forth from the hundreds of ruptured incubation chambers below, akin to a deluge breaching its banks and inundating the ground. The water level surged alarmingly, a pungent, sweet metallic scent mingling with chemical fumes, overwhelming and suffocating. Gasp! Gasp! The slick, pallid clone bodies struggled to rise, their movements swiftly transitioning from rigidity to coordination. The crimson, Fang Qi clone, and ethereal blue, Xiaoying clone, pupils pierced through the rising steam, fixating intensely on the golden radiance of Fang Qi in the passageway. They emitted inhuman shrieks from their throats. Time was of the essence. A fierce glint ignited in Fang Qi's eyes, The golden patterns beneath his skin surged with a sudden brilliance. Ignoring the tumultuous tide of clones below, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the metallic grid wall of the suspended passage. With a roar, his fists, ablaze with golden light, struck the rusted junction of the grid with the force of a hammer. Boom! Crack! The sturdy alloy grid twisted and tore under the brute force, creating a gaping hole. Beyond lay an intricate labyrinth of gigantic pipes. Without hesitation, Fang Qi leaped forth, adjusting his body in midair, crashing heavily onto a massive steam pipe below, which groaned under the impact. Almost simultaneously, puffed, puffed, several scorching energy beams shot down from the newly created opening, striking fiercely at the spot where Fang Qi had just stood. It was the clones. They possessed rudimentary weapon systems. Fang Qi rolled across the slick pipe to evade. The energy beams sparked blinding light and sent searing metal shards flying, leveraging the momentum. He aimed for a platform piled high with discarded metal crates below and leaped once more. Thud! His body slammed onto the metal crates, causing his vision to darken. The wound on his left shoulder burst open under the violent motion. Dark golden blood mixed with crystalline substances soaking through the bandage, bringing excruciating pain and waves of dizziness. He dared not pause. Resembling an injured beast, he staggered through the maze-like pipes and equipment, evading the howls of the pursuing clones and the shrill cries of energy beams. Uncertain of how long he had run, the sounds behind him were muffled by the convoluted pipes. Fang Qi leaned against the condensing pipe, gasping violently, sweat mingling with the blue liquid trickling down. He tore off the tattered bandage, revealing the blood seeping from his left shoulder, now infused with more golden crystals. The golden patterns beneath his skin spread to the side of his neck like a branding iron, searing pain accompanied by a debilitating weakness deep within his bones. The effects of the coupling agent were waning. The side effects of crystallization and depletion were closing in on him. He retrieved the last coupling agent. The needle S-tip poised against his arm, hesitating. The agonizing nerve pain from overuse, and Xiaoying's time. 62 hours and 17 minutes. Just then, tap, tap, tap. Clear, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the shadows of the pipeline ahead. Fang Qi abruptly lifted his head, clenched his fists. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin igniting with a faint glow. A figure clad in an exquisite silver-gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the shadows. Chun Mo wore a cold smirk of control, his polished shoes clacking crisply against the greasy metal floor. Behind him, two mechanical tendrils, covered in dark silver scales like venomous serpents, hovered silently, their crimson electronic eyes locking onto Fang Qi. A splendid escape, dear classmate Fang Qi. Chun Mo's voice was gentle yet chilling. Your potential always exceeds expectations. This is excellent. It proves I made the right choice. Fang Qi glared at him, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice hoarse from anger and pain. Choice? Choosing me and my sister as experimental materials? Choosing my death to activate those containers of yours? Chun Mo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses devoid of emotion. Materials? No. You are the key to the Fire Seed Project. You are the key to unlocking a new era. Your death is not an end, but a transcendence. Your genetic signal will ignite now. 0 foot, leading humanity toward a higher evolutionary ladder. His tone carried an almost fanatical longing. Nonsense. Fang Qi growled, return my Xiaoying. Xiaoying? A playful curve appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's mouth. No. Zero adaptation is stable and undergoing final adjustments. She's doing well. As long as you fulfill your mission, I guarantee she will receive a perfect rebirth. He paused, of course, provided that you can pass a small test. Chun Mo raised his hand and lightly waved it. A mechanical tentacle silently slid up behind him, its end unfurling like a flower petal, revealing a delicate black velvet box within. The box opened automatically, revealing a palm-sized card with dark golden flowing patterns along its edges, emanating faint energy fluctuations. At the center of the card was the emblem of the Dome Martial Arts Academy, with gilded letters below. Special admission qualification letter from the Dome Martial Arts Academy. Holder, Fang Qi. The special admission qualification is presented as promised. Chun Mo's voice was laced with temptation. The examination room contains the latest gene stabilization equipment. If you pass the exam and prove your value as a seeder, I can make an exception and, before the harvest, provide a deep treatment for Fang Xiaoying, temporarily stabilizing her genetic collapse. This is your only chance to buy her time. He pointed at the card. Take this and go to the examination room. This is the last thing you can do for your sister. Fang Qi's gaze was fixed on the ornate invitation letter. Chun Mo's words were like poison wrapped in honey. Examination room with equipment? Treatment? All eyes. But he had no other choice. Xiaoying's time was running out. The EC was too far. Only this trap was within reach. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging fury and murderous intent. Step by step, he approached Chun Mo. His footsteps were heavy, stumbling with pain. A satisfied smile spread across Chun Mo's face, like a hunter watching its prey enter the trap. Fang Qi reached the mechanical tentacle, extending his right hand slowly toward the dark golden invitation letter. The movement was slow, his fingertips trembling with exertion. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the card, a cold glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. His hand shot forward, changing direction with sudden acceleration. His fingers curled like hooks, fueled by the final surge of strength. He aimed to crush the invitation itself. He intended to destroy this hypocritical invitation. I knew you wouldn't be honest. Chun Mo's voice remained icy, devoid of surprise. Just as Fang Qi's fingers were about to crush the invitation letter. Click! A faint mechanical sound emanated from within the invitation. The dark, golden, flowing patterns along the card's edge suddenly came to life. 2 threads of metal, as fine as hair and shimmering with a ghostly blue light, shot out from within the card like predatory snakes. Too fast. Too close. Thud! Thud! A pair of barely perceptible soft sounds resonated. Those 2 ethereal blue metallic threads, as if animated, instantaneously coiled around Fang Qi's wrist, like a maggot burrowing into flesh. They swiftly snaked up his arm, tightening with alarming speed. A profound sense of numbness erupted from the point of contact. Fang Qi emitted a muffled groan as his right arm succumbed to a sudden loss of sensation. The golden patterns beneath his skin flickered momentarily, extinguished like a dying ember, their radiance dimming drastically. But this was not the end. The primary body of the special invitation card abruptly tore apart, releasing a spherical device the size of a fist. Constructed from countless intricate metallic rings, a blinding red light ignited at the center of the device. Buzz! The spherical apparatus disintegrated in an instant, transforming into dozens of smaller metallic rings that swarmed like a horde of bees, shrieking as they sliced through the air, precisely encircling Fang Qi's neck, left arm, and the joints of his legs. Fang Qi sought to evade, yet his right arm lay paralyzed, and his body lagged due to the toll of pain. Crack! 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 The excruciating sound of metal clashing echoed relentlessly. The metallic rings swiftly locked around Fang Qi's neck, wrists, knees, and ankles. Within the loops, slender probes emerged, viciously piercing his skin. A powerful force, targeting the very essence of his genes, erupted with thunderous intensity. Fang Qi let out a pained roar, his muscles tensing uncontrollably in spasms. The golden patterns beneath his skin, akin to searing lava, were forcibly subdued, fading into dullness. A wave of debilitating weakness surged throughout his body. Strength seemed to be siphoned away in an instant. Ugh! He stumbled and knelt, his restrained arms dangling helplessly, propped only by his knees and the shackles, preventing him from collapsing entirely. The neural gene shackles, specially prepared for you. Chun Mo approached the confined Fang Qi, looking down upon him, stating that they would continuously suppress the activity of your gene locks, stifling your seeding power. In the examination hall, it would be wise for you to behave like a genuine candidate striving to succeed. Otherwise, he adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer, and added, I cannot guarantee that your sister will remain unharmed during the adjustment. Bastard! Fang Qi struggled to raise his head, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Yet his body was firmly constrained by the shackles, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. Just then, wail. An ear-splitting alarm echoed from afar, accompanied by the explosions of energy weapon fire. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, seemingly receiving a message through his communicator. He glanced at the anguished, struggling Fang Qi, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems your mechanic friend has encountered some trouble, but it matters not. I have taken your sister. Do enjoy your examination. No sooner had he spoken than boom. Not far behind Fang Qi, a massive sewage pipe leading to the depths burst open, its heavy great scent flying by an immense force from within. A grotesque mechanical tentacle, cloaked in dark silver scales and more robust than before, with a colossal drill at its tip, emerged like a dragon from its lair. At the end of the tentacle, it precisely ensnared something, a portable medical pod housing Xiaoying. Within the transparent dome of the medical pod, Xiaoying's pale face was clearly visible. Startled awake by the violent tremors, she frantically pounded against the pod's walls. Xiaoying! Fang Qi's eyes widened in desperation as he let out an agonized scream. He struggled frantically, the shackles digging deep into his skin, dark golden blood seeping out. Yet the shackles remained unyielding. His strength was utterly suppressed. The mechanical tendrils coiled around the medical chamber with unwavering resolve, akin to a colossal python ensnaring its prey. Swiftly retreating into the murky depths of the dark sewage pipeline, only the gaping opening of the pipe remained, resembling the throat of a monstrous beast, exuding an oppressive chill. No! Fang Qi's anguished scream reverberated through the desolate conduit, laden with despair and helplessness. Chun Mo cast a detached glance at the frenzied Fang Qi before turning away, accompanied by another floating mechanical tentacle, gracefully stepping into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Within the pipeline, Fang Qi remained alone, kneeling on the damp, cold ground, his arms and legs ensnared by the unforgiving neural cuffs. The metallic surface of the cuffs illuminated with a faint azure script. Gene suppression program. Initiated. Target. See body number 7, suppression rate. 37. 38. 39. Chapter 41. The examination hall's crystal core trap, the neural shackles clamped tightly around the joints, and fine probes incessantly injected streams of paralyzing energy. Fang Qi knelt in the damp, filthy pipeline, the haunting image of his sister frantically pounding on a medical pod tearing through his mind. The cold, blue text on the shackles pulsed ominously. Suppression rate. 62. 63. He could not succumb to this entrapment. Time was slipping away for Xiaoying. Chun Mo's examination hall was both a trap and his sole opportunity to reach his sister. A primal roar erupted from Fang Qi's throat. No longer resisting the shackle suppression, he channeled all his remaining strength and willpower into the core imprisoned within him, the source of the awakened genetic lock deep within his bones. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin ignited with heat, akin to forcibly restrained lava surging wildly under the pressure of the shackles. A fierce conflict erupted within him, the numbness from the shackles clashing against his skeletal instincts, like two torrents colliding violently through every fiber of his being. Excruciating pain, pain that surpassed the agonies of the coupling agent. It felt as though his body was being severed by countless red-hot steel saws from within. Dark golden blood, mixed with crystalline shards gushing forth from the edges of the shackles and ruptured wounds. Break free! Fang Qi's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his muscles stretched to their limits, trembling violently from unbearable pain and relentless willpower. The golden patterns on his neck and arms erupted in blinding brilliance, teetering on the brink of collapse. Crack! Bang! The sickening sound of metal fracturing echoed. The shackles binding his right arm, at the apex of Fang Qi's golden pattern eruption and the shackles' energy suppression, were forced to yield, forming fine cracks under the internal pressure of this desperate force. The fissures spread rapidly. Then came the series of explosive sounds. Bang! 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 The shackles confining his left arm and legs groaned in response, their cracks instantly multiplying. Seizing the opportunity of a fleeting moment of looseness, Fang Qi summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and violently wrenched his limbs apart. With a deafening crash, the neural shackles shattered like a broken toy, the severed metal rings and strands scattering like sparks. Puffed. Fang Qi coughed out a mixture of dark golden blood, his body staggering backward from the immense recoil, crashing heavily against the wall of the pipeline. He felt as if he were falling apart, his left shoulder wound transforming into a gaping blood hole. The crystalline pain surging back like a tsunami. Though the shackle suppression had been broken, the power of the genetic lock was nearly drained due to extreme overexertion. The golden patterns beneath his skin dimmed to obscurity. Yet he was free. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting no glance at the shards on the ground, dragging his nearly shattered body like a wounded lone wolf, plunging into the direction where Chen Mo had vanished. His singular objective, the examination hall of the Celestial Dome Martial Arts Academy. The examination hall was situated within the colossal dome structure at the core of the academy, a vast space replicating marshlands, rock columns, and metallic ruins. Hundreds of examinees from various ranks battled fiercely within, vying for electronic beacons that represented points. Suspended surveillance drones circled overhead like vultures. Fang Qi, drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments, resembled a refugee emerging from the depths of hell, ignoring the astonished guards and examinees at the entrance as he staggered inside. His gaze scanned the enormous examination hall with the intensity of radar. Where? Where is Chen Mo? Where is Xiaoying? Warning. Unauthorized entry. Immediately subdue. The electronic voice resonated. Several security robots maintaining order shifted their focus, the pulsating muzzle igniting with crimson light. Fang Qi, without a glance, unleashed the last vestiges of his agility in a desperate bid to evade the beam, plunging into a mire of simulated swamp. Look, it's that madman from the lower city. How'd he get here? Get away. Don't get involved. The candidates recoiled in terror. At that moment, in the central zone of the examination arena, atop the highest simulated rock pillar, a figure clad in a silver-gray suit materialized slowly. Chen Mo stood behind a transparent energy barrier, coldly surveying the chaotic scene below, his gaze pinpointing the staggering figure in the mire. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The game is about to conclude, he murmured, his finger delicately tapping on the intricate light device on his wrist. Virum. The entire examination space trembled violently. An invisible, oppressive force instantaneously enveloped every corner. Thud! Thud! The candidates engaged in fierce combat were, as if mercilessly slammed to the ground by an unseen giant hand. The weaker ones coughed blood and fainted instantly, while the stronger ones found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, their movements slowed, bones groaning under the strain. Hey! Gravitational field. Tenfold. What is happening? Help! I can't move. Panicked screams and anguished moans echoed throughout the arena. Fang Qi felt his body become instantly 10 times heavier, his already collapsing frame feeling as if it were filled with lead. His legs sank deep into the mire, each breath accompanied by the excruciating pain of tearing lungs. Blood gushed from the wound in his left shoulder under the oppressive weight. Fang Qi, welcome to the final examination. Chen Mo's voice reverberated through the loudspeakers, laced with an air of omnipotence. The rules are simple. Achieve the highest score or perish. By the way, the treatment device your sister acquires is conveniently located at the center of the arena. He chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the area beneath the rock pillar, obscured by metallic wreckage. With great effort, Fang Qi lifted his head, sweat mingling with blood blurring his vision. Behind Chen Mo, 2 colossal mechanical tentacles slowly rose, their claws poised menacingly at the candidates, weighed down by the gravitational force. The gravitational field must be destroyed. Fang Qi's gaze locked intently on the edge of the arena, where several colossal alloy pillars supported the immense dome above. Beneath the pillars, a matrix of gravity generators hummed ominously. Gritting his teeth, the barely perceptible golden veins beneath his skin flickered to life once more. He ceased to conserve his strength, pouring every last ounce of his remaining vigor into his legs. Up! A hoarse roar erupted from his throat. His body erupted from the tenfold gravitational mire, as if a bamboo shoot breaking through the earth, mud splattering everywhere. He staggered with unwavering determination towards the nearest gravity pillar. With every step, the alloy floor beneath him slightly dented under the immense pressure. Stop him! Chun Mo's voice carried a barely discernible tremor. A nearby examiner, clad in academy attire, a second-tier martial artist barely able to move under the gravitational suppression, roared and summoned a spear of mental energy, hurling it towards Fang Qi's back, as if sensing the imminent danger. Fang Qi swiftly altered his trajectory at the critical moment. The spear grazed his side, tearing away a large swath of flesh. The searing pain caused his vision to darken. Yet his steps did not falter. At last, he reached the towering gravity pillar, destroyed the examination facilities. A capital offense. The examiner charged forward, once again channeling his psychic weapon. However, Fang Qi paid him no heed. His gaze was fixed solely on the colossal alloy pillar that sustained the entire gravitational field. Emitting a low, resonant hum, he extended his bloodied hands, pressing them firmly against the metallic column. Beneath his skin, dim golden patterns flickered as if reflecting a final, blinding light. With a shattering sound, he ceased to strike with his fists. Instead, he transformed the full force of his steel-like bones into a high-frequency, destructive resonance wave, which he fervently infused into the massive alloy pillar through his hands. The pillar emitted a deafening metallic wail as it trembled violently, causing the entire examination venue to shake. Instantly, spiderweb-like fissures spread across its surface. The examiner, positioned beside the pillar and poised to attack Fang Qi, found himself at the forefront of the chaos. He felt a terrifying high-frequency shockwave penetrate his body, causing his bones and organs to tremble in sync with the resonance. A blood-curdling scream escaped him as blood poured from his orifices. His body crumpled to the ground as though his bones had been extracted. With a thunderous roar, the enormous alloy pillar could no longer bear the relentless assault of the resonance wave. It erupted from within, sending countless twisted metal shards flying like cannonballs. The unsupported dome structure groaned, and the gravitational field became chaotic in an instant. A resounding crash followed as the gravity generator matrix overloaded, unleashing massive electric sparks. The tenfold gravity that had enveloped the area dissipated, allowing all the suppressed examinees to collapse, gasping for breath. Beneath the shattered pillar, the alloy floor was torn apart, revealing a gaping chasm that flickered with electric sparks. Deep within the crevice, amidst the scattered metallic debris and severed cables, a faint, pulsating light emerged like a breath of life. It was a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, translucent mineral. Within the stone, countless tiny stars appeared to rotate slowly, emanating a soft, pure azure glow. An indescribable energy wave, imbued with immense vitality, subtly radiated from it. A crystal core. Fang Qi's pupils constricted. This energy, closely aligned with the top-tier crystal core schematics described in the 7th Research Institute's database, which stabilized the genes of stardust syndrome patients. Could it be the therapeutic device that Chun Mo mentioned? No, this was a coincidence, revealed by the destruction of the gravitational field. The expression on Chun Mo's face darkened instantly as he observed the azure glow within the crevice. He glanced at the crumbling examination venue and the struggling Fang Qi. The plan had been disrupted. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he furiously swiped at his holographic interface to initiate the self-destruction protocol of the examination venue, erasing all data and prioritizing the retrieval of zero. His voice trembled with urgency. Simultaneously, he roared into his communicator. Protocol 7. Execute Plan B. Synchronize all pods. Target. Seed Unit Number 7. Eliminate. Chapter 42. The rebound of the whale swallowing technique. The faint azure glow deep within the fissure ensnared Fang Qi's gaze. The crystal core. The very object that could save Xiao Ying. It lay trapped between the frayed cables and twisted metal plates, its energy fluctuations weak yet distinctly perceptible. His body ached as if it might fall apart. The blood-soaked hole in his left shoulder continued to seep dark golden blood mixed with crystalline debris, and the overwhelming sense of collapse after the gravity field had vanished crashed over him like relentless waves. Chun Mo activated the self-destruct sequence. In the examination hall, alarm blared like a rabid dog, tearing at eardrums, while the red lights flashed wildly, illuminating the twisted faces of groaning and struggling candidates and examiners alike. The countdown began. 3 minutes, announced an electronic voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Qi dragged his nearly broken body toward the fissure. The ground was littered with shattered pillar debris and slick oil, but he crawled toward that point of blue light with desperate determination. Blocking his path was an examiner previously knocked down by the shockwave, blood streaming from every orifice. Struggling to prop himself up, hoarsely shouting at the other able candidates. Close enough to see the object within the fissure. A fellow candidate clad in floating city armor turned sharply upon hearing the commotion, his eyes glinting with avarice as he beheld Fang Qi lunging for the crystal core. Clutching a pilfered point beacon in his hand, he unhesitatingly hurled an energy whip toward Fang Qi's back. Crack! The energy whip struck Fang Qi's back with ferocity, instantly scorching his tattered clothing and tearing into his flesh. Fang Qi grunted, his forward momentum halted, and he collapsed at the edge of the fissure, sharp stones digging into his wounds, causing darkness to cloud his vision. In a reflexive motion, he grasped a jagged metal shard without looking back and hurled it behind him. Ah! The candidate screamed as the shard embedded itself in his thigh, causing him to release the energy whip. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Qi used his hands and feet to thrust half of his body into the fissure, fiery electric sparks crackling from his severed cables, singeing his hair. Ignoring everything, his bloodied hands lunged for the fist-sized crystal core, radiating a soft blue glow. The moment his fingertips grazed the core, a wave of icy sensation surged through him. This feeling matched the top-tier crystal core energy diagrams in the database of the 7th Institute. Vast life force was contained within. He had succeeded. Grasping the crystal core, it felt warm to the touch, akin to holding a living ice. Let go. The examiner's eyes widened in agony as he lunged forward, a shattered mental energy blade coalescing in his hand. Fang Qi clutched the crystal core and rolled away to evade the strike. The energy blade grazed past him, crashing into the floor and sending sparks flying. He had no time for a prolonged struggle. The ticking of the self-destruct countdown resonated like the grim metronome of death in his heart. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Dust and metal shards began to fall from the dome of the examination hall, signaling that a greater explosion could occur at any moment. The crystal core. It must be delivered to Xiaoying. But how could he bring it with him? Chinimo's people were outside, and the examination hall was collapsing. In the throes of desperation, a reckless thought surged forth. Within the 7th Institute's database lay a forbidden hypothesis. Theoretically, certain top-tier crystal cores contained immense life energy that could, under extreme circumstances, be directly absorbed by individuals with special physiques, forcibly suppressing genetic collapse. The risks included unknown genetic contamination and energy backlash, a gamble of life and death. Fang Qi cast a glance at the glowing hope in his hand, remembering Xiao Ying's pale, terrified face in the medical pod. He had no choice. Damn it. It was now or never. A fierce resolve ignited in his eyes as he prepared to risk everything. He no longer hesitated. In the instant the examiner lunged once more, he forcefully shoved the crystal core into his mouth. Hard, cold. The moment the core entered, Fang Qi felt as if he had swallowed a millennium of frozen ice. The enormous solid object lodged in his throat, choking him until his eyes rolled back. With his last ounce of strength, he summoned the residual power of his steel bones to crush it in his throat. A sharp, cracking sound echoed among his throat bones as the crystal core was mercilessly shattered. Countless sharp fragments, mingled with a chilling and piercing liquid energy imbued with terrifying vitality, surged into his esophagus like a burst dam, flooding into his stomach. Ugh! Fang Qi's throat and chest emitted a horrific tearing sound. He collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching his neck, his eyes bulging in agony. Cold, an indescribable cold. It felt as if his very organs had frozen in an instant. Yet this sensation lasted barely half a second. Boom! A searing torrent of energy erupted violently from within the shattered core. It was as if he had not swallowed a crystal core, but a miniature star. This energy brutally shattered the confines of his esophagus and stomach, forcefully surging into his limbs and bones. Wherever it coursed, it brought a tearing pain. This was not the sting of steel bones. It was a more primal and savage destructive force rampaging within him. Fang Qi let out a monstrous wail. His entire body became instantly crimson and scorching, with dark veins swelling grotesquely beneath the surface like writhing worms. The dim golden patterns of steel bones beneath his skin were ignited by this frenzied alien energy. They no longer flowed like molten lava, but surged like uncontrolled lightning, wildly coursing and exploding beneath his skin. The brilliance of the golden patterns was unprecedentedly blinding. No longer pure gold, but mixed with a violent crimson. With every surge, it left behind searing scorch marks upon his skin. More terrifying still, this torrent of energy was completely uncontrollable. It was like an ancient beast awakened from slumber, crashing through Fang Qi's meridians and bones, frantically seeking an outlet for release. Uft, uft, uft. Fang Qi's eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth violently expelled dark golden droplets of blood. The droplets crystallized mid-air into sharp, small formations with a golden-red hue. He resembled a deflated bellows, spewing crystalline blood. What monster? The examiner, startled, came to an abrupt halt, paralyzed by the horrific aura emanating from Fang Qi and the gruesome spectacle of blood erupting from his 7 orifices. Roar! Fang Qi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes completely consumed by a frenzied golden-red light, devoid of any trace of reason. A beastly roar erupted from his throat as his body swelled and convulsed under the unbearable energy. An invisible shockwave of wild energy detonated violently around him. Boom! The nearest examiner bore the brunt of it, as if struck by a high-speed train, sent flying, blood spraying, crashing violently against a distant metallic wall, collapsing softly, and falling into unconsciousness. The shockwave swept forth. The ground fractured. Metal debris was hurled into the air. Nearby candidates toppled like wheat in a storm, screaming and rolling in chaos. Fang Qi, in agony, clutched his head and howled, as the unknown technique known as the devouring method ruthlessly carved a path within him, consuming the energy of the crystal core while tearing at his very foundation. He felt like a human bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Unconsciously, he staggered towards the nearest heavy metallic wall. It was as if metal could suppress the raging inferno within. Get away! A young scion, upended by the shockwave, scrambled to his feet, and upon witnessing Fang Qi's approach, screamed in terror, swinging his fists at him. Fang Qi paid him no heed. The young man's furious and fearful punch struck squarely against Fang Qi's searing chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The scion felt as though his fist had collided with a glowing hot iron. Pain surged through his knuckles, and his fingers shattered in an instant. Before he could emit a cry of agony, an overwhelming, uncontrollable force, born from within Fang Qi, surged back through his shattered hand. Ugh! The young man's entire arm cracked audibly, twisting at an unnatural angle, and he was hurled backward with a scream. Fang Qi had already collided with the metallic wall. His hands, adorned with crimson golden patterns, pressed against the wall, channeling the destructive energy that surged within him. Zzz! A piercing sound of metal distorting erupted. The thick alloy wall melted like butter thrown into a furnace, glowing a fiery red where Fang Qi pressed down. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward from his palms, spreading wildly. Molten metal droplets splattered from the fissures. Boom! The wall, unable to withstand the violent force, groaned in agony as it caved inward, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, revealing a chaotic tangle of pipes and cables behind it. Dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. Fang Qi stood amidst the ruins of the fallen wall, his body trembling violently, dark golden crystalline blood droplets oozing from his orifices, sizzling as they dripped onto the molten remnants. Each breath escaped him like the rasp of a bellows. The beast within him, a voracious predator, continued to thrash about, desperate to tear him apart. Just then, a faint, intermittent, trembling hum penetrated the barriers of space, disregarding the alarms and the cacophony of collapse. Clearly resonating in Fang Qi's ears, that voice was his sister's. Fang Xiaoying was humming. The melody was simple, laced with fear and concern, yet profoundly familiar. It was a tune Fang Qi had heard since childhood, one she hummed when frightened or unwell. This fragile hum, nearly drowned out by the surrounding noise, flowed into Fang Qi's tumultuous consciousness like a clear stream, soothing the raging energy and pain within him. Fang Qi's body froze abruptly. The wild golden red light in his eyes flickered violently, and the beast rampaging within him momentarily paused, calmed by that gentle melody. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fang Qi's submerged will clutched at the lifeline, struggling for clarity. Instinctively, he summoned the last vestiges of strength from his steel bones, not to resist, but to guide. He directed the frenetic, ravenous energy back deep within his being. Ugh! Ah! Fang Qi's throat emitted a guttural roar, suppressed to the utmost limit. As his body shuddered, the golden-red glow beneath his skin retreating laboriously like a receding tide. The crystalline blood droplets seeping from his orifices gradually ceased. He gasped for breath, staggering a step, and knelt on one knee amidst the rubble of the fallen wall, sweat streaming down like a brook, mingling with the tainted droplets. For now, he had contained it, but the beast merely lay restrained, ready to break free at any moment. Self-destruction countdown, 45 seconds. Blinding red light flashed frantically. Fang Qi braced himself on his knee, struggling to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes gazing toward the space revealed by the collapsed wall. What lay ahead was not a passage, but an expansive maintenance space replete with thick cables and pipes. His gaze traversed the collapsed wall, landing on a twisted piece of metallic debris that piqued his interest. This metal panel, once a lining of the wall, had been torn asunder, revealing its reverse side. The back of the panel was encrusted with a thick layer of rust and grime. Yet beneath this filth, intricate patterns appeared to be etched. Fang Qi instinctively reached out, using his blood-stained fingers to vigorously wipe away the dirt. As the rust and grime were cleared, a detailed diagram emerged, an intricate schematic composed of countless interwoven pipes, valve nodes, and arrows indicating energy flow. In the upper left corner of the diagram, a vague, deep blue droplet-shaped mark was discernible. This schematic Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. The line's trajectories, the node markings, were strikingly similar to the fragmented blueprints he had previously discovered within the gaps of the piano keys in his sister's sheet music, now presented with greater clarity and completeness. Was this an internal piping diagram of the university? The route of the energy center? Just then, boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions erupted from the depths of the examination hall. Fiery plumes and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The ground trembled violently. Warning: the core area is on the verge of collapse. Immediate evacuation required. The electronic voice morphed into a sharp screech. Fang Qi jolted back to reality. He fixed his gaze on the clear, piping diagram etched onto the metal panel, imprinting every detail in his mind. Then, without hesitation, he endured the searing pain from the tumult of energy within and his own physical frailty, struggling to rise and staggering toward an opening of a ventilation duct, blown open by the explosion at the edge of the examination hall. As he vanished into the smoke of the duct, beneath the metallic ruins pointed out by Chan Mo in the central area of the examination hall, several enormous mechanical limbs, clad in dark silver scales, lurked like a slumbering beast, slowly retreating into the depths of the shadowy passage. Chapter 43. The fracture detector. Thick smoke choked the air, mingling with the acrid scent of melting metal. Fang Qi crouched in the narrow corner of a ventilation duct, each breath tearing at his lungs with a searing pain. The remnants of crystalline fragments lingered in his mouth, sweet yet icy, while his insides felt like they housed an active volcano. The frenzied energy known as the whale swallowing technique was subdued by his sister's song and his own will, yet the embers remained, smoldering within his veins, igniting a thunderous ache with every heartbeat. The wound on his left shoulder had become the eye of a storm, dark golden blood mingling with crystalline debris, adhering tattered fabric to his flesh. Outside, the sporadic sounds of explosions faded, the shrill alarms ceased, leaving only the groaning of a building under duress and distant footsteps echoing with urgency. The pursuers were scouring the site, searching for survivors, or rather for him. Xiao Ying's melodic hum had long vanished, yet that brief echo was etched into Fang Qi's mind, sustaining the last flicker of clarity. He could not afford to wait for death. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up with his functioning right arm, crawling through the grease-laden, dust-covered duct like a wounded lizard. His singular objective: to navigate the duct system and find an escape route to the East Sea. The maze of ducts resembled the intestines of a colossal beast. He could only rely on a fleeting glimpse of the duct map to guide him through the darkness. He crawled for what felt like an eternity until a faint light began to filter through ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Cautiously, he moved to the grating of the duct's mouth, peering through the gaps. Before him lay a spacious buffer hall, connecting the examination venue with other areas of the academy. The ceiling of the examination hall was shattered, resembling a gaping maw still spewing black smoke. The hall was crowded with a multitude of individuals, most appearing shaken and disheveled. While a few donned academy uniforms, their faces ashen, indicative of the examiners and staff. Rescue teams clad in silver protective gear searched the periphery of the ruins, while medical personnel busily tended to the wounded. The atmosphere was stifling, the initial relief of survival replaced by overwhelming dread and panic. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by muffled sobs and painful groans. At that moment, a light, brisk sound of footsteps approached. A young man, dressed in an impeccably tailored white training outfit, strode into the hall, flanked by a group of equally well-dressed, haughty companions, exuding an air of indifference. He appeared to be of similar age to Fang Qi, handsome and impeccably groomed, a faint smirk of scrutiny playing at the corners of his lips. Most striking was the silver-gray bracelet adorning his wrist, featuring a dazzling crystal panel embedded on its surface. How lively it is, he mused. The youth halted, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic hall and the disheveled crowd. His voice clear, yet tinged with a languid superiority. This year's special recruitment has certainly gathered a motley crew. His companions immediately chimed in, echoing, Xiang Xiao is right. Just look at these pitiful souls who crawled out from the ground, unable to withstand even the gravitational field. Do they even belong in the dome? The boy known as Xiang Xiao was none other than Lin Tianxiang. He smiled, disregarding his companion's flattery, and his gaze roamed with interest over the panicked civilian candidates, as if selecting amusing toys. Ultimately, his attention settled on the nearest candidate, a small, frail boy clad in faded, worn clothing, his face smeared with grime, an arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, desperately attempting to diminish his presence. Lin Tianxiang stepped forward, halting directly in front of him. The slender boy's body stiffened noticeably, his head lowered even further. Lift your head, Lin Tianxiang's voice was gentle yet carried an undeniable command. Trembling, the boy raised his gaze, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Tianxiang remained silent, casually lifting his wrist. The silver-gray wristband's crystal panel illuminated with a soft white light, a slender beam swiftly sweeping across the frail boy. Beep, beep, beep. The wristband emitted a sharp, urgent sound. The crystal panel instantly transformed into a blinding crimson, displaying a line of flashing bold text. Genetic degeneration level, 87. Potential rating, F. Waste level. Recommendation, humanely dispose. The blood-red text and piercing alarm struck like a whip in the silent hall, delivering a stinging blow to the frail boy's face. His complexion turned ashen, his body trembled like a fallen leaf, his lips quivered, unable to utter a word. The profound humiliation and fear rendered him nearly incapacitated. The other civilian candidates around him wore expressions of extreme dismay. Some clenched their fists, others turned their faces away, their eyes reflecting anger and humiliation, yet none dared to speak. 87 degeneration, F-grade waste. Lin Tianxiang retracted his wrist, the crystal panel returning to calmness, as if evaluating an item. Such genetics, daring to hope to change their fate through martial arts? Truly, a blight on the air. He shook his head, his tone imbued with genuine confusion and disdain. Behind him, the young scions of noble families stifled their laughter. Lin Tianxiang's gaze shifted to another candidate, the wristband's glow intensifying once more. Beep, beep, beep. Genetic degeneration level, 79. Potential rating, E-. Recommendation, exile to the Edge Mining Star. Another candidate, under the shrill alarm and blood-red rating, bowed his head, his face ashen. Lin Tianxiang moved like a noble surveying his domain, leisurely sweeping the beam of his wristband over one frightened civilian candidate after another. The beeping alarms and glaring blood-red ratings sliced through the atmosphere, mercilessly stripping away the dignity of the youth. With each scan, the atmosphere in the hall thickened with oppression. Enough. Finally, a robust civilian candidate, bearing bruises on his face, could no longer contain his roar. He glared at Lin Tianxiang, his eyes ablaze with fury. "We are not commodities. Why do you use this device to insult us?" Lin Tianxiang halted and turned to him, the insincere smile vanishing from his face, leaving only pure indifference and irritation at being disturbed. "Insult?" He tilted his head slightly, as if amused by a joke. "I merely employ scientific instruments to reveal the essence of U-ground garbage. Recognizing reality is the first step you take upon entering the dome." "Oh, do you find it unacceptable?" He raised his wrist, directing the crystal panel towards the robust candidate. Instinctively, the sturdy candidate tensed his muscles, assuming a defensive stance. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm of the wristband reached an unprecedented shrillness. The crystal panel erupted with an almost blinding deep red light. The text danced wildly. "Warning. Intense energy fluctuation detected. Target gene lock activity. Abnormal. Potential rating. Unable to measure. Recommendation. Immediate isolation. Deep detection." Lin Tianxiang's expression of indifference froze in an instant, genuine astonishment flashing across his face for the first time. He sharply glanced at the wristband screen, then abruptly looked up at the sturdy candidate, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the moment of Lin Tianxiang's shock, a figure resembling a ghost, reeking of blood and emanating a wild, untamed aura, surged forth from the corner ventilation duct. It was Fang Qi. He paid no heed to the burly examinee, his bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Tianxiang's raised wrist, the device that flashed crimson and emitted a piercing alarm. This very instrument trampled dignity, delineating classes and hierarchies. Within him, the beast that had been suppressed stirred once more, incited by the shrill alarm and the weight of class oppression. Rage, mingled with residual violent energy from the core, surged violently to his head. "To hell with your ratings." Fang Qi's throat erupted with a hoarse roar. He became like a runaway projectile, propelled by a desperate ferocity, dragging his battered body forward, disregarding all distance, and lunging at Lin Tianxiang. The dim golden veins beneath his right arm erupted with their final, blinding radiance. This was not an attack, but a culmination of all his remaining strength. A punch imbued with primal ferocity and raw anger, aimed squarely at the incessantly shrieking bracelet on Lin Tianxiang's wrist. Lin Tianxiang's pupils constricted sharply. He had never anticipated someone would emerge from such a place, nor that the target would not be himself, but rather the genetic testing device. In a moment of panic, he instinctively sought to summon his mental energy for defense, but Fang Qi was too swift, too resolute. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated through his heart. Fang Qi's blood-soaked, crystalline fist struck the shimmering crystal panel with unyielding force. Crack! Crash! The robust and advanced genetic testing device shattered like fragile glass under the impact of steel and ferocity mixed with violent energy. Countless tiny metallic shards and crystalline debris exploded forth, crackling with electricity like a hailstorm. A sharp, angular fragment of alloy, propelled by the immense force, sliced through the air with precision, viciously grazing Lin Tianxiang's handsome, fair left cheek. Sizzle. A long, deep cut, revealing bone, instantly blossomed. Blood surged forth, trickling down his cheek and staining his pristine training uniform with a vivid crimson. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone in the hall was left in disbelief, watching the events unfold in a flash. Lin Tianxiang remained frozen, his hands still raised. The searing pain and the warmth of blood flowing left his mind blank. He slowly raised his other hand, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against the wound on his face, becoming slick with sticky blood. He stared at his crimson-stained fingertips, then at the remnants of the testing device, still sparking on the ground. Shock, confusion, and disbelief. Ultimately, all emotions morphed into an overwhelming fury, akin to being grievously insulted by an insignificant ant. "You dare to wound me?" Lin Tianxiang's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Low and twisted, each word laced with a chilling intensity. His once handsome visage twisted by extreme rage, the blood flowing from his wound rendered him somewhat sinister. An invisible, chilling terror erupted from him, saturating the air with a palpable pressure. The atmosphere thickened, becoming oppressive. Surrounding aristocratic youths and examinees felt as though they had been struck by an unseen hammer to the chest, their faces paling as they staggered back, struggling to breathe. Powerful mental energy, spiraled out of control. Lin Tianxiang's bloodshot eyes, filled with fury, locked onto the exhausted, half-kneeling Fang Qi, who gasped for air. The intangible mental force resembled countless resilient steel wires, instantly ensnaring Fang Qi's limbs, neck, and abdomen. It began to tighten frantically, intent on crushing him to pieces. Ugh! Fang Qi felt his body gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. His bones creaked, and the sensation of suffocation darkened his vision. He struggled as dim golden patterns beneath his skin ignited with a faint glow, fiercely resisting the intangible steel wires of mental force, producing a grating sound of friction. Just as the tension reached its peak, with Fang Qi on the verge of being torn apart by the uncontrollable mental energy on Lin Tianxiang's wrist, the fractured remnants, a once complete bracelet base, suddenly flickered with an ominous red light. A minute holographic projection automatically sprang forth, hovering before him. The projection displayed a single line of concise, blinking encrypted text, marked with the highest authority family crest. Grandfather's secret order. Capture C body number 7 at any cost. Priority. Highest. Protocol 7 troops are in position. Lin Tianxiang's eyes flared with fury upon reading this line, his gaze sharpening instantly. A flicker of disbelief coursed through his pupils. See body number 7? Capture? Grandfather's secret order? His bloodshot eyes refocused on the civilian youth kneeling before him, drenched in blood, with a gaze as fierce as a wolf. At that moment, silent squads of soldiers clad in dark silver alloy armor, wielding standard pulse rifles, surged from the hall's passageways. Their movements were swift and soundless, instantly sealing all exits. Blood-red numeral 7 was emblazoned upon their chest armor. Protocol 7 troops. Chapter 44. Resonance rain, an invisible force constricted around Fang Qi's flesh, causing his vision to darken intermittently. The sensation of suffocation lodged in his throat, and with each heartbeat, his bones creaked in protest. The faint golden patterns beneath his skin flickered dimly, struggling against the overwhelming mental pressure. Sweat mingled with the blood that had yet to dry on his face, trickling into his eyes and stinging fiercely. Lin Tianxiang stood a few paces away, fresh blood seeping from a wound on his left cheek, staining half of his pristine collar crimson. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Fang Qi, his eyes sharp as poison blades, the flicker of doubt brought by his grandfather's secret order completely consumed by the burning rage of public humiliation. Seize him. Lin Tianxiang's voice was hoarse, laced with unrestrained, killing intent. Alive. The soldiers of Protocol 7, blocking the exit, sprang into action. In perfect unison, they raised their weapons, red dots targeting Fang Qi's vital points. They did not fire, merely advancing to compress the space around him. Fang Qi clenched his jaw tightly. Protocol 7. Once again, they were here. The monstrous beast within him, previously subdued, stirred restlessly at the threat of death, bringing waves of excruciating pain, as if his left shoulder wound were seared by a red-hot iron. He could not confront them head-on. Out of the corner of his eye, he surveyed the hall. This was the connection zone. One side led to the ruins of the examination site, still shrouded in billowing black smoke. The other side connected to the bustling internal areas of the academy, and through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the vibrant floating billboards along the suspended road outside. On the colossal screens, luxury goods, genetic pharmaceuticals, and promotional videos for the Dome Martial Arts School played in a dazzling loop, resplendent and alluring. Lin Tianxiang evidently noticed Fang Qi's gaze, a cruel sneer emerging on his face. Thinking of escaping? A bug should have the awareness of a bug. Suddenly, he raised his uninjured hand, finger splayed, pointing towards the window. Buzz! A powerful, invisible telekinetic force exploded forth, not aimed at Fang Qi, but sweeping outward to engulf the magnificent, dazzling holographic billboards lining the suspended road. Boom! 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 The bone-chilling sound of metal tearing echoed in succession. Alongside the road, dozens of colossal billboards, constructed of alloy frames and flexible light screens, were wrenched from their bases by Lin Tianxiang's terrifying mental force. as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly pried them free. The immense billboards lost their levitation field, hurtling downwards with a piercing howl, akin to boulders cast from a catapult, descending towards the buffer hall with overwhelming might. The target, Fang Qi, encircled by the soldiers of Protocol 7. The dazzling lights still flickering on the billboards became the prelude to his demise. Fragments of shattered screens and twisted alloy frames merged with the crushing impact, enveloping the hall overhead completely. Shadows instantly enveloped everyone. Run, lunatic! Lin Tianxiang, have you lost your mind? The surviving candidates and staff in the hall erupted in terrified, desperate screams. Even the approaching soldiers of Protocol 7 instinctively glanced upwards, their steps faltering as they sought cover. Fang Qi's pupils constricted. Above him loomed the shadow of impending death. Below him, soldiers closed in relentlessly. All around, there were dead ends. There was no escape. To resist would mean being crushed to a pulp. In that fleeting moment between life and death, only one thought remained in Fang Qi's mind. Jump. Leap upwards. He inhaled sharply, disregarding the telekinetic wire tightening around his neck, channeling every ounce of remaining strength into his legs. The dim golden patterns beneath his skin erupted with the last flicker of life before fading into darkness. The metallic floor beneath him groaned, instantly caving inwards. With a primal roar tearing from his throat, he propelled himself upward, leveraging the feeble recoil beneath his feet and the final surge force from his steel bones. His body shot forth like an arrow, aiming for a smaller yet structurally intact piece of debris from a fallen billboard overhead. With a thunderous crash, he narrowly collided with the metallic framework of the billboard. The immense force momentarily clouded his vision, filling his throat with a metallic taste. Yet, he clung desperately to the metal beam. Simultaneously, his original position was struck by larger remnants of billboards, crashing down with a deafening roar. Smoke, debris, and sparks shot skyward. Several unfortunate souls were instantly engulfed. As he grasped the beam, the colossal object tumbled through the air. The fierce wind rendered his eyes nearly useless, while the jagged edges of shattered screens grazed his body, leaving behind crimson trails. Below him, more billboards plummeted like a meteor shower, transforming the entrance of the hall into a scene of utter devastation. Seize him! Don't let him escape! Lin Tianxiang's frantic roar echoed from below. He had anticipated that Fang Qi would hitch a ride in such a manner. More telekinetic wires ensnared him, attempting to tear him from the billboard. Fang Qi clung fiercely to the metal, seeking balance amidst the chaos. He spotted it. Near the edge of the hall below was a prominent, lavishly adorned floating platform, seemingly intended for dignitaries to observe the proceedings. Suspended in midair, it was anchored by robust metallic pillars connected to the dome above. An opportunity, yet his strength was swiftly waning. The recoil from his earlier burst had completely depleted his energy, and the golden patterns glimmered faintly. His left arm, ensnared by Lin Tianxiang's telekinesis, throbbed with numbness and pain. Just as despair threatened to force his grip to loosen, a faint, trembling hum resonated within the chaos of wind, explosions, and terrified screams, penetrating directly into his mind. It was not merely a sound, but a frequency, a familiar, soothing energy frequency wave. The lingering melody of his sister's humming reverberated within him. This subtle vibration was nearly imperceptible, yet felt like a lifeline. A flash of inspiration ignited in Fang Qi's mind. Resonance, the frequency of his sister's melody. With no time for contemplation, he instinctively directed the last vestige of his fading strength towards the metal framework of the billboard beneath his feet. Not a recoil, but an imitation, imitating that familiar, soothing frequency imbued with an extraordinary penetrating power. A faint yet remarkably precise wave of vibration surged through his feet and into the colossal billboard remnant. A miracle unfolded. Upon receiving this specific frequency vibration, the internal structure of the uniquely alloyed billboard resonated strangely. The entire mass of debris abruptly halted its tumbling motion, emitting a profound metallic hum. This resonance instantly drowned out all surrounding noise. Strangely, this resonant humming spread like ripples across the surrounding wreckage of plummeting billboards. Clattering, clattering, as if orchestrated by an invisible conductor. All the billboard remnants, torn from her moorings by Lin Tianxiang's telekinesis, regardless of size, inexplicably altered their trajectory in unison. With an even more terrifying momentum than before, they no longer descended towards the ground of the hall, but were drawn, as if magnetized, toward Lin Tianxiang's elevated platform with ferocious intensity. What? The sinister grin on Lin Tianxiang's face instantly froze, transforming into disbelief and horror. He jerked his head up, only to behold a tempest of shattered light and twisted metal, obscuring his vision, bearing down with a force of annihilation. He attempted to summon his telekinetic powers for defense, to evade, but it was too close, too swift, too overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of dreadfully thunderous impacts melded into a singular roar. Dozens of colossal billboard fragments descended like uncontrollable battering rams, crashing mercilessly upon the opulently adorned floating platform. The platform, seemingly fortified by a alloyed structure, crumbled under the relentless barrage as if made of paper. The extravagant embellishments shattered instantaneously. Stout pillars twisted and fractured. Crack! Boom! Accompanied by the excruciating sound of tearing metal and the cataclysmic crash of collapsing support structures, the entire floating platform, shrouded in swirling dust, plummeted like a giant bird with broken wings, carrying Lin Tianxiang's terrified, contorted visage and several signs of noble families who could not escape into the abyss below. A gaping chasm of dozens of meters. Dust billowed skyward, while shards of stone and metal rained down like a torrential storm. Fang Qi clung to the resonating fragment of the billboard, and, at the moment of collision with the main building's exterior wall, he expended his last ounce of strength to roll and dissipate the impact, crashing heavily onto a pile of construction debris near the edge of the collapse. Nearly losing consciousness from shock, he coughed up a mouthful of bloody saliva, struggling to rise. His body fell hollow, devoid of the will to even move a finger. At that instant, a massive decorative metal panel, dislodged from the edge of the collapsing platform, shifted due to the earlier tremor, revealing an area concealed beneath the platform structure. It was a hidden maintenance entrance to a dark, shadowy pipeline, obscured behind the lavish decor. Along the edges of the alloy interior, something appeared to be inscribed. Instinctively, Fang Qi brushed away the thick layer of dust and grime accumulated at the entrance. A line of clearly etched characters emerged. The script was somewhat hasty yet possessed a sharp penetrating quality, as though gouged into the metal with a pointed instrument. Su Qingying was here. A note from the Dawn Group. Chapter 45. The celestial loot of the power outage. The characters etched to the mouth of the pipe seared into Fang Qi's mind like a branding iron. Su Qingying, Dawn Brigade. These words had appeared in the encrypted files of the 7th Research Institute, intertwined with the Ember Project and the Harvesters. His thoughts were a chaotic tangle, yet his instincts propelled his body faster than his mind could process. Below, the echoes of Lin Tianxiang's roar and the sound of soldiers pulling their triggers resonated, the ruins trembling as pursuers approached. He rolled and crawled into the dark, murky pipe. Behind him, a thunderous crash echoed as the collapsed stands plunged into the abyss, stirring up a greater cloud of dust that temporarily obscured the sight of his pursuers. Fang Qi dared not pause. He scrambled forward in the narrow passage, the darkness filled only with his labored breaths and the thunderous beating of his heart. The walls of the pipe were caked with thick grease and grime, and every movement tugged at his wounds, particularly the searing pain in his left shoulder, as if a red-hot iron rod were twisting within. After an indeterminate duration of crawling, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead, accompanied by a distant sound of wind. An exit. Fang Qi's spirits lifted as he quickened his pace towards it. The pipe's mouth was partially blocked by a rusted grate, which he forced open with his shoulder, peering out. Before him lay a narrow, dim alley on the city's shadowed side, cluttered with discarded cargo boxes and debris. The air was foul, yet infinitely more breathable than that within the pipe. More importantly, this alley was familiar. He recognized it as the refuse passage near the back wall of old Gui's clinic. He had traversed it once before, guided by Zhao Xiaodao. Zhao Xiaodao. Xiaoing. Fang Qi's heart constricted violently. Chen Mo had taken Xiaoing, and Zhao Xiaodao had diverted some of the pursuers. What had become of them? Struggling to extricate himself from the pipe, he leaned wearily against the brick wall, gasping for breath. Disturbances echoed from the end of the alley, signaling the approach of a search party. He could not remain here. Recalling a temporary safe house that Zhao Xiaodao had mentioned, situated in an abandoned old apartment building a few streets away, where black market mechanics used to trade in parts. He gritted his teeth and dragged his nearly disassembled body along the wall, inching deeper into the alley. The old apartment building appeared to be a forgotten corner of the city, its walls weathered and most of its windows shattered. Following the vague directions given by Zhao Xiaodao, he found a corner of the basement piled high with discarded motors and metal sheets. In that corner lay a concealed metal trapdoor, covered with a thick layer of oilcloth. He lifted the oilcloth and pulled open the heavy trapdoor, a musty odor of machine oil, dust, and rust wafting up to greet him. Below was a cramped space that barely accommodated him. He fumbled in the dark until he located an emergency power button against the wall and pressed it. With a hum and crackle, a dim yellow incandescent bulb flickered to life, illuminating the small space. In the corner, a curled figure suddenly lifted its head. "Go!" A voice filled with tears, weak yet elated, rang out. It was Xiaoying. She huddled on an old blanket that had been hastily spread out, wrapped in Zhao Xiaodao's oversized coat. Her small face was as pale as parchment, with only her eyes shining startlingly bright, filled with fear and the immediate eruption of grievance upon seeing Fang Qi. Xiaoying. Fang Qi's heart felt as though it had been tightly squeezed and then abruptly released, a wave of overwhelming relief nearly causing him to stumble. He almost lunged forward, kneeling before his sister, hesitant to touch her for fear of causing her pain. "How are you? Are you hurt? Where is Zhao Xiaodao?" Brother, Xiaodao hid me here. He said he would draw away the pursuers. Told me to remain silent at all costs." Xiaoying's voice quivered with suppressed sobs as she clutched Fang Qi's tattered sleeve tightly. "Brother, I'm so scared. Those mechanical hands, they are terrifying. And there's so many people like you." "It's all right. I'm here. I found you." Fang Qi grasped his sister's icy hand firmly, his throat tightening. He quickly assessed Xiaoying's condition. Aside from her profound weakness and fright, there seemed to be no new injuries. The medical pod was gone, taken by Chunamo. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum, as if emanating from the very depths of the city, suddenly resounded without warning. The sound penetrated the walls, filling the air with a heavy, heart-stopping weight. Immediately, the dim yellow incandescent light overhead flickered violently, emitting a sharp, crackling noise, before abruptly extinguishing. The small space was instantly engulfed in dense darkness. Not just here. Through the gaps in the basement's ventilation, the entire cityscape outside came into view, with towering buildings, floating highways, neon billboards. Every source of light extinguished simultaneously. The distant clamor of the city, once audible, was abruptly replaced by a suffocating silence and an eerie stillness. A city-wide blackout? Fang Qi's heart plummeted. This was no coincidence. The Cheongding group's response was swifter and more ruthless than he had anticipated. They aimed to completely seal off the city, trapping their prey. "Brother." Xiaoying whimpered in terror within the darkness, her small hand clinging tightly to Fang Qi. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Fang Qi forced himself to remain calm, groping to shield his sister behind him. In the darkness, his hearing sharpened acutely. Distant shouts began to rise. The sound of shattering glass, and the explosions of out-of-control floating vehicles crashing down. Panic spread like a plague the moment the city plunged into darkness. The cacophony of chaos grew closer. Heavy footsteps, metallic clatter resounded on the street outside the apartment, and beams of white searchlights swept wildly through the gloom. The target may be hiding in the abandoned buildings. "Lock down this district. Search building by building." The commands blared through loudspeakers. It was Protocol 7. Fang Qi felt every hair on his body stand on end. The pursuers had arrived, and they had deployed heavy equipment. This temporary hideout would not withstand a search. They needed to relocate immediately. He scooped Xiaoying into his arms, feeling her alarmingly light frame. There was no time to waste. Xiaoying's body could not endure much longer. He groped his way to the hatch and managed to pry it open, just a crack whoosh. Boom! A blinding beam of energy surged through the narrow opening, striking the adjacent metal frame with a violent explosion of sparks. A searing wave of heat rushed toward him. Target identified. The basement. Open fire. Seal the exit. A torrential downpour of energy beams cascaded upon the hatch and the surrounding walls. Debris and metal fragments flew in all directions. Fang Qi instinctively pulled Xiaoying close, retreating into the corner to shield her from the flying shards, feeling a fierce sting on his back. This was it. The exit was completely sealed, rendering their situation a deadlock. Despair washed over Fang Qi like a tidal wave as he curled up with his sister in the corner, listening to the increasingly heavy footsteps and the ominous hum of charged firearms approaching, feeling the slight tremors of Xiaoying in his embrace. The ravenous beast within him thrashed in response to the looming threat of death, yet due to prior exhaustion and the lingering effects of his restraints, it could not be roused. At that moment, Xiaoying stirred his arms. Something seemed to capture her attention, and her little head turned toward the corner of their cramped space. There, beneath a pile of discarded metal parts, an old wooden outline emerged. Struggling, Xiaoying leaned out of Fang Qi's embrace, her dusty little hands laboriously pushing aside the rusted gears and coils. An object was revealed, an antiquated upright piano. Its surface was marred with scratches, several keys missing, and thick dust blanketed it. It appeared to have been abandoned for decades, an incongruous relic amidst the surrounding debris. The instant Xiaoying's gaze fell upon the dilapidated piano, her eyes sparkled with an almost instinctual light that eclipsed her fear. "Brother, the piano," she murmured, extending her trembling hand to gently caress the dust-covered keys. Fang Qi was taken aback, uncertain of his sister's intentions. The footsteps outside had reached the hatch above. A heavy thud resounded. The door rattled violently. Yet, Xiaoying seemed entirely oblivious to the impending danger. She wriggled free from Fang Qi's embrace and stumbled toward the aged piano, her small frame suddenly imbued with remarkable strength as she forcefully lifted the heavy lid. Years of dust cascaded down. Without even wiping the keys, she extended her pale, slender fingers filled with an almost reverent focus, and gently pressed one of the chipped white keys. Thud! A remarkably dull, dry, and even somewhat jarring note reverberated through the cramped space. The sound was unpleasant, akin to rusted gears grinding against one another. But in that instant, as the discordant notes sounded, buzz! An anomaly abruptly unfolded. The air, infused with an imperceptible sprinkle of stardust particles, seemed to respond to an invisible force, instantaneously becoming animated. They emerged like startled fireflies from the surrounding darkness, coalescing into visible streams of faintly shimmering, pale blue light. These delicate streams of light, disregarding the distances of space, flowed gently and incessantly towards the piano key pressed by Xiaoying, akin to streams returning to their source, converging at that singular point. Thud! Xiaoying pressed another key. Yet another stream of pale blue stardust cascaded forth. Her movements were slow and laborious, her fingers trembling with weakness, producing fractured, off-key, and intermittent notes. However, this dissonant and arid sound emanating from the piano seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing an ever-increasing number of stardust streams to converge. These luminous flows entwined around her fingertips, streaming into the aged body of the piano through the keys she pressed. Gradually, the dilapidated piano appeared to be infused with life. A faint yet extraordinarily harmonious resonance echoed from within its depths. The thick layer of dust covering it trembled subtly in the invisible energy field, scattering into the air. More astonishingly, Fang Qi felt an indescribable wave of gentle yet formidable energy radiating from the dissonant piano notes. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder, akin to a hellish furnace, was soothed as if doused with the coolness of a mountain spring, alleviating much of the agony in an instant. The restless beast within him, resembling a ravenous whale, miraculously calmed under the influence of this wave, as if pacified like a trapped creature. The deep-seated sensations of tearing and burning rapidly waned, replaced by a long-lost comfort akin to soaking in a warm spring, restoring his depleted strength gradually. Were his hidden injuries healing? Fang Qi stared in astonishment at his sister's frail silhouette, observing her as she focused clumsily on the piano keys, watching those pale, blue stardust streams gather and flow at her fingertips. A faint, pure halo, reminiscent of moonlight, appeared on Xiaoying's pale face unbeknownst to him. Just then, her fingers inadvertently glided over a cluster of black and white keys. Buzz! The stardust streams surrounding the piano suddenly brightened. These luminous flows no longer merely converged upon the keys. Instead, they flowed rapidly across the dusty surface of the keys as if guided by an invisible pen. Sketching intricate patterns, the dust was pushed aside by the energy, revealing the aged, yellowed ivory beneath. And where the light flowed, clear lines and markings emerged like watermarks. It was a complex network diagram. Energy node markers, a portion that Fang Qi was intimately familiar with, having seen it on the metallic board during the exam and in his sister's sheet music. But this time, it was more complete. At the core of the diagram, a symbol glimmering faintly, which Fang Qi had never encountered before, was distinctly marked. Deep blue energy center, Genesis reactor. Fang Qi's pupils dilated. The Genesis reactor? Is this what Chen Mo desired? Is this the key that could save Xiaoying? Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to touch the diagram delineated by the light, to engrave it firmly in his memory. In that moment of fervent contemplation, puffed, a colossal mechanical tentacle, adorned with dark silver scales and equipped with a rapidly spinning drill at its tip, suddenly tore through the thick, half-meter concrete slab above the hatch, reminiscent of a serpent lying in wait. With an aura of impending doom that seemed to transcend spatial distances, it unerringly lunged towards the unsuspecting, slender figure seated before the piano. The target was none other than Fang Xiaoying's vulnerable back. Chapter 46, Steel Bone Second Order. Cracked scales, the cacophony of the drilling head tearing through concrete drowned out the melody of the piano. As the shadow of death loomed overhead, Fang Qi's mind went blank, yet his body moved instinctively. He lunged forward like a cannonball, tightly embracing the fragile Xiaoying in front of the piano, shielding her with his back against the deadly drill. With a sickening thud, the drill collided violently with Fang Qi's back, failing to penetrate. The tip of the drill, covered in dark silver scales, struck against the dim golden patterns beneath his skin, which flared to life, marred by cracks. The jarring sound of metal scraping erupted, as golden sparks flickered fiercely. The tremendous impact forced a mouthful of blood to surge up in Fang Qi's throat as he and Xiaoying were violently hurled away, his back crashing heavily against a wall piled high with discarded parts. Clatter. The remnants scattered across the floor. The drill, thwarted in its assault, retreated abruptly into the gaping hole in the floor. Smoke and dust filled the air, leaving behind a grotesque cavity. Brother. Xiaoying screamed in terror from Fang Qi's embrace, her tiny hand brushing against the warmth that soaked his back. It's okay. Cough. Fang Qi coughed up a frothy mixture of blood and crystalline debris, struggling to shield his sister behind him, his gaze fixed on the gaping hole. The power that had just been soothed by the piano's melody ignited with rage at the searing pain and the specter of death, roaring furiously within him. The wounds on his left shoulder and back became a conduit for his fury, the strength of steel bones ignited by this fury, rampaging through his nearly shattered veins. Target confirmed. Engage with full force. A voice blared from the loudspeaker. Boom! The heavy hatch was hurled aside, blinding beams of searchlight flooding the small space instantaneously. Several soldiers clad in dark silver armor, wielding heavy pulse rifles, blocked the entrance, their gun muzzles glowing ominously with stored energy. Further away, from above the gaping hole, Lin Tianxiang's voice echoed with venomous hatred. Fang Qi, I will crush you. Buzz! A more concentrated and terrifying invisible force surged forth, like an unseen hammer, disregarding distance, striking instantly. The target was Fang Qi. Almost simultaneously, several beams of pulse energy, as thick as an arm and imbued with a sense of destruction, tore through the air, shooting from the doorway. They sealed off all avenues of escape for Fang Qi. This was a certain kill. Fang Qi's pupils constricted, with the mental hammer in front and the energy beams behind. In his arms was the frail Xiaoying. There was no way to evade, no way to withstand. Roar! Under the immense pressure of impending death, Fang Qi unleashed a bellow from his throat. He ceased to suppress the force within him. A colossal entity nourished to its limit by crystal core energy and the specter of death, along with the last vestiges of steel bone strength, detonated in the most ferocious manner. All of it surged into his spine, flooding toward the core of his genetic lock. Not for the sake of offense, but for defense. With his body, he erected the final wall. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense shattering sounds resonated clearly from within Fang Qi. It was as if every bone in his body were fracturing. Yet beneath his skin, those dim, golden patterns, marked with fissures, erupted into blinding radiance amidst the cacophony of breaking bones. No longer molten lava, but a solid, metallic sheen of cold light. Buzz! The mental hammer slammed down against Fang Qi's back. The anticipated carnage did not unfold. The terrifying psychic force, capable of shattering mountains, collided with Fang Qi's back, only to meet an imperceptible barrier, adorned with delicate scales of metal, emitting a resonant thud akin to the tolling of a great bell. Fang Qi's body convulsed violently, spewing forth a mist of golden blood, as his back garment was instantly obliterated, revealing a breathtaking sight beneath. His skin, previously marked only by patterns, now bulged and hardened into shards the size of fingernails, sharp-edged and glistening with a metallic luster, forming a mosaic of golden scales that enveloped his spine and shoulder region. This sudden emergence of golden armor withstood a significant portion of the psychic assault. The residual shock waves surged through the crevices of the scales, striking his internal organs and instigating excruciating agony. Yet Fang Qi clenched his teeth, refusing to yield, resolutely shielding the vulnerable Xiao Ying behind him. Then came the piercing sound. The lethal pulse beams, potent enough to penetrate armored vehicles, struck fiercely against Fang Qi's back and shoulders, now clad in golden scales. The explosive energy sparked brilliantly, resonating with a cacophony reminiscent of blacksmithing. Fang Qi's body trembled violently under the onslaught, his knees buckling as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, fueled by an indomitable will and the ferocious energy surging within him, he anchored himself steadfastly to the ground. Remarkably, the energy beams colliding with the golden armor were largely deflected by the sharp edges of the scales, akin to striking a smooth alloy armor. Only a small fraction of the energy managed to permeate the gaps in the scales, searing the flesh and leaving charred marks, but not fatally. "What manner of creature is this?" exclaimed the soldiers of Protocol 7 at the entrance, astonished. "Second tier? Impossible." Above the breach, Lin Tianxiang's voice echoed with a mix of shock and fury. He recognized this transformation as the hallmark of breaking through the first tier to enter the second, bone steel armor. But how could such a breakthrough occur in such dire circumstances? Fang Qi had no time to ponder his advancement. The immense pain and raging energy clashed within him, each breath akin to swallowing blades. After enduring multiple strikes, the golden scales on his back and shoulders were riddled with fine cracks, some fragments shattered, oozing dark golden blood. Lin Tianxiang had completely lost his sanity. The wounds on his face split open from his fury, blood flowing profusely, while his left eye was scorched by a spark of energy from the scales. The agony blurring his vision. Old grievances surged forth, and he lost all reason. The psychic energy coalesced once more, desperately forming sharp, high-velocity psychic drill bits that rained down upon Fang Qi in the confined space below. Simultaneously, he roared into the communicator. "Open fire. Saturate the area. Shatter him." The soldiers of Protocol 7 immediately charged their weapons, and blinding light illuminated the scene once more. A flicker of despair crossed Fang Qi's eyes. The recently forged scales were on the brink of shattering, the energy within him depleted from the previous burst and defense. Even the arm, cradling Xiao Ying, trembled. He could not withstand the impending wave. At that moment, a drop of dark golden blood, mingled with tiny fragments of golden scales, was forcefully ejected from a fissure in the shattered scales on Fang Qi's back, propelled outward by the energy impact. A droplet of blood, mingled with fragments of golden scales, arced through the air, soaring towards the breach above, directed towards Lin Tianxiang. At the moment the blood splattered, a resonant hum resonated through the atmosphere. The faint azure, stardust particles, recently stirred by the delicate notes of the small lyre, had yet to disperse, and were suddenly reawakened as if drawn by an innate force. They surged wildly towards the splattering dark golden droplet of blood. The azure stardust light entwined around the droplet, enveloping it in an instant. To the astonishment of all, that droplet, infused with golden scale fragments, seemed to come alive under the embrace of stardust. It halted abruptly mid-air, elongated, and took form. In the blink of an eye, an arrow, composed purely of stardust energy, with a shimmering dark golden blood tip and a shaft flowing with azure starlight, materialized from thin air. This stardust blood arrow subtly adjusted its aim, locking onto Lin Tianxiang's presence above the breach. Then whoosh, silent and swift as lightning. With a murderous intent that pierced the soul, it shot upward towards the breach, defying the torrential onslaught of Lin Tianxiang's mental energy drill. What is this? Lin Tianxiang felt a chilling sense of doom fixate on him. The excruciating pain in his left eye and blurred vision dulled his reflexes. A faint sound of penetration echoed. A chilling wail emanated from above the floor, a dreadful modulation in Lin Tianxiang's voice. That arrow, infused with the blood of Fang Qi's golden scales and the power of stardust, accurately penetrated the mental barrier he had erected before him, plunging violently into his unblemished right eye socket. Blood gushed forth. My eye! My eye! Fang Qi! Lin Tianxiang's scream was laced with resentment and madness. I will have your genes shattered, dismembered beyond recognition. Kill him. At once. Instantly. The excruciating pain and blindness caused his mental energy attack to collapse in an instant. Below, the concentrated beams of fire from the soldiers of Protocol 7 arrived. Fang Qi summoned his last reserves of strength, clutching Xiaoying, and hurled himself towards the corner where the largest heap of discarded parts lay. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A devastating surge of energy beams instantly engulfed the entire confined underground space. Blinding light consumed all. The tremendous shockwave tore apart the already fragile walls and ceiling, sending debris and metal fragments swirling like a tempest. Fang Qi barely had time to shield Xiaoying beneath him, bracing himself with his newly formed cracked scales and the remnants of his steel-like strength against the torrent of destruction. The searing heat wave and violent tremors threatened to tear him asunder, leaving only the deafening roar of explosions and the thunderous sound of structural collapse in his ears. The world seemed to topple entirely in that moment. Time became an abstraction. Perhaps it was mere seconds, or perhaps minutes, before the cataclysmic onslaught finally ceased. The brilliance faded, smoke billowed. An acrid sense of charred remnants and molten metal filled the air. The entirety of the basement space lay in ruins. The hatchway entrance blasted open to reveal a larger gaping hole. While the discarded parts piled, the entrance melted into twisted metal blocks under the intense heat. The walls had largely collapsed, exposing the night sky and the silent outlines of the distant city, shrouded in darkness after the power outage. Fang Qi felt a searing pain rip through his back, the area covered in scales burning with intensity. Some of the scales had shattered completely during the recent explosion, exposing a gruesome wound beneath. A metallic taste flooded his throat as he forced himself to swallow the rising blood. Xiaoying! Xiaoying! He called out anxiously, struggling to prop himself up to check on his sister in his arms, entirely disregarding his own injuries. Xiaoying was well protected, with only a few specks of dust settled on her pale face. The tremendous explosion had left her momentarily dazed, yet her large eyes were filled with deep concern for Fang Qi. Brother, you're bleeding. I'm fine. Fang Qi sighed with relief, intending to survey his surroundings, when his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object. Beside where he had just fallen, a small golden scale, blasted free and stained with dark golden blood and scorch marks, lay quietly amidst the rubble. The scale was no larger than a fingernail and was riddled with fine cracks. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The dark golden bloodstains on the scale and the stardust energy oozing from Fang Qi's wound seemed not to dissipate, but resonated with the faint blue stardust particles lingering in the air. These particles, akin to fine sand attracted by a magnet, slowly converged at the bloodied edge of the scale. A low hum resonated as the stardust particles, guided by the bloodstains, began to coalesce into an exceedingly thin, nearly transparent strand of light, a delicate blue filament. One end of this filament connected to the stained scale, while the other end, gently lifted as if imbued with life, pointing towards a specific direction, the east. Crossing over the collapsed walls, it directed towards the deep, dark-shrouded ocean beyond the city. That direction was the East Sea. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. The East Sea was the stardust guiding Fang Qi. A roar filled with endless agony and overwhelming hatred erupted from above, shattering his thoughts like the howl of a wounded beast. Lin Tianxiang's figure appeared on the edge of the shattered wall, teetering precariously. He clutched his right eye tightly with his left hand, blood gushing between his fingers, staining half of his face and combat uniform. His intact left eye was bloodshot, fixated on Fang Qi below amidst the smoke and dust. The malice in his gaze almost palpable. Gene collapse. I want her genes to collapse. Tear him to pieces. He screamed like a madman, his remaining eye contorted with pure hatred. Kill. Kill him for me. Reduce him to atoms. As he bellowed, more soldiers from Protocol 7 appeared at the breach and the edges of the crumbling floors above. The glow of heavy weaponry charging, illuminating the darkness like the eyes of death, fixating menacingly on the siblings below in the ruins. A new wave of destructive assault was about to descend. Chapter 47. The underground starfire, the devastating energy beam detonated behind them, sending forth a searing shockwave that hurled debris against Fang Qi's back. He clutched Xiao Ying tightly, using his body as a shield. Propelled by the force of the explosion, they were thrown into the depths of a pile of discarded components. The fragments rained down upon them. Fang Qi tasted blood in his throat and coughed violently. The golden scales that had just formed on his back throbbed with excruciating pain, and more fissures appeared. Xiao Ying in his arms let out a muffled groan of distress. Don't be afraid. Cough, stay silent, Fang Qi whispered, shielding his sister amidst the smoke and debris. His ears buzzed with the sound of hurried footsteps and the rumble of collapsing floors outside, accompanied by Lin Tianxiang's venomous roar echoing in the distance. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I want him alive. I will crush him myself. Heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by the ominous hum of energy weapons charging. The searchlights sliced through the haze like blades. It was over. Fang Qi felt a deep despondency settle within him. This corner could not conceal them for long. He clenched his fists, the dull golden scales beneath his skin flickering with a faint light in response. Yet, the power he had attained after his breakthrough felt as fleeting as a receding tide, leaving only fatigue and excruciating pain. Xiao Ying trembled in his embrace, just as despair began to engulf them. This way, quickly, a raspy voice, low and urgent, suddenly emerged from behind a twisted sheet of metal. Fang Qi turned sharply. Through the haze, a hunched figure emerged, desperately waving at him. It was the old beggar who often rummaged through trash bins near the clinic. His face was smeared with soot, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness, filled with urgency. Fang Qi recognized him. The old man had once given him food, while Zhao Xiaodao had scorned him for blocking the path. How had he ended up here? There was no time for contemplation. The footsteps above grew closer. A massive concrete slab was lifted, blinding light piercing through. Go! Fang Qi gritted his teeth, scooping up Xiao Ying and using all his strength to dash toward the direction indicated by the beggar. There lay an inconspicuous narrow hole, half concealed by refuse and tarpaulin. The old beggar moved with surprising swiftness, tearing aside the tarpaulin. As Fang Qi rolled in with Xiao Ying, the old man immediately covered the opening. He squeezed in as well, quickly barricading the entrance with a pile of foul-smelling rags. Almost simultaneously, heavy military boots landed where they had just been hiding. Energy beams swept across the metal sheets, crackling ominously. Report. Target has vanished. A passage has been discovered. Pursue. Inform the ground to seal the exit. The footsteps and shouts faded away, receding from the entrance. The cramped tunnel was engulfed in darkness, filled only with the trio's suppressed breaths. Thank you. Fang Qi leaned against the earthen wall, his voice hoarse. Cough, cough, don't thank me too soon. The old beggar's voice emerged from the dark, thick with phlegm. Those tin-nosed hounds, this rat hole won't hold for long. Follow me. There's more below. He groped in the darkness, leading the way down the narrow, steep passage. The tunnel barely allowed one person to pass through while stooping. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mildew, and a faint trace of sulfur. Fang Qi struggled to keep pace, cradling Xiao Ying in his arms. The tunnel was deep and meandering, leading them through an unknown expanse of time. Suddenly, they emerged into a vast underground chamber, transformed from a natural cavern. The space soared high, its rocky walls adorned with glimmering moss and crystalline formations. At the center of this cavernous expanse, a congregation of displaced souls gathered, ragged, emaciated figures, the elderly, women clutching infants, and men with broken limbs. They encircled a crude, circular altar constructed from rubble. At its center, a bizarre azure flame flickered ominously, casting a starlight glow that illuminated the solemn, numb faces surrounding it. In the air, particles of stardust danced with unusual vigor, swirling like pale blue fireflies above the ghostly flame. "Old M.O., you've returned," exclaimed a middle-aged man with a severed arm, rushing towards the old beggar. His gaze fell upon Fang Qi and Xiao Ying, particularly fixating on Fang Qi's tattered, blood-stained garments and the faint shimmer of golden scales that peeked from behind him. Fear etched across his face. Who are they?" "Silence. A moo," the old beggar barked, his hunched form straightening slightly. His murky eyes scanned a crowd of refugees. "They are friends. The hound above are slaughtering people. We must disperse." A wave of agitation rippled through the crowd, terror spreading like wildfire. The altar is ready, the starfire." A frail old woman trembled, pointing toward the flame, her eyes filled with desperate supplication. They sought the starfire's protection, to banish the demons. The old beggar hastened to the altar's edge, gazing into the enigmatic blue flame, then lifting his eyes to the luminescent moss and crystals above. He inhaled deeply, the breath resonating with a peculiar rhythm. A glint of sharp wisdom flickered in his murky gaze. The starfire's sacrifice cannot shield the coward. His voice, though low, cut through the chaos. It only answers the blood of the defiant and the purity of heart. His gaze finally settled upon Xiao Ying, sheltered behind Fang Qi. Despite her pallor, her curiosity was drawn to the flame. Just then, boom, boom, boom. The dull roar of explosions reverberated from the cavern's ceiling. The entire underground space trembled violently. Debris rained down. "They're drilling above. They intend to inject molten gel." A voice cried out in terror. This was the ruthless method employed by the dome to purge the underground refugees. High-temperature gel would seal off all life, turning it to ash. Despair erupted into frantic cries. The crowd descended into chaos. Fang Qi's eyes, bloodshot and wide, fixated on the quaking ceiling. Molten gel. If it descends, everyone will perish. Instinctively, he pushed Xiaoying further behind him. The cracked golden scales glimmered once more. Despite the pain threatening to shatter his body, he resolved to shield as many as he could. "Stay calm." The old beggar's booming voice pierced through the turmoil. He pivoted sharply, skeletal fingers pointing towards the azure flame of the altar. In an ancient, melancholic tone, he began to chant urgently. The language is obscure, yet possesses a penetrating force. As the chant resonates, the cluster of azure flames at the altar's center suddenly surges forth, as if infused with life itself. Ethereal particles of light blue stardust, seemingly summoned, converge wildly in the air. The brilliance of the flames intensifies, shifting from deep azure to radiant white. A gentle yet overwhelming wave of energy sweeps through the cavern. "Starfire, ignite!" The old beggar roars, thrusting his hands into the blazing white flames. Sizzle. The flames caress his hands with a soft sound, yet they do not burn him. Instead, they coil around his arms like water. His emaciated body erupts with strength, forcefully pressing his flame-entwined arms against the rocky ground surrounding the altar. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy radiates outward from the altar. The blazing white flames, akin to a living entity, surge down his arms into the earth. Instantly, they spread across the surface, forming a rapidly rotating ring of pure stardust energy, a brilliant white halo. The halo spins and ascends, creating a thin membrane of light beneath the violently shaking ceiling of the cavern, emanating a powerful energy fluctuation. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the light membrane, a great hole is blasted open at the cavern's top. A viscous, terrifyingly hot orange-red molten gel, reminiscent of hellish lava, cascades down toward the terrified crowd below. Boom! The torrent of searing gel crashes against the newly risen stardust light membrane. The deafening hissing sound erupts. The membrane quivers violently, distorting and flickering. The spot where the gel strikes becomes instantly thin and transparent. The intense heat radiates down through the membrane, causing the cavern's temperature to soar. The nearby refugees find their hair singed in an instant. The light membrane flickers wildly, on the verge of collapse. Hold on. Blood seeps from the old beggar's orifices as his body trembles violently under the immense pressure. His arms pressed against the ground, the skin begins to crack. Yet he perseveres, chanting with a voice strained to the limit. Fang Qi gazes at the precarious membrane, witnessing the impending torrent of deadly gel. He glances back at Xiaoying, whose little face flushes red from the heat, her eyes wide with terror. And there are those despairing refugees. A surge of blood rushes to his head. He will fight. He roars, dragging his nearly exhausted body, charging to the very center of the light membrane, where the gel's impact is most fierce. With his back to the torrent of death, he crosses his arms to shield his head. His body, covered in cracked golden scales, erupts with a final, blinding brilliance. He intends to use his body, this newly ascended second-tier steel bone, to provide an additional barrier for the light membrane. Boom! Fang Qi lands heavily on the edge of the radiant white halo, his feet sinking into the ground. He straightens his back, his scaled back like the most formidable shield, faces the chaotic flow of gel, still imbued with terrifying impact and heat despite being weakened by the light membrane. Bang! Sizzle! The sound of the heavy impact mingles with the hissing of the burn. Fang Qi feels as though he has been struck by a red-hot iron mountain. The golden scales on his back emitted a mournful groan under the weight of the burden. Cracks frantically spread. The searing heat penetrated the gaps in the armor, burning flesh and skin. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and the metallic taste of blood filled his throat. His knees buckled, nearly collapsing, yet he clenched his teeth. The strength of his steel bones pushed to the limits, resolutely holding his ground. His legs, like iron pillars, remained firmly planted. "Brother!" Xiaoying cried out. Fang Qi bore the weight steadfastly. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted from his back. He could not retreat. If he did, his sister and those behind him would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Perhaps it was Fang Qi's desperate endurance that alleviated some pressure. Perhaps it was the old beggar's chant that summoned forth more stardust power. Miraculously, the precarious stardust barrier stabilized, if only slightly. At the center of the altar, the blazing white flames flickered violently in resistance. The light of the flames twisted, revealing a vague, totemic silhouette amidst the incandescent blaze, composed of intricate lines and ancient symbols, exuding a primal aura, resembling a coiled behemoth or a burning star. Xiaoying's gaze was captivated by the ethereal image within the flames. She seemed to forget her fear, forget the heat. Her small body involuntarily stepped forward, drawing closer to the edge of the swirling white light. A pure halo reminiscent of the one she wore while playing the piano appeared on her pale face. She reached out with her trembling little hand, as if yearning to touch the ancient totem, faintly visible within the flames. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against the pulsating energy at the edge of the radiant circle, buzz, the entire underground cavern, no, the very earth, suddenly trembled violently without warning. The intensity far surpassed the previous quakes. It was as if a slumbering, ancient beast deep within the earth had been roused by some force, rolling over. A thunderous roar, so deep it threatened to stop hearts, resonated from the depths below. The rocky ground surrounding the altar surged upward. Massive fissures spread like a spider's web in an instant. Crack! Boom! A large section of the ground in the center of the cavern collapsed, revealing a bottomless pit. A scorching current, thick with the stench of sulfur and metallic tang, erupted from a chasm. At the edge of the collapsing pit, amidst the swirling dust and searing air, an enormous, arc-shaped backplate, covered in heavy, dark golden crystalline armor, made a fleeting appearance. It resembled a mountain ridge. The armor was etched with deep scars, testament to the passage of time and fierce battles. Each crystalline plate was as large as a shield, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the dim light. An indescribable, primal terror emanated from it, so potent that even a mere fraction of its presence suffocated all living beings within the cavern. A crystalline armored beast? Fang Qi's pupils constricted. Is this the crystalline earth dragon? A roar, so profound it seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, pierced through the thick layers of earth. Faintly reaching the cavern, the tremor sent shivers through every soul present. The old beggar, who had been tirelessly sustaining the luminous barrier with his incantations, suddenly stiffened under the overwhelming pressure of the terrifying earthquake and the monstrous creature. A torrent of dark crimson blood erupted from his mouth. His arms, which had been pressed against the ground, instantly went limp. Veins beneath his skin burst one after another. The radiant stardust barrier, deprived of its support, shattered like fragile glass, dissipating in an instant. Above, the molten gel that had been held back lost its restraint, cascading down like a torrent of lava into the gaping chasm and the panicked crowd below. It was over. The refugees wailed in despair. Fang Qi's eyes widened in horror. He was closest to the pit, with the gel behind him and the abyss ahead, along with the terrifying beast, its armored back barely visible. In a moment of peril, a gaunt, bloodied hand suddenly grasped Fang Qi's ankle with fierce tenacity. Chapter 48. The Whistle and the Path of Life. It was the fallen old beggar who grasped Fang Qi's ankle. Half of his body was drenched in crimson, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness, fixated intently on Fang Qi. With trembling fingers, he extracted an object from his bosom, expending his last vestiges of strength to thrust it into Fang Qi's hand. It was a whistle, no larger than a thumb, crafted from a peculiar grayish-white beast bone. Its design was archaic, the surface adorned with tiny symbols reminiscent of the totems of sacrificial flames. Take it to the east, see, the beggar's voice was faint, like the flicker of a dying candle, each word laced with blood. Blow it, and someone will help you. The last glimmer in his murky eyes resembled a spark of stars, firmly locking onto Fang Qi. Survive. Once he uttered those words, his frail hand abruptly released Fang Qi's ankle, using the remnants of his life force to shove a few stunned children away from the core of the pouring gel. Old Mo, the one-armed man, Mu, cried out in anguish. In an instant, the beggar's body was engulfed by the torrential cascade of fiery, orange molten gel. Unable to emit even a single cry, that hunched figure was wholly consumed by the scorching, viscous embrace of death. No! Xiaoling let out a terrified scream. Fang Qi clutched the bone whistle, still warm with the beggar's body heat and stained with blood. His knuckles turned pale from the pressure. He gazed at the roiling sea of orange gel, exuding lethal heat and a noxious stench. There was no trace left of the old beggar. A surge of anger and helplessness gripped his heart. Above, the droning of drilling had not ceased. It had intensified, indicating that those above had confirmed their location and were expanding the opening, preparing to completely cleanse this subterranean space. More molten gel could pour down at any moment. Run, quickly, Mu shouted, his eyes aflame with urgency as he urged Fang Qi. He desperately pulled the dazed refugees to flee deeper into the caverns. There are abandoned mine tunnels over there. Hurry! The refugees, jolted from their stupor, cried out and stumbled together toward the depths of the cave, distancing themselves from the collapsing pit. Several dark mine entrances awaited them, leading to an unknown fate. Fang Qi dared not hesitate. This opportunity, bought with the beggar's life, was not to be squandered. He scooped up Xiao Ying and turned to follow the throng toward the tunnels. Brother, the fire, that fire. Xiao Ying suddenly pointed frantically toward the altar. Fang Qi spun around abruptly. In the center of the altar, the ethereal blue flames had not extinguished with the beggar's demise. Instead, amidst the cascading waves of molten gel and the searing currents from the depths, they flickered more violently. At the heart of the flames, the indistinct shadow of an ancient totem grew, increasingly defined within the distorted air of extreme heat. It seemed to struggle to resist annihilation. Strangely, the pale blue particles of stardust that once swirled above the flames now seemed irresistibly drawn to the terrifying beast lurking in the depths of the gaping chasm below. They began to disregard the flames, flowing like a stream towards a glimpse of the enormous dark golden crystalline carapace partially exposed within that abyss. The stardust merged with the carapace, and upon its vast surface, an ancient and profound scar, seemingly cleaved by colossal axe, flickered faintly under the infusion of stardust, as if infused with a semblance of vitality. A roar echoed from the depths, clearer and more resonant, imbued with pain and a peculiar yearning. The entire cavern quaked violently, and the rocks at the edge of the chasm crumbled and collapsed anew, as if the great beast sought to struggle its way to the surface. Fang Qi felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He dared not linger any longer. This place was far too eerie and perilous. Clutching his sister, Xiao Ying, he turned and sprinted toward the nearest mine entrance. Just as he was about to plunge into the tunnel, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The massive, dark, golden carapace trembled and subtly adjusted its angle at the edge of the collapsed pit. The deepest scratches on the carapace, along with that flickering old scar, seemed to faintly indicate a specific direction. Due east, the very direction pointed out by the bone whistle. Towards the east sea, the mine was engulfed in darkness, suffused with dust and an even stronger scent of sulfur. Behind him echoed the cries of the refugees, the roar of drilling machinery, the hissing sound of flowing gel, and the ominous growl from the depths below. Ahead lay an unknown void, illuminated only by the blood-stained bone whistle that promised a path to survival. Fang Qi tightened his grip on the whistle, embraced his sister, and plunged headlong into the darkness. A new round of flight commenced, pursued by the specter of death. Chapter 49. The battle for the Earth Dragon's crystal core. A torrent of orange-red gel engulfed the old beggar. The searing waves of heat scorched Fang Qi's back, causing the golden scales to sizzle. Death loomed perilously close. Run! The desperate cries of the one-armed Amu roused the refugees. The instinct to survive overwhelmed their fear. The crowd wailed and surged toward the narrow passage at the edge of the cave. Fang Qi clutched the terrified Xiao Ying, exerting all his strength to leap toward a protruding rock nearby. The orange-red gel flowed like viscous lava, brushing against their heels as it rushed past, forcefully pouring into the vast pit formed by the collapse. With a hissing sound, the gel made contact with the dark golden crystal armor deep within the pit, unleashing a deafening corrosive sound. Dense, acrid white smoke billowed into the sky. Deep within the pit, the terrifying roar suddenly escalated, transforming into a cataclysmic wail of agony. The earth trembled violently in response. The intensity was tenfold greater than before. The rocky ceiling of the cave crumbled in large sections, crashing down. Enormous fissures spread like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave was on the brink of collapse. The ground heaved violently, cracking open. It was as if an enraged behemoth was thrashing and rolling beneath the surface. The Earth Dragon had awakened. Run! Amu cried out, scrambling in panic. Fang Qi held Xiao Ying tightly, dodging falling debris on the quaking ground. He cast a glance at the collapsing pit. The orange-red gel continued to pour in, enveloping the area in white smoke. The dark golden crystal armor's spine at the edge of the pit surged amidst the haze. Each undulation elicited a more ferocious tremor. An opportunity. Chaos. This scorched crystal-armored Earth Dragon was their sole path to survival. Chunamo needed the crystal core. So did Xiao Ying. The chance purchased with the beggar's life. Hold on tight. Fang Qi shouted fiercely to the trembling Xiao Ying in his arms, his eyes ablaze with reckless determination. He braved the falling debris, charging towards the smoke-laden, heat-warped edge of the pit. The rocks at the pit's edge became fragile under the beast's struggles and the gel's corrosive assault. Fang Qi zeroed in on a segment of the dark golden crystal armor that had been dislodged by the tremors. With a powerful leap, he landed squarely on the crystal armor. The golden scales gleamed faintly, offering the last vestiges of grip. Like a gecko, he climbed along the violently undulating spine of the crystal armor, heading deeper into the pit where the smoke was thickest and the roars were most agonizing. The further down he ventured, the more potent the acrid sulfur and toxic white smoke became, nearly suffocating him. Xiao Ying coughed violently in his embrace. Hold on. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, his steel-like resolve pushed to its limits as he resisted the toxic onslaught and the tumultuous jolting. He could feel the fury and suffering of the gigantic beast beneath him. Each struggle made him feel like a small boat in a raging storm. At last, he reached the neck region of the crystal armor. Here, between the armor seams, a viscous, dark green gastric fluid surged forth, exuding a strong corrosive stench. This was the acid secreted by the Earth Dragon's charred innards. The acid mingled with the gel, forming a more dreadful corrosive substance, sizzling ominously. Ahead, Amidst the roiling toxic smoke and acid, a colossal, ever-opening organ loomed in and out of sight, resembling a gaping abyss. A foul, rancid wind erupted forth. It was the gaping maw of the crystalline armor dragon, unable to close. There it lay, the core nestled deep within its head. A fierce light ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. He hesitated no longer. Binding the small firefly tightly to his back with tattered rags, he let out a roar and leaped into the stinking, death-laden chasm of the enormous maw. The putrid wind struck his face. Fang Qi shielded his head and face, curling his body as he plunged like a cannonball into the dragon's viscous, slimy orifice. Instantly, he was engulfed by saliva and dark green gastric fluids. The horrifying sound of corrosion echoed. Fang Qi felt as if he had plunged into boiling concentrated sulfuric acid. Every inch of his skin throbbed with pain. The small firefly on his back moaned in agony. His clothes were instantly corroded, leaving gaping holes. Ack! Fang Qi roared in torment. The golden scales, marred with cracks beneath his skin, erupted in a blinding radiance. The scales struggled to shine against the acidic liquid, their edges rapidly charred and dissolving. This layer of nearly shattered golden scales temporarily preserved him and his sister from immediate dissolution. Fang Qi dare not pause, enduring the excruciating corrosion. He crawled forward with hands and feet, traversing the slick, grotesque oral tissue. His objective lay deep within the throat. The rancid wind surged from the esophagus, vibrating with the dragon's agonized roars. He felt like a parasite burrowing into the beast's body, struggling to advance upon the slimy walls of the esophagus. The inner lining of the esophagus secreted corrosive mucus, and each movement brought forth fresh agony. The brilliance of the golden scales dimmed under relentless corrosion. The small firefly's breath weakened. He could not stop. Fang Qi used the pain to stimulate his numbed nerves, desperately pushing forward. The esophagus writhed, attempting to expel him into the depths of its more terrifying pool of acidic liquid. He clung tightly to the protruding folds of the esophagus wall in defiance. Ahead, deep within the esophagus, a faint yet pure azure light pierced through the viscous darkness and acidic liquid, resembling a beacon in the night. It illuminated Fang Qi's vision. The core, right there, near the heart. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He growled, disregarding all else as he crawled towards that point of blue light. At last, he reached the end of the esophagus, where a relatively spacious chamber unfolded before him. A massive, pulsating dark red heart lay ensconced within thick blood vessels. Suspended in the center, below the heart, near the spine, a fist-sized, translucent azure core was deeply embedded within the flesh. It appeared as though stars swirled within, radiating immense waves of life energy. This very energy sustained the giant beast amidst its grievous wounds. The flesh surrounding the core was being eroded by gelatinous substances, producing hissing sounds, yet the core itself remained intact. He had found it. Fang Qi's heart roared with exhilaration. He lunged forward, his right hand, marred with cracks and coated in slime, reaching fiercely for the core. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the core, buzz! The crystalline armored dragon sensed the imminent threat. The primal instinct surged forth in a violent backlash. The entire thoracic cavity contracted fiercely. A copious amount of dark green gastric fluid mingled with the remnants of flesh, erupting like a high-pressure water jet, surging upwards from the gastric sac. It collided forcefully with Fang Qi. Simultaneously, the resilient tendrils entwined around the crystal core tightened and constricted, ensnaring the core with unyielding ferocity. Get away! Fang Qi's eyes blazed with fury. His left hand clutched a thick blood vessel in a desperate bid to resist the acidic torrent surging against him. The skin beneath his right hand erupted with a shimmering, near-fractured glow of golden scales. His fingers curled like claws, infused with the raw strength of steel bones and the lethal ferocity of the devouring technique awakening within him. He thrust them forcefully into the tendrils encircling the crystal core. With a sickening squelch, the resilient tendrils were torn asunder. Dark red beast blood sprayed forth. Fang Qi's right hand seized the warm crystal core. It felt icy to the touch. A torrent of life energy surged into his nearly depleted body. Yet at that very moment, the acidic deluge crashed violently against him. Boom! Fang Qi was hurled away by the immense force, his back slamming against the writhing wall of the esophagus. Xiao Ying, bound to his back, let out a pained whimper. He clutched the crystal core tightly, feeling as though his bones might shatter. The radiance of the golden scales dimmed entirely. His skin burned with agonizing pain. The ferocity of the devouring technique was ignited by the energy from the crystal core and the looming threat of death. The technique instinctively surged into frenzied action. A greedy pull erupted from Fang Qi's palm, attempting to consume the energy of the crystal core. However, the core's energy was of such a high caliber that it was akin to a river bursting its banks, far beyond what the severely wounded Fang Qi could endure. The devouring technique could only forcibly tear away an exceedingly minute fragment of pure energy before being violently interrupted by the backlash of the core. Splat! Fang Qi spewed forth blood flecked with golden scale fragments once more. Yet this minuscule energy, so trivial it could be overlooked, acted like a vital injection, instantly coursing through his waning body, bringing a fleeting but distinct warmth that dispelled some of his weakness and agony. Strength, although feeble, it was enough to support his final struggle. Move! A flash of crimson light ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. No longer consumed by desire, he harnessed this fleeting resurgence of power, embracing Xiao Ying, gripping the crystal core tightly, and like a fish swimming upstream. He fought against the frantic contractions of the esophagus and the surging acidic fluid, clawing desperately towards the cavernous maw of the colossal beast. Time lost meaning as he struggled, but at long last, he beheld the faint glimmer of light filtering in through the gaping jaws, tainted by dust and smoke. A fetid breeze assaulted him. With his final reserves of strength, he embraced Xiao Ying and, like a cannonball, launched himself from the agonized roar of the crystal-armored earth dragon's gaping mouth. He crashed onto the blistering, gel-covered rocks at the edge of the pit, ignoring the excruciating pain and corrosive wounds that felt as if his body were falling apart. He scrambled to his feet, urgently pressing the warm azure crystal core into the emergency energy interface of Xiao Ying's portable medical device. Buzz! The dim screen of the medical device erupted into blinding blue light, emitting a rapid, urgent hum. The device's tubing automatically connected to Xiao Ying's body, the screen displaying a crimson curve indicative of genetic collapse. Under the overwhelming infusion of crystalline core life energy, it feels as though an invisible hand has forcefully restrained the wildly pulsating rhythm, instantaneously suppressing and flattening it. Although it remains within a perilous zone, it no longer recklessly surges towards the brink of demise. Warning: the trend of genetic collapse is temporarily suppressed. Vital signs are stabilizing. Unknown high concentrations of life energy detected. Analyzing. Warning: homologous gene reactions detected. Match rate, 99. 9. Source, unknown. Chapter 50. The Traitor silver knifed the line on the medical device's screen reading, homologous gene reaction, 99. 9. Pierced through Fang Qi's mind like a thorn. The Zero experiment subject? Chenmo's clone? His mind buzzed while his body instinctively reacted with swiftness. The anguished roars of the earth dragon and the thunderous collapse of the caverns formed a chaotic backdrop. Refugees cried out as they surged through the narrow passage. Under the influence of the medical apparatus, Xiao Ying's breathing had steadied somewhat. Move! Fang Qi yanked the device away. The crystal core's glow dimmed slightly, but the energy output remained stable. He scooped up his sister and rushed with the crowd towards the exit. AMU, who had lost an arm, and several other determined refugees shielded them, using their bodies to block the incessantly falling debris. The passage was steep and constricted, filled with the pungent odor of earth and blood. Behind them, the earth dragon's furious roars grew increasingly violent, accompanied by the hissing sound of molten gel burning. The ground heaved violently beneath them, making each step feel like traversing turbulent waves. Hurry! The exit is ahead, AMU shouted hoarsely, clearing away the tumbling rocks. Dim light filtered in from the opening ahead, mingled with the acrid smell of smoke and the charred remnants of the city's power outage. Exit! Fang Qi felt a surge of adrenaline and quickened his pace while cradling Xiaoying. Just as they were about to burst forth from the passage, a cacophony erupted outside. Bang! 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 The harsh gunfire rang out, and the two foremost refugees collapsed instantly, blood splattering against the rocks. Get down! Fang Qi's pupils constricted. He threw himself to the ground, pulling Xiao Ying into the shadows of the passage. AMU and the others crouched in terror. Outside the exit lay a backstreet alley, littered with rubble from the explosion. Several light-armored vehicles adorned with dome insignias blocked the alley's mouth, their rapid-fire cannons emitting wisps of smoke. A dozen soldiers clad in dark silver alloy exoskeletons emerged from the debris, their weapons trained on the passage. Further back, a figure in a silver-gray suit stood beside the armored vehicle, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a cold glint. Chenemo, two mechanical tentacles covered in dark silver scales, floated beside him. A crimson electronic eye locked onto the passage. Fang Qi, my voice carries through the loudspeaker. Chenmo's tone was gentle yet chilling. The game is over. Hand over the zero adaptation subject and the crystal core. I might consider leaving you intact. Fang Qi remained silent, his teeth clenched tightly. He swiftly scanned the narrow exit and the barricaded alley. Charging forth would make them easy targets. In his arms, Xiaoying trembled slightly. At that moment, from the other end of the alley, behind a heap of twisted metal debris, an arrogant laugh, laced with the sound of metal scraping, echoed. Ha ha ha. Chun, you think you can leave him intact? Have you ever asked my knife? Accompanied by manic laughter, a silver figure darted forth from behind the metallic refuse, moving with astonishing speed. He leapt and rolled across the rubble, trailing blurred afterimages behind him. All energy beams directed at him missed their mark. It was Zhao Xiaodao. His left arm had been replaced, the mechanical prosthetic missing, substituted by a crudely welded, grotesque metal bracer. The front of the bracer connected to a broad-bladed short knife, his iconic silver knife. But at this moment, the silver blade's spine was violently equipped with a buzzing, high-speed chainsaw. The sharp teeth glimmered ominously in the dim light. Zhao Xiaodao was drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, and fresh wounds marred his face. Yet, his mechanical eyes burned with a fierce red light, igniting a frenzied battle spirit. As he swiftly dodged the incoming fire, he hurled insults toward Chenemo. You dog. Using that little girl as a bargaining chip. How dare you call yourself a scientist? Today, I will break your legs first. His sudden appearance drew the majority of the firepower. Soldiers redirected their weapons, unleashing a barrage of concentrated energy beams toward him. Zhao Xiaodao. Fang Qi's heart tightened, followed by overwhelming joy. He was still alive. It was Brother Dao. Amu also recognized him, hope igniting in her eyes. Seeking death. Chen Mo's expression darkened, the killing intent in his eyes palpable. The tip of a hovering mechanical tentacle suddenly lit up with a blinding red glow. A particle beam, as thick as an arm, shot forth instantaneously, outpacing a pulse rifle, aimed directly at Zhao Xiaodao's rapidly moving figure. Zhao Xiaodao's mechanical eyes flashed fiercely, seemingly predicting the attack. He contorted his body into an incredible twist to evade. Swoosh! The high-energy particle beam grazed his ribs, instantly melting through the edge of his makeshift metal arm guard. His skin blackened and charred. The excruciating pain momentarily slowed his movements. In that fleeting moment, from the shadows of the towering buildings on either side of the alley, two sniper positions glimmered with faint reflections. Bang! Bang! Two specially designed, heavy sniper rounds with high-frequency shockwaves tore through the air, precisely sealing off all of Zhao Xiaodao's escape routes. The target was aimed directly at his head and heart. Brother Dao. Fang Qi's eyes widened in terror. The distance was too great. There was no time to save him. In a critical instant, Fang Qi's body moved faster than his thoughts. He shoved the small Ling into Amu's arms and propelled himself like a compressed spring from the entrance of the alley. His target was not Zhao Xiaodao, but a half-human-high twisted wreck of an alloy billboard in front of him. In midair, the cracked golden scales beneath his right arm glimmered momentarily, embodying the last vestiges of his second-tier steelbone defense. His right arm's muscles bulged as he delivered a powerful punch to the edge of the alloy debris. When the deafening clang of metal echoed, the heavy alloy wreckage, propelled by the immense force of his steel bones and guided by the precise shockwave, was hurled forth with a chilling whistle, spinning through the air. It landed squarely in Zhao Xiaodao's path, blocking the trajectory of the two lethal sniper rounds. Boom! Boom! The two explosive sounds nearly overlapped. The specially crafted sniper rounds collided violently with the high-speed, spinning alloy debris. The impact was enough to deflect the armor-piercing projectiles, tearing them apart. The tremendous force shattered the alloy wreckage into countless fragments. Zhao Xiaodao was thrown backward by the shockwave of the explosion, covered in dust, but miraculously unharmed. He paused momentarily, his mechanical eyes scanning the myriad of debris that shielded him, and then fell upon the blood-soaked figure that stumbled to a standstill. Grinning with bloodied teeth, he exclaimed, "Fang Qi, you truly have a hard life. Let's talk, more action. Let's break out." Fang Qi growled. The wound on his back, recently healed, tore open under the strain of vigorous movement, sending searing pain coursing through him. He seized a half-broken steel rebar from the ground, his right arm, adorned with golden scales, tense with muscle. "Haha, excellent." Zhao Xiaodao laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He propelled himself off the ground, his body launching forward like a cannonball towards the nearest obstructing light armored vehicle. The rapid-fire cannon atop the vehicle immediately locked onto him. "Cover me," Zhao Xiaodao bellowed. Fang Qi understood the unspoken command. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous pain within him, his right arm, again glistening with golden scales, flexed powerfully as he hurled the half-rebar towards the gunner on the vehicle's roof. The rebar whistled through the air like a javelin. The gunner recoiled, and the cannon's aim momentarily shifted. In that fleeting instant, Zhao Xiaodao had already reached the side of the armored vehicle. He crouched low and slid, evading the soldier's gunfire, while simultaneously equipping his left arm with a chainsaw silver blade, its whirring and gleaming edge poised for action. With a fierce strike, he aimed for the vulnerable joint of the armored vehicle's right track. The deafening sound of metal slicing through echoed. The high-speed chainsaw voraciously gnawed at the heavy alloy joint, sparks flying wildly. Under the assault of the specialized alloy chainsaw, the armored vehicle's robust track joint was severed as if it were mere rotting wood. Hydraulic lines ruptured, spraying high-pressure oil. The entire track was rendered immobile in an instant. The vehicle lurched violently, and the rapid-fire cannon lost all precision. "Well done," Fang Qi growled low, seizing the moment to charge forward. With his fist adorned with golden scales, he smashed the visor of a soldier attempting to target Zhao Xiaodao. The two stood back to back. One, a steel-boned brute, clashed with the soldier's head-on, deflecting energy beams, while the other, wielding a silver blade, skillfully targeted their joints, causing a bloody tempest among the ranks of soldiers. Blood and shattered exoskeleton fragments erupted around them. "Stop them." Chen Mo's face turned ashen. Another mechanical tentacle abruptly lifted, its tip opening to reveal a multitude of miniature missile launch ports within. Just then, boom! A deafening explosion resonated from the direction of the cavern, accompanied by the anguished roars of the crystalline armored dragon. The entire block shook violently once more. The armored vehicle where Chen Mo stood was jolted, interrupting their attack. "Go!" Zhao Xiaodao seized the opportunity, driving his blade back to repel two soldiers. He shouted to Fang Qi and Amu. Fang Qi scooped up the small figure of Xiao Ying, protected by Amu. Zhao Xiaodao held the rear as the trio burst forth like tigers unleashed, smashing through two obstructing soldiers and desperately sprinted towards a partially unsealed gap at the far end of the alley. Dense bullets and energy beams pursued them, striking the rubble and stirring clouds of dust. At last, they broke free from the encirclement. The three veered into a narrower alley, cluttered with refuse. "Cough, cough, 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 cough." Zhao Xiaodao abruptly halted, leaning against the wall as he coughed violently, his throat tearing with the effort. Dark red blood splattered against the filthy wall, his fierce demeanor fading to reveal profound exhaustion and pain. He gazed down at the mechanical interface of his left arm, stained with blood and oil, where the exposed wires sparked faintly. A grimace, more sorrowful than a smile, contorted his features as he rasped, "Damn it. This time I've really gone too far. It seems I ought to invest in a better metallic long." Chapter 51. The desperate cargo hold. Zhao Xiaodao's cough echoed through the alley, tinged with blood. Leaning against the wall, he stooped, each breath seeming to threaten to wrench his lungs from his chest. The makeshift mechanical interface on his left arm sparked with tiny electric flashes, emitting a faint, hissing sound. "Brother Dao." Fang Qi, cradling Xiaoying, felt his throat tighten. The medical device's screen indicated that Xiaoying's vital signs were temporarily stable. Yet, the glaring red text indicating a 99.9 homologous gene reaction weighed heavily on Fang Qi's heart. "She won't die. She can't die." Zhao Xiaodao gasped, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his oil-stained sleeve, forcing a grim smile. "This wretched lung needs replacing." His mechanical eye cast a red glow across the medical device, focusing on the embedded emergency interface, where a crystal core emitted a faint blue light. "Have we secured the crystal core? How long can it last?" "For now, we've managed to suppress it," Fang Qi replied in a low voice. "Chen Mo and the others outside. Lin Tianxiang won't relent. We can't hide here." "Enough of this nonsense." Zhao Xiaodao spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Those hounds have sharp noses. Move. Follow me. Their SA route. Cough. To the docks." He strained his body, leading the way deeper into the labyrinthine alleyways. Amu and the other surviving refugees supported one another, keeping pace. Fang Qi followed closely, holding Xiaoying tightly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt remnants from the city's power outage and the stench of gunpowder. In the distance, the anguished roars of crystal-armored ground dragons mingled with sporadic gunfire, signaling that pursuers could strike at any moment. The group scurried like mice among the carcasses of colossal beasts. Zhao Xiaodao navigated this territory with uncanny familiarity, deftly avoiding main roads and suspected surveillance zones. After half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of an abandoned warehouse district near the old port. Towering rusted warehouses loomed like silent steel behemoths beneath the dim twilight. In the distance, murky waves crashed against the oil-stained docks. "There," Zhao Xiaodao pointed toward the concealed small landing pad deep within the old port area. A weathered medium-sized cargo airship was docked there, its hull adorned with faded dark blue logistics markings. Several workers in coveralls were sluggishly transferring waterproof cargo boxes into the open hold. "Steal it?" Amu gazed at the airship, his voice trembling. "Borrow," Zhao Xiaodao corrected, his mechanical eye locking onto the target. "This is an old vessel. Its systems are antiquated, and its firewall is practically non-existent." "Fang Qi, you take Xiaoying and Amu and hide behind warehouse number 3. Wait for my signal." He retrieved a palm-sized black box with exposed wires from his ragged toolkit, his fingers deftly tapping on it. Fang Qi nodded and immediately led Amu, still holding Xiaoying, along with the other refugees into the shadow of the designated warehouse. Moving silently, the golden scales on his back shimmered in the dim light, his muscles taut and vigilant. Like a gecko, Zhao Xiaodao used the shadows of the warehouse and abandoned containers for cover, silently approaching the edge of the landing pad. He crouched behind a pile of rusted metal debris, aiming the black box towards the airship. A few seconds later, an inconspicuous maintenance panel near the rear engine of the airship flickered its indicator light rapidly before returning to normal. The workers remained oblivious. Zhao Xiaodao gestured towards the warehouse. Fang Qi immediately embraced Xiaoying, leading Amu and others as they swiftly dashed out of the shadows, racing towards the open cargo hold of the airship. "Who goes there?" A worker, lazily leaning against a cargo box with a cigarette in his mouth, exclaimed in surprise. "Engage," Zhao Xiaodao growled, suddenly springing forth from behind cover. His speed surged forth. The silver blade, equipped with a chainsaw on his left arm, buzzed ominously as it aimed directly at the hydraulic pipe connecting the boarding ramp to the side of the airship. With a swift motion, the chainsaw severed the fragile line. High-pressure oil gushed forth, and the boarding ramp lost its support, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Enemy attack. The workers screamed in terror, some reaching for their electric batons at their waists. Fang Qi was the first to surge into the cargo hold, placing his sister behind a stack of cargo boxes before swiftly turning around. His right arm, adorned with golden scales, bulged with muscle as he slammed his fist against the red emergency lockdown button on the inner wall of the cargo hold. With a sharp hiss, the heavy alloy door of the cargo hold emitted a grating noise as it began to close slowly. "Stop him!" a foreman shouted frantically from outside, as two nearby workers lunged towards the door. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead advanced, like a tiger descending from a mountain. His scaled fist cut through the air as he precisely struck the two workers in the shoulder blades, exercising perfect control over his strength to merely repel them. Thud! Thud! The two workers grunted, propelled backwards, landing on the tarmac, momentarily incapacitated. "Hurry inside!" Fang Qi yelled out. Amu and the other refugees scrambled into the cargo hold. Just as the last refugee dove in, the heavy cargo door slammed shut with a resounding clang, sealing off the outside commotion and the buzz of Zhao Xiaodao's chainsaw. Inside the cargo hold, the light was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. The air was thick with the scents of machine oil, metal, and a subtle hint of chemical agents. "Brother Dao!" Fang Qi rushed to the closed cargo door, peering through a narrow observation window to see outside. Zhao Xiaodao darted like a specter between the workers and two armed security guards. His chainsaw blade targeted their lower bodies and weapons, executing ruthless and cunning maneuvers that left his opponents flustered. He seemed disinclined to engage in prolonged combat. Upon seeing the cargo hold close, he swiftly feigned a strike to push back the guards, then rolled toward a maintenance hatch on the side of the airship. The small black box he had earlier slipped inside activated. The maintenance cover popped open, and he wriggled in like an eel, the cover sealing shut behind him. Moments later, the old engine at the tail of the airship erupted in a violent, coughing roar, spewing forth billowing clouds of black smoke, clumsily and unsteadily lifting off the ground. "Damn it, they're escaping!" the foreman on the ground shouted into the communicator. The airship struggled to ascend, its hull groaning as it veered towards the murky sea below. The cargo hold was in disarray. The refugees huddled in the corners, shaken. Xiao Ying, under the influence of the medical device, was in a deep slumber. Fang Qi felt a slight release of tension, but the pain from his back wound and the exhaustion coursing through his body surged like a tide. He gasped for breath, leaning against the wall of the cargo hold. His gaze swept across the stacked cargo boxes, most covered with waterproof tarps, rendering their contents a mystery. Only near the inner side of the door, 3 silver-gray metal-sealed boxes, approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, were neatly arranged. The boxes were exceptionally heavy, devoid of markings, with only intricate electronic locks and condensation pipe interfaces visible. The pungent aroma of the chemical agent emanated from the condensation interfaces of the several boxes. Refrigerated containers? Or were they transporting? Fang Qi had no inclination to delve deeper. All he desired was for the ship to ascend and depart from the city. Donghai Wuda, Deep Blue Energy Center, Creation Reactor. That was the sole glimmer of hope. He closed his eyes, attempting to regulate his breath and regain his composure. Chapter 52. The Forbidden Zone. Sea chart in the cold mist. Suddenly, click, 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 click. A faint yet spine-chilling sound of an electronic lock disengaging emanated from the cold storage unit nearest to Fang Qi. He opened his eyes wide. The intricate electronic lock on the surface of the cold storage unit was flashing its red light at a frenzied pace. The condensation pipe was emitting a hissing noise as it released pressure. The thick, metallic exterior of the unit began to visibly swell and deform from within, as if something inside was thrashing and colliding wildly. "Step back." Fang Qi's pupils dilated, his voice a sharp warning. Instinctively, he lunged toward the corner where Xiao Ying was located. Boom! A deep, resonant explosion erupted. The heavy silver-gray, cold storage unit detonated, as if it were a bomb within. The sturdy metallic shell twisted and tore apart, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. A pungent, sterile scent of disinfectant permeated the air as a dense white mist surged forth, enveloping the rear of the cargo hold. The temperature plunged drastically. The refugees screamed, scrambling toward the front of the hold in a desperate attempt to escape. Fang Qi shielded the cold mist and the flying debris with his body, fiercely protecting Xiao Ying and a Mu behind him. His arm, adorned with golden scales, deflected several sharp metal fragments as he kept a vigilant eye on the site of the exploded cold storage unit. The mist thickened, obscuring his vision. A peculiar wave of energy began to radiate through the cold haze. The swirling white mist appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly rotating and coalescing. In the center of the cargo hold, a gigantic, clear holographic image materialized in mid-air. It depicted a vast, deep blue ocean. The perspective was incredibly elevated, akin to a satellite's view. The azure surface of the sea was marked with a grid of latitude and longitude. In one section of the ocean, a massive crimson warning circle outlined an area that was strikingly conspicuous. At the center of this region, a complex structure composed of geometric lines, resembling a colossal hybrid of a starfish and gears, was highlighted, accompanied by flashing text. Pacific Forbidden Zone Deep Blue Ruins. Internal codename, Cedar Civilization Observation Station. Danger level, Extinction Cedar Observation Station. Fang Qi's heart raced. Was this what Shin Mo and the Dome Group sought to conceal? The holographic sea chart dynamically shifted, zooming in to reveal the distorted energy field surrounding the ruins and the lurking, grotesque shadows, monsters, in the adjacent waters. A twinkling blue dotted line indicated a course extending from their current position deep into that crimson forbidden zone. This course was the route to the East China Sea, the path to that observation station. Fang Qi fixated on the route, each coordinate point seared into his memory. He had to go there. He must go. The creation reactor was within. At the very moment, he was completely absorbed in memorizing the route. The enormous holographic sea chart image in the center of the cargo hold twisted violently, without warning, rippling. The deep blue ocean, the crimson forbidden zone, the menacing shadows of the monsters. All the images seemed to shatter like stones cast into a pond, rippling, breaking apart, and reassembling. In the blink of an eye, the colossal sea chart image distorted and transformed into a face so familiar to Fang Qi. Yet at that moment, it sent a chill of terror coursing through his veins. It was the face of Fang Xiaoying. In the image, Xiaoying's eyes are tightly shut, her complexion bearing a ghastly translucence, her lips moving soundlessly as if uttering something. Her image fluctuates violently in the cold mist, flickering like an exceedingly unstable signal. Fang Qi's breath momentarily halts, and he instinctively glances at the real Xiao Ying nestled in his arms. She remains in a deep slumber. An illusion? An interference? No. The frequency of Xiao Ying's lips moving in the image accelerates rapidly. At last, a disjointed voice, laden with infinite fear and pleading, penetrates Fang Qi's eardrum. Echoing in his mind, "Brother, don't go there, it's a trap, don't go." That voice belongs to Xiao Ying, yet it carries an inhuman eeriness. Who? Fang Qi abruptly raises his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on his sister's distorted face within the cold mist. The strength of steel surges beneath his skin. With a hiss, the position of the ruptured cold storage unit reveals a copious amount of viscous, eerily azure liquid, refrigerant, mingling with shattered insulation materials, flowing across the deck as if possessed of life, coalescing. This azure liquid defies the pull of gravity, rising contrary to logic, taking shape. A colossal, menacing claw, entirely formed of the viscous azure liquid, is visibly coalescing within the spreading cold mist at an alarming pace. The claw's tips are sharp, glinting with a metallic chill, emanating an unsettling aura of murderous intent and energy fluctuations. The azure liquid claw subtly adjusts its direction, the sound of dripping viscous liquid resonating as it locks onto Fang Qi, who fiercely protects his sister in the corner of the cargo hold. Chapter 53. The ethereal claw and emergency landing in the cargo hold shrouded in a frigid mist. A menacing claw, forged from a chilling blue liquid, lunged towards Fang Qi with a sound reminiscent of viscous fluid dripping. The claw's tips sliced through the air, exuding an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Fang Qi's pupils constricted in alarm. He swiftly handed the unconscious Xiao Ying to Amu. The cracked golden scales beneath his skin shimmered to life, illuminating his arms. He let out a fierce roar. Advancing rather than retreating, his fists, imbued with the last vestiges of strength, struck fiercely at the liquid claw. Bang! His fist met the target, yet there was no tangible sensation. Fang Qi felt as though he had struck a mass of viscous gel, his power dissipating and absorbed. The liquid claw merely deformed slightly before curling back, entwining around Fang Qi's arms like a living entity. A bone-chilling cold and a bizarre pulling force enveloped him, as if intent on freezing his blood and draining his strength. Fang Qi's arms instantaneously succumbed to a numbing pain. The golden scales beneath his skin flickered violently under the corrosive influence of the ethereal liquid, dimming ominously. To make matters worse, the voracious energy within him was provoked into a chaotic operation, attempting to devour in reverse. The result was akin to a cow sinking into the sea, as he was instead yanked by the strange force, his vitality churning violently. Brother, Amu, cradling Xiao Ying, gazed in terror at Fang Qi ensnared by the claw. Boom! The entire cargo hold shuddered violently. The ship's hull emitted a deafening metallic distortion, followed by the shrill wail of an overloaded engine and Zhao Xiaodao's frantic shouts through the communicator. Damn it! One of the engines has exploded. Brace yourselves. We have to make an emergency landing. The airship lost all semblance of balance, plummeting like a bird with severed wings, spiraling down toward the desolate coastline, littered with abandoned factories. Hold on. Fang Qi barely managed to shout before being violently thrown by the immense inertia. The ethereal liquid claw that had coiled around his arms shattered amidst the tumult, transforming back into a viscous liquid that splattered against the cabin walls. The world spun chaotically. The cargo hold rolled. The mingled sounds of the refugees' screams and collisions filled the air. Bang! A thunderous roar and the piercing noise of tearing metal. The airship crashed forcefully into a vast expanse of semi-ruined factory buildings. The hull demolished several towering walls, ultimately becoming lodged within a massive structure composed of alloy frames and shattered glass. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the area. The cargo hold door was deformed and flung open by the impact. Fang Qi struggled to crawl out from beneath a heap of crushed cargo boxes. His body feeling as if it were in pieces, the golden scales dimmed. He immediately rushed toward Amu's direction. Amu shielded Xiao Ying with her body, her legs pinned beneath several cargo boxes, groaning in agony. Xiao Ying, protected by the medical apparatus, appeared uninjured but was jolted awake, her pale face reflecting sheer terror as she surveyed her surroundings. Amu! Fang Qi exerted force to lift the cargo boxes, dragging Amu out. Her legs were mangled and bloodied, likely broken. I'm fine. Hurry. Let's go. Amu, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, gritted her teeth. Fang Qi scooped up Xiao Ying and glanced at the other injured refugees scattered throughout the cargo hold. None appeared to be in immediate peril. He dared not linger. The pursuers from the dome could arrive at any moment. Supporting Amu, he shouted to the others, "Find a place to hide. Split up and move." Having spoken, he staggered out of the transformed cargo hold with Amu and Xiao Ying, rushing into the vast, silent expanse of the abandoned factory. The interior of the factory soared high above, shrouded in dim light. The air was thick with dust, oil, and an unusual, slightly sweet, fermented odor. Enormous, rusted metal pipes coiled along the walls like giant serpents. The ground was littered with shattered glass jars, twisted metal supports, and dried, oddly colored viscous residues. In the distance, rows of colossal cylindrical metal culture tanks could be discerned, most of them damaged and desiccated, with a few retaining a faint, gel-like substance that emitted a weak glow. This place seemed to have once been a large-scale mushroom cultivation factory. Fang Qi supported Amu, cradling Xiao Ying in his arms as they navigated swiftly through the labyrinthine shadows of immense equipment and pipes, seeking refuge. Xiao Ying clung tightly to her brother's neck, her large eyes filled with terror. "Brother, just now, in the ship, that voice." Her voice trembled, breaking intermittently. So cold. So scared, it said. Don't go. Fang Qi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The warning from his twisted sister. Projected in the cargo hold amidst the eerie blue claws and holographic images was no mere illusion. What was that? The projection of Experiment Zero? Or perhaps a trap set by Chonemo? Don't be afraid. Brother is here, he reassured her, holding her even tighter, suppressing his own unease. The immediate priority was to find a safe place to tend to AMU's injuries and wait for Zhao Xiaodao to regroup. They took shelter in a corner formed by massive metal reactors and pipes. Fang Qi tore a strip from his clothing, quickly applying makeshift bandages to staunch AMU's bleeding. Xiaoying curled up in his embrace, her body trembling slightly. A faint yet familiar energy fluctuation emanated from Xiaoying once more. She seemed drawn to the faintly glowing remnants in the culture tanks, momentarily forgetting her fear as her body leaned forward. She gazed into the nearest broken tank, where a dull, bluish-green glowing gel lingered, her small lips unconsciously humming a familiar tune. The sound was soft, quivering, yet distinct. As she hummed intermittently, the ubiquitous stardust particles in the air came alive again. They seemed awakened by her song, converging towards the damaged culture tank. Even more astonishingly, the dim gel-like fungal remnants inside the tank appeared to be infused with life upon contact with the stardust particles and the resonance of her melody. The dull bluish-green luminescence suddenly brightened. The mycelium began to visibly grow and spread. It reached out from the broken tank like glowing tendrils, swaying gently in the air. Xiaoying's humming grew slightly louder, drawing in more stardust particles. The mycelium thrived even faster. The bluish-green glow intensified, resembling tiny flames ignited in the darkness. Fang Qi watched this extraordinary scene unfold, glancing at his sister's focused profile, a thought stirring within him. Perhaps these fungi. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed from high above in the factory, declaring energy fluctuations detected. Over there. Immediately, a blinding beam of searchlight sliced through the gloom, sweeping across the corner where Fang Qi and the others were hiding. Oh no! The pursuers have arrived. Chapter 54. The solitary light in the sea of fungi. Fang Qi suddenly lifted his head. On the elevated metallic walkway of the factory, several lightly armored reconnaissance mechas, adorned with the emblem of the dome coding group and cloaked in dark silver alloy, were locking onto them with their scarlet electronic eyes. The rapid-fire cannons on the mecha's shoulders began to charge. Target confirmed. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blinding beams of energy tore through the air, converging upon their hiding place. Dodge. Fang Qi swiftly scooped up Xiaoying, dragging the injured Amu, and desperately dove behind a massive heap of abandoned metal drums. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams struck the metal drums with ferocity, erupting sparks and creating deep dents. A searing wave of heat rushed towards them. Brother! Xiaoying screamed in terror. Damn it! This is relentless. Fang Qi's eyes surged with fury. The frustration of being hunted, the worry for his sister, and the pain within him ignited at this moment. He glanced at the glowing mycelium, wildly growing due to Xiaoying's song, and then swept his gaze over the vast array of gigantic cultivation tanks, thickly coated with desiccated fungal remnants. An insane idea surged forth. Xiaoying, keep singing. Sing loudly. Fang Qi shouted at his sister, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Startled by the madness and urgency in her brother's eyes, Xiaoying instinctively nodded with trust. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and with all her might, began to hum the familiar melody once more. This time, her voice no longer trembled. It resonated with a clear, penetrating strength. Buzz! The moment the song erupted forth, the entire abandoned fungal cultivation factory seemed to awaken. The stardust particles floating in the air reacted as if summoned, instantly boiling with energy. They surged wildly toward the source of the sound, Xiaoying. Then, like an invisible tide, they spread outward from her, cascading toward the dormant, massive cultivation tanks. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The unsettling sound, reminiscent of millions of silkworms devouring mulberry leaves, quickly filled the expansive factory. All the residual, desiccated, and dim fungal matter within the cultivation tanks instantly revived and began to grow wildly upon contact with this stardust wave, guided by the melody. Blue-green, ethereal purple, pale yellow. Countless strands of viscous mycelium, each emitting a unique hue of fluorescence, erupted like a flood from broken tank openings, corroded pipe fractures, and remnants on the ground. They spread and intertwined at a terrifying speed, in the blink of an eye. A vibrant, viscous carpet of glowing mycelium unfurled from the corner where Fang Qi and his companions were hiding, as if it were a living entity, sweeping across the factory floor in a frenzied manner. Furthermore, it climbed along the metal supports and walls, forming an ever-expanding sea of fungi that radiated a mesmerizing glow. What on earth is that? The mecha pilot above cried out in horror. The searchlight beams seemed feeble amidst the rapidly growing, glowing mycelium. Several energy beams directed at Fang Qi struck the thick, luminescent carpet, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, merely stirring up a few faint ripples and illuminating the mycelium's glow even brighter. The carpet's viscous resilience significantly diminished the impact of the energy blasts. Even more terrifying were the luminescent mycelium that spread along the metallic supports, resembling living vines, swiftly entwining the joints and tracks of several lightweight reconnaissance mechs. The viscous, glowing filaments, imbued with potent corrosive and adhesive properties, clung tenaciously to the alloy exoskeleton of the mechs. The hydraulic joints and track gaps were instantaneously filled, rendering the mechs sluggish and cumbersome in their movements. In a state of panic, the pilot attempted to increase the engine's power to break free, only to find the mycelium tightening its grip, causing the mech to stagger along the corridor like a colossal beast ensnared in a quagmire. Now was the moment. A fierce glint ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. He set Little Ing down, let out a roar, and the cracked golden scales beneath his skin shimmered with a final glow. He charged towards a heavily corroded alloy pillar that supported the massive array of cultivation tanks. Break for me. He concentrated all his remaining strength and the brute force of his second-tier steel bones, his fists like hammers, striking mercilessly at the weak connection of the alloy pillar. The clash reverberated with a piercing metallic shriek. The stout alloy pillar groaned under the impact of the steel wave, instantly twisting and deforming. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction erupted. The enormous array of cultivation tanks, now bereft of support, toppled like a set of dominoes. The tanks shattered. The vast quantities of luminescent fungal matter, fully activated by the song, cascaded down like a floodgate unleashed, mingling with shattered glass and metal. The thick, brightly glowing, multicolored fungal substance surged down like a radiant waterfall, instantly engulfing the mechs ensnared by the mycelium below. It also inundated large expanses of the factory floor, creating a vast, sticky sea of luminescence bright as day. My eyes. Alarm. Optical sensors overloaded. Imaging failure. Power systems clogged. Unable to move. Requesting assistance. The cockpit of the mech echoed with the terrified screams of the pilot and the shrill wail of electronic alarms. The blinding fluorescence of the fungi burned out the optical sensors of the mechs, while the intense bioenergy field disrupted their internal electronic systems. Several mechs were rendered into iron coffins trapped within the glowing slime. The entire lower level of the factory was instantly illuminated by this frenzied growth of terrifyingly bright fungal sea, resembling daylight, blinding to the eye, stripping the pursuers of sight and communication. Fang Qi gasped for breath, leaning on his knees, observing the tumultuous sea of luminescent fungi, stirred by his sister's song, momentarily obstructing their pursuers. He lifted a moo and cradled the still-focused, blushing Little Ing, preparing to seize the opportunity to escape. His gaze swept through the depths of the fungal sea. Amidst the wreckage of toppled cultivation tanks and the accumulation of viscous luminescent fungi, a previously concealed object, shrouded in thick mycelium, emerged under the intense light. It was a silver-gray metallic box, approximately 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Its design was robust, with harsh lines strikingly similar to the refrigeration unit that had exploded in the cargo hold. The surface was heavily corroded, yet intricate electronic locking mechanisms and condensation pipe interfaces were discernible. Another refrigeration unit? Fang Qi's heart raced. The terrifying experience within the cargo hold's refrigeration unit remains vividly etched in memory. A series of faint yet distinct metallic tearing sounds pierced through the delicate rustling of fungal growth, emanating from within the corroded refrigeration box. As Fang Qi and Mu gazed in horror, the central alloy hatch of the heavy silver gray casing suddenly bulged inward. A hand, its outline obscured by a dark blue, semi-transparent crystalline substance, was unmistakably imprinted on the interior of the hatch. Chapter 55. The bone whistle breaks the vault deep within the mycelium sea. The crystalline outline of a hand imprinted on the interior of the hatch was glaringly clear. A chill surged through Fang Qi, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, as the terrifying image of the cargo hold's refrigerated container exploding resurfaced in his mind. Grasping Xiao Ying tightly, he yanked Mu up and, disregarding all else, sprinted away from the ominous cold storage unit. Run! Quickly! The blinding glow of the luminescent fungi writhed beneath their feet, impeding the progress. Above, the mechas struggled futilely within the glowing fungal strands, their alarms and the curses of their pilots muffled by the viscous fungal blanket. Fang Qi, cradling Xiao Ying and dragging the injured Mu, navigated through the labyrinthine wreckage of colossal machinery and the slick fungal carpet in search of the factory's exit. Behind them, the sound of metal tearing grew increasingly loud and urgent, as if something within the hold were battering against the heavy alloy. At last, they burst through the massive back door of the factory and tumbled into a desolate stretch of coastline strewn with abandoned containers. The murky waves crashed against the rocks nearby, carrying the scent of salt and oil. From the night sky came the distant hum of an aerial transport engine drawing nearer. Daogu. Fang Qi looked up to see a smaller, dilapidated cargo airship, devoid of markings, wobbling as it dove towards them. The vessel belched black smoke, its hull marred by fresh scorch marks from energy weapons. The airship struggled to hover a few meters above the ground, and the emergency hatch on its side burst open, revealing Zhao Xiaodao's oil-stained, bloodied visage. His left arm, which had been hastily affixed with a chainsaw blade, was now bare, sparking at the exposed joint. A large section of his right shoulder was burned away, revealing charred skin beneath. "Quick, get in. There are dogs behind us," Zhao Xiaodao rasped, his voice strained with heavy breaths. Without hesitation, Fang Qi lifted Xiao Ying into the airship, where Zhao Xiaodao caught her with his functional right hand. Then, Fang Qi and Mu assisted each other, awkwardly climbing into the narrow cargo hold just as the hatch slammed shut. "Hold on tight." Zhao Xiaodao lunged for the pilot's seat, yanking the control stick with all his might. The battered airship groaned as if on the verge of disintegration, expelling even thicker black smoke as it tilted along the coastline, accelerating towards the sea. Through the cracked windows, Fang Qi glimpsed several sleek, black, high-speed armed airships adorned with the Dome Group's insignia, rapidly pursuing them from the direction of the city like sharks sensing blood. The pulse cannon at the front of the pursuing vessels flickered to life, emitting a blinding glow. "Damn it, we can't shake them off." Zhao Xiaodao slammed his fist against the control panel, sparks flying from the dashboard. This decrepit ship was too slow. The engine was struggling to hold together. "Head to international waters. The signals are chaotic in the deep sea. They won't dare to pursue too far." Fang Qi fixed his gaze on the increasingly close pursuers, his voice steady. He swiftly examined Mu's leg injury, tearing fabric to rebind and stabilize it. Xiao Ying huddled in his arms, her pale face gripping tightly to the corner of his shirt. Suddenly, several piercing blue laser beams tore through the night sky, fired from the pursuing armed vessels, striking precisely near the rear engine of their beleaguered ship. Boom! The vessel shuddered violently. A large chunk of the engine cover was blown away, and black smoke erupted into flames. An ear-splitting alarm filled the cabin. "Engine damaged. Power reduced by 40. Zhao Xiaodao gazed at the frantic, flashing red alarm, his expression grim, They could hold out for no more than 5 more minutes. Behind them, several black armed boats moved like a pack of wolves toying with their prey, adjusting their angles once more. The pulsating cannon at the bow ignited with an even more blinding radiance, clearly preparing for another round of volleys to obliterate their target. Despair enveloped the scene. Fang Qi clenched his fists, the dim golden scales beneath his skin flickering with a faint glow in response. Yet the power within him was depleted, unable to withstand the bombardment of the ship's weapons. Suddenly, a piercing whistle, resonant and sharp, erupted in the night sky before the broken vessel, without warning. The sound carried an ancient, desolate rhythm, akin to the roar of a massive predator, instantly overpowering the roar of the engines and the wailing alarms. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, several points of crimson light abruptly illuminated the thick, unremarkable rain clouds above the murky sea. A rugged, angular flying vessel, seemingly assembled from colossal beast bones and rusted metal plates, burst forth from the clouds like a lurking giant shark, exuding an aura of primal ferocity as it charged toward Fang Qi and their battered ship, as well as the armed boats looming behind. This beastbone airship moved with incredible speed. At the bow stood a towering figure clad in a patchwork of dark beast skins and metal plates, exuding an air of dominance. His face was painted with war paint, and his hair was woven into numerous small braids, dancing wildly in the gale. Most strikingly, he raised a gigantic, unknown creature's leg bone high above, the sharpened end poised near his mouth, the very bone he used to produce that piercing whistle. "Stone barbarians, charge!" roared the imposing man, his voice rumbling like thunder, uttered in an obscure, tribal tongue, yet the intent to kill was unmistakable. Behind him, the rusted metal plates on either side of the beastbone airship abruptly flung open, revealing a dozen tribal warriors within, similarly adorned in beast skins, wielding crude energy weapons or bone spears. Their eyes blazed with a wild, combative spirit as they unleashed war cries. Where did these savages come from? The communication channel of the armed boats behind crackled with the furious curses of the pilots. The sudden emergence of this beastbone airship was entirely unexpected. The pulse cannons of several armed boats instinctively shifted direction, aiming at the unwelcome intruder. "Fire! Shoot it down!" The command was issued. With a hiss, 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 several thick beams of blue high-energy lasers tore through the air, converging on the oncoming beastbone airship with deadly intent. Their power far surpassed the earlier probing attacks. The burly man at the bow of the beastbone airship, Stone Barbarians, faced the laser beams capable of piercing armor with a fearless grin. He pressed the bone whistle once more to his lips, his cheeks puffing out as he produced an even sharper, more urgent whistle, resonating with an eerie tremor. Whoom! Chapter 56. The Gardener and the Star Map as the unique whistle of Sherman echoed through the air. The omnipresent particles of stardust seemed to respond to an invisible summons, becoming extraordinarily animated. They converged frantically towards the space ahead of the beastbone airship, much like iron filings drawn to a magnet. In the blink of an eye, a colossal energy shield, constructed from countless shimmering pale blue stardust particles and resembling a honeycomb in its layered formation, materialized along the path of the incoming laser beams. The surface of the shield shimmered with vibrant colors, emanating resilient energy waves. Bang, bang, bang. The lethal blue laser beams crashed violently against the stardust shield. Dazzling energy sparks erupted in a chaotic explosion. The stardust shield quivered intensely, indenting as if struck by a heavy hammer, with ripples radiating across its surface. Yet, it remained unbreached. The energy of the laser beams was largely dispersed and absorbed by the shield through a peculiar resonance. The residual impact merely caused the massive beastbone airship to sway slightly. What? The pilots of the dome-armed vessels gasped in disbelief. "Ha ha! The soft-footed shrimps of the dome. Taste this." Sherman cackled, inserting the enormous bone whistle into the hide at his waist and swiftly drawing forth a fearsome, glinting bone axe from behind. With a vigorous swing of his arm, the tribal warriors on either side of the beastbone airship immediately opened fire. Their weapons were rudimentary, yet the energy projectiles and bone spears they launched bore a primal penetrating force, striking fiercely against the energy shield of the dome-armed vessels, sending waves of ripples cascading. Chaos erupted. The beast-bone airship charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, entangling several dome-armed vessels that sought to pursue Fang Qi. Thanks to its bizarre stardust shield and its fearless onslaught, energy beams and primitive weapons clashed and interwove in the night sky. A golden opportunity. Zhao Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with determination, suppressing his pain as he pushed the remaining engine power of the damaged vessel to its limits. The smoke and flames billowing from the airship resembled an injured seabird desperately struggling to escape the tumultuous battleground, racing towards the depths of the sea. For a moment, they managed to shake off their pursuers, the battered ship swaying unsteadily through the night sky. The cargo hold was a wreck, filled with the acrid scent of charred materials and blood. Amu, injured in the leg, succumbed to unconsciousness. Little Ing curled up in Fang Qi's embrace, her large eyes vigilantly fixed on the cabin door. Fang Qi, though his nerves were taut, relaxed slightly, yet the golden scales on his back glimmered in response. He gazed intently at the beast-bone airship engaged in combat with the dome-armed vessels, his brow furrowed. Why were these tribal survivors aiding them? Boom! The damaged ship jolted violently as if struck by some unseen force. Fang Qi's heart raced, instinctively shielding little Ing. Zhao Xiaodao cursed from the pilot's seat. Damn it! The hull is critically damaged. We're going to disintegrate. Prepare for an emergency landing. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a tremendous ripping sound echoed from the rear of the ship. Flames erupted. The entire vessel lost its balance, spiraling downward toward the pitch-black sea below. Hold on! Zhao Xiaodao bellowed, desperately pulling the control stick in an attempt to regain control of their descent. Boom! Accompanied by a colossal splash and the cacophony of twisting metal, the airship plunged heavily into the ocean. The frigid seawater surged in through the breaches in the hull, flooding the interior. Abandon ship, quickly! Zhao Xiaodao kicked open the deformed cockpit door as the water rose to his calves. He seized the emergency respirator and thrust it into Fang Qi's hands before attempting to drag the unconscious Amu. Fang Qi tightly bound Xiao Ying to his chest with a strip of cloth, pressing the respirator against her mouth and nose, inhaling deeply himself. The seawater rapidly engulfed them. He shielded Xiao Ying, desperately swimming out of the swiftly sinking cabin. The water enveloped him entirely. The night sky was shrouded in thick clouds, with only a faint glimmer visible where the sea met the horizon. Fang Qi exerted every ounce of strength to tread water, protecting the fragile Xiao Ying in his embrace. Zhao Xiaodao struggled in the waves while dragging the unconscious Amu. Suddenly, a roar erupted from nearby. The surface of the sea broke apart as a rugged beast-bone airship emerged, resembling a colossal creature surfacing from the depths, coming to a steady halt beside them. A rudimentary cabin door, made of animal hide and wooden slats, swung open on the side. The towering figure of Sherman appeared in the doorway, having sheathed his enormous bone axe. His gaze, sharp and hawk-like, swept over the four struggling figures in the water. His eyes landed on Xiao Ying. Cradled protectively by Fang Qi and wearing the respirator, his piercing stare abruptly froze. An indescribable shock and a hint of almost reverent light erupted from the depths of his pupils. The gardener is blooming? Sherman exclaimed, his voice quavering with excitement. Using an obscure tribal language, yet the meaning resonated like thunder in Fang Qi's ears. Gardener? Just like the designation for the Zero prototype in Database 7. Fang Qi's heart leaped to his throat. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on Xiao Ying, his golden-scaled arms tensed, vigilantly watching Sherman aboard the ship. Does this fellow know about my sister's condition? Sherman seemed to realize he had lost composure, forcing down his astonishment, returning to the demeanor of a stoic warrior. He extended a hand toward Fang Qi, his voice low. Come aboard. This is not the place for conversation. The hyenas above will pursue us. Fang Qi glanced at the frail Xiao Ying in his arms, then at the unconscious Amu and the exhausted Zhao Xiaodao, gritting his teeth. There was no other choice. He grasped Sherman's calloused hand, pulled up by the immense strength. Zhao Xiaodao also dragged Amu aboard. The cabin door shut, sealing them off from the wind and waves. The interior of the beast-bone airship was cramped, filled with a heavy mixture of animal fat and rusted metal scents. The tribal warriors stood silently around, curiously and cautiously observing the unexpected guests. Sherman's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ying, his expression a complex blend of shock, scrutiny, and a barely perceptible fervor. He strode purposefully to Fang Qi's front, disregarding his defensive posture, extending a rough finger as if to touch Xiao Ying's pale cheek. "Do not touch her." Fang Qi retreated sharply, his golden-scaled arm raised protectively in front of him, a low growl emanating from his throat in warning. Sherman's hand halted midair. He regarded Fang Qi, who stood like a protective beast, then looked into Xiao Ying's pure, fearful eyes, revealing a glimmer of understanding, tinged with a sense of regret. Slowly, he withdrew his hand, rummaging through a thick pouch made of animal hide at his waist, producing a rolled item. It was a piece of processed, rough-edged, dark brown animal hide. Upon it, intricate abstract symbols and twisted lines formed a star chart, painted in dark red mineral pigment. Sherman unceremoniously thrust the animal hide star chart into Fang Qi's hands. He pointed to a complex mark at the center of the star map, composed of concentric circles and twisted spirals, and then directed his finger towards an area at the edge of the map marked by a striking crimson cross. He fixed his gaze on Fang Qi, speaking in a stilted yet earnest manner, enunciating each word with care. "Take the gardener to this place. Avoid the scarlet land of death. The veins of the earth will guide you to find the slumbering crystal beast and the ancient answers." No sooner had he finished speaking than, buzz, the rough beast hide star map in Fang Qi's hands suddenly illuminated with a faint azure glow at the center's intricate concentric spiral mark. The light pulsed like a breath. Then a barely perceptible blue beam extended from the center of the mark, pointing straight towards a direction outside the porthole, precisely east into the depths of the ocean. That direction led to the East China Sea. Chapter 57. The beacon of the bee-skin star map. The bee-skin star map radiated a subtle warmth within his palm. The soft azure light at its center flickered like a breath, its beams resolutely pointing towards the eastern sea. Shyman's words were laden with a primal heaviness, weighing heavily upon Fang Qi's heart. Gardener? Sleeping crystal beast? Ancient answers? Each term felt like a hook, ensnaring the zero-type adapter and seed records within the 7th database. "Thank you." Fang Qi tucked the bee-skin star map into the innermost pocket of his attire. He cast a glance at Sherman, whose fervent gaze upon Xiao Ying made him profoundly uncomfortable. He cradled Xiao Ying, who seemed to sense the scrutiny and buried her small face deeper into her brother's embrace. Zhao Xiaodao, dragging the unconscious AMU, leaned against the cabin wall, panting as he inspected the bare interface of his left arm, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, my silver knife. What a loss." Sherman said nothing further, merely gestured. The beast-bone airship emitted a dull roar from its engines, clumsily yet resolutely altering its course towards the east as indicated by the star map, leaving behind the chaotic waters and the faint sounds of pursuing engines. Hours later, in the darkest hour before dawn, the beast-bone airship hovered above a desolate expanse of ocean far from the coastline. Below, murky waters crashed against solitary rocks. "I can only take you this far." Sherman stood at the open cabin door, the sea breeze tousling the edges of his beast-skin garb. He pointed to the rocky area below, where a small, old yet intact hovercraft was half covered by a waterproof tarp. The craft contained basic navigational and emergency supplies, and following the star map's guidance while avoiding the marked red zones, they could reach the East Sea. He cast one last deep glance at Xiao Ying, cradled protectively by Fang Qi, his expression complex and inscrutable, laden with an expectation and concern that Fang Qi could not comprehend. "Gardener requires fertile soil, not a prison beneath the dome. Take care." With that, he turned and walked back into the depths of the airship. The cabin door slowly closed behind him. The beast-bone airship belched out thick smoke, resembling a departing behemoth, swiftly vanishing into the gray expanse of sea and sky. Fang Qi held Xiaoying, while Zhao Xiaodao carried the unconscious AMU, and the four descended the rope ladder, landing on the damp, slippery rocks. They lifted the waterproof tarp to reveal the cramped interior of the hovercraft, but the engine was intact, and the navigational screen, though old, flickered to life. Zhao Xiaodao immediately rushed over to inspect it. It can run. Damn it, finally something reliable. Zhao Xiaodao swore as he started the engine. The hovercraft's rear spewed water as it gradually departed the rocky area. Fang Qi settled Xiaoying into a relatively dry corner. The medical device's screen displayed a steady life sign. Yet the glaring red text indicating 99, 9 homologous gene reaction, loomed like a sword overhead. He retrieved the bee-skin star map, its coarse texture glimmering faintly under the dim cabin light. The central azure point remained steadfastly oriented towards the east. He compared the star map's abstract symbols with the rudimentary navigational chart on the hovercraft, attempting to deduce the actual coordinates corresponding to the star map. A day and night of desperate navigation ensued. The hovercraft's engine emitted a monotonous hum, slicing through the gray-green surface of the sea. For the most part, only the sounds of waves and the engine accompanied them. Under Zhao Xiaodao's rudimentary treatment, AMU's fever subsided, his leg injury stabilized, but he remained weak and unconscious. Xiaoying, for the majority of the time, drifted in and out of slumber, occasionally awakening to grasp Fang Qi's hand tightly, her large eyes filled with dependence and unease. Zhao Xiaodao resembled a skilled craftsman, incessantly tinkering with the speedboat's engine and navigation system, a half-moldy energy bar clutched in his mouth, his mechanical eye flickering ominously between shades of crimson. Fang Qi seized a rare moment of respite to attempt to stabilize the tumultuous whale devouring technique within his body. The minuscule energy from the crystal core, coupled with prior overexertion, rendered the technique in a precarious state, akin to boiling oil on the verge of explosion. He cautiously directed the feeble force through his damaged meridians, the golden-scaled skin on his back shimmering faintly, eliciting waves of sharp pain and tingling sensations. Each endeavor was accompanied by intense mental fatigue and a profound sense of resistance stemming from the genetic lock deep within his being. The second-tier steel bone strength appeared to be in fundamental conflict with this predatory technique. On the evening of the third day, the speedboat finally approached the outskirts of the East China Sea satellite city. In the distance, the sprawling coastline was dominated by colossal artificial islands that rose like a forest of steel. Countless suspended roadways wove intricately between towering skyscrapers, forming a flowing river of light. Even from afar, one could sense the overwhelming energy of the bustling metropolis. Massive neon holographic billboards flickered against the darkening sky, casting dazzling promotional images of products. "We are nearly there," Zhao Xiaodao exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhaustion and excitement, as he pointed to the navigation device displaying a blinking green. Maneuvering around the industrial island chain ahead, which led to the exclusive port area of East China Wu University. Hope lay just ahead. Fang Qi felt a surge of spirit as he carefully cradled Xiaoying. She too seemed to sense their impending arrival, her pale face betraying a hint of fragile anticipation. Suddenly, a powerful, invisible energy scanning wave swept across the entire sea expanse. The speedboat's antiquated navigation screen erupted into a blinding flurry of static, emitting a shrill alarm. Several external sensor indicator lights flickered madly before extinguishing completely. "Damn it, we are being passively scanned. We are locked on." Zhao Xiaodao's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed the navigation device, but it responded with utter silence. Chapter 58, Breakthrough beneath the neon lights almost simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blinding beams of blue laser, akin to the spears of death, shot forth without warning from the towering shadows of the industrial island's colossal cooling towers. They precisely intersected, sealing off the speedboat's path ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The laser beams struck the surface of the sea before the speedboat, erupting into 3 towering columns of water that soared dozens of meters high. The scalding steam shockwave violently rocked the speedboat, nearly capsizing it. The ominous presence lingered. Zhao Xiaodao gripped the helm fiercely, cursing vehemently. Fang Qi shielded Xiao Ying with his body, his back instantly covered in shimmering golden scales. Through the porthole, he glimpsed 3 sleek, black, high-speed armed speedboats emerging from the shadows of the industrial island, their lines smooth and menacing. The pulsing cannon at the bow flickered with a cold, ominous glow. "Run," Fang Qi growled. "Our position is exposed. Their firepower far exceeds that of our frail vessel." Zhao Xiaodao yanked the wheel hard, the speedboat's engine roaring under the strain as they raced towards the nearest neon-lit satellite city port in a desperate bid for survival. The only escape route, they maneuvered through the intricate waterways, weaving through the dense traffic to evade their pursuers. The 3 black speedboats, relentless as parasites, clung to their tail. A torrential downpour of dense pulse energy projectiles rained down upon them. The sea erupted into countless splashes. The speedboat zigzagged perilously, each moment fraught with danger. The hull groaned under the impact of near misses. "This one do. We can't shake them off. They've locked onto our energy signature." Zhao Xiaodao, drenched in sweat, glanced back at the increasingly close pursuers. Energy signature? Fang Qi's heart raced. He spotted the colossal neon holographic advertisement in the sky, radiating immense energy. A wild idea formed in an instant. "Get closer." Beneath the advertisement, Fang Qi pointed towards the towering holographic image of a giant mech warrior projected at the entrance of the port district, soaring hundreds of meters high. "Are you insane? That thing could cook us alive." Zhao Xiaodao shouted. "There's no other way. Trust me." Fang Qi's eyes reflected a resolute determination to risk everything. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the agonizing pain coursing through his veins and forcibly activated the unstable devour technique. The technique ignited in the face of impending doom. Roaring like a dying beast, buzz! A violent suction erupted from Fang Qi's center. The target was no longer the crystal core, but the chaotic, overwhelming light radiation and electromagnetic energy from the outside world. Under Zhao Xiaodao's gritted teeth control, the speedboat swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding several panicked cargo ships, hurtling towards the base of the towering advertisement. As the speedboat plunged into the area beneath the advertisement, it was instantly engulfed by dazzling neon brilliance. Fang Qi let out a suppressed, primal roar. His arms spread wide beneath his golden-scaled skin. Dim golden patterns flickered to life like glowing circuits. The ferocious suction of the devour technique was directed above his head. Whoosh! A visible stream of chaotic energy, composed of radiant light, surged towards Fang Qi, as if drawn by an invisible funnel, wildly converging and flooding into his body. The enormous projection of the advertisement flickered and distorted under the loss of energy. Fang Qi felt as if his body would burst. The tumultuous alien energy forcefully surged through his meridians, clashing violently with his steel-like strength. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken. As the golden scales beneath his skin flickered violently, their edges oozing with fine, crystalline droplets of blood tinged with a golden-red hue. Under the immense pressure of life and death, the whale-devouring technique was forcibly propelled beyond its critical threshold. The practice surged into a rapid acceleration, enhancing the efficiency of absorption and transformation instantaneously. A more powerful and savage sense of strength surged throughout his body. Yet the sensation of tearing flesh and the inclination towards crystallization intensified exponentially. The second layer of the whale-devouring technique. This was the moment. Fang Qi gritted his teeth against the overwhelming agony that threatened to shatter him, as a surge of power sent him into a dizzying state. He forcefully absorbed the chaotic energy rife with radiant light, driving it deep into the golden-scaled armor on his back. Buzz! The scales on his back erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, radiating a blinding light akin to a small sun. The illumination transformed from pure gold to a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, resembling a colossal, irregular kaleidoscope. The intense light flickered erratically, refracting wildly, creating an utterly chaotic energy field filled with varied frequencies of radiant energy, instantly enveloping the space around the speedboat for dozens of meters. 3 black speedboats pursued closely behind, their radar screens suddenly flooded with static. The optical tracker was blinded and overloaded by the chaotic flashes of light that filled the intricate radiation field, emitting a shrill alarm. Alarm! Target energy signature lost. Optical tracking failed. The radar was severely disrupted, unable to lock on. When the world is that light? The driver shouted in terror, his voice drowned out by the alarms. The 3 speedboats became momentarily blinded, losing their target in the chaotic energy field, even experiencing brief loss of control due to system overload, spinning on the water surface. Well done, Zhao Xiaodao rejoiced wildly, seizing the fleeting opportunity to push the speedboat's engine to its limits. The vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the intricate and narrow waterways of the satellite city's port area, where countless boats swam like fish in a labyrinth. Under Zhao Xiaodao's expert maneuvering, the speedboat glided through the flow of vessels like a slippery eel, deftly evading the chaotic pursuers behind. For the moment, they had shaken them off. Zhao Xiaodao wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse with the thrill of survival. Fang Qi let out a muted groan, his body swaying violently, sinking to one knee on the deck. Forcing his way through the second layer of the whale-devouring technique, the release of the chaotic energy field backfired beyond his imagination. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of thick, crystalline blood erupted from him. The blood splattered across the deck, hissing softly. "Brother!" Xiao Ying cried out in fright, rushing over, her small hands frantically wiping the blood from Fang Qi's lips. He waved his hand, attempting to reassure his sister. But at that moment, several droplets of crystalline golden-red blood fell directly onto the side interface of Xiao Ying's portable medical device. Hiss! The moment the blood droplets touched the metal casing of the medical device, they reacted as if they were a strong acid, emitting wisps of white smoke. The minuscule crystalline fragments, seemingly alive, defied physical barriers and bizarrely infiltrated the interior of the device. Buzz! The medical device's screen, which had been running steadily, began to flicker violently. The life sign curve representing Xiao Ying exhibited intense fluctuations. A new, glaring red message appeared, accompanied by urgent alarms, leaping out to indicate a previously unseen reading. 99, 9 homologous gene reaction. Gene assimilation rate. 15 warning. Detection of deep infiltration of allogenic gene sequences. The assimilation process is irreversible. Chapter 59. Deadlock at the gate. The medical device displayed the glaring red text. Gene assimilation rate. 15. Searing into Fang Qi's eyes like a hot iron. Irreversible? Deep infiltration of alien gene sequences? He abruptly lifted his gaze to the girl in his arms, Xiao Ying, whose pale face reflected only confusion and concern for the blood at her brother's mouth. He forcibly suppressed the surge of blood and deeper fears, angrily wiping away the frothy bloodstains with his sleeve. "Doubtge, can you still move?" "Tawuda." Fang Qi's voice was hoarse, imbued with a resolute command. Zhao Xiaodao glanced at the glaring red digits on the medical device. The mechanical eye flashed ominously. Without further inquiry, he muttered a curse under his breath and pushed himself to the helm of the speedboat. The engine of the boat let out a final roar, and under Zhao Xiaodao's almost self-destructive pressure, it belched black smoke, darting through the chaotic waterways of the satellite city port like a wounded marlin, racing towards the brightly lit, steel behemoth-like artificial island of the core area of Donghai City, a desperate sprint for survival. The speedboat ultimately ran aground at the edge of a relatively secluded industrial dock, scraping against the rough breakwater with a grating noise. Ignoring the vessel, the group helped each other to climb ashore. Amu was half-carried and half-dragged by Zhao Xiaodao, his legs bound in bandages now soaked in blood. Xiaoying was tightly held in Fang Qi's embrace, the medical device's screen still flashing. Gene assimilation rate. 15. A harbinger of doom. The target was right before them. The illuminated island was Donghai Wuda. The deep blue energy center, the Genesis reactor, was their sole hope. The only passage to the main island, the Grand Sea Bridge connecting the satellite city and the main island of Donghai, had now transformed into a formidable barrier. The massive alloy gate was firmly shut, and above it, the neon characters of the Donghai Martial Arts Academy's dedicated passage flickered in the night. Before the gate, two teams clad in Academy security uniforms, armed with standard-issue pulse guns, stood alert, scanning the approaching vehicles and pedestrians. Further away, several lightly armored patrol mechas emblazoned with the Academy's insignia hovered, their crimson electronic eyes sweeping back and forth. The atmosphere was tense, thick with an invisible pressure. Damn it, they're on lockdown. Zhao Xiaodao spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his face pale, certain that the scoundrel from the dome had already tipped off the authorities. Use the civilian passage. Fang Qi's gaze fell upon a dimly lit, inconspicuous small entrance on the side of the bridge. There, a sparse line of weary-looking civilians, dressed in ordinary clothing, was undergoing tedious identity verification and full-body scans. The line moved slowly, the scanner emitting a monotonous beeping sound. This was their only opportunity to blend in. Fang Qi handed Xiao Ying to Zhao Xiaodao. Take care of her, don't stray too far from me. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through him from forcibly activating the second tier of the whale-swallowing technique. His skin shimmering with faint golden scales under stress. He lowered his head and merged into the slow-moving civilian line. Zhao Xiaodao carried a mu and held Xiao Ying, maintaining a distance of several meters behind. The line inched forward, drawing closer to the scanning device. Fang Qi's heart raced. In his current state, if scanned, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed, just as there were two people ahead of him. Virum, the deafening roar of engines, approached from the distance. A flamboyant, gleaming silver luxury hover sports car disregarded the queue of onlookers, akin to a brazen shark, brutally halting at the entrance of the civilian passage. The car doors lifted like wings, and a figure emerged, none other than Lin Tianxiang. A jagged scar, still scabbing, stretched from his brow to his cheekbone, partially concealed by a black eye mask embedded with tiny crystals, yet the exposed portion remained strikingly visible. His intact right eye burned with unmasked resentment and madness. Fixating on Fang Qi within the queue, clad in a pristine black training uniform adorned with the emblem of Donghai Wuda, he bore a jade waist token symbolizing privilege. Fang Qi. Lin Tianxiang's voice resonated through the silent entryway. You, a filthy insect crawling from the radiation zone, dared to harm me, dared to set foot in Donghai. He advanced toward Fang Qi, an invisible force field enveloping the area around Fang Qi like a heavy shackle. The air thickened, becoming oppressively dense. The civilians in line were pushed back, stumbling in terror as they witnessed the confrontation between the two. Lin Tianxiang. This is the civilian passage. What do you intend to do? A security warrior resembling a squad leader stepped forward to intervene. Get lost. Lin Tianxiang dismissed him with a flick of his hand. An overwhelming telekinetic force struck the security warrior's chest like an invisible hammer. The security warrior barely emitted a sound before he spewed blood, crashing against the metallic gate. Sliding down limply. Silence. Everyone was paralyzed by Lin Tianxiang's ruthless power. Do you see? Lin Tianxiang pointed at the unconscious security warrior on the ground, and then at his own terrifying eye mask, his voice resonating like a death sentence. This is the fate of those who attack warriors. Those who assault warriors shall perish. This is the iron law. He halted before Fang Qi, looking down with a cruel gaze reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. And you, Fang Qi, you despicable rat from the radiation zone, dared to injure me with vile tactics during the examination. By law, your entire lineage should be exterminated. However, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Considering your sister still holds some value, I shall grant you an opportunity. He lifted his foot, muddy boot tapping the filthy ground beneath him. Kneel, crawl over here, clean my boots with your tongue, and sever your own arms. I may consider allowing you and your sister to die a swift death. The oppressive telekinetic force weighed down upon Fang Qi like a tangible mountain, attempting to crush him. Underneath his skin, golden scales flared in resistance against the heavy pressure. Fang Qi's knee groaned under the unbearable weight, his body quivering, yet he gritted his teeth, spine straightening, bloodshot eyes glaring at Lin Tianxiang like a famished wolf, showing no sign of submission. "Brother!" Shouting cried out in terror from Zhao Xiaodao's embrace. "Shang Xiao, the academy has regulations. You cannot do this here," another security warrior attempted to reason. "Regulations?" Lin Tianxiang spun around, his unblemished right eye locking onto the warrior. "I am the regulation. Anyone who dares to speak further shall become an example." He pointed at the unconscious security warrior on the ground, and the powerful force field instantaneously pressed the speaking warrior to his knees, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Absolute force suppression. Absolute class privilege. Lin Tianxiang surveyed the surrounding crowd, now rendered mute with fear, before turning his gaze back to the steadfast Fang Qi, his voice laced with cruel delight. "Still not kneeling? It seems you wish to witness your sister in person." Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze shifted towards Fang Xiaoying, nestled in Zhao Xiaodao's embrace, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. Chapter 60. The counterattack under the Iron Law. Now is the moment. A fierce glint ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. He had awaited this fleeting instant when Lin Tianxiang let down his guard. The suppressed, potent powers of the devouring technique and steel-bone strength within him were unleashed in a ruthlessly explosive manner. His target was not Lin Tianxiang himself, but rather the seemingly solid, yet energy conduit-riddled alloy floor beneath him. The entrance to the civilian passage. "Lin Tianxiang!" Fang Qi bellowed like thunder, forcefully channeling his mental pressure. His right fist adorned with golden scales blazing like a red-hot hammer, crashing down upon the ground beneath him. The strike contained not only the raw power of steel-bone strength, but also the untamed energy harvested from the second layer of the devouring technique, along with a precise resonance frequency aimed at the energy conduit structure below. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The alloy floor beneath Fang Qi buckled under the weight of his destructive might, akin to an explosive charge detonating, violently arching upwards and tearing apart. Countless twisted metal fragments shattered energy conduits amid blinding sparks, erupting towards Lin Tianxiang like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, Lin Tianxiang's mental barrier was breached by the terrifying shockwave from the physical explosion beneath him. Caught off guard, he was hurled away by the scorching fragments of metal propelled by the immense blast. Though his protective mental shield spared him from severe injury, he tumbled chaotically, his eye mask askew, revealing a grotesque wound. Even more alarming was the fact that the epicenter of the explosion lay directly beneath the main energy conduit node at the entrance of the civilian passage. A chain reaction erupted instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Centered around the explosion, the sturdy alloy ground splintered and caved in like fragile cookies. The heavy alloy gate at the civilian passage emitted a piercing metallic distortion, its massive hydraulic arms snapping violently. The entire gate, weighing several tons, plummeted into the gaping chasm below, propelled by the explosive force, casting an aura of despair. Dust and debris filled the air. Sparks flashed wildly. The entire entrance area lay in ruins, as if trampled by a colossal beast. In the moment of the explosion, Fang Qi was violently thrown back, his back crashing against the metallic railing of the passage. The golden scales on his body flashed brilliantly, and he coughed up blood as his throat seared. Yet, he fixed his eyes on the bloodied and battered Lin Tianxiang struggling to rise amidst the dust, summoning all his strength to shout hoarsely, his voice resonating like thunder over the chaotic outcry. "Lin Tianxiang, as a warrior, you bully the weak. You brazenly attack the Academy's security personnel. Furthermore, you have destroyed public property, the gate to the East Sea Martial Arts University's passage." He pointed at the colossal alloy door, now twisted and deformed in the rubble, his voice laced with blood and fire, as he proclaimed, "According to Article 37 of the East Sea Martial Artist Academy's management regulations, anyone who intentionally damages important public facilities of the Academy shall have their martial arts qualifications revoked. You shall be expelled from the Academy and forever barred from setting foot in the East Sea. You, Lin Tianxiang, you are the true transgressor of the Iron Law." Silence reigned, an absolute silence. Even the chaotic dust seemed to freeze in time. All surviving security warriors, onlookers among the civilians, and even Lin Tianxiang, who had just crawled from the ruins, appeared as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, incredulously gazing at the blood-soaked youth kneeling at the edge of the wreckage. His spine as straight as a javelin, utilizing the unyielding law of the martial artist's demise to compel him to kneel. Fang Qi swiftly invoked the more fundamental decree concerning the inviolability of public facilities, thus affixing an irrefutable charge upon Lin Tianxiang. The evidence was irrefutable, both in the form of witnesses, security personnel, and onlookers alike, and material proof, the utterly devastated gate. Lin Tianxiang's visage was besmirched with dust and blood, his eye patch askew, revealing his intact right eye, which first displayed bewilderment, then disbelief, and ultimately transformed into a tempest of seething rage and venomous fury. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, and a grotesque wound on his face split open, oozing blood from the intensity of his wrath. You despicable insect! Do you dare to slander me? It was you who damaged that gate." Lin Tianxiang's voice, hoarse and distorted from his overwhelming fury, trembled as he pointed at Fang Qi. "Me? Idamajidit?" Fang Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile, and gestured towards the cracked ground and the twisted gate in the distance. "Where is the evidence? All I see is you, Lin Tianxiang, using your psychic force, assaulting the security personnel in plain sight, which incited a violent energy conflict, leading to the instability of the ground structure, ultimately causing this calamity. Everyone present can testify to this." His gaze swept across the terrified security martial artists and the silent, pale-faced civilians who dared not meet his eyes, much less face the wrathful gaze of Lin Tianxiang. Fang Qi spoke the truth. Lin Tianxiang had indeed attacked the security personnel in public. He was the one whose psychic field had instigated the initial chaos. As for the gate's destruction, did it truly matter? Before the absolute rules of the scene, Fang Qi's counterattack was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, striking at the core. "You!" Lin Tianxiang trembled with rage, his chaotic psychic energy erupting uncontrollably, sending debris flying in all directions. He yearned to rend Fang Qi to shreds at that moment. Yet, a flicker of reason reminded him that taking action now would solidify his public assault on a witness and the destruction of public property, leading to inevitable consequences even his grandfather might struggle to suppress. With a thunderous crash, the colossal, twisted remnants of the alloy gate, having been thrust into the ruins, collapsed again under the relentless stress. The heavy metallic structure pressed against one another and slid downwards. As the debris fell away, the previously concealed inner wall of the passage, shielded by the heavy alloy, was exposed, revealing an area never before uncovered. Upon the dusty, rusted metallic surface, a clear inscription emerged. The writing was not machine-etched, but rather carved with some exceedingly sharp instrument, inscribed with formidable force upon the hard alloy wall. The strokes were deep and penetrative, cutting through the metal with resolute sharpness. The content of the inscription comprised only 5 words: Su Qingying's sword burial site. Beneath the inscription, a faint, inconspicuous mark, an incomplete emblem, could be discerned, vaguely depicting a shattered ancient sword piercing through a dawn motif. Chapter 61. The worship of clones. The remnants of the gate cascaded down, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Fang Qi's gaze was fixated on the inscription etched into the inner wall, where Su Qingying buried her sword. The shattered ancient sword pierced through the remnants of the dawn emblem, glistening coldly under the dim light. This name, this mark, struck like a stone into the taut lake of Fang Qi's heart. Su Qingying. Who is she? This scar from sword, this insignia, exuded a resoluteness that starkly contrasted with the frigid passageway. "Brother." Xiao Ying's voice, tinged with tears, pulled him back to reality. The glaring red light on the medical device flickered. Gene assimilation rate, 15. He abruptly turned away, no longer regarding the inscription or the trembling Lin Tianxiang, temporarily immobilized by the backlash of iron laws. "Let us go," Fang Qi growled, his voice hoarse from internal injuries. He scooped up Xiao Ying and charged into the shadowy corridor revealed behind the remnants of the gate. Zhao Xiaodao reacted swiftly, dragging the injured Amu closely behind. Stop them! Lin Tianxiang's roar erupted behind them, filled with hatred. Yet the chaos of the scene and the bewildered gazes of the Academy's security acted as a makeshift shield. No one dared to act immediately after the rules had been publicly shattered. Fang Qi plunged into the passageway. This was not a straightforward path, but rather a narrow, antiquated maintenance duct. Above hung thick condensation pipes and energy lines, while beneath lay a slick metal grate. Dim emergency lights flickered in the distance, barely illuminating the way ahead. This wretched place resembled a labyrinth. Zhao Xiaodao gasped, his mechanical eye scanning the intricate junctions. Follow this. Fang Qi's eyes sharpened as he pointed to a faint trace, almost obscured by dust, deep within the grate. The mark extended forward, astonishingly resembling the outline of the broken sword on the shattered emblem. A guiding landmark. There was no time for hesitation. Fang Qi cradled Xiao Ying and sprinted along the faint sword scar etched into the labyrinthine duct. In the distance behind them, Lin Tianxiang's shouts and the footsteps of security were muffled by the winding passage. The air within the duct was thick and murky, a blend of disinfectant and rust. The lights flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows. Xiao Ying squirmed anxiously in his arms, her breath quickening, her small hands gripping his collar tightly. We're almost there. Hold on. Fang Qi whispered, quickening his pace. He could sense that the direction indicated by the sword scar was growing warmer, the energy particles in the air becoming more vibrant. The deep blue energy center, the creation reactor, just ahead. Turning a corner adorned with massive valves, the space ahead opened up dramatically. A vast hemispherical chamber emerged. In the center of the space stood a colossal cylindrical structure, entwined with countless blue energy conduits, radiating a powerful and stable energy wave. The surface of the apparatus shimmered with a liquid metal sheen. Deep blue energy core, creation reactor. A gentle blue light suffused the space, reflecting off the metallic walls as if they were submerged in the deep sea. Surrounding the reactor's base were dozens of dormant pods filled with pale blue nutrient solutions, standing guard like sentinels around the core. Yet, this core area, which symbolized hope, was now eerily silent, devoid of the humming of operating equipment. Only the low murmur of energy flowing through the air. The reactor radiated an overwhelming brilliance, yet it exuded a sense of stasis. No, that couldn't be right. Zhao Xiaodao's mechanical eye scanned the surroundings with vigilance, his voice reduced to a whisper. It was too quiet. The energy center must not be devoid of personnel. Fang Qi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He beheld a grim sight. On the ground beside the cryogenic chamber lay several bodies clad in research lab coats or security uniforms. Their postures were contorted, faces frozen in terror. There were no traces of blood at the wounds, only a peculiar mark, as if it had instantaneously evaporated or crystallized. Brother, I feel so unwell. Xiao Ying suddenly moaned in distress. Fang Qi looked down, horrified to see Xiao Ying's complexion pale, her lips taking on an ominous shade of blue. The medical device screen on her chest displayed a tumultuous fluctuation in vital signs. Xiao Ying! Fang Qi's exclamation pierced the oppressive silence. Welcome, Fang Qi. And the precious gardener. An electronic voice unexpectedly resonated in the vast space. Fang Qi abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning directed towards the source of the voice, a protruding control platform above the reactor's base. Standing on the platform was a man in a white research uniform. Chen Mo. He wore a gentle smile, yet his gaze was that of one examining a specimen on a lab bench. Several semi-transparent screens hovered, displaying intricate data and surveillance footage, one of which depicted Lin Tianxiang, livid at the entrance of the pipeline. An exquisite counterattack, utilizing the rules to ensnare that fool, is commendable. Unfortunately, the game has come to an end. Chen Mo's electronic voice dripped with insincere admiration, but was overshadowed by a chilling finality. His fingers elegantly tapped the screen before him. Buzz! A deep, dense humming reverberated from all directions. The dormant chambers stood still, their indicator lights abruptly shifting from pale blue to blinding crimson. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dozens of chamber lids simultaneously sprang open. A dense white gas erupted forth in a torrent. Amidst the chilling mist, figures emerged stiffly, like puppets, rising from within the chambers, standing upright, and stepping out. Identical faces, identical physiques, identical, lifeless, vacant gazes. All were Fang Qi, dozens of Fang Qis. They stood bare-chested, their skin pallid, muscle contours sharply defined. Most terrifying were their hands, each fingertip extended in a half-foot-long, glinting metallic blades. A palpable aura of murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. Your genes are the perfect vessel for the fire seed. Regrettably, the original is the most rebellious. Chun Mo's voice echoed through the electronic medium, tinged with a hint of regret, but more so with indifference. The garter must survive, do not harm a core. The last word fell, like a switch for slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. The dozens of clones sprang into action in an instant. Their movements betrayed no hesitation, swift to the point of leaving only afterimages. The sharp sound of slicing air tore through the atmosphere as the bone blades, like precise meat cleavers, ruthlessly converged upon the center where Fang Qi, Xiao Ying, Zhao Xiaodao, and Mu stood, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Damn it, Zhao Xiaodao roared, his remaining right arm suddenly brandishing a metallic baton entwined with arcs of electricity, swinging fiercely at the nearest clone. Clang! The short staff clashed with the bone blade, sparks flying in all directions. Zhao Xiaodao felt his arm tingle from the tremendous force of the clone, staggering backward. Another clone's bone blade silently lunged toward his side. Mu, dragging his injured leg, had no time to react, helplessly watching as several cold glints approached. Fang Qi's eyes widened in horror. He steadfastly shielded Xiao Ying behind him. His arms, adorned with golden scales, crossed in defense. The remnants of his internal strength surged violently. The predatory instinct of the whale, devouring technique, and the defensive instinct of the steel bones were pushed to their utmost limits by the threat of death. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of relentless impacts erupted like a torrential rain. The bone blade struck fiercely against Fang Qi's scaled arms and shoulders. With each collision, sparks erupted. The tremendous force battered Fang Qi as if he were being struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer, his feet carving deep grooves into the metallic floor. A metallic taste filled his throat. Blood mixed with crystalline fragments oozed from the corners of his mouth. Too much. Too fast. The clones, devoid of pain and fear, moved with precision akin to a killing machine. Zhao Xiaodao and Mu were instantly driven into a corner. Fang Qi shielded Xiao Ying, enduring the most ferocious assaults, his golden-scaled arms flickering with blinding light, even beginning to show fine cracks. Swoosh! A cunning bone blade pierced through his defense, viciously slashing beneath his ribs. Excruciating pain surged. Blood stained his clothes. At the edges of the wound, delicate golden crystalline formations visibly spread. Ugh! The agony and the looming specter of death elicited a roar from Fang Qi. His strength was rapidly ebbing. His vision blurred. Xiao Ying's terrified cries seemed to echo through thick glass. Brother, blood! Xiao Ying gazed at the blood seeping from beneath Fang Qi's ribs. Glistening with golden crystals, her wide eyes filled with fear and anguish. Don't be afraid. Fang Qi attempted to reassure her, his voice hoarse and indistinct. All he could do was stand resolutely in front of his sister. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of being swallowed by pain and despair, buzz! A terrifying surge of heat emanated from the depths of his spine, as if it had slumbered for eons, erupting without warning. This torrent was not merely power, but a pure, life-originating pressure. It penetrated Fang Qi's skin, and on his scarred back, the dull golden scales suddenly blazed to life. Like molten gold, blinding, scorching, infused with an ancient, noble essence that demanded reverence. The radiance instantly pierced through his tattered clothing, wherever the light reached. The stardust particles in the air emitted a faint hum, The clones, lunging closest with their bone blades, just inches from Fang Qi's back, suddenly froze. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats. Their hollow faces displayed an unprecedented tremor. In their lifeless eyes, confusion gave way to disbelief, then transformed into a profound dread and submission. Thud! The first clone's bone blade slipped from its grasp, its knees buckling as it fell heavily. Its head bowed low, its body trembling violently under the invisible pressure. Thud! 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 Like a chain reaction, dozens of clones, regardless of their location or the target of their aggression, simultaneously knelt down in unison. Their bone blades clattered to the ground. They pressed their foreheads firmly against the metallic surface, their bodies trembling violently from an overwhelming fear and an irresistible call. The entire arena of slaughter fell into an eerie silence. The only sounds were the rustling of their trembling bodies against the ground, accompanied by the hoarse, reverent syllables escaping their throats in a dreamlike chant. Fire, seed, fire, seed. This sudden transformation left everyone in a state of shock. Zhao Xiaodao held aloft his electric baton, while Mu leaned against the wall, gasping in disbelief. On the control panel, Chun Mo, who had always been in command, found his all-controlling smile completely frozen for the first time. His pupils dilated as he fixated on the golden patterns flowing down Fang Qi's back like a living entity, radiating an overwhelming pressure. His eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of frenzied greed. Impossible. This source resonance. Could it be that the zero container is now? Fang Qi was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet the searing pressure on his back served as a potent stimulant, instantly dispelling his pain and weakness. The instinct for survival and the obsession to save his sister overshadowed everything else. His eyes sparkled with fierce determination. His body coiled like a spring, brimming with energy. He disregarded the kneeling clones, with only one target in sight. The control panels, Chun Mo. The metallic grating beneath his feet shattered under immense force. Fang Qi transformed into a golden blur, rocketing towards the elevated control panel at an unparalleled speed. His right fist, adorned with golden scales and fissures seeping with crystallized blood, shot forth like a cannonball, embodying the raw power of steel and the ferocious energy of his devouring technique, crashing violently against the control screen before Chun Mo. Chapter 62. Annihilation Protocol. Stop him. Chun Mo's electronic voice was filled with desperation for the first time. The gentle demeanor on his face vanished entirely, leaving only the shock and fury of a plan disrupted. The kneeling clones struggled violently, attempting to rise and intercept the golden figure rushing toward the control console. The pressure emanating from the spark of life was deeply embedded in their genes, like invisible chains. Each struggle appeared futile and absurd. They could only tremble in place, emitting incomprehensible rasping sound from their throats. Boom! Fang Qi's fist, infused with the overwhelming power of steel and the ferocious energy of the devouring technique, struck the main control screen before Chun Mo with tremendous force. Blinding electric light flashed violently. Countless fine cracks instantly spread across the screen like a spider's web. The splintered fragments reflected a dazzling cold light in the blue glow. A profusion of glaring sparks erupted from within the console. The entire deep blue energy center flickered ominously, akin to the heartbeat of a dying man. Just before the screen plunged into darkness, a line of glaring red error messages flashed frantically. Warning: Zero Container Activation Program interrupted. Unknown source interference. This line of text served as a final accusation, briefly etched into the retinas of Fang Qi and Chun Mo. You. Chun Mo gazed at Fang Qi, who was perilously close and ablaze with a frenzied fire, his mask of gentility utterly shattered. What remained was a twisted, grotesque visage, offended by the audacity of mere ants. The last trace of his feigned scientific zeal vanished, leaving only pure, unbridled rage. Very well, Fang Qi, you have thoroughly enraged me. Chun Mo's voice, transmitted through the electronic synthesizer, pierced like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. He swiftly pressed an inconspicuous black button on his wrist, his grin resembling that of a venomous serpent. Ha ha! Chun Mo observed Fang Qi's tense posture as if facing an imminent threat, unleashing a shrill electronic laugh. Enjoy the dance with the cleaner. It will crush you, inch by inch. As for that girl, he cast a glance at the silent Xiao Ying in the distance, a glimmer of unusual greed flickering in his eyes. Her value is far greater than you can imagine. Unfortunately, she is destined to perish here alongside you. Relish in the final despair, the annihilation protocol activated. A low, ominous hum, more foreboding than the awakening of the clones, erupted from the depths of the reactor's base, as if from the abyss itself. The sound was heavy and muffled, carrying the texture of metal scraping against metal, instantly piercing eardrums and reaching the very heart. The entire metallic floor began to tremble violently. The grates buzzed, and the thick pipes overhead emitted a nauseating groan. The energy particles in the air became violently chaotic. Just as this cataclysmic roar and tremor erupted, Xiao Ying, who had been sheltered in the corner by Fang Qi, suddenly arched her body. Without warning, she expelled a small mouthful of blood. That blood was no longer the vibrant red of life. Instead, it appeared as though infused with countless fragments of sapphire dust, shimmering with an eerie and enchanting pale blue crystalline luster. Flecks of crystalline blue light flickered at the corners of her lips, as if they were the condensed tears of stars. Her petite frame quivered violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The anguish and terror reflected in her large eyes momentarily lost their focus, and her body slumped lifelessly backward, crashing heavily onto the metallic floor. Chapter 63. The crystal fist in the examination hall. Xiao Ying's lips were stained with a faint blue crystalline blood, resembling a needle-piercing Fang Qi's eye. Chun Mo's sinister laughter reverberated, the subterranean hum mingling with the muffled sounds of the struggling clones, coalescing into a cacophony. Xiaoing, he abruptly halted his momentum, twisting to lunge towards his sister in the corner. The sharp blade of a clone sliced through his back, pain searing, yet it paled in comparison to the dread in his heart. Zhao Xiaodao was a step swifter, his right arm encircling the limp Xiaoying. Girl! Zhao Xiaodao's voice trembled. The medical device's screen displayed erratic fluctuations in vital signs. The gene assimilation rate, skyrocketing to 18. Move! Fang Qi surged forward, his voice hoarse. He took Xiao Ying in his arms, her skin radiating a scalding warmth, a faint blue luminescence coursing beneath. His heart sank. The tremors beneath his feet intensified. Chun Mo mocked from the control panel. Run? The entire 7th Institute is an altar. Let us offer a sacrifice to Zero. Amu, dragging his injured leg, pointed upward. Brother Fang Qi. The ventilation shaft. Behind the reactor's base, a partially obscured pipe exhaled a faint current of air. There was no other escape. Fang Qi cradled Xiaoying, while Zhao Xiaodao pulled Amu, racing toward the duct. Behind them, lights flashed frantically, and the piercing alarm shattered the silence. Hurry in! Zhao Xiaodao shoved Amu inside, following closely. Fang Qi curled around Xiao Ying as they squeezed into the duct. The pipe was slick, permeated with the scent of oil and metal. In an instant, Fang Qi fully immersed himself, casting one last glance downward. Boom! The metallic floor beneath the reactor erupted violently. A gaping maw over 10 meters in diameter appeared. In the unfathomable darkness, numerous large metal tendrils, glowing with flickering azure patterns, erupted from the ground. They lashed violently at the dormant equipment. Alloys tore like paper. The machinery burst into flames. Go! Zhao Xiaodao roared within the duct, propelling Amu forward. Fang Qi shielded the scalding Xiao Ying with his body, laboriously navigating the dark tunnel on hands and knees. The sounds of metal rending, explosions, and low growls echoed behind them, with Chun Mo's maniacal laughter surging like a tide. The duct seemed interminable. Each tremor brought forth groans, dust cascading down. Xiao Ying's breaths quickened, her forehead pressed against Fang Qi's neck, the medical device's red light illuminating 18. It was unclear how long they crawled, but ahead, a glimmer of light and human voices beckoned. The exit! Mu's voice quivered. Zhao Xiaodao shoved aside the grating, blinding light flooding in. Outside was a vast maintenance platform, teeming with voices. The group clambered out, collapsing onto the platform. The sunlight was blinding. Below, a colossal circular arena. The stands were packed with a sea of people. An overwhelming roar of cheers crashing over them. They had indeed crawled into the inner sanctum of the final examination at Donghai Wuda. Below was the examination ground. Mu leaned over the platform's edge, staring dumbfounded at the fierce battle unfolding in the center below. Fang Qi had no time to observe the conflict. He held Xiao Ying, the medical device's readings quickening his pulse. They needed to find a healing device. Their only hope lay in the Wuda medical zone. His anxious gaze swept over the structure of the examination hall, searching for an exit. Fang Qi, a roar, brimming with unbridled hatred, erupted from the stands. Fang Qi's head snapped up. From the elevated family viewing platform, Lin Tianxiang suddenly stood, his face twisted with rage, the gaping wound on his face contorting with fury. His remaining eye locked onto Fang Qi, spewing flames of vengeance. The elite uniform remained pristine, the privileged jade token at the waist glaringly evident. You did not perish at the 7th Institute. Lin Tianxiang's amplified voice resonated throughout the arena, brimming with incredulity and deep-seated hatred. You choose not to tread the path to heaven. He pointed emphatically at the arena below, his voice rising in agitation. Examiner, I, Lin Tianxiang, invoke my elite privilege. I initiate a death duel arbitration. Target, Radiation Zone Lowlife, Fang Qi. The cacophony of the examination hall fell into an abrupt silence, only to erupt once more in uproar. A death duel? Had Lin Tianxiang lost his sanity? Was Fang Qi truly present? The injuries on Lin Tianxiang's face. At the elevated examiner's platform, the chief examiner wore a stern expression, observing the frail girl, whom Fang Qi cradled in a pitiful state, and the seemingly deranged Lin Tianxiang. Furrowing his brow, a death duel requires the consent of both parties, and the target must possess examination qualifications. He stole my special invitation letter. He is here for the examination. Lin Tianxiang interrupted sharply, pointing at Fang Qi. His mere presence in the examination hall signifies his acceptance of the challenge. Or is Donghai Martial University shielding a thief? The act of theft of the invitation was a grave offense. The chief examiner fell silent for a few moments, his piercing gaze directed at Fang Qi. Fang Qi, do you possess a special invitation letter? Do you accept the death duel arbitration? All eyes converged on Fang Qi. Zhao Xiaodao and Mu watched him anxiously. Xiaoying groaned in pain, the medical apparatus displaying. 19. Fang Qi slowly lifted his head. His face was smeared with dust and blood, yet his eyes burned with the intensity of a cornered wolf. He glanced at the suffering Xiao Ying in his arms, then at the vengeful Lin Tianxiang above. There was no option left. He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating clearly through the hushed examination hall. The letter is with me. I accept the arbitration. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. He has accepted. Seeking death. Lin Tianxiang, a telekinetic prodigy. That girl is gravely ill. Fang Qi carefully entrusted Xiao Ying to Zhao Xiaodao. Take good care of her. Find a medical area. His gaze swept across the examination hall, locking onto an inconspicuous blue cross door behind the examiner's platform. Zhao Xiaodao nodded earnestly, cradling Xiao Ying and pulling Mu along, swiftly making for the small door while everyone was distracted by the death duel. Fang Qi turned, flexing his arms, covered in cracks and dry blood, the golden scales shimmering faintly in response to his stress. He descended the steps, stepping into the center of the examination arena. At the opposite end, Lin Tianxiang leaped down. Telekinesis lifted him, landing firmly and kicking up a cloud of dust. He fixed his gaze on Fang Qi. A cruel delight etched upon his face. Fang Qi, today you shall kneel and perish. I will wash away my humiliation with your blood. The chief examiner signaled. The death duel begins. Life and death are left to fate. The moment the word left his lips, Lin Tianxiang surged into action. There was no hesitation. His right eye's pupil constricted sharply. A violent telekinetic shockwave surged forth, an invisible battering ram crashing towards Fang Qi. Boom! The air erupted with a deafening roar. The ground was torn asunder. Fang Qi's pupils narrowed. The telekinetic force exceeded anything he had encountered before. Lin Tianxiang had grown stronger. Not daring to confront it head-on, Fang Qi exerted force beneath his feet, the golden scales propelling him at breakneck speed, narrowly evading the onslaught. The telekinetic force grazed him, slamming into the energy shield behind, sending ripples cascading outward. Evade? Let us see how long you can dodge. Lin Tianxiang sneered, raising his hands. Massive blocks of metal and remnants of discarded mechs levitated menacingly at the edge of the arena under his terrifying telekinetic power. Like a meteor shower, they rained down upon Fang Qi. Fang Qi maneuvered through the metallic tempest, blocking and dodging. Clang! 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 The golden scales clashed against the metal, sparks flying. The impact reverberated, causing a surge of blood and energy. Each block sent excruciating pain from the gaping wound beneath his ribs, crimson droplets seeping forth. Worthless. Scum of the radiation zone, only fit to scurry like a rat. Lin Tianxiang's maniacal laughter and curses echoed in his ears. The telekinetic force pressed down on Fang Qi, pushing him into perilous circumstances. In the observation stand, Chinamo had taken his seat unbeknownst to anyone, wearing a gentle smile as he observed the arena. As if witnessing an experiment, Fang Qi's breath came in heavy gasps. His strength waned rapidly. The whale swallowing technique was barely effective, like a drop in the bucket. Under the relentless telekinetic assault, cracks began to spread across his steel bones. No, a counterattack was imperative. He must break free from the telekinetic control. Fang Qi's gaze scanned the area. The controlled metal was too dispersed. His sight locked onto a heap of enormous remains at the edge of the arena. Untouched by Lin Tianxiang's telekinetic sweep, the remnants of some colossal beast. The immense thoracic vertebrae and ribs were covered in a thick, dull, crystalline shell, resembling a small mountain. The crystalline shell was riddled with cracks and holes. In an instant, a frenzied idea took shape. He braced himself against the telekinetic onslaught, spewing blood as he stumbled towards the crystalline beast's remains. In a desperate struggle, Lin Tianxiang sneered, and with a flick of his mind, a massive alloy plate hurtled towards Fang Qi's back. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes. At the moment the alloy plate was upon him, he twisted his body sharply, slamming his golden-scaled left arm into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered and stones flew. The recoil propelled Fang Qi like a cannonball toward the remains. The alloy plate narrowly missed his heel. Lin Tianxiang was momentarily stunned. Fang Qi had lunged at the crystalline beast's remains. Without hesitation, he infused his right fist, now imbued with crystallized blood. With all his remaining strength, the raw power of steel bones, the ferocity of the whale swallowing technique, and the lingering might of his spine, he struck fiercely at the thickest and most cracked crystalline shell of the beast's thoracic vertebrae. Shatter! A deafening roar erupted. The sound was as piercing as a glacier fracturing. The thick crystalline shell, bearing the brunt of the blow, instantly sprouted a web of cracks centered around the impact. The fractures erupted with dazzling golden light. Boom! The entire massive crystalline shell, along with the sturdy vertebrae, imploded under the overwhelming destructive force. Countless shards of crystalline fragments, shimmering with ethereal blue energy patterns, scattered like shrapnel from an explosion, hurtling in all directions. Their trajectory aimed directly at Lin Tianxiang. What? Lin Tianxiang's expression shifted drastically, completely unanticipated. He hastily summoned telekinetic energy to form a barrier in front of him. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The fragments pelted the barrier like a torrential downpour. The barrier trembled violently, thinning in an instant. Fang Qi's target was not the fragments, but the barrier itself. In that moment of crystalline explosion, Fang Qi, like a specter, trailed closely behind the largest and sharpest shard. His right fist, now enveloped in a flowing dark golden crystalline substance, extended from his fist to his forearm, taking on a fierce, jagged form. Heavy as a mountain, sharp as crystal. The power surged through his right arm. Steel bone level 3, crystal fist. Lin Tianxiang. A roar echoed, drowning out the crowd's astonishment. Before the crystal fist could strike him, it smashed down ferociously upon the wavering telekinetic barrier. Buzz! The collision of fist and barrier distorted the very fabric of space. Visible waves of dark gold rippled outward. The telekinetic barrier shattered like glass under the weight of a hammer, emitting a mournful cry. The immense backlash left Lin Tianxiang gasping, his mind pierced with pain, his telekinetic force dissipating. The crystal fist surged forward, relentless. The wind from the punch stirred the air, causing particles of stardust to coalesce, vaguely forming the fierce phantom of a roaring energy crystalline dragon. Blurred yet formidable, the phantom struck fiercely against Lin Tianxiang's hastily raised right arm in defense. A sharp crack echoed. The sound of bone fracturing was unmistakable. Lin Tianxiang let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he'd been struck by a rampaging rhinoceros. His feet leaving the ground and sent flying backward. The elite's uniformed fist cut through the air with a savage force, shattering the protective psychic barrier entirely. With a sickening thud, several shards of sharp crystalline armor, slightly slowed by their obstruction, accurately pierced through the exposed joints of Lin Tianxiang. Elbows, knees, and shoulder blades. While the shards were not lethal, they acted like malicious steel spikes, instantly jamming the mechanisms of his joints. With a resounding crash, Lin Tianxiang tumbled dozens of meters away, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but the joint fragments rendered his limbs as unresponsive as a rusted machine. Grinding painfully against one another, helpless as a rag doll, he roared in anguish and curses. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixated on the center stage. The bloodied youth, with his right arm encased in menacing crystalline armor like a hellish war god, loomed over the fallen genius from a prestigious lineage, who lay motionless like a dead dog. The outcome was unmistakably determined. Fang Qi gasped for breath, the crystalline armor on his right arm peeling away to reveal a shattered, bloodied limb beneath. A wave of debilitating weakness washed over him. He glanced towards a small blue door behind the examination panel. Chapter 64. The shadow of the school emblem. Fang Qi gasped heavily, his gaze fixed intently on the small door marked by a blue cross at the back of the examiner's seats. Zhao Xiaodao and Amu should be bringing Xiaoing there shortly. A wave of weakness crashed over him, and the excruciating pain in his right arm served as a stark reminder of the immense price he had paid for his earlier outburst. Lin Tianxiang, sprawled several dozen meters away, continued to emit pained and resentful howls, akin to a wild beast ensnared in a trap. The arena was enveloped in silence. Countless eyes were riveted on Fang Qi, filled with shock, disbelief, and even a hint of fear. A lowly commoner from a radiation zone had indeed confronted and vanquished the esteemed genius Lin Tianxiang in this brutal contest. The chief examiner's expression was grave, poised to announce the outcome. At that moment, a gentle, milky white beam of light suddenly illuminated the scene from the very center of the arena's dome, enveloping the fallen Lin Tianxiang with precision. The beam radiated warmth and was imbued with potent life energy. The wounds on Lin Tianxiang's body, torn by fragments of crystal armor, visibly staunched their bleeding and began to heal at an astonishing rate under the beam's glow. Even the shards embedded in his joints were gradually extracted, melted, and absorbed by an invisible force. In mere seconds, Lin Tianxiang's injuries were significantly mended. Struggling, he managed to rise unsteadily, aided by the beam, his pallor still evident. Yet the venomous hatred in his eyes was almost palpable, fixated on Fang Qi. It was the Academy's life-repairing beam. How biased! The deadly duel had not officially concluded. Why was he receiving treatment? Look at the source of the beam. What is that? The stands erupted into chaos. The outcry of the commoner students threatened to shatter the dome. Fang Qi abruptly looked up, focusing intently on the source of the beam emanating from the dome. Deep within the core of that soft yet unjust beam, an extraordinarily intricate three-dimensional emblem, composed of countless geometric lines, appeared, shimmering like a watermark in the light. That emblem was unmistakably the insignia of the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. The source of the beam was, in fact, the emblem itself. Chen Mo, seated in the observation area of the dome, wore a deepened smile, his expression one of playful insight as he silently observed the unfolding drama below, as if witnessing a play scripted long ago. Feeling the warmth and strength of his rapidly recovering body, the agony on Lin Tianxiang's face contorted into a profound sense of humiliation and resentment. He beheld his disheveled appearance, listened to the remarks from the commoners in the stands, and ultimately fixed his glare upon Fang Qi, his teeth grinding audibly. The beam not only healed his wounds, but also struck a metaphorical slap against the dignity of his noble lineage. Fang Qi. Fang Qi. Lin Tianxiang forced the name through gritted teeth, his voice twisted by overwhelming hatred. He suddenly lifted his head, staring at the emblem that flickered at the source of the beam, then at the chief examiner's seat, his eyes wild. This was not the end. Not yet. The Academy S-beam has saved me. The rules did not declare my defeat. I demand a continuation of the arbitration, until one side is utterly vanquished. He was determined to sever all ties, exploiting the last ambiguous gray area of the rules. Bolstered by the Academy's life beam, he intended to engage Fang Qi in a relentless battle to the bitter end, even if it meant dragging out the confrontation. He was resolute in exhausting this already gravely injured opponent. The chief examiner furrowed his brow, evidently troubled by this unexpected turn of events and the unreasonable antics of the aristocratic youth. According to the rules, a duel indeed concluded only when one party was entirely incapacitated or conceded defeat. The appearance of the life beam interrupted this process. Fang Qi's heart sank. The excruciating pain in his right arm and the overwhelming weakness in his body were painfully vivid. Although Lin Tianxiang had just suffered a severe beating, the presence of that beam granted him an opportunity for infinite revival. And what of himself? Xiao Ying was still awaiting treatment. The assimilation rate of 19 loomed over him like a sword hanging by a thread. He cast another resolute glance towards the small blue cross-marked door. He could no longer afford to delay. He had to escape immediately. Just at that moment of tense silence and confrontation, a sharp, urgent alarm suddenly blared from behind the examiner's platform, emanating from the unassuming small door marked with a blue cross. Wail, wail, wail. The alarm pierced through the cacophony of the examination hall, carrying a distinct sense of despair characteristic of a malfunctioning device. Fang Qi's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Was that the alarm from the medical area? Had Zhao Xiaodao and Xiao Ying encountered trouble? Chapter 65, Resonance Medical Chamber, the faintly visible emblem of Donghai Wu University flickered like a brand seared into Fang Qi's mind. The image of Lin Tianxiang rising within the beam of light, the uproar from the stands, and Chun Mo's contemplative gaze all faded into a blurred background noise. His attention was solely focused on the small door embossed with a blue cross behind the examiners, which was slowly shutting. In the fleeting moment, as Zhao Xiaodao's silhouette, cradling Xiao Ying, was engulfed by the door's crevice, Amu cast a desperate glance back at him. The door closed. Xiao Ying. That name echoed in Fang Qi's mind. The excruciating pain from his right arm, once encased in crystalline armor, still tore at his nerves, yet paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. He paid no heed to Lin Tianxiang, who had regained his footing, nor to the chief examiner, who appeared poised to speak. Run! Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he charged toward the blue door. His body felt as if it were being ripped apart, his steps faltering, his eyes fixated solely on that door. Stop him! Lin Tianxiang's venomous roar erupted behind him. Having just regained a semblance of strength, he lacked the focus to harness his psychic energy and could only scream in frustration. A few Academy security personnel instinctively moved to intercept him. Limpass! The chief examiner's deep voice resonated, laced with a barely perceptible complexity. He glanced at the healing beam above and then at Lin Tianxiang before finally waving his hand. The security personnel halted. Fang Qi pushed through the heavy metallic door and rushed inside. Beyond the door lay a narrow, brightly lit corridor permeated with the scent of disinfectant. At the end, A light beckoned. He stumbled forward. The conclusion was a spacious medical observation room. A luminous screen displayed intricate vital sign data. Zhao Xiaodao and Amu anxiously hovered in the center of the room. There, side by side, stood two uniquely designed medical pods. Their silvery exteriors were adorned with flowing light blue energy patterns. One pod's lid was tightly sealed, filled with a gentle, milky light, within which Xiao Ying's tiny form could be faintly seen suspended. The other pod stood empty. An elderly doctor, his hair grizzled, stood before Xiao Ying's pod, his brow furrowed, fingers deftly manipulating the hovering screen. The curves representing Xiao Ying's vital signs fluctuated violently, the glaring red text reading gene assimilation rate, 21. Doctor, how is she? Fang Qi rushed to the pod, his voice hoarse. The old doctor, without lifting his gaze, spoke rapidly. It's dire. The collapse at the genetic level is accelerating. The medical pod can only stabilize her physiological indicators. It cannot suppress the assimilation. We require a creation-level resonance chamber. He paused, casting a glance at Fang Qi, adding that such equipment is exclusively accessible to the core level, requiring a dedicated genetic key for activation. A genetic key? Fang Qi's heart sank. The core level of Wu University? They had just arrived. What authority did they possess? Could it be? Amu's voice was tinged with despair. There's another way. The old doctor suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as it scanned Fang Qi's bloodied, cracked arms, landing on the faint golden patterns visible beneath the torn fabric of his back. Your genetic lock. Steel bone system. Special mutation. Your genetic fluctuations are potent. If we can channel your power to create a co-resonance with the medical pod's energy field, we might forcibly enhance its efficacy and temporarily suppress the mutations within her. Co-resonance? Fang Qi cast his gaze towards another vacant medical pod. What should he do? He did not hesitate. You go in. I will attempt to synchronize the energy field with you. The process will be excruciating. Your genetic compatibility is exceptionally high. Once initiated, your power will be forcibly extracted and infused into her body, like a blood transfusion. However, what is being transfused is your primal genetic power, a moment's carelessness, and you too may experience genetic collapse. The old doctor spoke rapidly, his expression grave. Brother Fang Qi, no. Amu, in a state of urgency, try to pull him back. Fang Qi glanced at the pale, pained face of Xiao Ying within the medical pod. Genetic collapse? Primal power? He smirked slightly, his face smeared with blood and ash, yet his smile remained unnaturally calm. Open the pod. The lid of the vacant medical pod slid open silently. Fang Qi shed his tattered shirt, revealing a torso marred by old and new scars, adorned with golden scales. He reclined within, the metallic surface cool against his skin. The lid began to close slowly. A gentle, milky light surged from the surrounding walls, enveloping him. A warm yet irresistible energy field began to permeate his body. Relax. Attempt to sense the core of your genetic lock. Guide that power. The old doctor's voice resonated through the communicator. Fang Qi closed his eyes. Agonizing pain and fatigue crashed over him like a tidal wave. He compelled himself to remain tranquil. Sense, genetic lock, core. The area along his spine, where previously a terrifying pressure had erupted, now lay dormant, akin to a slumbering volcano. He strived to reach out, to sense it. The energy field of the medical pod intensified, resembling countless delicate tendrils attempting to penetrate his body and capture the vibrant genetic fluctuations. A feeling of repulsion surged forth. The strength of steel instinctively resisted the invasion of external forces. Not enough. Fang Qi, focus. Release your power. Actively guide it, the old doctor urged. The alarm from Xiao Ying's medical pod seemed to grow more piercing. With a sudden grit of his teeth, Fang Qi resolved to cease his restraint, to abandon his resistance. He detonated the residual power of steel within him. The golden scales beneath his skin erupted in a blinding radiance. A torrent of raw, heavy energy, imbued with a crystalline essence, surged within him. Buzz! Both medical pods trembled violently. The milky light within Fang Qi's pod was instantly tinged with a faint golden hue. The brilliance intensified. A powerful suction enveloped him, and Fang Qi felt as though his consciousness was being drawn away, as a force originating from the essence of life was being frantically extracted by the medical pod. Agony, a torment more intense than any injury he had ever endured. It felt as if his soul were being torn asunder. Fang Qi emitted a suppressed roar within the pod, his body spasming uncontrollably. The golden scales beneath his skin flickered wildly, their glow erratic. Hold on, it's working. The old doctor fixated on the screen, displaying Xiao Ying's status, his voice brimming with excitement. Within Xiao Ying's medical pod, the originally gentle milky light was now tinged with a soft golden hue. The wildly fluctuating life signs began to stabilize miraculously as the golden light surged into her. The glaring gene assimilation rate, 21, displayed numbers wildly fluctuating as though held back by an invisible hand, gradually and painstakingly. Beginning to decline, effective. Fang Qi sensed a subtle shift emanating from Xiao Ying, a wave of relief washing over him, only to be followed by an even more intense sensation of extraction. He felt as though his very essence was being drained, his consciousness beginning to fade. Deep within his spine, a dormant heat seemed to stir, as if provoked by the force of extraction, trembling slightly. At that moment, humming, the medical pod containing Xiao Ying suddenly resonated with an extraordinary vibration. The girl, suspended within the luminous flow, instinctively curled her body. Her pale fingertips gently grazed the transparent wall of the pod. Zing! Crackle! Where her fingertips made contact, the internal flow of pale blue energy patterns within the wall erupted into a brilliant glow. Subsequently, a soft golden light began to permeate the entire medical pod, pulsating rhythmically as if responding to an unseen call. The air was filled with ubiquitous stardust particles, creating visible ripples akin to stones tossed into a pond. They joyfully and willingly converged toward Xiao Ying's medical pod, merging into the pulsating flow of light. The brilliance of the entire pod instantly transformed into a pure and majestic radiance. Fang Qi felt the pace of his extraction intensify dramatically. Yet, he also distinctly sensed that the life force emanating from Xiao Ying was stabilizing and strengthening at an astonishing rate. Stardust resonance. The elderly doctor stared in shock at the wildly fluctuating energy readings on the monitoring screen, as well as the rapid diminishment of the aberrant reactions within Xiao Ying. He was rendered speechless by the overwhelming astonishment. The figures representing gene assimilation rate plummeted like an avalanche. 18, 15, 12. Achieved. The synergy of resonance combined with stardust resonance. A miracle. The old doctor trembled with excitement. Fang Qi lay within the medical pod, the intense sensation of extraction leaving his consciousness hazy, his body feeling as though it were being torn apart. Yet, a faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. Xiao Ying is saved, just as the old doctor watched in exhilaration as Xiao Ying's data improved. A brief flash of an encrypted medical file appeared on the corner of the monitoring screen, momentarily revealed by the recent surge of energy. The file's title read, Patient, Su Qingying, Physique, Stardust Affinity, Highly Unstable. Treatment Plan, High-Frequency Resonance Therapy, Failed. Notes, Suspected Presence of Unknown Energy Frequency Adaptation. This file flickered for less than a second before being overwritten by a new stream of data. Inside Xiao Ying's medical pod, the pure and magnificent flow of light enveloped her. The furrowed brow of the girl relaxed as she fell into a deep slumber. One small hand rested on her chest, moving instinctively and gently along the smooth wall of the pod. Where her fingertips glided, the residual light particles did not dissipate immediately. Instead, they left behind an exceptionally faint yet remarkably clear trace of pale blue. This mark was not the careless scribbling of a child. It resembled a straight vertical line, with subtle curves and an upward flare akin to the ridge of a sword. Or perhaps it was an intricately complex sword-shaped rune, the very essence of the initial stroke. Chapter 66. Settling medical debts. The medical chamber enveloped Fang Qi in a gentle white light. He lay within, his eyelids heavy. A deep, searing pain radiated from his spine. In his quest to save Xiao Ying, he had expended too much energy, leaving his body akin to an emptied sack. His consciousness was hazy. He could hear the muffled sobs of a moo outside, accompanied by the low murmurs of Zhao Xiaodao and the elderly doctor. Too much strain. The genetic lock resonated forcibly, nearly cost him dearly. He would need to lie still for at least 3 days. The doctor's voice came in fragmented bursts. Where's the girl? Zhao Xiaodao's voice was laced with fatigue and tension. She is stable. The stardust resonance. Astonishing. The assimilation rate has been reduced to below 10. For now, she is safe, but continuous high-frequency energy reinforcement is required. The elderly doctor spoke with a tone of awe. Xiaoying is safe now. A single taut nerve within Fang Qi relaxed. The weight of exhaustion completely engulfed him. He sank into darkness. The healing light flowed, mending the fissures in his body and soothing his overtaxed spirit. Time elapsed. A faint, sharp pain flickered in his right hand. Fang Qi struggled to open his eyes. The lid of the medical chamber had been lifted. The room's lighting was somewhat blinding. He turned his dry eyes. Xiao Ying lay in the adjacent medical chamber, her lid open. The girl's eyes were closed, her complexion still pale. Yet her breathing was steady, a hint of tranquility gracing her lips. A moo had fallen asleep beside her chamber, traces of tears still evident on his face. Zhao Xiaodao was dozing off in a chair between the two medical chambers, his left arm wrapped in a makeshift bandage where the interface lay bare. Fang Qi attempted to move his fingers. His body felt as if it were disassembled, every movement aching. Yet the searing pain in his spine had subsided, replaced by a peculiar sense of solidity. The golden scales beneath his skin appeared more pronounced, their hue deepening to a rich, dark gold. He slowly sat up. The soreness in his muscles elicited a muffled grunt, startling Zhao Xiaodao awake. You're awake? Zhao Xiaodao blinked rapidly, his mechanical eye flashing red. How do you feel? Old Qin said it's a miracle you can crawl out. You're not dead. Fang Qi's voice was hoarse as his gaze fell upon Xiaoying. She is doing well. For now, she is stable, but she must rely on this medical chamber for sustenance. Zhao Xiaodao gestured towards Xiaoying's chamber. This device consumes a lot of energy. The academy has been here, given the girl's unique condition. Old Qin vouched for her, which is why they reluctantly agreed to lend it. Fang Qi nodded and glanced at Zhao Xiaodao's empty left arm interface. Your hand. No big deal. Zhao Xiaodao grinned, turning to search for better materials to forge a more formidable replacement. The door to the medical room slid open. Old Qin, the doctor, entered, carrying a metallic tray. The tray held several nutrient solutions and some tablets. It's good to see you awake, Old Qin said, placing the tray on the table. His gaze complex as he looked at Fang Qi. How do you feel? Is your back still hurting? Much better, Fang Qi replied, moving his shoulders. A faint crackle emanating from his bones. That's good to hear, Old Qin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He picked up a nutrient solution and offered it to Fang Qi. Drink this. It will replenish your energy. There are matters to attend to at the academy. Fang Qi took the nutrient solution and glanced at Old Qin. With a sigh, Old Qin retrieved a thin metallic card from his lab coat pocket and placed it on the tray. The card surface bore only the emblem of the Dome Group, shimmering under the light. Issued by the medical department of the Dome Group, Old Qin's voice lacked inflection as he spoke. Your sister, Fang Xiaoying, during her treatment at the 7th Institute, has an outstanding medical and equipment fee, amounting to 3 million credit points. This is a collection notice. 3 million. Fang Qi's fingers tightened around the nutrient solution, causing the metal tube to slightly deform. Zhao Xiaodao sprang to his feet, his mechanical eye flashing with crimson light. Nonsense. The 7th Institute nearly cost her life. How dare they demand payment? AMU, awakened by the commotion, stared blankly at the group, unfazed by Zhao Xiaodao's anger. Old Qin turned his gaze back to Fang Qi. They have dispatched an enforcement robot, which is waiting outside. According to protocol, failure to pay will result in forced recovery actions, asset freezing, compulsory labor, and even, he cast a glance at Xiaoying in the medical pod, reclamation of medical resources. The air thickened with tension. Fang Qi fell silent, slowly unscrewing the cap of the nutrient solution, the cold liquid sliding down his throat. He set the empty tube down, his gaze fixed on a collection notice. 3 million, a staggering sum. He raised his head to look at old Qin. Dr. Qin, please let the robot in. Old Qin regarded him deeply, saying nothing, before turning to activate the communicator. The door slid open, and a robot entered. Its sleek, silvery exterior stood nearly 6 feet tall, humanoid yet with elongated limbs. The head was a smooth hemisphere, devoid of features, save for a flickering azure sensor. It moved silently with precision, holding a tablet-sized scanning terminal. Designation T7. Dome Group Medical Debt Enforcement Unit. The robot's electronic voice was steady and emotionless. It approached Fang Qi's medical pod, the sensor locking onto him. Target debtor, Fang Qi. Associated debt, Fang Xiaoying's medical arrears, 3 million credit points. Immediate payment is required. It raised the scanning terminal, the screen illuminating to display a massive payment QR code alongside the figure. 3,000,000 CR. I have no funds, Fang Qi replied calmly. Rising from the medical pod, his bare torso still glistening with treatment fluid, the defined muscles and dark golden scales on his back shimmered under the light. Detected debtor lacks payment capability. The robot, unfazed, initiated the compulsory recovery protocol. Procedure A. Freeze the debtors and associated persons' assets. The sensor scanned Zhao, Xiaodao, and AMU. Procedure B. Enforce high-intensity labor for the debtor to repay. Estimated work duration, 70 years. Procedure C. Reclaim illegal medical resources occupied by associated person Fang Xiaoying. Immediate execution. The robot's arm lifted, its end morphing to reveal a syringe with a pulsating blue needle, aimed at Xiaoying's medical pod. Simultaneously, its other arm extended, presenting an energy restraint chain directly at Fang Qi. You dare! Zhao Xiaodao roared, his right fist clenched, ready to charge. AMU screamed. Wait. Fang Qi's voice was soft, yet it pierced through the tension like an ice pick. The robot halted its movement, the sensor swiveling towards him. Fang Qi did not glance at the needle, nor did he look at the chain. He bent down and picked up an object from the ground beside the medical pod. It was a small metallic badge, thrown by the examiner during the final test of combat. The badge was shield-shaped, its dark silver surface adorned with ancient thorny patterns along the edges. At its center, a shattered ancient sword pierced through a dawn motif, an emblem of the temporary student of the Eastern Sea Martial Arts Academy. Fang Qi ran his thumb over the surface of the badge. Then, under the gaze of the robot sensor, Old Qin, Zhao Xiaodao, and Amu, he abruptly raised his arm. Whoosh! The badge sliced through the air, precisely striking the robot's head at its ethereal blue sensor. Clang! The clear sound of impact resonated. The robot's head tilted slightly, and a faint white dot appeared on the sensor. The debtor's actions constituted violent resistance. Threat level elevated. Initiating. The robot's voice rose, laced with a warning. Silence. Fang Qi interrupted it, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. He pointed at the badge that had rolled to the ground, then gestured toward himself. Do you see who I am? The robot's sensors scanned the badge, then Fang Qi's face, cross-referencing with its database. Identity confirmed. Fang Qi, Eastern Sea Martial Arts Academy, temporary student. Identity code, TL7X9Z. The robot relayed the information, but its program did not cease. The student's status did not affect debt recovery. Please comply immediately. Martial artist. Fang Qi uttered the 2 words. The robot seemed to momentarily freeze. Fang Qi took a step forward, the dark golden scales on his back shimmering with increased intensity, an invisible pressure permeating the air as he fixed his gaze upon the sensor. Dome Group. What is the first clause of the Privileged Class Protection Act? Fang Qi's voice resonated clearly. The robot's processor whirred rapidly, its electronic voice pausing for half a second before mechanically repeating. Clause 1. All certified martial artists enjoy personal immunity, unless approved by the highest authority of the Martial Artists Association or its affiliated institutions. Their person and that of their immediate family shall not be subjected to coercive measures. Debt recovery must go through legal arbitration procedures and cannot enforce personal restrictions. Excellent. Fang Qi smirked coldly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He bent down to retrieve the payment notice emblazoned with the dome emblem. The thin metallic card appeared fragile between his fingers, adorned with dark golden patterns. 3 million credit points, which I do not possess at present. He fixed his gaze on the robot, articulating each word clearly. I shall use this martial artist privilege to offset this debt. As his words fell, Fang Qi's fingers, gripping the payment notice, suddenly exerted tremendous force. Buzz! A heavy, tangible power, reminiscent of shattering crystals, erupted instantaneously. The air between his fingers produced a deep, resonant hum. Crack! The jarring sound of metal being torn apart. The hard alloy payment notice, within Fang Qi's grasp, was crushed as if caught between the jaws of a colossal hydraulic press, twisting, warping, and disintegrating in an instant. Completely obliterated. Countless tiny metal fragments, rather than scattering chaotically, eerily hovered before Fang Qi. As he slightly moved his fingers, the suspended fragments, drawn together as if by magnetism, converged at the center, colliding and compressing. The sound of clinking and clattering echoed densely. Before the astonished gazes of all present, the fragments were forcibly compressed and fused. No longer a payment notice. Instead, there were two perfectly square, three-dimensional characters composed of countless forcibly embedded fragments. Equality. The sharp edges of the fragments glimmered under the light. The two large characters sharply defined, exuding a silent yet weighty mockery and inquiry. The robot's sensors fixated intently on the hovering metallic letters, their ethereal blue glow flickering wildly. As the processor appeared to descend into chaos, emitting a faint overload hum. After a few seconds of silence, suddenly, from the depths of the robot's Azure sensor, a fleeting glimmer of a minuscule crimson light flickered momentarily. Subsequently, its calm electronic voice resumed, albeit with a slight deviation in pitch. Debtor's request. Confirmed. Debt recovery. Enforcement suspended. According to the exemption clause of the Privileged Class Protection Act, debt relationship transferred. New debtor, Donghai Warriors Academy. A new creditor relationship has been established. It raised its arm, scanning the payment QR code on the terminal, and the figure of 3 million vanished. Replaced by new information. Creditor, Donghai Warriors Academy. Debt amount, 3,000,000 CR. Debt status, pending settlement. The robot retracted the syringe aimed at Xiaoying and the restraining chain directed at Fang Qi, its movements smooth and fluid. It cast one final glance at the suspended characters of equality, the Azure sensors glow stabilizing, devoid of emotion. The debt transfer was complete. Execution Unit T-7, exiting. With that, it did not linger, turning and departing the medical room with silent steps. The door slid shut. The medical room fell into utter silence, with only those two characters of equality, forcibly assembled from fragments of demand notices, suspended in the air, silently narrating everything. Chapter 67. The grave of the scavenger silence enveloped the air as Zhao Xiaodao gazed at the characters suspended above, then glanced towards the door. 3 million. Has it been transferred to the academy? Is this a success? Old Qin's eyes were fixated on the fragments, his expression a mix of emotions. Ultimately letting out a sigh. It has been accomplished. The dome's robotic system has accepted this privileged debt settlement. Whether the academy acknowledges it remains uncertain. He turned his gaze towards Fang Qi, remarking, "Young man, you've ignited a fire under the academy." Fang Qi remained silent. He extended his hand, and the large shards clattered down, landing on the tray. He picked up the sharpest piece, running his fingertip along its razor edge. Quietly donning the spare patient gown handed to him by Old Qin, he concealed the dark golden patterns on his back. 3 days passed. Fang Qi and Xiaoying spent 3 days in the medical room. Under mounting pressure, Old Qin managed to preserve Xiaoying's medical pod, citing the observation of special genetic reactions. The academy remained quiet, neither demanding repayment nor reclaiming the pod. An invisible pressure loomed. Xiaoying's condition stabilized at a genetic assimilation rate of 9.8, sustained by the pod's energy. Her complexion improved slightly, and she spent most of her time in slumber. Fang Qi's recovery was rapid, The searing pain deep within his spine transformed into a constant warmth. His skeletal strength became more refined, with the dark golden scales occasionally shimmering, exuding a heavy texture. On the fourth morning, it was time to leave. Zhao Xiaodao leaned against the door, alert to the sounds outside. A makeshift mechanical hook had been crudely welded to his left arm. The academy's silence was a troubling sign. The dome had suffered losses, and Chinamo would not rest easily. I learned that the civilian area surrounding the academy had been swept by the scavengers last night. Scavengers? Amu shivered. The dome's dark forces, known for their ruthless tactics. Zhao Xiaodao's expression darkened. Under the pretext of clearing out the homeless, their methods were brutal. I suspect they are coming for us, attempting to force us out. Fang Qi observed the slumbering Xiao Ying within the pod. Her eyelashes quivered gently in the light. Remaining here was the safest option, yet also made them the most prominent target. He had to leave to divert the impending danger. With resolve, Fang Qi stood, his bones creaking slightly. He approached the pod, leaning down to lightly touch the girl's cool cheek. Xiao Ying furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing. Take care of her. Old Qin approached, assuring, as long as I'm here, the pod remains open. You all, be cautious. Fang Qi nodded, refraining from words. He picked up the sharpest piece of the debt collection shard from the table and tucked it into his pocket. The three departed quietly, with Old Qin standing at the door, watching them disappear around the corner. At the edge of Donghai Wuda's colossal artificial island, separated from the thriving academy district by a mere wall, lay a vast shadowy expanse, the refugee gathering zone. A blend of waste processing plants, abandoned pipelines, and synthetic food factories filled the air with the pungent scents of machine oil, decay, and cheap nutritional paste. Low shanties were densely packed, resembling moss beneath a steel forest. Ragged individuals moved numbly through the narrow alleys. The trio melded into the crowd. Zhao Xiaodao concealed his mechanical eye and left arm's hook with tattered cloth. Amu kept his head down. Fang Qi obscured his face with a hood, yet his taut posture and the occasional glimpse of dark golden patterns drew wary glances. We need to gather some credits and secure a vessel, Zhao Xiaodao whispered, pointing towards the deep sea on Shimon's star map. A ship was essential. A sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the alley. Terrified screams and cries pierced the air. The cleansers! The cleansers have arrived. Flee! The crowd erupted in chaos. A frenzied escape ensued. Boom! 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 The heavy metallic footsteps crashed forward like thunder from the alleyway. Three colossal figures blocked the passage. Not humans, but machines. Towering over 3 meters, their robust, dark gray alloy frames were sharply defined by angular armor plates. A flat, triangular cluster of sensors adorned their heads, flickering with ominous crimson electronic eyes. Their massive arms housed rotating multi-barreled cannons and mechanical claws, crackling with high-voltage arcs. A massive energy pack hummed ominously on their backs. The Tyran cleansers. 3 of them. Monuments of slaughter obstructing the way. Scanning confirmed. High-value target Fang Qi and associated entities. Elimination directive. Highest priority. Associated area. Source of contamination. Purification commencing. An electronic synthetic voice emanated from the lead mech. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The trio of mechs instantly rotated their shoulder-mounted cannons. The dark muzzles spewed forth tongues of death. A torrential downpour of energy projectiles rained down upon the densely packed crowd in the alley. No, children! Despairing cries and the sickening sounds of flesh tearing drowned out everything. Blood, severed limbs, splattered within the narrow alley. The walls bore countless wounds. A hell on earth. Damn it. Zhao Xiaodao's eyes widened with rage as he lunged at the paralyzed Amu, rolling behind a nearby metal dumpster. Fang Qi did not flee. He beheld the bloody carnage before him. Gazing at the terrified faces falling amidst the storm of energy projectiles, a chill froze his blood, only to be ignited by a blaze of fury. Stop! Fang Qi roared, his voice overpowering the cannon's thunder. He tore off his hood, the dark golden scales beneath his skin glowing like a searing brand. An aura as heavy as a mountain erupted from him. He advanced against the hail of projectiles, taking a fierce step forward, his right arm adorned with dark golden scales, bulged as he struck the thigh-thick alloy support column of the abandoned pipe beside him with a devastating punch. Boom! A deep rumble echoed. The alloy column groaned. From the point of impact, spiderweb cracks spread forth. A tremendous force transmitted through, causing the metal plates and pipes above the alley to sway violently. Dust cascaded down. The abrupt shift momentarily halted the cleanser's barrage. The crimson electronic eyes locked on a Fang Qi. Target resistance detected. Execute annihilation. The electronic voice resounded once more. The three mechs abandoned their fire on the crowd. Their cannons and electric claws now aimed directly at Fang Qi in the center of the alley. Energy projectiles and high-voltage arcs tore through the air. Fang Qi did not retreat. The dark golden light surged upon his skin. He crossed his arms protectively in front of him, the scales pulsating wildly, emitting a piercing metallic friction sound. Clang, 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 clang. The concentrated energy projectiles struck his scaled arms, igniting showers of sparks. The immense impact drove his feet into the ground. High-voltage arcs lashed out, crackling and exploding, inducing a powerful paralysis. His hospital gown turned ashen, revealing a body marred with scars. Pain, excruciating pain. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He could not retreat. Behind him was the crowd. Amu trembling behind the dumpster, and Zhao Xiaodao roaring in fury. Come on, dogs of the dome. Fang Qi howled, enduring the relentless bombardment, and took yet another step forward. The dark golden light blazed like flames. At that moment, a faint intermittent sound, akin to the whimper of a wounded creature, emanated from not far behind Fang Qi. It was Amu, clinging desperately to his tattered backpack, which contained the enormous bone whistle bestowed upon him by his Sherman. In the chaos of the recent tremor, the whistle had been exposed, and, in his panic, Amu inadvertently pressed it to his lips. The sound was weak, nearly drowned out by the roaring cannons, yet it possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality. Its tone was peculiar and mournful, reminiscent of the lament of ancient giants. Buzzing, the stardust particles in the air were stirred by the faint notes of the bone whistle. Instantly coming to life, like pebbles cast into a still pond, ripples began to form. The ripples, silent yet precise, traversed the turbulent energy field of the scavenger mechs. The three mechs exhibited a slight delay in their movements. The rotating gun turrets stuttered momentarily. The mechanical claws flickered with erratic arcs of electricity. Now is the moment. A glimmer of determination ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. A deep, searing sensation erupted from within his spine. He forcefully thrust his arms apart. Buzzing, a visible wave of dark, golden energy radiated outward from him. The wave swept through the air, causing a low hum. Fragments of metal on the ground trembled. The steel frame resonated. The heavy reverberations struck the joints of the three mechs. Knee, elbow, shoulder, rendered unstable by the interference of the whistle. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of twisting and breaking metal resonated simultaneously. The three colossal killing machines froze in their tracks. The hydraulic joints of their knees twisted and shattered. The energy joints of their elbows emitted plumes of black smoke. The alloy armor plates on their shoulders burst apart. Boom, boom, boom. The three titanic constructs, as if stripped of their very bones, collapsed with great force towards the center of the alley where Fang Qi stood. Fang Qi, Zhao Xiaodao cried out, his voice overwhelmed by the cacophony of metal crashing down. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring the alleyway. The crowd within the alley, having narrowly escaped death, stood in stunned silence, forgetting to weep or flee, their gazes fixed on the swirling dust. As the dust gradually settled, a stunning scene emerged. Fang Qi stood at the center of the alley, drenched in blood, his torso marred with fresh wounds and scorched marks. The dark golden scales glimmered dimly yet defiantly. He had not been toppled. The immense wreckage of the mechs had not crushed him. They lay in a twisted heap, forming a slanted, nearly 10-meter-high metallic tomb. Fang Qi was sheltered beneath. With both hands, he strained to support the massive mechanical claw that had fallen atop the pile. The heavy alloy claw loomed less than half a meter above his head. The ground beneath him sank, fissured like a spider's web. He stood firm, using his steel frame as a pillar to uphold his sanctuary. Roar! Fang Qi suppressed a primal scream, his arms stretched to their limits, the dark golden scales bursting forth with their final radiance. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully thrust the mechanical claw upward. Boom! The colossal claw was sent flying, crashing into the adjacent wreckage. Exhausted, Fang Qi fell to one knee, gasping heavily, sweat and blood dripping from him. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes scanning the faces of those in the alley, which were etched with disbelief and terror. Slowly, he rose, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through him, and approached the massive metallic tomb formed by the wreckage of the scavenger matches. He extended his right index finger, fingertips, adorned with dark golden scales, as hard as alloy. He began to etch forcefully upon the rough, scratched, and oil-stained armor plating of the mech. The piercing sound of metal being scraped resonated through the desolate alleyway. Screech, screech. Fragments fell away. One character, two characters, a line of text, each stroke deeply engraved into the metal, imbued with a weighty power and unspoken fury. Commoners, too, can shatter privilege. 7 grand words, like 7 bloodied war spears, impaled upon the tombstone formed by the heaps of scavenger mechs. A silent proclamation. The crowd in the alley gazed at the inscription, at the bloodied youth standing resolutely before the tombstone, and for the first time, a faint glimmer ignited within their numb eyes. Suddenly, drip, a viscous liquid, shimmering with an ethereal blue sheen, seeped from a fractured pipe at the base of the scavenger mech wreckage, cascading onto the oil-stained ground at Fang Qi's feet. Soon after, a second drop, a third. The azure liquid, as if animated, swiftly coalesced on the ground, eerily tracing out several winding lines and a sharp symbol, an exceedingly simplistic, primal coordinate marker. Simultaneously, the coarse beast-hide star map nestled in Fang Qi's inner pocket inexplicably grew scorching hot. The enormous bone whistle tightly clutched by Amu emitted a faint yet distinct hum. Chapter 68. The brother in the refrigeration chamber, ethereal azure, liquid flowed across the ground, delineating primal coordinates. The star map made of beast hide and AMU's arms radiated warmth, while the bone whistle in his backpack buzzed in response. Fang Qi fixated on the sanguine symbols on the ground. A sudden heat surged deep within his spine. Let us go. Fang Qi's voice sliced through the silence of the alley. He tore the tattered hem of his shirt, wrapping it around his arm to staunch the deep wound. The dark golden scale patterns faintly visible beneath the makeshift bandage. Zhao Xiaodao dragged the pallid AMU from behind a metal refuse bin. Where to? To procure a vessel. Fang Qi's gaze swept over the azure traces on the ground, then turned toward the distant, gray-hued coastline, to the location marked on the star map. Without lingering, they moved past the colossal monument formed by the remnants of scavengers, where the privileges of the common folk were inscribed coldly upon the armored plates, reflecting harsh glimmers. The surviving refugees silently watched as the trio vanished deeper into the shanty town, a flicker of awakening in their numbed eyes. In the dead of night, at the abandoned Dock 7, the briny sea breeze carried a scent of oil. Several dilapidated fishing vessels and cargo ships leaned precariously against rusted berths, swaying gently with the waves. The air was thick with the aroma of rust and decaying seaweed. This one, Zhao Xiaodao pointed to a ship at the outermost berth. 12 meters long, its hull was mottled and peeling, yet its form remained intact, resembling an old dog forgotten by time. The Sea Dog, a nearshore trawler. The engine was old, but the structure was sound enough to be retrofitted for deep-sea voyages. His mechanical eye scanned the vessel with a crimson glow. The guard was asleep. The dock's duty room glowed with a dim yellow light, resonating with thunderous snores. The trio stealthily climbed aboard the rust-stained deck of the Sea Dog. Zhao Xiaodao pried open the cockpit door and lunged toward the control panel. AMU nervously stood guard at the door, keeping watch. Fang Qi swiftly inspected the ship's interior. The cramped quarters were cluttered with the stench of rotten fishing nets and debris. All set, Zhao Xiaodao whispered. The engine can start. The navigation system, though old, is functional. Fuel is running low. Damn it, we need to find supplies. Fuel was indeed a concern. Furthermore, Fang Qi felt the portable medical device data card in his pocket. Xiao Ying's gene stabilizer was nearly depleted. The formula given by Old Qin included a core component, the deep blue 0-degree cryogen, which was only stocked in high-grade laboratories or large medical centers belonging to the Dome Corporation. First, let us secure fuel and the cryogen. Fang Qi gazed toward the brightly lit skyline of the city in the distance. I know just the place. The Dome Corporation, the 7th Resource Allocation Center of Donghai City. A colossal gray, cubic structure loomed like a steel beast, sprawled at the edge of the industrial zone. Its outer walls were devoid of windows, featuring only alloy gates and a web of surveillance cameras. The dome was a crucial node for material reserves in Donghai, heavily fortified. At 2 a.m., a shadow scaled the smooth, alloy exterior like a gecko. The dark golden scale patterns that covered Fang Qi's hands and feet faded, granting him enhanced grip and explosive power. He deftly avoided all camera blind spots, moving swiftly and silently. Objective: the underground Level 3, high-risk, low-temperature storage facility. The internal map provided by Old Qin indicated that a small quantity of deep blue 0-degree cryogen was stored there. The ventilation grating was silently severed. Fang Qi slipped inside. The chill within the duct was biting, accompanied by a faint chemical scent. Recalling his route from memory, he navigated through the labyrinthine pipes at a rapid pace. The alarm system was momentarily disrupted by a localized energy pulse engineered by Zhao Xiaodao. The exit lay below. Beneath the grating, a vast expanse of white, low-temperature mist enveloped the space. Countless thick, silver pipes coiled like colossal serpents, intertwining with cylindrical sealed tanks embedded within walls. The tanks bore the ominous insignia of a skull and the phrase deep blue 0 degrees. It was time. Fang Qi held his breath, poised to sever the grating. Suddenly, beep, 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 an ear-piercing alarm erupted without warning. The red alert lights spun and flashed maniacally. Warning: unauthorized intrusion. Zone C low-temperature storage. Activating internal defenses. Seal all exits. The synthetic electronic voice echoed ominously. Fang Qi's pupils dilated. Discovered. Was Zhao Xiaodao's interference ineffective? Or was there a higher level of surveillance? There was no time to ponder. He forcefully kicked open the ventilation grating, his body propelling into the cold mist storage like a cannonball. His target, the nearest deep blue 0 degrees sealed tank. Almost simultaneously, hiss, hiss, hiss. Several beams of red laser light shot from the corners of the overhead defense turrets, crisscrossing to seal his path. The lasers scoured the ground, leaving charred marks in their wake. Fang Qi twisted his body with great force, his arms, covered in dark golden scales, slammed against the ground, narrowly skirting beneath the beams. A bone-chilling cold enveloped him, frost forming delicately upon his skin. He surged toward the sealed tank. The tank was secured with a heavy alloy door, accompanied by a complex genetic code lock. There was no time to decipher it. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Qi's eyes, his right fist covered in dark golden scales, instantaneously enveloped in a flowing, menacing dark golden crystal armor. Steelbone, 3rd stage, crystal fist. Break! He roared, his crystal fist descending like a sledgehammer, striking the heavy alloy door lock of the sealed tank. Boom! The resounding noise reverberated through the low-temperature storage. The hard alloy door twisted and deformed under the immense destructive force of the crystal fist. The locking mechanism shattered. The low-temperature system emitted a sharp alarm. Icy air surged forth. Fang Qi thrust his hand through the warped door gap, grasping the metallic tank within that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The chilling grip confirmed it was indeed the deep blue 0 degrees cryogenic agent. Successful. He swiftly retreated. But just then, an indescribable surge, originating from the depths of his genes, swept over Fang Qi like a tsunami. This sensation did not stem from him, but from the innermost recesses of the storage. He abruptly turned his head. At the end of the storage, a gigantic cylindrical device, encircled by massive energy conduits, trembled violently, its size several times greater than a standard tank. Thick frost cascaded down its surface. Inside, a pale blue low-temperature liquid churned. Through the heavy observation window, Fang Qi beheld a figure suspended within the swirling blue liquid. A youth of a similar age and even, with facial features bearing a striking resemblance. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, his bare skin an unhealthy pallor. Most notably, at the base of his neck, near the spine, was a patch of dark golden, intricate patterns resembling a circuit board. The form and hue of the patterns were nearly identical to the golden birthmark on Fang Qi's back, seemingly of the same origin. A specimen from the cryogenic chamber. Buzz! A deep, searing sensation erupted from the depths of Fang Qi's spine, responding to the strongest summons, exploding forth. An unprecedented burning pain made him stifle a groan. The dark golden scales beneath his skin flared uncontrollably, their brilliance piercing through his clothing. At the same time, within the confines of the cryogenic chamber, a youth suspended in the bubbling azure liquid suddenly opened his eyes. His silver-gray irises devoid of any human emotion. In an instant, those silver-gray pupils swiveled, precisely locking onto the entrance of the storage chamber. There, several security personnel clad in black combat uniforms, armed with pulse rifles, burst in, the muzzles raised, aiming at the retreating Fang Qi. Target locked. Fire. The squad leader barked. Tot, 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 tot. Several lethal beams of blue light tore through the cold mist, hurtling toward Fang Qi's back. So swift, Fang Qi had just retrieved the cryogenic agent. His old strength spent, and new strength yet to manifest. There was no time to evade. A deadlock. In a moment of peril, the youth, having just awakened with his silver-gray pupils wide open, made the slightest movement with his right hand hanging at his side. Just a flicker of his fingertips. Buzz! An invisible force field instantaneously expanded from the center of the cryogenic chamber. The beams of blue light, mere half a meter from Fang Qi's back, collided with an imperceptible wall, instantly freezing, distorting, and silently vanishing. Time stood still. The astonished security personnel, rushing in, could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed the bizarre disappearance of the energy beams. Fang Qi also turned sharply, confronted with a chilling scene, and the youth in the cryogenic chamber had just lowered his finger, gazing at him with his silver eyes. Their gazes met across the thick observation window. Through the swirling blue, low-temperature liquid, Fang Qi discerned a flicker of faint bewilderment deep within those silver-gray pupils. Almost immediately, the youth's lips moved ever so slightly, silently. Yet Fang Qi's pupils constricted in sudden realization. He understood the shape of the words. A voiceless call, brother, brother, a thunderous rumble. The entire low-temperature storage facility trembled once more violently than before. Ice shard from the ceiling came crashing down. The piercing alarm blared to a deafening height. Warning, warning. Subject 0 has awakened. Energy is out of control. The base's self-destruction protocol has been remotely activated by the highest authority. Countdown initiated. 180 seconds. 179. 178. The electronic voice echoed mercilessly like a funeral knell throughout the space. Simultaneously, within the cryogenic chamber, the surface of the swirling light blue low-temperature liquid shimmered with countless minute particles emitting a faint golden glow, which began to coalesce and delineate two intertwining, spiraling light patterns rising from the liquid surface. A double helix, a symbol of the genetic chain. Chapter 69. The weight of the privilege badge, the cold storage chamber, was pierced by a pair of silver-gray eyes that cut through the swirling blue liquid, their silent summons pricking Fang Qi's mind like a needle. The surface of the liquid shimmered with flickering double helix patterns. The base's self-destruction protocol had been activated. Countdown, 150. 149. The jarring alarm and the countdown yanked him back to reality. The deep blue cryogenic canister in his arms made his hands numb with cold. Retreat, Fang Qi growled, pivoting and racing towards the nearest emergency exit. Within the cold storage, those silver-gray eyes remained fixed upon him, the hint of confusion within them appearing almost illusory. The security personnel who rushed and were paralyzed by the recently extinguished beams of light, and the countdown drove them into a frenzy, causing chaos as they flailed about, momentarily neglecting to attack him. With a powerful kick, Fang Qi forced open the heavy fire door. A wave of heat and thick smoke engulfed him. The corridor outside was in disarray, with alarms flashing red and piercing shrieks assaulting his eardrums. Yes, there. Block him. Amidst the turmoil, some had spotted him. Several beams of light shot in his direction, narrowly missing him and scorching the metallic walls. Fang Qi had no time to linger. He pushed his speed to its limit, weaving through the panicking crowd and sprinting towards the vent exit etched in his memory. The countdown numbers echoed like a death knell over the loudspeaker. 120. 119. Clutching the icy canister, Fang Qi's heart burned with urgency. Xiao Ying was counting on this salvation. Yet, the silver-eyed gaze and silent call felt like a branding iron seared into his consciousness. He barreled through 2 security personnel blocking his path, burst through an airtight door, and finally beheld the ascending maintenance shaft. The rusted ladder led into darkness. 90. 89. He grasped the ladder, using hands and feet to climb desperately. An explosive thud resonated below, shaking the entire shaft. 60. 59. He forcefully pushed open the top grate and tumbled out. The night wind carried the industrial scent of oil. He lay on the metallic roof, gasping for breath. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated beneath him. The earth trembled violently. Blazing flames erupted from the underground of Resource Allocation Center No. 7, instantly consuming half the structure. Thick smoke and white, low-temperature vapor soared into the sky. The scorching shockwave hurled Fang Qi off the rooftop, where he clutched the cryogenic canister tightly, crashing heavily against a distant cooling tower support. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and he spat out blood flecked with golden shards. Struggling to rise, he glanced back. The massive gray building had collapsed halfway, flames raging and painting the sky crimson. The cacophony of alarms, explosions, collapsing structures, and faint cries melded into a chaotic symphony. The cold storage. That experimental subject who called him brother. Chinemo. Fang Qi wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze hardening with resolve. He turned away from that hell and vanished into the shadows of the industrial district. 3 days later, Donghai University of Technology, new student registration area. Beneath the vast dome, the light was bright. The smooth floor reflected shadows, and the air was charged with an energetic ambience. The newly clad students, their faces aglow with excitement, navigated their way under the guidance of a robotic assistant. In stark contrast, a corner window exuded a completely different atmosphere. Fang Qi stood before a metallic counter, donned in an antiquated basic training uniform sourced by Lao Qin, concealing his scars and the dark golden scales beneath. However, the fatigue etched on his face and the coldness in his eyes rendered him a misfit in this vibrant setting. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man, his round face meticulously groomed, sporting golden-rimmed glasses. His nameplate read, Director of Academic Affairs, Li Wei. Li Wei leisurely polished a smart pen with a velvet cloth, not once lifting his gaze. Fang Qi, a scavenger from the radiation zone, held a special admission letter. Li Wei's voice was flat as he confirmed the identity verification, stating that the gene-lock steel bone mutation had been verified and basic information recorded. He set down the pen and picked up the dark silver, shield-shaped badge, the broken ancient sword-piercing dawn, placed by Fang Qi on the counter, a symbol of his temporary student status. According to protocol, he informed Fang Qi that he could proceed to the logistics department to collect equipment, be assigned to a dormitory, and prepare for the class division test the following day. As he spoke, he swiped his finger across the touchscreen beneath the counter. A soft beep resonated as a payment terminal illuminated on the side of the counter, revealing a large payment interface. However, Li Wei finally raised his eyes, his gaze behind the golden glasses scrutinizing and laced with disdain. Before you can acquire your equipment and dormitory assignment, he stated, you must first pay a special gene purification management fee. The screen displayed 500,000 00 CR. 500,000 credit points. Fang Qi's expression froze in disbelief. What fee? It wasn't mentioned in the regulations. New regulation. Li Wei adjusted his glasses, matter-of-factly explaining that it pertained to newcomers such as yourself, hailing from high-risk radiation zones with unstable gene locks. For the safety of the Academy and to prevent the spread of genetic contamination, regular special purification treatments are required. This amount is the first installment of your prepayment. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to a tone of condescension. Fang Qi, I understand your situation is unique, but rules are rules. Wuda is not a charitable institution. If you lack the funds, your student status will be retained, but you will forfeit all student benefits and resources. This includes certain privileges in the medical zone. Privileges in the medical zone. Fang Qi's heart plummeted. Xiao Ying was still in the medical pod. I don't have 500,000. His voice turned to ice. Oh, Li Wei raised an eyebrow, feigning regret. That complicates matters. Or, he gestured toward the student badge resting on the counter. You could mortgage your warrior privilege to the Academy. The institution will front the money for you, but you must sign an agreement until the debt is settled. Your privilege exemption will be under the Academy's oversight. This is for your own good, to prevent any misuse of privileges that may lead to trouble. Mortgage privileges? The Academy overseeing? Fang Qi gazed at Li Wei's sanctimonious visage, then at the glaring 50,000 on the payment screen. The exorbitant bills from the 7th Institute. The gunfire in the refugee alley. The silent plea from the cryogenic pod. That badge meant for debt repayment. The inscription on the mech debris proclaiming that even commoners could shatter privileges. And now, this ostentatious gene purification fee. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his being, engulfing him entirely. A sudden surge of searing heat erupted deep within the spine. The dark golden scales beneath the skin shimmered to life. An oppressive weight, as heavy as a mountain, uncontrollably spread. Several new students waiting near the counter recoiled from this pressure, casting bewildered glances in this direction. Li Wei's forced smile froze, and his pupils, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, contracted in the face of a looming threat. Is this reasonable? Fang Qi's voice, though not loud, resonated like a hammer striking metal. He extended his hand, fingers adorned with dark golden patterns, pointing directly at the payment terminal. The debt-collecting robot overhead recognized this privilege as worth 3 million. Now, tell me, in Donghai University of Martial Arts, is it not even worth 500,000? Or perhaps, here, the value of this privilege is determined solely by you, directorly? Each word pierced Li Wei like an icicle. Li Wei's complexion shifted dramatically as he slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. Fang Qi, mind your identity. This is the Academy, not a radiation zone for you to wreak havoc. Pay up, or pledge your privilege. This is protocol. Otherwise what? Fang Qi interrupted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Freeze my privileges? Seize my sister's medical pod? Just like the dome's scavengers? He stepped forward, his body nearly towering over the counter. The heavy pressure emanating from his steel-like bones and mysterious markings left Li Wei breathless, instinctively retreating half a step. What? What do you intend to do? Li Wei's voice trembled as he pointed at Fang Qi. Security. Security. Save your breath. Fang Qi's tone was unnaturally calm. Yet beneath it simmered the power of an impending eruption. His right hand suddenly slammed onto the terminal screen, displaying the 50,000 figure. Buzz! Dark golden scales instantly enveloped his palm and forearm. A force, heavy and solid, bursting with the sensation of shattering crystals, erupted violently. Crackle! The jarring sound of metal and crystal fracturing filled the air. The sturdy alloy-covered payment terminal crumbled beneath Fang Qi's scaled hand, as if it were mere tofu struck by a heavy hammer. The screen shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The exterior warped and twisted. The internal circuit board crackled, sparks flying. The entire machine buckled under his overwhelming strength. The metal counter groaned in protest. You've lost your mind. Li Wei screamed in terror. Fang Qi remained expressionless, abruptly retracting his hand from the shattered terminal. His fingers dug into the contorted alloy casing like steel pincers. Buzz! An invisible shockwave radiated from his palm. Clatter! Countless tiny fragments of screens, twisted metal parts, and broken circuit boards were drawn out from the wrecked terminal. Suspended before Fang Qi, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his arm forcefully. Clink, clink! A cacophony of sharp sounds echoed like a torrential downpour. Those suspended fragments surged towards a metal counter before Li Wei, colliding, compressing, embedding themselves. The sharp edges of the shards gleamed with energy, forcefully embedding into the resilient alloy surface. Debris flew in all directions. A three-dimensional phrase composed of countless fragments of charging terminals violently pieced together suddenly materialized on the desktop before Levi's eyes, each shard seemingly voicing a silent scream. Privilege is original sin, emblazoned in striking letters. With jagged metallic edges and flickering electric sparks, they resembled 5 bloody daggers, ruthlessly embedded in the tabletop and piercing Levi's very soul. His corpulent body trembled violently, his complexion pale as a ghost, gold-rimmed glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. His mouth agape, producing only incoherent gasps. He stared at those 5 words, his gaze fixed on the chilling countenance of Fang Qi, who was uncomfortably close, a shiver coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. At that moment, beep, beep, the personal communicator on Levi's wrist vibrated incessantly. An urgent communication request abruptly appeared. Levi seized it like a lifeline, fumbling to answer. The communication screen illuminated. It was not the security captain who appeared, but Chun Mo. He sat in a softly lit office, a gentle, formulaic smile gracing his face. Yet, his gaze penetrated the screen, landing squarely on Fang Qi, before briefly sweeping across the glaring fragmented phrase on the desk. Director Li, it seems our special student has encountered a minor predicament. Chun Mo's voice resonated through the speaker, laced with feigned concern. Before Levi could respond, Chun Mo's attention shifted, as if he were merely making casual conversation. He smiled, announcing in a clear, steady tone, "Oh, by the way, I must interrupt to convey a notification regarding the allocation of medical resources recently synchronized with the Academy." He paused momentarily, his gaze once again locking onto Fang Qi, the curvature of his smile deepening. In light of the special case Fang Xiaoying admitted to the affiliated hospital of Donghai Wuda, which has revealed a highly dangerous unknown genetic mutation, in order to ensure public safety and facilitate in-depth research. This case has been urgently taken over by the Group S Medical Department. The transfer location, Dome Group's 7th Biotechnology Center, Cloning and Genetic Recombination Research Department, Intensive Care Unit. Immediate effect. The words Intensive Care Cloning Center made Fang Qi's pupils constrict abruptly. Chapter 70. The steel resonance of the gravity chamber in the depths of the Cloning and Genetic Recombination Research Department, within the Intensive Care Unit. Chun Mo's voice pierced through Fang Qi's ears. The visage on the screen wore a fabricated smile, yet twisted grotesquely in Fang Qi's rapidly constricting pupils. Xiaoying, the 7th Biotech Center, a rush of blood surged to Fang Qi's head, only to freeze instantaneously. A deep, smoldering sensation erupted from within his spine, igniting a cataclysm of heat. Dark golden scales began to unfurl beneath his skin, enveloping him in a low, resonant hum. An overwhelming and violent pressure detonated forth. "Fang Qi, remain calm," Li Wei shrieked, pressed against the back of his chair. "This is a decision made by the corporation and the academy. It is for the purpose of decision." Fang Qi's voice was a strained whisper, harsh and grating. He abruptly turned his head. His face, now adorned with dark golden scales, appeared fearsome under the crimson glow. His eyes blazed with fury, fixated intently on Li Wei. Li Wei's words faltered in his throat, reduced to mere gasps. He felt as though an invisible hand had clasped tightly around his neck. Fang Qi no longer regarded him, his gaze sweeping across the fragments on the table that formed the phrase "privilege is original sin," ultimately resting on his own student badge. He seized the badge, the metallic edge biting into his palm. With a swift turn, he strode away, his footsteps heavy. Those in his path, the frightened newcomers and the hastily arriving security, were repelled by his predatory aura, none daring to obstruct him. His singular focus was on the 7th Biotech Center. Yet, a reckless intrusion would be tantamount to suicide. Chun Mo had undoubtedly laid a trap. He required strength. He needed a breakthrough. He sought the power to obliterate everything. At the Gravity Training Center in District B of Donghai Wu University, A colossal circular structure loomed like a fortress of steel. Within, it was partitioned into dozens of spherical gravity chambers. The air hummed with an energy field and the scent of ozone. This realm belonged to the aristocracy and the elite. At the entrance of gravity chamber number 3, several young individuals clad in pristine elite uniforms surrounded a tall youth with purple-dyed hair, lavishing him with praise. Brother Tianming, the mind-controlled shuttle you just mastered is incredible, controlling 3 under 50 times gravity. Of course, Brother Tianming is a prodigy of the Lin family. Unlike the trash from the radiation zone who rely on luck to be here. I heard that kid can't even afford the purification fee. How dare he confront Fat Li? Seeking death. Lin Tianming, cousin to Lin Tianxiang, wore a smug expression. Just then, a heavy, oppressive presence, tinged with the scent of gunpowder, approached. The weighty footsteps halted at the entrance. The group surrounding Lin Tianming felt as if their throats were constricted. Laughter abruptly ceased, eyes widening in disbelief at the figure before them. Fang Qi, clad in a faded basic training uniform, dust clung to him. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes burned with intensity. The student badge was pinned to his chest, the broken ancient sword glinting coldly. Step aside. Fang Qi's voice, though not loud, reverberated against the metallic door. Lin Tianming's arrogance faltered, morphing into indignation. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the gravity chamber's control panel, chin raised defiantly. Fang Qi, this is the elite zone, not a place for scum like you. The gravity chambers are full. You must queue at the back. He gestured towards the distant line of ordinary individuals awaiting their turn. Fang Qi remained silent. He did not meet his gaze. His gaze traversed past him, directed towards the ethereal blue gravity generator within the gravity chamber. He lifted his foot and strode directly toward the alloy airtight door. His objective clear, the manual activation valve on the control panel. Stop him! Lin Tianming shouted in fury. The 2 individuals beside him immediately surged forward. One seized Fang Qi's shoulder, while the other delivered a punch to his ribcage. Yet, Fang Qi's pace remained unyielding. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds resonated. The hand gripping his shoulder merely grazed his training suit before being violently repelled, the fingers howling in agony. The punch aimed at his rib struck as if against heated alloy, dispersing an energy aura. The 2 men screamed as they were sent flying, one clutching his wrist, the other cradling his fist. You seek death, Lin Tianming exclaimed, his eyes flashing with icy fury. His hands formed a loose grip, and 3 glimmering metallic shurikens instantaneously shot forth from his waist, hovering before him, their tips aimed at Fang Qi's back. The thought-controlled shurikens. Outside the gravity chamber, he dared not unleash his full strength, yet it was sufficient to inflict severe injury. The 3 shurikens cut through the air, shrieking as they hurtled toward Fang Qi. Fang Qi did not look back. The muscles on his back, adorned with dark golden scale patterns, tensed. A palpable shockwave radiated outward. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding echoes. The 3 shurikens, capable of penetrating steel plates, suddenly rebounded fiercely a mere half-foot from Fang Qi's back. Lin Tianming's pupils constricted. His complexion turned ashen. The thought-controlled shurikens were deflected. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Fang Qi had already reached the airtight door. His left hand, covered in dark golden scales, abruptly grasped the red knob of the manual activation valve. Stop. Manual activation requires authorization. Forcing an overload will. Lin Tianming shouted in terror. Fang Qi remained oblivious. His right hand, encased in dark golden crystal armor, gripped the knob with a vice-like force. Open! A low roar erupted. His entire body surged with power. The brand deep within his spinal column thundered. Creak! The shrill sound of twisting metal shattered the air. The sturdy alloy knob deformed under Fang Qi's armored hand. Internal mechanical locks fractured. Buzz! The gravity generator erupted with blinding blue light. The dial's gravity readings skyrocketed. 20G, 30G, 40G, 50G. Alarm lights flashed frantically, accompanied by a piercing siren. Boom! Terrifying gravity bore down on Fang Qi like an invisible mountain. The alloy floor beneath him buckled. His training suit tore apart. The dark golden scales beneath his skin flickered wildly, buzzing under the immense weight. Fang Qi's body suddenly plummeted. His legs felt as though they were burdened with lead, bones cracking. Blood surged toward his lower limbs. His brain starved of oxygen. Vision blurred into darkness. 50 times gravity, a force capable of instantly overwhelming an ordinary warrior. Madman, he's lost his mind. The onlookers at the door were paralyzed with fear, scrambling backward in a panic. Lin Tianming stared in disbelief, watching Fang Qi stand firm under the 50-fold pressure, his eyes filled with incredulity and dread. Fang Qi roared from his throat. His teeth clenched, gums bursting with blood. The strength of his steel bones was unleashed by the extreme pressure, like an enraged dragon's roar. The burning sensation on his back surged to its limit. The dark golden scales shone brilliantly. A sharp buzzing filled the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The resonance of his steel bones harmonized with the gravity field generator's high-load hum. Crack. Within the gravity chamber, a substantial hydraulic buffer pipe split open with a fine crack. Boom! It erupted like a high-pressure water gun. A pungent, deep green viscous hydraulic fluid gushed forth from the fissure. The immense pressure propelled it like an arrow in all directions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hydraulic fluid splashed against the searing pipes, generating clouds of white steam. The gravity chamber was instantly thrown into chaos. Lin Tianming, unable to evade, was struck in the chest by a jet of high-pressure hydraulic fluid. His elite armor groaned as the energy shield flickered and extinguished. The scalding hydraulic liquid corroded his armor. Agonizing pain and terror elicited a scream from him. He attempted to summon his telekinetic power, but it failed amidst the chaotic energy field. At that moment, the gravity field oscillated violently under the overload and hydraulic interference. The 50-fold pressure instantaneously weakened. In that fleeting moment, Fang Qi, whose legs were adorned with dark golden scales, exerted tremendous force. The recessed alloy floor beneath him shattered. Against the terrifying weight, his body surged forth like a beast breaking free from its restraints, taking a decisive step. Bang! His right foot, encased in dark golden crystalline armor, crashed down upon Lin Tianming's chest, which was already in a state of excruciating imbalance. Crack! Lin Tianming's chest armor shattered. He spewed blood as he was sent flying, crashing against the exterior alloy wall before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Fang Qi trampled Lin Tianming and dashed out of the gravity chamber in an instant. Zizzle. The control console within the gravity chamber erupted in a shower of electric sparks, drenched in hydraulic fluid and energy overload. A charred cover panel blasted away, revealing a dust-laden metallic interface below. The interface was uniquely shaped, resembling a twisted star. Fang Qi's gaze was drawn to it. Almost unconsciously, he retrieved something from his pocket. It was Xiao Ying's hairpin, a rather ordinary, paint-worn metallic butterfly hairpin. He approached the console, disregarding the splattering hydraulic fluid and electric sparks. With his hand adorned in dark golden scales, he hesitated briefly before aligning the inconspicuous, similarly twisted metal clasp at the end of the hairpin with the star-shaped interface. A gentle press. Click. A soft sound echoed. Buzz. Above the console, a cracked emergency light screen illuminated. It flickered a few times before projecting an exceedingly intricate, layered three-dimensional structural diagram. At the top of the diagram, a line of glaring red text read, Structural Diagram of the 7th Biotech Center. Underground, Level 3, Core Area of Cloning and Gene Recombination Research. The diagram was densely marked with passages, laboratories, monitoring points, energy conduits, and one point highlighted prominently at the deepest location, Zero Container Life Pod. Just then, beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm suddenly shifted from a malfunction alert to the highest level intrusion alert. The entire Gravity Training Center's lights transformed to a blood-red hue. Warning: illegal data interface access detected. Source: Gravity Chamber 3. Initiating highest defense protocol. Locking all exits. Security forces are to suppress immediately. The electronic voice echoed through the passage. Heavy footsteps and the ominous hum of energy weapons charging approached rapidly from all directions. Fang Qi swiftly tore off the hairpin. The structural diagram on the light screen vanished. He cast a final glance at the interface sinking back into darkness, clutching the hairpin tightly in his palm. Suddenly, he pivoted, his body adorned with dark golden scales bending slightly, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. His gaze fixated on the security mechs of the Academy, surging towards him at the end of the corridor, their energy shields shimmering with light. In the hands of those mechs, formidable pulse rifles were raised, their barrels glowing with a lethal blue light, fully charged. Behind him were the terrified, contorted faces of Lin Tianming and several scions of noble families. Before him lay a torrent of steel and the menacing muzzles of guns. And within his tightly clenched fist rested the map leading to the core area where his sister was imprisoned. Chapter 71. The Song of the Sword's remnants at the end of the passage, the security mechs surged forth like an impenetrable wall of steel. The crimson electronic eyes locked onto Fang Qi. The high-pitched hum of energy weapons charging filled the air. The thud of heavy armor reverberated, causing the passage to tremble. Clutching Xiaoying's hairpin, the metallic edge pressed into his palm. The underground schematics were etched in his mind. The life pod of Container Zero, the core of the third underground level of the 7th Center. Xiaoying was there. There was no retreat. Fang Qi leaned forward, the muscles of his legs, adorned with dark golden scales, tensed. A searing sensation deep within his spine erupted. An aura as heavy as a mountain enveloped him. He moved, not towards the mechs, but abruptly to the side, his right fist, encased in dark golden crystal armor, swung like a battering ram, crashing into the wall of the passage. Boom! The hard alloy wall buckled inward, tearing apart under the force of his crystalline fist. It revealed a dark space behind, filled with massive pipes of the maintenance chamber. Target destroyed. Attack! The electronic voice of the mech echoed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dense beams of blue energy rained down upon the spot where Fang Qi had just stood. The wall was riddled with honeycomb-like holes. Yet, Fang Qi's figure had already vanished behind the breach. Pursue. The mech smashed through the twisted metal plates, forcing its way into the narrow maintenance passage. Inside the chamber, darkness prevailed, permeated by the scent of machine oil. Thick pipes intertwined. Fang Qi sprinted through the shadows, moving with agility, the dark golden scales outlining his silhouette under the emergency lights. He navigated the labyrinth of pipes with precision, guided by the map etched in his memory, toward the emergency exit leading to the abandoned sector of the old campus. Behind him, the cacophony of the mechs crashing through obstacles and the sounds of energy weapon fire drew near. Their massive forms crushed all in their path. Fang Qi darted past a rusted fire door, and suddenly, the space opened up before him. Moonlight cascaded through a shattered skylight, illuminating the dust-laden area filled with webs. High above, rows of abandoned wooden sword racks stood empty, coated in dust. The ground was littered with shattered mats and fragments of weapons. The air was thick with the scent of decaying wood and rust. The old Kendo dojo, desolate and silent. Fang Qi's footsteps left imprints on the dusty floor. He quickly scanned the area, searching for the concealed entrance marked on the map, the hidden access to the underground pipeline, located deep within a maintenance shaft of the dojo. He raced toward the direction locked in his memory. Suddenly, a searing heat surged in his chest. Fang Qi halted in his tracks. He clutched his chest. Xiaoying's hairpin still lay in his palm. The heat emanated from another item in his inner pocket. He pulled it out. It was the dark silver student badge, the image of a broken ancient sword piercing dawn. At this moment, the metal badge radiated warmth. In its center, a fragmented sword emblem emitted a faint, breath-like azure glow. Buzz! The badge trembled violently in Fang Qi's palm. An invisible wave, imbued with ancient rhythms, spread out. The searing mark deep within his spine throbbed intensely. The dark golden scales beneath his skin flared to life, their brilliance swirling in resonance with the badge's soft azure light. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like lightning toward a shadowy corner deep within the dojo. On the dust-laden wall, an inconspicuous, unevenly edged alloy panel trembled in resonance with the badge, emitting a faint, harmonious hum. An entrance? Fang Qi gripped the searing badge tightly and strode purposefully towards the panel. At that moment, whoosh, 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 several scorching energy beams tore through the darkness, hurtling towards him from behind. The security mecha burst into the sword training area. With its crimson electronic eye locked onto Fang Qi, the shoulder-mounted cannon fired once more. Without a glance back, Fang Qi felt the muscles of his back, adorned with dark golden scales, tense up. A dark golden shockwave rippled outward. Clang, clang, clang. The energy beams collided with the wave. Most of them deflected and distorted into oblivion. A few managed to penetrate his defenses, leaving charred marks on the side of his arm. Pain surged through him. Yet Fang Qi did not falter. He dashed to the resonating panel. The panel was seamlessly fitted, devoid of handholds or locks. Behind him, the heavy footsteps of the mecha drew near. More energy beams whistled towards him. A fierce glint flickered in Fang Qi's eyes. He abruptly pressed the searing student badge against the center of the panel, where the resonance was strongest. Buzz! A powerful resonance erupted. The incomplete sword-shaped pattern at the center of the badge glowed brilliantly in blue. The pale blue light surged forth like a living entity, instantaneously enveloping the entire panel. The blurred dust and rust on the panel were dispelled by the blue light, revealing a deep, imprinted scar of fractured ancient sword that mirrored the badge's design perfectly. The badge and the scar fit together flawlessly. Crack! A crisp mechanical sound. The interior of the panel echoed with a whirring of gears. The heavy alloy panel silently slid open, revealing a narrow, downward extending dark shaft that could only accommodate one person. A gust of air carrying the scent of disinfectant surged upward. The entrance to the map. Without hesitation, Fang Qi leaped into the abyss. The objective was to enter an illegal passage. Halt! The mecha's electronic voice blared in desperation. The foremost mecha abruptly raised its mechanical arm. The high-frequency vibrating cutting edge emitted a piercing hum, and it ruthlessly swung towards Fang Qi's back. The speed was astonishing. In midair, Fang Qi found